Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 31, Biggest Mistake. With the last goodbye between the group members, Kagaya, Misaka, Saitama, and Kazuma left this world. Whitebeard was teleported by Pakia after he gave the coordinates on the map, and Leo went back to his mansion to grab his beasts and leave this world. Kazuma appeared on the plains of Axel as he felt that journey was all dream, but the scream of the Dio sword woke him up to see the useless goddess. Ah! What happened to you? Aqua wiped her eyes as she saw Kazuma's clothes changed in 1 second. I was in a journey to save the world. Kazuma stared at the wide plains before he said in a manly voice, by destroying it in the process. Did the buffs affected your head or something? Aqua tilted her head as she looked at her adventure card to check the effect of the buffs again. No, I'm fine. I had a lot of challenges in this journey. Kazuma still talking with the manly voice while Aqua found nothing wrong in her skills. I fought terrible opponents, even the one called the Beater. Which is a very stupid nickname. Kazuma still remembers Kirito doll and the stupid nickname he heard from Leo. Beater. That sounds wrong. Aqua felt something really happened to Kazuma, but all those ideas vanished when her instincts called. I'm starving, can we get something to eat? Aqua put her hand on her stomach that was making sounds. Food. Yeah, I need something to eat right now. Kazuma felt he needs some food after all that action he had in Akame Ga Kill World. Finally, this goddess can do something useful than staring at you doing nothing. I need some alcohol and... Aqua raised her hand high in the air before walking back to Axel, but an indifferent voice stopped her. Aqua, did you forget something? Kazuma smiled before he said, we've no money for food. No way. Aqua lowered her hands in defeat, but Kazuma said, don't worry, we can just kill some monsters and get money easily. Really? Aqua eyes sparkled before Kazuma nodded and said, yeah, I bet this is a simple job for a goddess. Of course, it's an easy job for me. Just you wait to see the true strength of this goddess. Aqua was in full spirits and ready to attack any monster in her way. Yes. Kazuma nodded with the same calm smile before he walked away and said, you'll make a great bait. Yes. This goddess will make a great BA Aqua stopped in her place as she noticed something wrong. Kazuma. You were joking, right? Aqua asked Kazuma, but he didn't look at her as he walked away. Kazuma-san. Aqua lowered her hands as her expression froze slightly. Hi, I'm Kazuma. Kazuma had a smile which made Aqua feel that the future isn't very bright. Meanwhile, into a Ru world. Misaka appeared inside her room as she sighed and felt a little empty from the inside. Looking at her usual room and the sleeping Kuriko, Misaka sighed before she lay down on her bed. But that didn't last long before she jumped from her bed. No way. Misaka remembered something very important. She forgot her belongings in Leo's mansion. Please tell me Leo didn't blow up his mansion because he felt like it. With the last hope in her heart, Misaka logged into the chat room, but before she did anything, Misaka saw a notification sign. Misaka breathed a sigh of relief after she saw that Leo sent her belongings by the chat room. Thank God. What? Misaka grabbed her bag from the chat room, but she saw a note on it. The note said, next time don't bring things from the chat room to your world, and if you want to travel, make sure you stop time in this world. P.S. Your taste needs improvements. Misaka felt the level of danger of her world is increasing very quickly, but she stopped at the last phrase. My taste. Misaka opened her bag to see her underwear and shorts before she blushed like a tomato. Leo. Misaka was like a volcano that was about to explode, but she misunderstood that Leo was talking about her taste in cuteness, which adds another misunderstanding to the group. Misaka was almost exploding from shame while Kuriko didn't wake up because of all those electric shocks she took yesterday. In One Punch Man world. Saitama appeared in his world as he missed his calm world in which everything can just be punched away, but that vanished when he saw his broken apartment. Saitama stood in his apartment for a moment before he walked outside. He's planning to run and let the people blame monsters for damage. Meanwhile, in Gensokyo. Kagaya appeared in her room before she fell down on the sheets as she hugged Mudkip. She appreciated her home where she does nothing all day. Really, Akame Ga Kill World sucks. Kagaya felt the world civilization was backward and advance in a very weird way. Now. What to do? Kagaya stared at her games and consoles as she was planning to pull a whole week of non-stop gaming, but she stopped at a certain computer screen. It was the chat room. Kagaya remembered that she was using this computer as a chat room, and after the mission, it went back to the computer. However, this reminded Kagaya about the biggest boss in her life. Gacha. Sweat was dropping from Kagaya's forehead as she felt this chat room is very scary. In Kagaya's eyes, the whole screen was clouded in an evil aura of despair as it was whispering like a devil. Kagaya took a deep breath before she asked the council about this problem. "Neet princess, I'm going to do it." Annihilation Maker, admin no. Stop right there. Advocate of gender equality, are you crazy? Leo sent Misaka bag and recovered his beasts, which are the mansion, Kuribo, Diachu, Food Wars Octopus, etc. But he stopped when he saw Kagaya's message. Gacha is something that destroys the balance of the universe with the amount of salt it pours. Leo didn't want to experience Gacha again until he has at least 10 chances. Kazuma was buying powers and skill points from the chat room as he saw the message, which caused him to have the same reaction as Leo. "Neet princess, I'm already doomed, there's no turning back after you start. I hope that you guys to be fine after this. Advocate of gender equality, don't make it sound like you're doing a noble sacrifice here. If you pulled the Gacha, then we'll also pull because of curiosity. Annihilation Maker, admin, all that left will be an empty void in our souls, stop. Neet princess, there's no turning back." When the degenerate trio was having a debate about the Gacha, Whitebeard arrived at the coast city and met with Wave. After everyone ignored the flying ship like they ignored that Whitebeard doesn't have a beard, Wave listened to the explanation and the offer to be Whitebeard's son. I have to refuse, old man, Wave thought for a while before he gave his answer. Honestly, Wave was very skeptical about the different worlds thing, but even if he believed in Whitebeard, he can't just turn his back on his friends and crew here and just leave. I see. Whitebeard nodded at Wave before walking away. He isn't the time to offer things twice, and this is Wave's choice. What are you doing, you idiot? Suddenly, a group of sailors appeared behind Wave. You guys. Wave was surprised by his friends to appear here. Didn't you say that you want to explore the sea, so why are you hesitating? Wave friends know about Wave love for the sea and his dreams. And what about your justice? Another sailor knew about Wave losing his taigu, and after looking at Whitebeard's strength without a taigu, they thought Wave has a chance to achieve what they never dreamed of. The sailors didn't give Wave any chance before they pushed him toward Whitebeard's ship. Wave had a wry smile on his face as he didn't know what to do in this situation. Whitebeard watched this scene with a smile before he said, "So, what is your choice?" Wave looked at his friend before he stared at Whitebeard seriously and said, "I agree to be one of your crew and your son." Whitebeard smiled before he jumped to his ship and signaled Wave to follow him. Wave climbed the ship as he was waving towards his friends before the ship raised from the ground and flew away from the town. Staring at his town for a while, Wave waved one last time before he looked at Whitebeard sitting on the chair. He didn't want to ask about how this ship is flying, but he had a very important question. "Old man, what is your crew?" Wave asked a question that made Whitebeard grin before he said, "Pirates." "Excuse me." Wave stopped in his place for a moment before he raised his head and saw the pirate flag he ignored because the ship can fly. Wave felt the future is bleak while Whitebeard was laughing before they disappeared from this world. While Wave and Whitebeard left the world, Leo and Kazuma failed to stop Kagaya that was using the Gacha now. Gacha. Special Worlds Edition, something useful for you. Rate up. Kagaya stared at the Gacha screen as she regretted it already. But she can't go back now. Taking a deep breath, Kagaya pushed the screen and started the Gacha. The screen bloomed with different colors and rotated, which gave dizziness to Kagaya. After a while, the screen stopped, and a book appeared in Kagaya's hands. What is this? Kagaya stared at the book before trying to open it, but it didn't open or even moved an inch. Kagaya frowned at the book before a message arrived from the chat room. Congratulations on using Gacha and getting the Universal Martial Arts and Techniques book. Universal Martial Arts and Techniques book. Description: a book made by the world power that can give its user any martial arts or techniques she wishes for as long as it exists with some limitations. Usage: wish for the martial art and open the book. Limitations: the martial arts or techniques have to be something a normal human can learn, and it doesn't need some special conditions. P.S. Learn something useful, you filthy casual. Kagaya stared at the book and especially the last note before she almost throws the book out the window. The world is actually telling her that she sucks and needs to learn something else. This book can only be used to learn some basics for Kagaya. Like the Big Dipper God Fist from Hokuto Renkitoza or the breathing styles from Demon Slayer, which is something Kagaya doesn't like. As a full mage, Kagaya doesn't like to be involved in close combat, and stopping time with a lot of attacks is her ideal combat, so this is basically useless. Can I sell this? Kagaya put her hand on her chin before putting the book on the chat room screen as several options like sending appeared, but she chooses to sell. Abilities and items from the chat room can't be sold, but it can be put in the store, so the other members can buy it. Kagaya nodded before she chooses the store option. Universal Martial Arts book price is 20,000 to 100,000 points. Pick your price. Kagaya felt this system need to be optimized before she put the book as 30,000. She doesn't really care about small points now because her abilities and powers need hundreds of millions to upgrade, and she feels that someone might like this. Maybe someone will find it useful than throwing it out the window. After finishing the preparations, Kagaya put the book for sale and looked at the chat room messages. Advocate of gender equality, damn it all. Annihilation Maker, admin, you brought evil to this land. Are you satisfied? NEET Princess, I'm satisfied, but this emptiness can only be filled by games. Advocate of gender equality, what's this book, anyway? Universal book. This is useful, but can't you make the price lower? NEET Princess, the price limit was 20,000 which you can't afford. Asterisk sigh asterisk. Kazuma sighed again while Aqua was being chased by the Devil King avatars. Frogs that even a god can't defeat. However, someone has the same idea as him. Annihilation Maker, admin, brought the Universal Martial Arts and Techniques book for 30,000 points. In the base location, Leo was standing there while holding a book as his face had an evil grin. Advocate of gender equality, Leo. That was my breathing style. NEET Princess, is that thing really valuable or you just want another cool ability? Annihilation Maker, admin, of course, I need something cool and strong. Breath of the Sun will be very useful to me. Kazuma and Kagaya nodded as they thought Leo is creating another beast, but they were wrong. Annihilation Maker, admin FOOOOOOLS. Do you really think I'll waste this on that breath? Remember our passion. NEET Princess, passion. You mean, JoJo's? Oh, so it's Hammon, but isn't that the same sun and breathing? Advocate of gender equality, you'll hit people with sunlight power punches. Annihilation Maker, admin, no, Hammon is sun and life power which will have some connection with gold experience, so it's useful. Kagaya and Kazuma sighed as they felt Leo is really thinking about things, but they underestimated the madness levels. Annihilation Maker, admin again, why do you guys limit your vision this much? Always go for the things that destroy dimensions at minimal dimensions. Wait, no. Kagaya stood up as she stared at the computer screen in panic. NEET Princess, no, Leo. Think about this. Advocate of gender equality, Leo, it doesn't have to be like this. Kazuma was in the same panic state as he ignored Aqua's screams for help. Annihilation Maker, admin, there's no turning back. Now. Leo stared at the book before he thought of a technique he wants and opened the book. The book opened easily as it glowed with numerous light spots that rushed to Leo. Annihilation Maker, admin, used the Universal Martial Arts and Techniques book and got the spin from JoJo's. No, Kagaya dropped her hands weakly as she saw a message arrive at this moment. Annihilation Maker, admin, you spin me right round, baby, right round like a golden ratio right round. Kagaya felt she did one of the biggest mistakes in her life. Chapter 32, The Spin. The world is a very vague concept with all the mystery surrounding it. How huge, or how many aren't question that should be asked for the world because in this multiverse nothing is certain. This variety of concepts and forms allows the world to have endless possibilities of what can be or what cannot exist, which also includes powers that change from a world to another. The world keeps changing and so do the powers as it spans from regular punches and kicks to the universe obliteration. This phenomenon created a lot of concepts in understanding powers and different ideas about them, but most people agree that the powers shouldn't fall into the wrong hands, even if that was for their benefits or the greater good. However, today a powerful power fell into the hands of what most the people that don't like mass destruction consider the wrong hands. So, this is the spin. Leo opened his eyes after the technique information has transferred to his mind. The book in his hands decayed instantly before it became dust, but he didn't care about it. Staring at his hand for a while, Leo smiled as he got a power he never thought he'll have a chance to see at these times. The spin is just a technique about spinning objects and stuff, but this technique took the concept of spinning to a whole new level. It is a state of perfect or near-perfect rotation, which produces a unique form of energy. This technique uses the golden rectangle, a rectangle with a proportion equal to the golden ratio which is 16:9 that when recursively divided into a square and another golden rectangle, traces the path of the golden spiral, a mathematically endless spiral. Unlike the normal rotation, the spin is persistent and produces more rotational energy than it takes to create. That rotational energy is transferred to nearby objects in the form of vibrations and can be used for a lot of purposes. All that it takes for the spin to start is a simple force to spin the object according to the golden rectangle, which allows the start of a perfect rotation and thus an infinite energy, but it takes a lot of training to master the spin perfectly. Well, I have it now, so time and learning isn't that of a problem. Leo waved his hand as he felt that he know how to spin objects with the minimum force needed, but it still needs a lot of training to use it perfectly. Ignoring the spin for a moment, Leo looked at the chat room screen to see the friendly messages there. NEET Princess, damn it. I want a refund. Advocate of gender equality, I discovered that the world is only a place for suffering. Kagaya was almost smashing the screen at this point when she thought that the spin fell into the madman's hands. Annihilation Maker, admin huh? I bought this fair and square for 30,000 points, which was expensive. You should have made it lower than that. NEET Princess, you. Advocate of gender equality, honestly, I'm afraid to meet you now. Kazuma was staring at the clear sky as he felt that the world won't be peaceful anymore. Annihilation Maker, admin why should you be afraid? I'm just a normal guy who can spin stuff. Nothing weird about it. Advocate of gender equality, yeah. Nothing weird about a spinning object breaching multiple dimensions barriers and realities or ignoring the time stop. Annihilation Maker, admin yup, it's not weird, it's bizarre. Kagaya stared at the screen as she was taking long, deep breaths to calm herself. She swore at this moment that she'll never put something in this chat room store again. This was a crit to my heart. Kagaya calmed down as she realized that Gacha is really the source of pain and suffering, but as a good friend, she should keep a fair spirit and introduce her friends to this wonderful event in life. NEET Princess, yeah, I was rushing my actions and I have to congratulate you, Leo. I wonder what are you doing now? Annihilation Maker, admin too busy spinning. Kagaya almost crushed the screen again before she wrote. NEET Princess, good, good. But I have been wondering what will you get if you use the Gacha. Annihilation Maker, admin. Advocate of gender equality. NEET Princess, think about it, it was the spin at first, so what will you get from the friendly Gacha? Do it. Do it. Annihilation Maker, admin, is offline. Advocate of gender equality is offline. Cowards. Kagaya smashed the screen at this moment as she refused to be the only one to suffer from the Gacha. Meanwhile, in Konosuba world, Kazuma stood in his place while looking at the Gacha screen. He would be lying if he said that he didn't want to pull this Gacha. It doesn't matter if it sucks as long as you don't tell others about it. Kazuma refused to do the same mistake as Kagaya before reaching towards the screen filled with despair. Ignoring the rate up sign, Kazuma pushed the screen before he closed his eyes and waited. He felt like years passed at this moment before he sensed something heavy in his hands. What is this? Kazuma opened his eyes to a black cube in his hands. The cube wasn't that big, but it was heavy even for Kazuma that has 3 times the normal human powers now. Kazuma stared at the cube for a while before he saw a screen next to it. Congratulations on using Gacha and getting the Arsenal Cube. Arsenal Cube. Description: the cube in fact is an advanced weapon which can be used with any type of energy to generate ammo from 3 types: stun, freeze, burn. The cube has 3 forms: a pistol, a shotgun, and a sniper rifle that can be switched freely. Usage: imagine injecting energy into the cube and think what do you want from it. Limitation: need energy. P.S. I know the world is harsh, but please be strong. Oh. Kazuma stared at the cube with stars in his eyes, but he saw the extra note. What the meaning of this? Kazuma felt something very wrong from this note before he said, at least give me a joke, you bastard. This makes it worse. When Kazuma was doubting life and ignoring Aqua that was swallowed by the giant toad, Leo was looking at his palm before a black light flashed and a green steel ball appeared on it. Leo stared at the green steel ball for a moment before he applied force gently with the spin instructions. Buzz. The steel ball rotated slowly at first, but the speed increased a lot in mere seconds until Leo lost control and the steel ball flew before hitting a tree, making a pit in its trunk. Leo stared at the result before he raised his hand as the steel ball flew towards it. The steel ball is a beast and it can float or change directions. Second try. Leo did the same steps as the first time, but this time it seemed more natural as the steel ball didn't just fly from his hand. After reaching a certain speed, Leo made the ball rotate on his finger while keeping its speed the same. First lesson is done. Leo nodded as he made the steel ball rotate around his hand without falling to the ground. The spin is deceptively and relatively easy to learn at the basic, as novices can do normal spins within a day. However, it is extremely difficult to master. This technique requires a lot of understanding in fields like anatomy and very fine control to use the spin to its fullest. Like using it to control other people's bodies or control the projectiles after throwing them. Leo doesn't lack control after having the power of Taiga from the doctor, but he needs to learn more to use the spin to its full potential. So now that I have the spin, can I make a stand based on it? Leo put his hand on his chin before he went to the most obvious option. Tusk, the stand of Johnny Joestar. Tusk is a stand with a very close relation to the spin, and its main combat power is to spin the nails of its user and make them a weapon of close combat or a gun. Tusk has different forms and abilities that change with the mystery of the spin. Nails. Nails. Why it has to be nails? Leo felt lightning hit his head as he got one of the most crazy ideas until now. Why not make Tusk use the spin on his entire body without damaging it? By making Leo's nails the starting point, Tusk can use the spin on Leo's body to archive a total spin which can not only rotate his body but also his energy like ki. This requires Tusk to be in a very important center in Leo's body and in a position where it can affect Annihilation Maker to send the energy of the rotation to it, which makes Tusk the second gold experience in changing how the sacred gear works. JoJo's stands are the easiest way to change the whole structure of a Longinus, which is something no one has ever done before. But I need to master the spin first. Then Leo clenched his fist before he said, nothing is impossible with my BUG Longinus, the boosted gear, JoJo bizarreness, and a vast amount of energy. For his dream of becoming overpowered, Leo decided that he'll not only use the spin, but he'll become the spin. I guess this is all that I had to do here. Leo waved his hand as he caught the steel ball before choosing to go back to his world. Leo finished everything he has to do here, and it's time to go back since he doesn't want to pull the gacha here. He has a hunch that this world will do something to him for all that damage, like lowering his luck, so he'll pull it away from here. Closing his eyes for a second, Leo appeared in his last position when he left DXD, a park where his beasts put a protection field. Well, this is a familiar feeling. Leo raised his hand as he felt the familiar key of DXD world. He thinks this key feels more comfortable than the other world key. All the members returned to their worlds, sending the invitation for the new member. I totally forgot about that. Leo stared at the notification before ignoring it. He's preparing to face the gacha, and he doesn't think the new member will accept very soon unless he's an idiot. Sigh asterisk. I already got the spin, so as long as it's not something ridiculous, I'm fine with it. Leo pulled the gacha as the screen flashed with different colors that gave Leo dizziness before a card appeared in his hand. A card. Leo stared at the card as it was completely blank with no distinguishable features. Congratulations on using gacha and getting the blank card. Blank card. Description, an empty card that can be filled with something. Usage, fill it with something. Limitation, the thing has to belong to the user. P.S. It's like getting a gift box, but only the box. Well, look at the bright side, life is empty too. Leo stared at the blank card before he said the only thing in his mind now, why the fuck there's notes now. Leo entered the chat room as he saw all his abilities have notes on them now. Annihilation Maker note. This is too bug to exist. Nerf please. The boosted gear note. The rising of the foolish dragon emperor. While the spin was different as it made Leo eyebrows twitch. The spin, low mastery. 20,000 points. PS1, the martial arts and techniques separate with low, mid, high, and perfect mastery. PS2, this is the first lesson, Leo. There's a long time before saying, thank you, Yiro. I can ignore the stupid remarks, but where do you see me in the first lesson? Leo was spinning the steel ball in his palm easily as it was getting faster and faster without losing control. And why these notes exist anyway? What? Leo looked at the chat room screen before he spotted something. The Multiverse Chat Room 2.1 version. Did they actually update it? Leo started to feel he should talk less to those world wills since they seemed to work very fast. Ignoring the stupid remarks, Leo logged into the main chat where he found everyone already logged in. Annihilation Maker, admin, what did I miss? Bree, nothing, we're just waiting for this new member. NEET Princess, cowards. Advocate of gender equality, can you stop already? I told you I used the gacha, but I'll never say what I got. Annihilation Maker, admin, really? What did you get? NEET Princess, good luck trying to get information. Advocate of gender equality, a charity gift from my world. What did you get? Annihilation Maker, admin, an empty gift box. NEET Princess, what? What? I don't know what to feel about this. Bree, first, this gacha seems to be very scary, and secondly, what happened to you guys? A hero for fun, this gacha seems like something to get stronger. Can I throw it away? The strongest men in the world, I don't know what's so scary about it. Advocate of gender equality, just wait until you see the despair behind the gacha. As for what happened, Leo can kill people with a yo-yo now. Bree, what? Annihilation Maker, admin, a yo-yo. That's weak. I can kill people with a Beyblade. NEET Princess, what about a fidget spinner? Annihilation Maker, admin. What an evil mindset. Advocate of gender equality. She's too dangerous. Bree, you know what? I don't care. So, when this new member will arrive? A hero for fun, maybe it'll take days like Kagaya. The strongest men in the world, if that's the case then I need to go. I have a business to take care of. Whitebeard stared at the completely panicked Wave in the middle of his crew before he smiled. He saw that Wave didn't judge his crew from the first time he met them just because they were pirates, which got Whitebeard approval, but Wave didn't do that because he can't beat anyone here. However, before anyone left the chat room, a notification arrived. Big Sister Lion joined the chat room. We hope you don't get corrupted. Annihilation Maker, admin. This update was a mistake. Advocate of gender equality, there was an update. All the members in the chat room that know about computers looked at the chat room name as they saw the 2.1 mark. NEET Princess, this chat room can be updated. Big Sister Lion, hello. Bree, hello. New member. Misaka stared at the screen intensely as she felt this new member is a normal person. A hero for fun, hello. Saitama that was doing his hero patrol, welcomed the new member before ignoring the chat room. The strongest men in the world, welcome to the ship. Whitebeard still taking this chat room as a ship, which he isn't wrong if you think it sails the multiverse. In Akame Ga Kill World, inside the Revolutionary Army headquarters, there was a blonde woman looking at the air. Seriously, what is this? Leon stared at the holographic screen as she was surprised about what is happening. After getting an utter defeat from Saitama and having their taigas stolen by Kagaya, Night Raid went back to the Revolutionary Army headquarters to prepare for war, but they were surprised today as they got information from spies that the Empire vanished. The Revolutionary Army didn't believe the information, but their spies said the Empire has been erased from the map like nothing, which brought more worries than happiness for the Revolutionary Army. The third party did it move, and it was a very shocking move that put the entire Revolutionary Army in despair. However, they also got information about a huge number of people appearing near the spies' base, which gave another surprise to the Revolutionary Army. What was the reason for the third party to spare these civilians? This only gave more questions for the Revolutionary Army as they send their forces to check about this event. Night Raid also knew about the accident and felt shocked as the whole Empire, the reason for their fight until now, has vanished like nothing. Leon stared at her teammates as she sighed. Honestly, she also feels empty now as all that she fought for has vanished like nothing, but on the other hand, she's glad that her friends are still alive and nobody was lost in this, even if this seems temporary as there are other formidable opponents like the Bald Man. Leon sighed again, but there's nothing to do about it. However, before Leon went to join her team, a holographic screen appeared in front of her. Do you want to know what happened? Where did the Taigu go? Who's this mysterious party that destroyed the Empire? Then accept this invitation. Huh. Leon wiped her eyes before she found that this screen is real, which made her wary from it. Where did it come from, or what the reason behind it? Leon felt she's walking into a path of no return if she accepted this suspicious deal, but she can't refuse either. This isn't only about Leon, but it's about her friends. After the Empire falls, all the forces will try to grab this fat sheep, and the Revolutionary Army without any Taiga don't have the power to stop them, which means this is a losing battle. And more importantly, Leon wants to know the reason behind the Empire disappearing because it means the safety of her friends. Who knows when this third party will attack again and kill all of them. First, I don't know if this invitation will disappear if I told someone about it, so I'll risk it myself. Making up her mind, Leon took a deep breath before she accepted the invitation and joined the chat room. Leon was surprised about this thing called chat room and the three people that were talking about an update or something. However, Leon didn't understand, so she did the first step in gathering information and greeted everyone in the chat room after realizing she can just think of what she wants to say. They seemed to be friendly. Leon stared at the replies as she was wondering if these guys are really responsible for the Empire destruction. Annihilation Maker, Admin O, a new member. As the admin, I shall welcome you with our traditional greeting. Hello, and go read the explanation file. I have spinning to do. Advocate of gender equality, you're not going anywhere until you explain what this update has to do with you. Kazuma wasn't willing to let go of Leo, who seemed to be the reason for this update. NEET Princess, spit it out. I know it has something to do with you. I don't even know. Leon stared at the trio that kept battling in the chat as she didn't even know how she should react to this. Bree, don't worry about them, they usually fight like this. How about I tell you about the chat room? Big Sister Lion, thank you. You're really nice. This group seems to be made of good people if you ignore their words, but I have to gather information first. Leon could see that the other members weren't really fighting, but just joking with each other, and this group seemed to get used to that scene. Bree, no problem. This chat room is a device or a tool that allows people from different worlds to interact with each other, but if you want a deeper explanation, you should read the explanation file. I'm sorry. Big Sister Lion. Leon thought this was a mistake to accept that invitation. But she went to the explanation file according to Misaka's instructions and read it. After going through a lot of words and explanations, Leon stared to believe this chat room has a problem, and this thing about different worlds is probably right. Big Sister Lion, is this different worlds thing is real? I can't believe something like this exists. Bree, I know it may be hard to believe, but we have been to your world before and there are some photos and videos about different worlds too in the chat room files, you can check them. Photos, videos. Leon remembered she saw something about those in the explanation file before she followed the instructions and found the photos and videos, but that froze her completely. I start to believe these are the guys that destroyed the Empire. Leon scrolled down in the photos as she saw Saitama sitting in his apartment before she stopped again as she saw another person she didn't want to see. Big Sister Lion, it's you. The guy who tricked me in the restaurant. Leon forgot most of the mission now as her eyes were flaming from anger while staring at Leo's name in the chat. Bree, it's Leo, isn't it? Misaka covered her face as she felt this group can't just take it easy for once. Advocate of gender equality, hey, Leo. I think she's talking about you. Kazuma felt only Leo will actually mess with people during a mission. Neet Princess, are you a magnet of hatred? Kagaya put her sleeve in front of her mouth as she was waiting for the show. Annihilation Maker, admin oh, it's the third-rate gangster. Next time, don't complain if you lost, and don't make it sound like you didn't try to trick me, especially if it was only you who ate the food. Advocate of gender equality, is this Leon? Great. We have 2 Leos now, but I guess it was bad luck to meet this guy, huh? Neet Princess, I can't describe how bad your luck to actually target this guy. Big Sister Lion, how do you know my name? Leon felt a cold sweat on her back as she had a feeling this group knows her very well, even better than herself. Advocate of gender equality, the wisdom we hold knows no bounds. Neet Princess, as the keepers of wisdom, we know a lot of things, but we can tell you if you just ask without trying to get information in your sneaky way. Annihilation Maker, admin and actually targeting the clueless Mikoto. How shameless of you. Bree, wait, what? Misaka got another hit by this group as she felt the need to upgrade her conversation skills. Leon was sweating as she saw that this conversation turned into a minefield that can explode on her at any moment. Big Sister Lion, I don't know what you're talking about. Fine, I'm sorry. Leon saw it was useless to fight with people that know you better than yourself as they will poke holes in your lies immediately before she tells the truth since she saw these guys aren't scums. Big Sister Lion, well. I was told by this chat room that I'll find who destroyed the Empire and took the Taigu if I joined. Annihilation Maker, admin is that all? Big Sister Lion, yes. What is this weak reaction? Leon saw this group is so calm before she received a message. Annihilation Maker, admin it's simple. We erased the Empire from the map. As for the Taigu, I took a few from the Empire while the others. Neet Princess, I stole all of them from my collection. Advocate of gender equality, hold on, when did that happen? Leon sat on a chair as she looked at the ceiling in silence. The Empire, which is her biggest enemy, is treated like an insect in this chat room, and the Taiga, which are the strongest weapons in her world, are treated as a collection. Honestly, Leon wants to drink and forget about these things she heard today, but she forced herself and asked the last question. Big Sister Lion, so what was the reason of that admin and the bald man for attacking our base? Neet Princess, you were attacked by Saitama, but he's ignoring the chat room now. Annihilation Maker, admin hold up. You're attacked by Saitama. Why nobody told me this? And when did I attack you? Big Sister Lion, didn't you leave a challenge message or something after we were defeated by the men called Saitama? Here's the message. Message. Leo frowned before he widened his eyes and his hand surpassed the speed of sound while clicking on the admin options. Big Sister Lion * picture of Leo teasing his cat *. The next moment. This message was deleted by Annihilation Maker, admin, because it wasn't appropriate. Buzz. Leo was standing in front of the screen as his eyes turned into dragon eyes and steel ball in his hand was spinning without stopping. Picture. Advanced technology doesn't belong to AKMGA Kill World. My location was away from any threat that might come and Whitebeard forgot about that event after the battle. The fact that the picture is with Leon means that the whole revolutionary army knows about it. The only person who has devices like those is, Leo's eyes were getting darker as he opened his mouth that was releasing sparks to say. Kagaya. But for Leo misfortune, everyone in the chat saw the picture. Advocate of gender equality, do you have this kind of hobby, Leo? Kazuma felt he saw another side of this guy who only know destruction. Bree, do you like small cats, Leo? Misaka felt she and Leo might have something in common and can talk about without realizing she is awakening a volcano now. I honestly forgot about that picture. But hey, you know what they say. Kagaya smiled before she said, fake it until you make it. Neet Princess, oh, do you like small cats, Leo? How cute. However, all the messages were greeted by silence. The group waited for Leo to reply for over 10 minutes as this silence became scary. Advocate of gender equality, eh? I have a goddess to save, I need to go. Advocate of gender equality is offline. Kazuma saw the situation is wrong, so he decided to run before the bomb drop. Big Sister Lion, I think I'll also go. It was nice to meet you all. Leon felt she stepped on one of the biggest landmines in this group before running away. Meanwhile, in DXD world, Leo was standing in the same position as the steel ball did a small tornado around him, but he didn't care. Leo now is the definition of a volcano that is about to erupt. Glancing at the chat room before choosing the crossing function, he's planning to delete the memories of some people in Ga Kill World first. Normal world travel card. 1000 points. PS, only for the worlds of the chat members. Leo didn't even look at the price before choosing Ga Kill World, but a red screen appeared in front of him. You have been banned from visiting this world. Reason. #######. Ga Kill World will I see suffering and anger, and I'm planning to enjoy them to my fullness. And fuck you. Leo face completely darkened as an aura that even scared his beasts was emitting from him. What is this huge wrath? Inside the boosted gear, Drake felt Leo rage and anger as he saw the boosted gear and Annihilation Maker getting closer to Balance Breaker. It seems that this host will keep surprising me. Holding this amount of anger without losing control. This is interesting. Drake saw the boosted gear and the Annihilation Maker even showing some different reactions before he closed his eyes, but in the real world. Today is really beautiful. Leo was staring at the sky with a blank face before he said, but why the sky is a little bit red. Today is the day that almost opened the doors of hell because of a picture. Chapter 33, Back to the School. Inside the park of Kuo City, Leo was looking at the steel ball that was smoking from heat as his eyes were serious than ever. Leo spun the steel ball again as he felt there was something wrong, but he didn't understand it before he said, I need more than this. More than ever to break the world barrier. It has been 2 hours after Leo came back from Ga Kill World and he's now trying to find a way back. All this time, Leo was training the spin to achieve higher levels in this technique, but all that he accomplished is moving closer to the golden ratio and nothing more. Moving closer to the golden ratio augmented the spin power and speed, but this is far from mastering the spin and even further from the golden spin which can breach dimensions. Maybe I need more control. Leo spun the steel ball on his finger before he remembered the genuine cause of his obsession about the spin. He wants to use the spin to breach the world barrier, which is something impossible and ridiculous at the same time, but this isn't going to stop him from trying to pay a visit to the Revolutionary Army. Even at this moment, Leo was still feeling the urge to smash this chat room screen, but he stopped as it was pointless. Sigh. It has been a long time since I was this angry. Leo stared at his hand before closing it. This brought for Leo some memories, but he needs to focus on work, which is planning how can he travel between worlds without the chat room help. He won't stay still until all the memories about that photos are deleted from this world and about his teammates in chat room. There'll be some casualties, especially an old hag. So, for control, I need more focus or calculations. Leo dropped the steel ball as he looked at the time from the chat room because as a matter of fact, his phone was broken at the Dragon Vein. It's 7:22 a.m. and there's no time to waste as the school will start at 8:30 a.m. which means it's a boring day. Closing his eyes from a moment, Leo stared at the chat room before he chose a private chat with the one nicknamed the only normal person in the chat room. Misaka. Annihilation Maker, Admin Mikoto, are you there? Bree, yeah, I'm here, but what happened to you, Leo? Annihilation Maker, Admin. Nothing. Bree, but why did you leave suddenly? Is it because of the photo? Misaka was curious about Leo's reaction after looking at the photo, but the next messages turned that curiosity into fear. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Nothing happened. There was no picture. Did you say something? Because everything was normal. Ha. Bree, but. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Nothing happened, Mikoto. Bree. Oh, okay. But why were you angry? Of course, nothing happened. Misaka chose her words carefully because this situation seemed very weird and far from the other situations this group had seen before. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Personal reasons. Bree. Oh, so what do you need from me? Annihilation Maker, Admin. I want to be an Esper. Bree, an Esper. Sure, let's me. Repeat what you just said. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Read the previous message. Bree, but why do you want to be an Esper? Aren't you a spinning nuke? Annihilation Maker, Admin. Who said that? Bree, nobody. Okay, it's Kazuma-san. Annihilation Maker, Admin. I see. What a good friend. Misaka felt sorry for Kazuma before she tried to shift the topic. Bree, do you want me to send you my powers? Annihilation Maker, Admin. No, I want the power curriculum program and I want to pay for it. Power Curriculum Program is the project that started the Espers as it unlocks their hidden potential. The program's aim is for the subjects to attain their own personal reality and gain a power that defies normal reality by going through certain tests, but the chat room should make it much simpler. Bree, okay, but I can send it for free, you know. Annihilation Maker, admin, I fine with it this way, and I think you need these points. Bree, fine. But don't regret it. Leo sighed at the last message before an icon appeared next to Misaka's name with a small screen. Power Curriculum Program. Cost, 50,000 points. PS1, buy a World Powers compatibility card to use this after the purchase. PS2, do you know that this thing is free into Aru World? Leo took a deep breath while ignoring the stupid notes before looking at the store for the compatibility card. To Aru World Powers compatibility card. Cost, 5,000 points. Leo looked at this screen as he felt that the only cheap thing in this chat room is world travel and power cards before he purchases it with the Power Curriculum Program. Like the usual, the chat room worked quickly as Leo felt nothing before he had a weird feeling. First, Leo felt his brain is faster in processing thoughts and information, and secondly, a field appeared around Leo, which is his AIM field. There was even a formula in his head that belongs to his Esper powers, which means that this chat room was nice enough to give him a formula. This. Leo stared at his hand as he understood the power he got even if he was a level 2 because of his weak formula. He didn't even feel a connection with his Longinus or any chemical reaction after having Esper's power, but maybe because his powers are weak. So, this is my personal reality. Leo had a complicated expression that usually never appears on his face before he sighed and said. Anyway, I'll do this first. Leo chooses to ignore his personal reality problems now before Venom changed to Kuo school uniform and his monocle became normal glasses. After finish the outer look, Leo activated his Longinus and made headphones that can shield his powers and especially his Longinus and the AIM field. Well, it's time. Leo finished creating his new headphones with a powerful shielding ability before he looked at the time and saw it was almost 8:11 a.m. which means he needs to go. After this, I'll make a clone or something. Leo felt his time will be wasted in this school, but today there's something important to be done. After finishing his preparations, and intending to check his ability at another time, Leo walked in the way towards school, which isn't interesting at all. Walking in the road slowly, Leo didn't bother to look at the people or the surrounding students. He had a lot going on this morning which made his brain refuse to think about other things even with his calculation powers are 20 times the normal humans because of Venom and Esper power. Venom changed slowly during this period as it was getting stronger while doing nothing. He was evolving with every minute passing, but Leo knows this is just the quick increase period and he had to do something else after Venom finish. What are you doing? Leo stopped in his place before looking at the sneaky person behind him. There was someone following Leo for almost 2 minutes now. Nothing. Saji lowered his hand as he scratched the back of his head because he failed to surprise Leo and more importantly he feels a volcano in front of him rather than a person. Geez. What happened to this guy? Why do I feel just a false move and I'll get a punch to the face? Saji stared at the people around as some of them got chills after getting closer to Leo. This isn't the first time this morning. Saji even saw a group of people shivering for Northwest reason after being close to Leo, which made him wonder what happened to this guy. So, what happened yesterday? Saji tried to ask normally, but he sweat when Leo said his honest feelings. Nothing. Except I want to strangle somebody or use him as a punching bag. The usual, Leo said calmly while Saji was sweating even more. Oi. Something definitely happened. Saji smiled wryly as he felt this conversation is very dangerous for him before changing the topic. Why didn't you answer my calls yesterday? Saji tried to save himself with this question before Leo said. Broken. Really? Saji was suspicious, but he didn't dare to ask now before he said, your parents called my home yesterday. 42 times to be precise. Leo stopped his footsteps as he got the second most lovely information on this day. A piece of information made him wonder why he really needs a punching bag. Saji, please. Just please tell me you didn't mess this up. Leo felt his future is hopeless before Saji said, don't worry, I handled it perfectly. Sigh. Leo covered his face with his hand as this day keeps getting better and better. But you know. You could have asked me if you need help in something. Saji looked at Leo as he felt something very different even with the anger that keeps emitting from Leo. Maybe. But I can take care of it, Leo replied without looking at Saji as this thing wasn't very important for him before he said, but you can be a punching bag if you want. I'll pass, however, you really love to push people around and do your thing, huh? Saji felt a little helpless before he said, can you at least look at me covering you yesterday and tell me what happened? Leo stared at Saji for a moment before he said, I remembered some memories. Memories. Saji never saw Leo talk about things like this before, even with this complicated tone. Yes, memories. Leo sped up his footsteps while Saji tried to get deeper into the matter, but Leo didn't talk anymore. The two men continued their walk in silence as Saji didn't know what he should say and Leo ignoring everything around him before they reached the school gate. Koa Academy was like usual with its fancy design and the high number of female students while the student council was checking on the students. Leo stared at them from a moment before walking forward, but a girl with long black hair and a serious expression on her face stopped him. Stop right there. The girl with long hair stopped Leo as she was staring at his headphones before she said, "What's your name?" Leo stared at this girl taking a notebook before he said, "Shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Saji that was staring at Leo opened his mouth wide at this scene while the girl frowned before pushing her glasses and saying, "Tsubaki Shinra, third-year high school student at Koa Academy, the vice president of Koa Academy's student council." "Oh, nice to meet you." "I guess," Leo replied calmly while ignoring Tsubaki that was waiting for his introduction and Saji that was sweating. Tsubaki frowned as she saw Leo had no intention to introduce before she said, "Headphones are forbidden on the school ground as it's breaking to the rules." "Oh." Leo didn't change his expression while Tsubaki frowned even more. Other members from the student council saw this as they wanted to interfere, but Tsubaki signaled them to stay away. "Do you realize what does it mean to break the school rules?" Tsubaki saw Leo don't care about her, which made her slightly angry. "Rules are meant to be broken, but unfortunately for you, these headphones don't break the school rules." Leo smiled at Tsubaki before he said, "These are my club equipment." "Huh?" Tsubaki was baffled for a moment while Saji covered his face. "My club equipment," Leo said with a straight face which made Tsubaki twitch her eyebrow before she said, "Do you expect me to believe in this lame excuse?" "Who knows? It's up to you, but these are my club equipment." Leo smiled while Tsubaki looked at Leo up and down before she said, "Then what's this club that needs headphones? And which one are you from?" "Fashion, music, art, and the list continue but for me. I'm going to make a club about headphones now." Leo's smile grew wider while Tsubaki was baffled again by this man's reasoning. "Your club?" Tsubaki asked carefully while looking at Saji that didn't know if he should laugh or cry at this moment. "Yeah, my club. Which I would make." Leo looked at Tsubaki in the eyes before she said, "Today. After the first lesson. Which I'm almost late for. Because of you." "What?" Tsubaki was really angry at this moment but before she said anything Leo said, "Your next line is. As the vice president of the student council, you have to make sure that all the rules are being followed." "As the vice president of the huh?" Tsubaki was surprised while the students looked at this way, but Leo didn't care as he said, "You see, vice president. Being a part of the student council is good and all, but you know this is still a school which learning is the top priority. That means you're breaking the rules now. But you're breaking the school rules and those." Tsubaki didn't finish her words as Leo did for her. "These headphones break the school rules, which is not because they are the club equipment of my club, which is my right as a student to make or join a one if I wish for, and for that, I need to show my talents. Isn't that right?" Tsubaki now felt she should just confiscated those headphones without talking to this guy. "You see here. You're now in a contradiction between breaking rules and not, which are in both ways wrong, but don't worry, you can keep thinking about them as I go to my class." Leo walked past the confused Tsubaki as he said, "It was an interesting talk." Saji looked at Tsubaki and the students around before he walked toward Leo with a helpless expression. "That was really an interesting conversation." Tsubaki heard a voice behind her as she saw a girl with a short bob cut and violet eyes looking at where Leo left. "President." Tsubaki was embarrassed when she thought that Sona saw all that happened and how she lost easily with some words. "You weren't right there, and he wasn't right either, but you fell for his trap easily. I expect you to learn from this, Tsubaki," Sona said seriously while Tsubaki nodded before she said, "Yes, President." "Do you know who that was?" Sona asked, but Tsubaki shook her head as she didn't see Leo before, but one of the student council members said, "It was the second-year high school student, Leo Arisaltek. He didn't show up on the first day." "I see," Sona nodded before continuing her student council work with her peerage. Meanwhile, with Leo and Saji as they were walking toward class. "You're screwed." Saji sighed before he said to Leo, "There's no way the student council will let you go now." "Who said I want them to let me go?" In Saji's surprised eyes, Leo smiled before he said, "Remember the talk about the punching bag?" "Well, I just found it now." Saji stopped in his place as he felt the school and its council will probably face the most crazy day in their lives today. Ignoring the frozen Saji, Leo walked forwards as he looked at students around while the world in Leo's eyes was weird. His vision was sending his messages the whole time about students around or the surrounding objects, which felt very weird and confusing for him. Even if it's slightly complicated. This ability is useful, Leo sighed before stopping his Esper's powers. Leo ability and personal reality from becoming an Esper are just looking at flaws. Yes, only looking at flaws, be it people or objects, Leo can find its flaws just by looking at it. the flaws in the matter just by looking at the weak spots according to his calculations, or finding flaws in people, words, or even personality by feeling the chemical reactions in the target brain, or according to his bioelectricity, which need to be in close range to do so, but this ability make Leo feel complicated. It's just an upgrade to his usual observation of people. A world filled with flaws, huh? Leo stared at the window of the school corridor before walking forward. He has a meeting after some time and he needs to be ready for it. Chapter 34, Heavy Atmosphere. After separating from Saji, Leo walked slowly towards his classroom while feeling the eyes of the other students on him. Most of them were looking at his headphones, and some witnessed him giving life lessons to Tsubaki. Leo doesn't care a lot about these students, but to be honest, he doesn't like others staring at him like some sort of a rare animal. This made him frown as he doesn't want to blow up this place, so he walked towards a corner and made his headphones an extra ability of presence lowering. Small abilities like this don't require so much effort from Leo, he can even create them instantly, especially if he made them before. And about the fact he's in a school filled with devils. Leo want to say that these devils are noobs and they can't find him even if he was sitting on the same desk and using his Longinus, but he can't blame them. After all, there's a difference between people trying to be strong and him who has a dream to be overpowered. After feeling all the eyes on his body were gone, Leo walked at a faster pace towards his classroom before choosing a random desk and setting down. The teacher entered the class almost at the same time as Leo before doing the usual processes to start the lesson. Leo stared at the teacher and the lesson for a moment before ignoring it. He isn't saying the lesson is boring even if it is, but he doesn't see a point in listening because it doesn't help him at all. All the lessons in the high school level don't help him optimize his formula or even add value to his personal reality, which gives a light to how much advanced the Academy City. So after realizing these facts, Leo put his head on the desk and thought about an alternative plan. What to do now? Asking Mikoto for knowledge? No, our personal reality is so much different, which makes her formula useless for me. Leo started to circle the possible solutions in his brain while nobody noticed him. Books. Nah, too much work and I don't have time to go to the library. Maybe I could use the ultimate source of knowledge, the internet, but I don't even have my phone with me. Wait, Leo raised his head from the desk slightly before activating his Longinus. A small black fog appeared inside Leo's pocket before a smartphone similar to his old one was made from the fog. At the moment the phone was made, Leo closed his eyes as the phone screen appeared in his mind. Even the SIM card is the same. Sometimes I really underestimate my Longinus. Leo looked at the phone screen as he started checking all the new options. The phone is a beast that was made to be the same as Leo's last phone even with the same SIM card, but this one is an intelligent beast that can do a lot of complicated actions easily and it's a professional hacker on Cyborg's level. However, the most important thing is this phone can be connected to Leo's mind, which means it search for information on the internet and send it to Leo's brain. Let's start with biology, chemistry, and physics. Leo thought of the subjects and the phone entered the internet immediately and showed the results. To be honest, Leo feels this phone ability to hack any Wi-Fi and get free internet is the strongest ability. I wonder how much I need to upgrade my level. Leo felt it'll take a while to upgrade his Esper level because his power is one of those abilities that spreads to all scientific subjects to archive its full potential, so the amount of calculation is huge and it keeps increasing the more complicated the flaws are. He didn't know how much it'll take, but he chooses to look at the chat room to see its price. Esper LVL2, Vision of the Flaws. Cost, 100,000 points. PS1, this is an active Esper ability. PS2. What are you fighting against? PS3, a deal that'll never repeat in your life. Pay 100,000 points and fix your incompatibility with other worlds mana. But that not all. Pay 200,000 more and you can have to Aru world mana as well. What are you waiting for? Leo stared at the prices and the note as he felt this chat room like to increase the cost on abilities before he saw the second note. That note made Leo stop for a moment before he sighed and looked at the knowledge in his phone. This day keeps getting better and better. Leo looked at the ton of knowledge in his phone before reading them as he wants to see if he can get a degree in physics by the end of the day. When Leo was studying for his physics degree, there was a debate going on in the chat room. Big Sister Lion, so, Kagaya was it? NEET Princess, yes, what do you want, Leon? Big Sister Lion. Can I get the tiger back? NEET Princess, I don't know. Can you? Advocate of gender equality, I saw this scene repeat for over 5 times already, can't you think of another? Kazuma got sick from looking at those two, repeating the same phrases for 5 times with no advancement. Big Sister Lion, sigh I really need the tiger this isn't even a joke. The Empire fell down which means the other forces will attack us and we don't have the power to stop all of them without the Taigu. After the Empire's destruction news become public, all the other forces will attack the land of the Empire and without the Taigu, Leon doesn't see a chance for the Revolutionary Army to stop all of them, so she's asking Kagaya to give them back. Advocate of gender equality, wow, this turned from a civil war to a world war very quickly. Big Sister Lion, if some guys didn't come and blow up all the empire, this wouldn't happen. Advocate of gender equality, sorry, but if you have a complaint about destruction in this chat room, then please ask Leo. Even if that is pointless. Big Sister Lion. NEET Princess, I heard your words and understood your reasons. Advocate of gender equality, why does this feel so chunny for a moment? NEET Princess, as a very generous princess. Advocate of gender equality, lies. NEET Princess. As a very generous princess, I can give you the taiga back, but... Big Sister Lion, but what? NEET Princess, I don't have all the taigu. Like the Incursio and the Prefector are with Leo and Kazuma, and I don't think they'll give them to you. Advocate of gender equality, the day that you'll take these gloves from me will be the day when this chat room becomes normal. NEET Princess, that means never. Big Sister Lion. Oh. But what about Leo? He should be the admin or something. Advocate of gender equality, ha. Good joke. Hold on, are you serious? NEET Princess, you're asking the wrong person here. Leo will definitely sacrifice that taiga to make something broken again, so don't dream he'll give it back. Big Sister Lion. Sacrifice. Leon didn't understand how can someone sacrifice a taiga, and she still didn't figure it out after Kagaya explained. NEET Princess, he'll sacrifice the taiga for the power of God, Longinus, and anime, imagination. Advocate of gender equality, this is the most accurate explanation of Leo's powers I saw until now. Is this the reason why he's always overpowered? Because he knew the truth. NEET Princess, thank you, I'm available for the entire week. Big Sister Lion. Advocate of gender equality, but are you really okay? NEET Princess, why shouldn't I be okay? Advocate of gender equality, you're being targeted by someone who has the power of God and anime at his side. NEET Princess, nothing to worry about, I mean even if Leo was an absolute jerk, he's still a reasonable person. Advocate of gender equality, the word reasonable and Leo shouldn't be put in the same phrase, but please listen to this. If the spin could breach multiple dimensions, then what is stopping it from breaching multiple timelines? Kagaya broke the controller in her hand as she stared at the chat room. Screen. NEET Princess, suddenly. I'm feeling very insecure. Big Sister Lion, Can I have the taiga now? Leon felt she should back down now because Kagaya and Kazuma entered a place she doesn't understand. Again. NEET Princess, sure, you can have all the taiga that I have, except this death one because getting Yamato from Leo is almost impossible. Big Sister Lion, Thank you, this will be a big help. NEET Princess, you can keep them, I don't care. Leon stared at the chat room screen as she felt grateful. She knows these guys stole the taigu, but they also don't have a reason to give them back. Advocate of gender equality, wait for it. Leon didn't understand the meaning behind Kazuma's message, but she got it immediately after a moment. NEET Princess, so I can steal them again after your war is over. Leon stared at the ceiling as she was wondering what she got herself into. Meanwhile, in DXD world, Leo was putting his head on the table as the information was being transferred from the internet to his brain. His personal reality started to add more values as his calculation speed increased and his formula improved as well. But he's still far away from level 3. The lesson was already over as the teacher left the classroom and students were talking to each other, but suddenly, a white-haired girl entered the classroom. Hello, is Leo Arisaltek here? The white-haired girl asked the classroom before a moment of silence occurred between the students. The first thought in the mind of the students was this is Momo Hanakai from the student council. But what she's doing here? And the second thought, who the hell is Leo? Finally, this took forever, Leo saw the Momo before standing up from his desk and walking towards her. He isn't here. Momo stared at the confused students as she saw they really don't know the one called Leo, but at that moment she felt someone tapping her shoulder. You're from the student council, right? Then let's go. Leo stared at the surprised girl in front of him as he felt this is taking so long. Are you Leo Arisaltek? Momo was surprised by Leo appearing suddenly as she didn't understand how she can miss a guy wearing headphones in the middle of the class. Yes, can we get going? Leo repeated his words before walking towards the classroom door, but he stopped at that moment. Was this guy a part of our class? I never saw him before. He looks kinda cute. Damn it. Walking with Hanakai-san. Leo listened to all the students' words behind his back as he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Momo stared at Leo's actions before she widened her eyes from the shock. Shut up. You're annoying. Leo screamed at his classmates as the entire class with the school corridor was in the state of silence. ***. Leo stared at his shocked classmates before he walked outside the classroom while Momo recovered and followed him. Who the hell was that guy? The whole classroom exploded after Leo left with angry screams, but in the middle of those screams there were some different individuals. That was cool. Some girls had a blush on their faces while looking at the way Leo left. Leo felt the classroom as he didn't know that he learned a new Joestar technique, which means he really deserves that star mark on his shoulder. Arisaltek-san. Wait. Leo heard a voice behind him before looking at Momo that was following him. Where are you going? Momo asked Leo before he said, to the student council room. But. Do you know its location? Momo said that because Leo is walking in the opposite direction of the student council. I don't. Leo said seriously before he looked at Momo and said, however, I'll reach there eventually. Eh? Wait. Momo saw Leo walking again before trying to stop him. After a lot of twists and turns, Leo and Momo reached the student council room while Momo was feeling tired now. Even if she was a devil. This is the student council room, Arisaltek-san. Please wait a moment, Momo said to Leo before he knocked at the door and received a reply. After hearing Sona's voice, Momo opened the door. Leo entered the room as he saw all the student council members were working and Sona was sitting on the desk. Welcome to the student council, Leo Arisaltek. Sona raised her head as she greeted Leo and brought all the student council members to him. Leo stared at student council members before he looked at Sona and said, you know what? After a second thought. Can I leave? Awkward silence. The whole student council was caught in a moment of silence as all Sona peerage was shocked by Leo's words. Sona fixed her glasses as they reflected the light before she said. No. Oh. Leo pushed his glasses as they also reflected the light before he said. That's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Sona crossed her finger as she stared at Leo. Leo stared at Sona at the same time as a very heavy atmosphere appeared in the room. The student council members looked at each other, but they didn't dare to interfere, especially after feeling the heavy atmosphere. Chapter 35, Rules. Inside the student council room, Leo and Sona were staring at each other, as a dreadful atmosphere filled the room. The student council members didn't dare to interfere in this matter as they felt the target will change to them. Tsubaki was the most scared of this situation. This confrontation made her feel fear. She knows Sona can be scary sometimes, but she never knows there can be someone equally scary, especially after they pushed their glasses and reflected the light. She wants to complain about why she can't learn this skill. Leo and Sona were staring at each other as they didn't do any other move except observing each other. Both of them reached the conclusion that the other party is very strict in his choices and won't back down easily. This made them identify each other as an enemy. Leo felt this girl in front of him is a tough enemy, not in power, but in his way to prove that he's always right, which means that he has to put some effort into this. Sona didn't feel any power from Leo's body or even anything that made him special, which means he's a normal human, but this feeling of challenge and meeting a rival was very strong that she couldn't take him lightly. Interesting, Leo and Sona thought at the same time before the silence that lasted for over 3 minutes was broken. Like I said, welcome to the student council. Leo Arisaltek. Sona pushed her glasses again, as the light reflection disappeared. Nice to meet you. Even if I didn't want to be here, Leo also pushed his glasses, removing the light reflection. Sona giggled a little, but that giggle was so cold that made the student council members feel chills before she said, "You're a funny one, isn't it?" Leo laughed slightly, making the atmosphere more awkward before he said, "What I can say. I'm doing my best." "Is that so?" Sona stared at Leo in the eyes while he did the same before saying, "Yes." "It seems you really have a problem with our student council." The awkward and heavy atmosphere multiplied with Sona words as the student council members looked at Leo. "Not really. However, I don't see an importance for me to be here." Leo didn't flinch from the Sona words before replying calmly. "No importance? Then what about your little conversation in the morning?" Sona looked at Tsubaki, bringing all the attention towards her, which made her embarrassed. "Oh. That." Leo stared at Tsubaki before he said, "She wanted a reason why I'm wearing headphones, so why I won't say it. This is the problem here, Leo Arisaltek." Sona stared at Leo headphones before she said, "It's forbidden to wear headphones in the school and having a club isn't helping you here." Leo stared at Sona that became serious before he said, "Oh. Then why making a club won't help? Let's not talk about breaking the rules, but the condition to make a club is having members. Do you have members?" Sona said the first argument, which means the battle is officially started. "Is this how you want to play?" Even without his flaw vision, Leo saw through Sona trick immediately before he said, "Members. Of course, I have members. I just need to go and get them. Don't worry, I'm very good at convincing people." Sona stared at Leo and his smile before she thought, "This guy is playing this game, huh? You have members, so how do you plan to make your club?" If you don't mind me asking, Sona pushed her glasses before she said, and you won't mind showing me your members. Leo stared at Sona in the eyes before he said, oh. Well, I don't mind, but I need to call them first, and about my club. It's the freedom of the student to decide as long as it's in the rules, isn't it? To call them or to convince them, Sona's eyebrow was twitching before she said, it seems you want to follow the rules. So why are you keeping those headphones? Oh, this. I already told that girl that I need to show my talents and I might join a club, so I need them. Leo smiled while putting the headphones around his neck. Join a club. Sona raised her eyebrow before Leo said, yes, according to the rules I'm free to do so. And don't worry, President. I'm very good at convincing people. Leo repeated his earlier words as Sona frowned because she is losing the control over this conversation. Rules. A funny word comes from someone who doesn't follow those rules. Sona wanted to see Leo's reaction from this, but she was greeted by a smile. Of course, I'll follow the rules sometimes. I mean that the rules are a very simple way to get things done. Leo shrugged his shoulders. Like how you did by skipping 2 days at school. Sona put a new argument on the conversation before she smiled. Someone like you who likes to get things done by the rules won't just ditch 2 days for nothing. Sona leaned back on her chair while Leo frowned because the conversation advantage was taken from him. Well, to be fair, I didn't skip 2 days. I just skipped the first one, which was justified by the way, and half the second day. Leo pushed his glasses before he said, so, I don't get where are you going with this conversation. You think the second day skipping is without consequences? Sona asked before Leo said calmly, what consequences are you talking about? Detention. Why do I feel this is going in circles? All the student council members shared the same thought while looking at Leo and Sona trying to find loopholes in the rules. Assuming you don't have a problem with the rules, then is your problem with the school? Sona said those words calmly, but the student council members felt that she's angry. Sona has a dream of opening a school of raiding game in the underworld, which got her as far as learning the system of human schools. If Leo was mocking the school, then he's also mocking her. The school? No, no, no. I think the school is a great place, be it in learning or preparing for the future, but for me, its importance isn't that high. Leo shook his head before he said, so, I have a solution for both of us. After this conversation is over, I'll apply for a test from the teachers and get top grades in exams, then our problem is solved. Sona widened her eyes from a second before she said, are you fully aware of what are you saying? Yes, like I said. I just have to get top grades and the problem is solved, and don't worry. I can get it easily. Leo stared at Sona seriously before he said, the teachers will also allow it because this is the rules. The two stopped talking after this while Sona Peerage was waiting for the conclusion of this conversation. Sona was tapping the desk with her finger before she sighed. It seems we can't reach an agreement from this. Sona pushed her glasses while Leo did the same and said, we can agree to disagree. Sona stared at Leo like she was looking at a challenge. She knows that opening her school is a very hard dream, but she never gave up, and Leo is one of the many challenges she'll face in her way. So, she refuses to use a simple solution like magic, and she wants to defeat him face to face. Then how about this? Sona signaled Tsubaki to get her something before she said, do you want to take a bet? Gambling at school. Wait, this is a devil, so it's not that weird. Leo passed the point of returning, so he said, it depends on the bet. We'll play a game of chess. Sona said while Tsubaki put a chessboard on the desk and started to organize the chess pieces. Are you telling me that you want to ignore the 10 minutes conversation we had and play chess instead? Leo asked the most obvious question now while Sona nodded and said yes. I like that idea. Leo smiled at Sona's way of thinking before he said, so, if I lose I'll put these headphones away and attend the school normally. Yes, and if I lose then you're free in your actions and have full support from me. Sona nodded before she looked at the chessboard. Sona's peerage weren't worried about Sona's loss in chess as they finally could breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that even if it was a win or a loss, we'll forget about the headphones, isn't it? Leo nodded at Sona bet before he walked forwards and sat on a chair facing her. Yes, all the conditions are true. Sona stared at Leo with a smile before she said, do you know how to play? Do you think I'd accept this bet without knowing how to play? Leo frowned at Sona before he said, I know how to play even if I hate chess. Huh. Sona glared at Leo as he stepped on one of Sona's nerves at this moment. Devils, and especially a young one of this generation, like chess, or how would they have made a whole system with the theme of chess? So Leo now is hating one of the most common hobbies for devils, which made Sona decide that she'll go all out. How many times I have played this game with him. And I still hate this game. Leo stared at the chessboard before he closed his eyes for a moment. Anyway, let's finish this quickly. Leo opened his eyes as he activated his Esper powers, but because of his headphones, no one noticed something, even if Leo doesn't think they can sense the AIM field. Dust on the desk. The desk is tilted to the right by a ½ millimeter. Sona's hair is slightly messy. There is a pawn slightly taller than the others. This ability brings me a headache. Leo stared at the huge amount of useless flaws in front of him before he only focused on Sona. Sona started first as she had the white pieces and moved a pawn to the front before Leo also moved a pawn. The two players didn't stop for a second to think as they playing very fast before they slowed down a little, but for the student council members they were still fast. This guy isn't bad. Sona stared at Leo that could keep up with her before she said, "Why do you hate this school?" Why are you asking? Leo raised his head as he frowned at Sona's question. Curious, Sona stared at Leo as she was wondering why he has this reaction to school. After all this conversation, Sona saw that Leo is a smart man, so she couldn't understand his reason. And maybe if she knew, then her dream can move a step closer. I don't really hate school nor the rules, but... Leo tapped his rook with his finger as it was his habit when playing chess before he said, the system is slightly messy and need improvement. Improvement? Sona didn't expect to hear this from Leo. Yes, improvement. Didn't you notice that something was missing in this school? How the students interact with each other, and that slight detachment from each other. Leo's words made Sona think deeply for a moment before she said, what do you mean? Well, it isn't hard to explain, but there will always be a distance between students as long as the current system continues. Leo tapped a pawn with his finger before he took down Sona rook. So what do you suggest? Sona felt she kinda noticed this situation, so she's curious to hear Leo's thoughts. Before we get any deeper into this I need to say. Do you know a little thing called? Leo tapped a knight with his finger before he said, gender equality. Huh. Sona and her peerage were in total confusion by Leo's words. Think about it. This school was a girls' school, so the equality between the two genders is too off balance. Here an example, Leo ignored the confused Sona and looked at a girl with reddish-brown hair. This is Tomo Meguri. Imagine if you drop a bag in front of one of the boys in the school, what'll you do? Leo said the question quickly without giving Tomo a chance to answer. You don't have to answer because you'll expect him to pick it up, don't you? In the name of a stupid gentleman, Leo answered the question himself while he and Sona still playing before he said, but if the boy dropped his bag, you'll think it's his fault, and he has to pick it on his own. The whole student council including Sona are baffled by Leo's words now and they don't know how to respond. And this doesn't stop here. You know that pervert trio, Leo asked the student council as they nodded subconsciously. The way you guys are dealing with them is wrong. Be it for them or the girls that keep beating them, Leo tapped the queen piece with his finger before saying, they don't deserve a beating like that from a bunch of girls, and honestly, that punishment is also unfair to the girls. So what do you suggest? Sona wasn't able to understand how this guy brain works, but strangely, she felt some logic in his words as she didn't even focus on the game. Easy, call their parents, which can serve as a normal punishment and those guys might learn something from it, unlike a pointless beating. Leo's words made the whole student council think deeply about this problem, but at that moment. Checkmate, Leo said those words and brought the whole student council attention to him, but strangely, it was Sona's turn. I won. Sona was confused by this when that she didn't even understand how she got it. Yeah, you did sigh 4-4, I still hate this game, Leo sighed before he said, well, at least someone will not feel bad. Leo stood up from the chair and walked towards the student council exit, but Sona said, where are you going? What do you mean where? Leo raised his eyebrow before he said, to put these headphones in the locker and attend school normally. As I said in the bet. Oh, Sona started to feel that there's something wrong going on, but she wasn't able to keep up with Leo's thoughts or actions, especially after the gender equality speech. Well, I'll go now, and by the way. You have a good dream, don't give up on it, Leo's words made Sona startled before she said, Goodbye, Leo waved his hand before leaving the student council room as he was thinking, I need to run before they figure it out. Sona fixed her glasses that almost fell because the surprise Leo gave her before she heard Tsubaki's voice, he doesn't seem like a bad person. Even if he was extremely rude. Yeah. What do you think about him, Tsubaki? Sona asked her queen about the most important matter here. Do you want to add him to us? Tsubaki didn't feel surprised by Sona's decision, but there was something she was worried about. I know what do you want to say. He doesn't have a sacred gear nor an affinity with mana, so even if he became a devil, I'll just waste a piece, Sona frowned before she sighed. It's very rare to see a smart person that can keep or even surpass her, but he didn't have any talent. Sona stared at the chessboard as she was sighing before noticing something wrong from it. Maybe because she was under the complete confusion of gender equality so she didn't notice it before, but Leo strangely paused on certain pieces, even if he was going fast during the game. This is wrong. Sona stared at the chessboard before she called Tsubaki and made her sit in Leo's previous position. Do you remember the game? Sona asked Tsubaki that nodded before Sona said, do you remember the pieces he tapped with his finger? Play from them and face me seriously. Under the surprised eyes of Sona and her peerage, Tsubaki played the pieces that Leo tapped in order as she won Sona 4 times in a row. President. This is, Tsubaki didn't believe what she's looking at while Sona was sitting there in silence. 4-4, I hate this game. At least someone will not feel bad. These two phrases kept playing in Sona's head as she realized that she won by pity. Leo. Arisaltek. Sona said the name of Leo as the room temperature went down by a few degrees. Tsubaki and the others were shivering when they looked at Sona like this. They never imagined in their life that Sona will lose, and even in this way. Honestly, they think this is 10 times worse than losing normally. She's angry now, so angry that she wants to hit Leo's head with a chessboard. But Sona calmed down and thought. That wasn't something a normal human can just pull out in a short time, even if she didn't feel any power from Leo, but Sona felt something wrong before she said, "Who are you?" Leo Arisaltek. Meanwhile, Leo was next to his locker as he fixed his stuff before closing it and looking at the Saji that was staring at him like he was looking at a ghost. What? Leo asked before Saji said, "You're okay." Why shouldn't I be okay? Leo didn't understand Saji's question. But Saji held Leo's shoulders and said, "I mean the student council." Oh. That. Well, I had a bet and I lose, not a big deal. Leo removed Saji's hands before shrugging his shoulders and said, "It was about my headphones and attendance." Oh, it seems you ran out of luck this time, huh? But can you tell me something? Saji nodded before he pointed at new headphones on Leo's head and said, "What are those?" Oh. This. For you see, the deal was about these headphones. Leo tapped his locker before he pointed at his headphones and said, "Not these headphones." Leo just changed the design of his headphones and can call them new, which wasn't in the deal with Sona. However, Sona promised she'll never mention headphones again. So Leo did the art of winning by losing. He can't wait to see Sona's face when she knows. When did you put headphones in your locker? Saji asked what he can't understand until now before Leo said, "Don't ask questions you don't want their answer, Saji." Saji stood in his place for a second before he sighed and said, "So, what now?" Attending the school normally. Leo walked from his locker as Saji walked with him, but he was thinking, using a clone is normal for me. But this isn't bad. Leo said before Saji frowned and said, "What do you mean?" I found some interesting people in this school and there is a winner who might challenge me soon, so. Leo smiled before he said, "This school might not be that boring." Saji sighed as he felt this school is on the countdown before he walked with Leo towards the classroom. Chapter 36, Culture. The world of DXD split into multiple realms, which can include the variations in its mythologies. The most known and obvious realms are Heaven, the human world, and the underworld since they include the most active races in the world. However, the three realms don't connect with each other frequently, especially Heaven and the underworld. But today, there has been a communication between three major leaders in those realms. In the underworld where the sky is purple, but strangely, the flow of time was the same with the human world. However, this didn't change the fact of the great difference between the two realms. Inside the Gremory territory, there was an enormous castle in the middle of the territory, which is the head home of the Gremory family. Within the castle, there was a man with long red hair. He was wearing an armor while looking at two magic circles in front of him. This man is Sizex Lucifer, the leader of the four Satans. However, he seems to be somehow confused and troubled by the two magic circles that showing two different scenes. The first magic circle was showing Michael having a helpless look while the second one was revealing Azazel almost dying from laughter while banging on his desk. This might be weird to say, but Sirzex took a moment before he said, "Can you repeat what you just said?" Michael sighed while giving Azazel a stare before he said, "The boosted gear was." Michael sighed even more before spitting out the words, "Kidnapped by the Annihilation Maker." Ha 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 ha. Azazel exploded with laughter again as he almost wasn't able to breathe from the news he got today. "Yeah, I thought I heard that." Sirzex nodded at Michael, which he couldn't comprehend until now. He is still having a hard time understanding how can a Longinus kidnap another Longinus. The boosted gear. The Welsh dragon. The red dragon of domination nevertheless. Azazel was banging on his desk harder as he said, "Was kidnapped by another Longinus, ha 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 ha." It kinda sound funny. Sirzex looked at Azazel having a breakdown from laughter before he said, "When did you get this information?" Yesterday, the system put a small message about the Longinus was kidnapped and nothing more. Michael was feeling a headache from these recent events, and especially when he hears the Annihilation Maker name. Sirzex thought for a moment before he looked at Michael and said, "This seems bigger than it looks like. Do you remember when a whole mountain was demolished in a light show? The same guy caused this." Azazel finished his laughter as he answered Sirzex before saying, "I think you know why we called you Kuo Town." Sirzek's expression turned serious as he understood the meaning behind Azazel's words. His little sister is in Kuo Town and this accident might reach her or even hurt her, and as a big brother, Sirzex can't let this happen. However, Surzex felt this accident contained more secrets that weren't exposed by the two guys in front of him, but from his understanding, it seems to be a thing about heaven, which means he can't interfere. Do you have more information? Maybe his location? Surzex asked, but Michael shook his head and said, nothing, except he was in Kuo Town, but we can't be sure because. Azazel finished Michael's words, he might look for other Longinus as we speak. Well, it was bad luck, don't you agree, Surzex? Surzex understood that Azazel was talking about the boosted gear bin in Kuo Town and his sister or Sona might add it user to the devils, but everything was destroyed by Annihilation Maker, which is quite fitting with his title. There's nothing we can do about it, Surzex smiled as he didn't care a lot about losing a Longinus that they didn't get in the first place. Oh. Well, I guess this is it. Azazel stood up from his chair before he said, I'll be going now. Tell me if something happened. Michael and Surzex saw this and sighed before discussing the plan of keeping eyes on the other Longinus users and quitting the call. Azazel hanged up the call and didn't care about Michael's plans because he has some of his own. Kuo Town, huh? Azazel picked a paper on his desk about his recent research on the data he got from the last accident before he said, keeping eyes on a small town is easier than looking for a bunch of Longinus users. And I have a feeling that he's still in that town, which I don't know why. Azazel put down the paper before moving to a more important business. I need to make this as a record of the craziest things a Longinus user ever did. With a thought in mind, Azazel proceeded to read the reports on his desk while thinking how he can find this madman. Meanwhile, the madman that caused this commotion was on the rooftop holding a lunchbox while looking at the scene in front of him with blank eyes. A white loli was staring at him with the same eyes and holding a bag of Japanese cookies. This all happened after the lunchtime arrived. Leo picked his stuff before Saji appeared in front of him and said to wait for him on the rooftop to have lunch together, but when he arrived, he saw a white-haired loli sitting the same place he was in the last time and giving a blank stare. Is this how tables have turned? Or the turns have tables? Leo stared at Kaneko as he felt this day is getting better and better. Kaneko recognized Leo from the last time before she nodded and looked at the other bench on the rooftop, which the place she sat on the last time. Leo's eyebrow was twitching as he understood that this loli is telling him to sit down on the other bench. Oh, I'm sorry. But I prefer to stand. Leo smiled at Kaneko while he focused on the word stand. But Kaneko didn't understand what he's talking about, so she took a cookie and ignored him. Once again, I'm disappointed by this world lack of culture. Leo gazed at Kaneko eating a cookie before he sat down on the other bench. He doesn't care anymore, as this scene reminded him of the sad fact that there's no quality culture in this world. It was like the anime industry in this world chooses to give up. Leo decided to eat now as it was a way to ease his disappointment, but when he opened the lunchbox, Kaneko flinched. The aroma was rushing from the lunchbox as Kaneko swallowed subconsciously. She stared at Leo as she couldn't understand how can this aroma be so tempting. The lunchbox is made by the food war octopus in Leo's mansion that's currently in his shadow, which is a good solution to get food quickly, even if Leo doesn't need to eat regularly. Leo looked at Kaneko staring at his lunchbox before moving it in different directions, but Kaneko's eyes didn't leave the box. I see. Leo nodded at Kaneko before he picked the chopsticks and ate normally, completely ignoring Kaneko's desperate eyes. Kaneko was clenching the cookie bag as she was staring at Leo like an enemy that took something important from her. Good food and watching someone suffering is always welcomed. Leo didn't care about Kaneko's death glare as he was eating peacefully. Where's that guy? Leo that ate half of the lunchbox frowned as he felt something wrong from this long absence of Saji, but before his thoughts gone deeper, he remembered Kaneko that was staring at him. Leo now is feeling that the stare and hatred are materializing as a dark aura was around Kaneko, but in Leo's eyes and his key sense. He only saw an angry cat, which is quite funny. After testing it a few times, Leo found that Kaneko's eyes never left the box before he moved closer to her. Kaneko's dark expression eased, but it became dark again after Leo moved the box back. Leo moved the box as he was testing how much can a lunchbox change a person's expression. Yeah, I'm quite satisfied now, Leo nodded after he watched Kaneko's expression change tens of times before he stood up from the bench and walked toward her. Here Leo pushed his lunchbox toward Kaneko, but she tilted her head as she was suspicious from Leo, which made him say, "Oh. You don't want this th." Leo didn't finish his words before Kaneko snatched the lunchbox from his hand as he was staring at the almost cat-like Kaneko staring at the lunchbox. You're lucky, you're so lucky that you remind of my cat, Leo sighed before ignoring Kaneko and walking away. But he felt something holding his sleeve. What? Leo saw Kaneko holding his sleeve before reaching out and giving him a cookie. You know that the lunchbox can't compare with this cookie, but thanks. I guess. Leo stared to the cookie in his hand as he didn't understand why Kaneko liked these things before he said, however, just how many cookies have you eaten in your life? Kaneko tilted her head in confusion before she said in a small voice, a lot. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined, Leo sighed as he left the rooftop while Kaneko was puzzled by his reaction before putting all her attention on the lunchbox. Leo was walking downstairs as he was eating the cookie before he said, "This cookie tastes like all the bread I ate in my life." With that dedication to his joke, Leo walked in the school hallway before reaching his class. He doesn't want to do anything now, just thinking about the disappointment he's getting from this world is enough for him. After that, boring hours of the school passed quickly or slowly, or how the one perceives them before the last lesson finished. Now is the time for Leo to join his true club. The Going Home Club. Finally. After spending hours on the desk, Leo was finally liberated as he was walking towards the school building exit. But he spotted someone who was missing almost the whole day. "Yo, Leo," Saji came with a smile that almost made Leo punch him in the face because that smile didn't give him any good feelings. "Did anything happen today?" Saji stared at Leo's expression as he didn't understand the reason behind it. "Nothing," Leo observed Saji for a moment before shaking his head and thought, maybe I'm thinking too much. However, because he didn't activate his Esper powers, Leo didn't know that Saji was having a breakdown from the inside. What happened? I need to know. Saji was in a conflict inside of him as he watched his plan fail. The cookie box in Kaneko's hands was from Saji as he gave to her in the place of Leo. He said to her that Leo is sorry about yesterday and hopes you take this as a gift, which is the reason why Kaneko nodded at Leo in the beginning. Saji didn't dare to stay in a radius of 50 meters from that place because if Leo knows about this then he can't imagine what'll happen. Are you sure nothing happened? Saji asked again as Leo sighed and said, I'm just disappointed by this world and its lack of culture. Saji imagined a lot of things, but not this. He knows the culture thing, but why should Leo feel disappointed? I know it might not be a good season this year, but cheer up man, Saji said the obvious to Leo which made him say, you who doesn't know the true culture can't say this to me. Saji's face was stiff as he felt insulted by this statement before he said, oh, yeah. Then show me the true culture. However, Saji felt he shouldn't say those words as the energy rushed back to Leo before saying, follow me. I feel that I'll regret this. Saji looked at Leo rushing towards the locker before he followed him. Leo reached his locker before Saji and opened it. Reaching inside the locker, Leo activated his Longinus as a dark fog appeared, but no one saw it because he was blocking it with his body. So, what did you want to show me? Saji arrived next to Leo as he was wondering and slightly curious about what'll happen. This. Leo raised his hand as he was holding 8 manga books like cards while Saji read the title of the book, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Yes, this is the true culture, Leo spoke with a voice of genuine belief while Saji was feeling this is a bad idea. Well, the art is. Interesting, Saji changed his words when he saw Leo's scary eyes. He didn't know where Leo brought this manga, but he doesn't mind checking it. Oh. This one looks interesting, Saji piped looked at part 3 in Leo's hands as he liked the stand concept and the story, but before he picked it up, Leo put part 1 in his way. Saji stopped for a moment before reaching again, but Leo put part 1 in his way again. What are you doing? After trying a few times and receiving the same result, Saji asked Leo. The story won't be complete if you don't read from the first part, Leo smiled kindly at Saji before he said, this can also show your appreciation to the work. But the parts don't seem connected a lot to read the story, Saji tried to talk this out, but Leo shook his head and said, if you do that, then you'll skip the protagonist reveal. The protagonist? Isn't it this guy on the cover? Saji was confused, but Leo said, no, the protagonist is Dio because he appears in most parts. Ah, I see. Saji nodded before he smiled and reached to part 1. Only to change his direction and snatch part 3 before running away. Leo stared at Saji, running away with a blank expression before he put some parts in his locker and kept parts 1 and 2. Leo took a deep breath while dual-wielding parts 1 and 2 before chasing after Saji. As a good friend, he needs to knock some sense into his brain. The students that were leaving the school were surprised to see 2 guys running after each other while holding books, as one of them was running and the other one wanted to hit him with a book before leaving the school. Chapter 37, Revolution and a Curse. After all the events, the night has arrived as it finally announced the end of this long day. In Arisaltek family house, Leo was in his room, sitting on his desk while feeling exhausted from today. After chasing Saji with JoJo's manga books, Leo caught him before hitting his head with parts 1 and 2 while saying JoJo's Overdrive. The mission was successful as Leo could recover part 3 and convinced Saji that part 1 is the correct way to start JoJo. Well, he didn't have a choice when Leo took the other parts. However, Leo felt strange that Saji didn't call him on the favor he has with him, which means this guy is planning something. Even so, Leo didn't have the energy to do anything. Today was a very tough roller coaster for Leo. First, it started by the battle with the system user, then Leo got trolled by Kagaya, which made him almost explode from anger. However, this didn't end as the world also trolled him by the ban and the stupid notes. This made Leo realize that the update of the chat room was really a mistake. But it really started when he got back home and had to face his mother that kept asking why he didn't answer his phone, and she didn't believe what Saji said about him spending too much time in the bathroom. Leo considered hitting Saji with part 7 instead this time. So, Leo took the easiest approach and kept denying everything while saying it was Saji's fault, and if that didn't work, then more denial and saying it was Saji's fault until they didn't find anything to prove him wrong. I'll just finish this, Leo sighed as he was writing a new file in the chat room that contains the message from the world will and some hidden truths. To be honest, denying is much simpler than explaining. I mean, I can't just say that I'm traveling between the multiverse while hunting for system users, destroying empires, making nukes, and probably demolishing the fabric of space. Did I mention that I have dragon organs now? Leo felt this scenario ending won't be pretty before he remembered something. I wonder what the others are doing. Leo was typing in the chat room as he looked at the messages icon that reached 99+ before ignoring it. He has a feeling something weird and crazy is going on in the chat room, so he prefers to finish this file before logging in. Meanwhile, in the chat room. NEET Princess, where's Leo? Advocate of gender equality, bring me Leo, now. The strongest man in the world, how dare he run away? A hero for fun. I'm disappointed. The whole chat was in the state of chaos while spamming Leo's name in the messages. The only two sane people in the chat watched what was going on, as they could only move to a private chat to talk normally. Big Sister Lion. What's going on? Bree, revolution, probably. Shouldn't you join them? Big Sister Lion, why do I feel irony in your words? Bree, it's your illusion. Big Sister Lion. While the chat was having a breakdown, Leo finished his file and confirmed the uploading before he said, and done. Leo looked at the title as he felt is so fitting with the subject after all that he experienced. However, it's time to log into the chat, which was flashing for hours now. Annihilation Maker, admin, is online. Nothing. Leo was puzzled by the silence chat before messages exploded in his face. Advocate of gender equality, Leo. Put down the hostage now. NEET Princess, there's NO running away, Leo. Surrender now. The strongest man in the world, you finally appeared. A hero for fun, you betrayed our trust, Leo. Leo stared at the screen as he felt that the headache he got today was multiplied by 10 times. Taking a deep breath, Leo reached his best partner in this chat room and clicked on it. Total block by the admin. Annihilation Maker, admin peace and silence are great. Leo saw the chat room calm down before he typed. Annihilation Maker, admin first of all, I don't care what the hostage thing or what the meaning behind it. I only came to put a file and tell you about it before leaving. Annihilation Maker, admin so if you have a question, say it now or read the file on your own. The admin removed the total block. NEET Princess, I have a question. Annihilation Maker, admin you. Well, just say it. Kagaya saw Leo is half angry about what happened in this morning before she typed. NEET Princess, what's wrong with the title? Annihilation Maker, admin what's wrong? Advocate of gender equality, yeah, that title seems wrong. Bree, I think the content and the title don't match together. Annihilation Maker, admin nah, that title came from my pure feelings and honest heart. A hero for fun, the title is. A look at the assholes who hired us. Big Sister Lion, that's a great heart you got there. Annihilation Maker, admin you see. After all those notes and the ban. This is the nicest thing my mind could come up with. The strongest man in the world, he's honest. Kazuma that was inside the Adventure Guild looked at his side to see the skill points screen says. You don't have to be sad, just don't give up. You bastards, Kazuma was clenching his fist while he almost wanted to hit the screen while Aqua didn't look at him as she was having flashbacks from the frogs. Meanwhile, in the Toho world. Kagaya was also staring at her ability that cost 780 million to upgrade, which said. No matter how many moments were spammed, or how much eternity has passed. It wasn't able to fix your dumb brain. How funny. Kagaya was putting her sleeve in front of her mouth while looking for a way to hack this stupid chat room. Big Sister Lion, however, do you usually put complicated stuff here? Leon was reading the file about the world will actions and reasons before she felt her head hurts. Annihilation Maker, admin you call that complicated? You're lucky we choose to ignore a lot of other stuff. Big Sister Lion, other stuff. Annihilation Maker, admin yeah, like how does this chat room work? Advocate of gender equality, why the flow of time seems the same between our worlds, but it changes sometimes. Kazuma noticed in his world that the time sometimes speeds up compared with Leo before it stabilizes. NEET princess, and why we can speak or write any language in other worlds. Annihilation Maker, admin, how can this chat room give powers, just by a click? Bree, so, you just ignored it. Annihilation Maker, admin, yes, because it's complicated and it'll probably put the quantum physics to shame. A hero for fun, you did the right thing. Bree, just because it'll hurt your brain doesn't mean you should ignore it completely, and I'm talking about you, Saitama. A hero for fun. Big Sister Lion, I don't want to know any more. The strongest men in the world, gwahahaha. Annihilation Maker, admin, yeah, I'm leaving. Good night. Advocate of gender equality, this reminds me. Put the cook down, Leo. Annihilation Maker, admin, the what? NEET princess, give us the octopus cook, Leo. The strongest men in the world, how can you take him away? A hero for fun, this is one of things I can't forgive. The entire group realized after having their first meal in their world. The food was extremely bland. Even Whitebeard that had some exotic ingredients felt bland. So they are now launching the revolution on the tyrant Leo, who took the Food Wars octopus. Annihilation Maker, admin, oh, yeah. About that. Annihilation Maker, admin, is offline. The whole group was in a state of silence before exploding. Advocate of gender equality, AHHHH. Down with the tyrant. NEET princess, authority abuser. The strongest men in the world, how courageous. Really courageous. A hero for fun. When they calm down, I'll send them one, except, Kagaya. Leo shrugged at the flashing screen before he focused on the more important stuff. Leo picked a pen from his desk and drew a rectangle on a paper before dividing it according to the golden ratio. The golden rectangle and the spin. Leo stared at the rectangle deeply before rotating the pen in his hand. The pen spun quickly on the desk before Leo let go of it and it kept spinning on the desk. Staring at the pun for a moment, Leo took a deep breath before activating his Esper power. Leo saw the pen spinning according to the golden rectangle, but before he could understand anything else, he felt a hammer hit his brain. Ugh. Leo held his head as he sighed because he can't see anything about the spin with his current eyes. He can see how the spin works mathematically, but he can't enter any deeper than that. The technique that reached the perfection in the world doesn't match with eyes that want to see flaws in the world. Leo laughed slightly before putting the project of finding flaws in the spin down until his ability becomes stronger. The Esper's ability can only be upgraded by increasing their calculation power, and that means their personal reality. The concept of personal reality is related to quantum theory. It enables its user to ignore the uncertainty principle, will allow them to interfere with and distort the microscopic world using different laws. The growth of the Esper's personal reality allows for greater calculating ability, making the Esper's powers stronger. But that requires more values to be added to that reality, and without mentioning the talent to do so. However, the personal reality is the view of an Esper for the world around him and how he wants to express it according to his AIM field. Misaka AIM field is in the shape of electromagnetic fields, and Leo AIM field distorts the world around him to become flawed, which allows him to view this broken world. Sigh. Leo sighed as he chose to ignore this personal reality for now. This need more time from him to understand than keep worrying about it now. Staring at the pen on the desk that stopped spinning, Leo took a deep breath because he'll do something he was suppressing for a while. Palkia, with Leo's words, a pink cube barrier appeared around him and isolated him from this dimension. Palkia used his power to create a barrier that can separate Leo from this dimension, and all that he does won't affect the actual world, which means no one can feel anything. Even if some looked at Leo's room now, he'll see nothing weird. Leo saw the preparations are complete before he accepted the stupid sale from the chat room and removed his incompatibility with mana. After taking another deep breath, Leo let go of his instinct and allowed his heart and lungs to generate mana while converting ki into mana. Thump thump. Loud heartbeats sounded in the isolated barrier as Leo's magic core, which is his heart and his lungs that represent a full spiritual world, started working efficiently. The heart and lungs that were made according to Nasuverse weren't actually meant for ki, but Leo didn't have another option until he saw it was okay to have mana with his Esper powers. A red aura appeared around Leo as the temperature inside the barrier increased quickly. Every heartbeat and breath were generating a crazy amount of mana as fire appeared inside barrier. Control it. Leo saw the enormous amount of mana he's realizing before focusing his attention on his heart and recovering the mana slowly. The barrier was almost like a fire cube for over 10 minutes before Leo appeared from the inside while the mana was contained inside his heart. I don't think I'll lack energy anytime soon, except for enormous projects. Leo waved his hand as red aura appeared on it filled with heat and mana. This need more control. Leo stopped his mana as he leaned back on his chair. Now, with this out of the way, Leo proceeded to do the next project as it was very important for his future fights. I'm now using the spin, so I need a weapon that can channel that power. Leo thought for a while before he got an idea, and a very simple one. Leo reached for his shadow and picked Yamato as he stared at it for a while before he said, I need a shape, clacker volley. Or maybe. Yamato was engulfed inside a dark light and fog as Leo activated his Longinus and modified the sword while giving it a new ability. After a while, Leo raised his hand as he waved and left a red arc in the air. The katana changed its shape completely as it became a red spear with an ominous design. Leo waved the spear in his hand as he felt it was okay. This spear is Yamato as he was using his new ability to change shape and become a spear known as Gi Balg from Fate. This change of shape also includes the ability to give the skills of Kuchulin in combat. But the most important is that Leo can spin the spear before attacking or throwing it at someone while keeping Yamato old abilities. I'm feeling this is a mistake. Leo stared at the cool red spear as he felt the curse of Lancer might fall on him, but he doesn't believe in that nonsense and he shall destroy the so-called curse. I mean, it's not like I have a connection with Type Moon or something. Ha 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 ha. Leo laughter went smaller as he felt his heartbeats and lungs generating mana. I might need an ability about luck. Just in case, Leo felt this might not be worth it, as the spear was looking very dangerous now in the eyes of Leo. While questioning life, Leo decided to ignore the red cursed spear and go to sleep because he had enough from this day. Chapter 38, Another Day in School. The night passed quietly as a new day arrived, which means a lot of events that'll make the one question is sanity will happen today. Leo was in his house with his father and mother eating breakfast before going to school as he didn't have anything important except getting more knowledge from the internet. He's now feeling the nonsense that comes with a lot of power because he literally can destroy this dimension and cause an apocalypse, but it's unnecessary and pointless, so he's looking for something to increase his personal power. Magic seems like a good idea, but Leo has some good plans about what kind of magic he should learn. However, Leo's thoughts stopped as he heard his father's voice. So did something happen in the school, Leo's father, Richard said as he was eating. Nothing important, Leo was experiencing the so-called bland food, but he didn't care that much. However, maybe he'll send those chefs faster as he understands the pain of those guys. Really? Leo's mother, Manami, was suspicious, especially after looking at Leo thinking about something for the whole morning. Well, I met some interesting people. Leo didn't care a lot about the topic as he was making some plans inside his mind. A girl. Unlike his son, Richard was interested in the topic before Leo said 2 girls. It seems these girls will end up like the others. Richard heard his son's tone of interest as he was expecting new victims. Others. Leo tilted his head as he didn't understand this reaction. Don't tell me you don't remember. Richard stared at the confused Leo as he didn't believe this. I honestly have no idea. Leo shook his head because he doesn't know. Let me refresh your memory. Richard put down his chopsticks before he said, do you remember the girl in the shopping street? Not at all. Leo said immediately. You called her creepy because she was giving you a stare and winked at you. Richard was holding down his laughter when he remembered that accident. I don't remember at all. Did my natural instincts kicked in at that time? Leo was trying to remember, but he completely forgot about that accident. That's not a way to speak to people, young man. Manami knows about the accident and still doesn't agree with Leo. Oh, and that was a normal one. Let me tell you about the girl from his old school. That girl didn't speak for more than 3 seconds before Leo said. Richard cleared his throat and a serious look formed on his face before talking with the same tone as Leo. Don't you fucking dare to era me. PFF. PFFFF. Ha 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 ha. Richard started laughing when he remembered that moment while Manami glared at him before she said language. And what's funnier that he usually acts like that when he puts on a hat. Richard didn't stop as he was bringing Leo's dark past. Leo stared in silence at his laughing father, and his mother, even with her serious attitude, was still holding back her laughter. Asterisk sigh asterisk. Leo smiled helplessly at this scene as he wanted to check on time. But before he did anything, everything vanished around him. Leo widened his eyes as he was sitting on a chair in the middle of darkness, but what made him surprised is a few candles appeared in front of him, as they were the only thing illuminating this dark space. However, the image didn't last long as everything went back to normal. Leo, Leo, Leo. Are you listening? Leo didn't move as he was fixed in his position before he heard his mother's voice. Yeah, I'm listening. Leo shook his head to clear his thoughts, but he didn't forget that short image. What the hell was that? Illusion. No, it was very real to be an illusion. Leo frowned from this accident, but he didn't show it on his face. However, his parents felt something wrong with his silence. Are you okay, Leo? Richard felt something wrong with that silence of his son, but he didn't know why, and Manami was worried because this usually never happens. Nothing, but it's time for school, so I'm leaving now. Leo smiled slightly before standing up from the chair and walking away. Leo, you know you can talk with us about things that bother you, and... Richard saw Leo's usual attitude and smiled back before he said, if you need any advice about chasing girls, you can talk with me. No offense, but I don't think you can teach me about chasing girls after laughing at my usual actions. Leo stared blankly at his father before walking towards the front door. Touché, Richard replied with the same bland tone before Leo left the room. Richard and Minami sat there in silence before Minami said, "Don't worry, he's a strong kid." With those short words, Minami told Richard that his son can take care of himself and if he needs them then he'll say it when he's ready. I know, but I wish if he was more frank about it sometimes, Richard sighed before finishing his breakfast. Meanwhile, Leo left his house as he heard his father and mother's words because of his strong hearing. This is one of the reasons that I'll take the trouble to hide everything without using any stupid hypnotizing shit. I mean, who would use mind control on his loved ones just because he can? Leo sighed before thinking about the most important thing. Stepping on the ground, Leo's shadow stretched before shadow-like creatures went inside the house shadow. These beasts are made to blend and move in the shadows and they have strong physical strength and the ability to regenerate, but most importantly, every one of them can use space power to teleport this house from danger or follow his parent in their shadows without being noticed. This should be okay. Leo nodded at his work before walking away and thinking about what happened to him. He was frowning each time he remembered that scene. It was like the whole world vanished at that moment, but he couldn't understand why this happened. Is it because of my Esper powers and mana? Maybe there was a side effect I didn't know about. Leo kept coming with new conclusions, but he couldn't be sure why he had that vision. Candles, walking in the road leading to the school, Leo was absent-minded while thinking about that vision. He couldn't just forget about it. However, without him noticing, he reached Koa Academy and was walking towards the gate. Leo woke up from his thoughts because of students' noise before looking at some friends. It was Sona and the student council staring at him. Hello, President and the student council. It's a good day, isn't it? Leo smiled at the student council while Sona was glaring at him. Sona's focus was on Leo headphones as she understood that this guy was able to cheat her. She decided that she'll never let someone anger her in a battle ever again. Well, it must be tiring to work here. Keeping all those rule breakers in check, good luck. Leo's words were like arrows that were shooting through Sona as she was trying to calm herself. It is indeed a good day, Leo Arisaltek. Sona pushed her glasses as before she said, however, would you mind coming to the student council this day? Oh. Why? Leo knows where this is going but he asked anyway. I'd like a rematch with you, Sona said her purpose. Leo thought about it for a moment before he said no. I see, I'll call you AF, what? Sona widened her eyes as she heard Leo respond and watched him leave before she said, why? Because I hate that game. With those words, Leo left the school while leaving Sona and the student council froze in their place. A lot of students that were at the school gate stared at Sona, but they walked away immediately after she glared at them. Leo Arisaltek. Sona clenched her fist as she refuses to give up on that match before Tsubaki said, President, you can use a spell and make him confess how he did it. No, Tsubaki. This is a challenge and I'll never give up until I have that rematch. Sona was more serious than ever. Wasn't you trying to look for his identity? Why has it become a rematch? Those were the thoughts of the student council members as they stared at Sona, but they didn't dare to say them out loud. My spider sense are tingling. Leo was walking as he felt something before he said, probably someone is thinking of me. Time skipped to the lunch break. After the small commotion in the morning, the school time passed normally as Leo was getting knowledge from the internet. Sona didn't appear again nor called for him, which made him think she might be thinking about a way to convince him or something. However, Leo didn't care as it was time for lunch and he was walking in the school corridor. For the 7th time. Was it worth it to walk this much? Leo used Venom to look backward to see Kaneko sneakily following him, totally worth it. After walking out of the class and getting this lunchbox in his hand, Leo saw Loli following him sneakily, so he walked in the corridor for 7 times just to see her persistence. Kaneko was behind a wall staring at Leo as she felt this plan would not work. She was waiting for Leo to go to the rooftop to get his lunchbox, but she didn't find him there. And after looking through the school, Kaneko found him in the corridor and this is how this tag game started. However, Kaneko waited for so long and Leo didn't go to the rooftop, as kept walking in this corridor. Era, Kaneko. What are you doing here? Kaneko flinched before looking at a girl with a long ponytail that appeared behind her and was watching Leo. The girl was beautiful with a charming and calm smile that made all the boys in the corridor shocked when they saw her. The embodying the principles of the ideal Japanese woman. But Kaneko knows this girl and what hidden under that smile. This girl is Akino Himejima. Oh, my. Don't tell me you're chasing a boy, Kaneko-chan. Akino couldn't hide the surprise in her voice while Kaneko just greeted her with an expressionless face. Oh, come on. Tell me about it. Akino tried to get information from Kaneko, but she failed as Kaneko's eyes were on the lunchbox. After seeing that Kaneko didn't want to reveal anything, Akino made up her mind and walked towards Leo while Kaneko didn't care. She couldn't let this chance slip by. A rare scene where Kaneko is interested in someone. Leo was walking as he felt something wrong. My troublesome sense are tingling. No way. Is she one of the two great ladies? One of the most popular girls in the school. Definitely troublesome. Leo heard the commotion around him as he felt the trouble was coming very quickly before he stared at Aquino. Hello, Aquino greeted Leo as the whole school corridor was boiling with the desperate howls of the boys. Leo watched the state of the corridor as he upgraded this girl rank to the embodiment of trouble. Aquino was observing Leo in front of her as she was wondering why Kaneko was following him, which made her curiosity soars. HM. Did you hear me? Aquino was also surprised by Leo, who was wearing headphones while walking casually in the school. I wish I didn't, Leo sighed as he felt this is the start of another troublesome day. Oh. Aquino didn't expect to hear this answer before she smiled and said, I know it may be rushed, but can you tell me how you know Kaneko? Leo stared at Aquino and her charming smile before he said, who? Kaneko Tuju, don't you know her? Aquino asked again, but Leo's answer was, I never heard of her. No way. Aquino put her hand on her face while she remembered something before she said, I was wondering, but who are you? None of your business. Leo's answer was short, but it made the corridor explode again as the boys were cursing him, but they all stopped after they felt chills for some reason. Era, that was a harsh answer. Aquino was really surprised this time, but Leo felt something was broken in his head before he took a deep breath and walked towards the window. Do you hear this? This is the sound of nature in perfect balance and harmony. Do you know what it's saying? Leo's words made Aquino and everyone next to him confused. What? Aquino tilted her head as she wasn't able to comprehend what Leo was saying. I want to say that all that I'm about to say isn't offensive, but if I don't say it, I'll probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Leo looked at Aquino before he said, however, I promised someone to treat people more nicely, so I'll tone it down a bit. Leo remembered that he promised his father that he'll give this school and its students a chance, so he'll not curse randomly. Don't you dare to era me, again. Leo screamed at Aquino as his sound reached the whole corridor. Silence. Pure silence that makes the sound a tiny needle falling down very loud. The whole corridor was in a state of shock because of Leo, which gave him the illusion of someone stopping time right now. Leo released a breath and felt calm again while Aquino wasn't able to react to this situation. Kaneko saw everyone having a mental breakdown before she walked over and stared at the frozen Aquino. Leo saw Kaneko before he said, oh, it's you. Do you want something? Kaneko didn't say anything as she pointed at Leo's lunchbox. You want this, huh? But it's not free. Leo saw Kaneko's persistent eyes as he felt the fighting spirit contained in them. Huh? Not free? Aquino woke up from the confusion as she saw Leo and Kaneko interacting. I see a lot of potential in you, but you need to realize it. Leo's words were carrying wisdom while Aquino felt those words were wrong. Not free. Potential. What was this guy doing to Kaneko? Aquino glared at Leo, but before she said anything Leo said, first, you need to answer every what have you eaten question by. How many slices of bread have you eaten in your life? You got that? Kaneko nodded before Leo said, then. How many lunch boxes have you eaten in your life? How many slices of bread have you eaten in your life? Kaneko replied quickly, which made Aquino more baffled by what's going on. My satisfaction is immeasurable and you made my day. What's your name? Leo gave Kaneko the lunchbox before she said, Kaneko Tuju. I see. Then I welcome you to the bazaar. Sighed. Comrade, Kaneko Tuju. Leo gave Kaneko a salute before he walked away. Wait. What's the meaning of this? Aquino screamed at Leo as she lost her calm attitude. No meaning, and I don't care. Leo didn't look back as he walked away and left the corridor. Kaneko stared at Leo leaving before she wanted to walk away, but a hand caught her shoulder. Kaneko-chan, can you tell me who was that? Aquino said with a sweet smile, but Kaneko was scared by that smile and dark aura it generated. Did he just? Oh my god. Unforgivable. This man is a legend. But a legend that has to fall. All the boys in the corridor were burning with rage before they stared at each other and rushed after Leo. They'll bring him to justice and defend their queen honor. The whole corridor became a bunch of boys running while screaming as they were chasing after someone, but Leo was walking normally as the boys passed him. I wonder what they're doing. Leo stared at the boys running before he ignored them without realizing they were chasing him, but his beast presence reduction made them ignore him. However, this didn't work for Kaneko as Leo and the happy key around him weren't masked. Anyway, business time. Hey, Drake. Leo walked in the school before he called Drake. What? Drake answered Leo as he was always observing the world from the boosted gear. I need something. Leo didn't waste time as he said his goal directly. HM. Is it one of your crazy plans? Drake said the first thing that came to his mind before Leo said, this one isn't all that crazy, but why do you seem tired? Oh, I wonder why I'm tired. Drake's listless voice reminded Leo by the facts he showed Drake that day. I see, then I have something to cheer you up, Leo nodded before he sent his memories about what happened to Albion and his title of But Dragon Emperor. Drake widened his eyes before he replayed the scene in his mind a couple of times. Like you said, partner. Balanced, as all things should be, Drake said with a cheerful voice as only Albion's suffering can make him feel better now before he said, what do you need? I want to ask you if you know the Norse gods. Leo asked before Drake said, yeah, I know. What about them? So, do you know the location of Asgard? Leo asked again before Drake frowned and said, what are you planning, partner? Nothing, it's just, I want to learn magic and I was wondering if you know the location of Asgard. Leo looked at the window to see the blue sky. You're going to do it again. Drake watched Albion's reaction to his title in the boosted gear while talking with Leo. Yeah, after doing some stuff here, Leo smiled before he said to Drake, we'll do a heist on Asgard and get some runes from Odin's treasury. With that thought in mind, Leo walked towards his class as he needed to do some preparations if he wanted to steal Odin's treasury. Chapter 39, Spatial. After all the events in the lunch break, the school time has officially ended and everyone was going to their homes or clubs. Nothing important happened to Leo in that period, except discussing his plans with Drake. Leo had one problem with this plan, which is Drake information. He wasn't quite sure from the location of Asgard because Drake's information might be outdated after all those years. Drake didn't have anything to say about this because even he wasn't quite sure about this. But Asgard shouldn't be quite far from the location he gave anyway because those gods are stubborn and love to stick to one place. However, there was something worrying Leo all this period. After discussing the plan with Drake, he asked him if he knew something about the vision he got, but Drake said, what vision? These words surprised Leo which made him send his memory to Drake, but the answer was still the same. Drake saw him sitting on the table normally, like all that didn't happen. Even Drake wasn't able to know about that vision. Just what is that scene? Leo was thinking about the candle scene as he felt this is getting more complicated. Drake is a very strong being, but even he wasn't able to see that vision. This made Leo's suspicions grow even stronger, but he didn't have any clue about it. Leo was gone in his old habit of thinking before he heard a voice from his side, from Earth to Leo. Are you there? Saji was next to Leo as they were leaving the school together, but Leo didn't see this guy the whole day until he saw him on this road. He also saw Leo, so they are walking together now. Leo's beasts all have intelligence and can select the best course of action to take based on certain situations. Like Leo's headphones can select who's affected by their ability, so Saji was able to see Leo. But to this moment, Leo wasn't able to understand why Kaneko was able to find him. He doesn't know that the side effect of having gold experience fused with Dragon Vein made him have an affinity with every being that can feel ki or life force, but if Leo knows about this, then he'll probably find a way to remove it. You did it again, huh? Congratulations, Saji said without looking at Leo. About what? Leo raised his eyebrow as he was also looking at the road in the front. For becoming the enemy of 83% of boys in this school. Again, Saji said as he wasn't surprised by this ending, but the speed made him shocked. 83%. I feel I did better than that, Leo frowned. Not because he was the enemy, but because he didn't get more than 90%. Well, it mostly consists of people that don't care. Saji shrugged his shoulder before pointing at someone and said, and that. Leo looked over to see a blonde boy surrounded by girls as he had a Prince Charming smile. That's the enemy of all boys in school, Yudo Kiba, Saji said as the jealousy in his voice wasn't masked. Is that what they call Prince Charming aura? Leo tilted his head as he felt this scene was weird. He was wondering what kind of reaction Kazuma will have here. Yeah. Saji took something from his back and raised it high before looking at Leo that was observing Yudo. Kazuma will probably go berserk. Leo was slightly interested in this topic, but at that moment, he caught Saji's hand that was holding JoJo's Part 1. At this moment, Leo was holding Saji's hand that almost hit him with JoJo's Part 1. What are you doing? Leo looked at Saji and the book in his hand with a blank look. Nothing, I just wanted to discuss this series, Saji said with a calm face, but Leo didn't let go of his hand. However, this guy was lying. There was a rumor going around the school about catching the legend and bringing him to the queen, so you can get her acknowledgement, and Saji was doing that. Well, he also wanted to hit Leo's head with a JoJo's manga. Leo didn't remove his hand as his eyes were fixed on Saji. I want to ask about the second part, Saji said seriously, but Leo increased the strength of his hand. Saji saw the situation wasn't good, so he played his final card, I want to say. Speedwagon. You're learning fast. Leo removed his hand from Saji before walking again. Thank you, Saji said before he walked with Leo as they left the school. However, if Leo was absent-minded because of his vision, then Saji was also absent-minded. Did something happen to you? Leo frowned as he felt something about Saji changed. Saji was surprised for a moment before he scratched the back of his head and said, "Do you remember the last conversation we had?" "No," Leo answered instantly, which made Saji sigh before he said, "I decided to accept." "Oh. It's that conversation." Leo remembered the conversation about life choices he had with this guy before he said, "So, how are you feeling?" "I don't know, honestly," Saji sighed before he said, "but I decided to accept." Leo stared at Saji for a moment before he said, "This is your final choice?" "Yeah, I'm not backing down, and the deal wasn't all that bad." Saji shrugged his shoulders, showing that he isn't all that worried. "Here it is." Leo stopped as he was going to walk on his way home, which isn't on the same path as Saji. "Look, man. Don't think too much." Leo looked at Saji before he said, "Have some confidence in yourself and look forward. Like I always say, don't leave a place for regrets." Leo smiled slightly at Saji before he said, "From my experience, you don't want to feel that regret." "Oh, thank you, but is this another nonsense that you keep saying all the time?" Saji stared at Leo with a blank look as he couldn't believe in this guy who hit people with books. "Maybe yes, or maybe not." Leo waved his hand to Saji before he walked away. "This guy." Saji smiled helplessly before walking toward his home. However, he felt something wrong. "I forgot to ask him about part 2. Saji stood in his place as he saw Leo was already gone, which made him sigh at his luck today. Meanwhile, Leo was walking slowly as he felt the spatial mark he left on Saji and some on his home before he sighed. Well, step by step, Leo looked at the clouds in the sky before walking toward his home. Walking for a while, Leo reached his home and entered inside as he saw his mother, but not his father. Manami said that Richard was in the garage checking on the car before Leo nodded and walked towards his room. After entering his room and locking the door, Leo walked towards his bed and sat down. Now what do I need to sneak into Godlands? Leo put his hand on his chin as he was thinking about a good plan. Leo has a couple of good plans, but those aren't enough. He needs something that'll make those gods in a state of shock for at least a week. After thinking for a while, Leo clapped his hand as he decided to make something he should have in a long time. Well, I guess that one is enough, but I'll make some modifications. Leo fixed the image in his head before he activated his Longinus as black light appeared on his arm. After 3 minutes, the light disappears as it leaves a bracelet on Leo's right arm. Leo checked the bracelet a few times to make sure everything was okay before he activated its ability. A dark light flashed in front of Leo before an identical clone of him appeared. Leo observed the clone and felt his connection with it before he nodded as he has complete control over the clone, or should be called Shadow Clone. Yes, this ability based on Naruto, and Leo was able to make a beast who can do it, but it's more advanced as the clones won't just die from one hit and they can use Leo abilities normally as long as they have energy. "So, how do you feel?" Leo asked his clone as he was interested in this situation as it was his first attempt of doing such a thing. "Everything is normal." The clone looked at his hand before he said, "I have 80% of your power, but that isn't exactly correct because I can't generate mana or ki on my own." Well, this is the first attempt, I'll make it better with time." Leo nodded at his clone report before he said, "Stay here and act like me. You want to run and leave all the trouble for me. I'm feeling ashamed by being your clone." The clone had a blank look and his tone was filled with sarcasm. "Wow, it hasn't been 10 seconds and I want to punch you in the face." Leo stared at his clone before he said, "Yup, you're definitely me." "Thank you." The clone accepted the praise without shame. "If something happens, tell me immediately." Leo nodded at his clone one last time before he stood up from the bed and snapped his fingers. With that action, a portal appeared in front of Leo as it was leading to another dimension before he went inside. The clone stared at Leo leaving the room before it sighed and sat on the desk. After passing through the portal, Leo appeared inside a dark space, or rather be called a void. This place was a mix between darkness and iridescent colors which looked like a kaleidoscope. This is the dimensional gap, a place that exists between the 3 realms: heaven, earth, and the underworld. Nothing can survive within the dimensional gap without magical protection. Anyone without such protection dies within a matter of seconds after being exposed to the nothingness within the gap. However, Leo was fine as Palkia appeared next to him with a pink barrier. First part of the plan. Having a place to train and experiment, Leo nodded as he was looking at the dimensional gap. Leo is planning to use this gap to try some crazy things without anyone interfering, but this place also has another purpose. Like everyone who loves to travel by the dimensional gap, and especially people who don't want to be caught like terrorists, Leo will also use this place to sneak into Asgard. He wasn't worried about Great Red or Ophis because everyone uses this place. From Chaos Brigade to someone like Team Valor, which means no one cares anymore, except Ophis. But that is because Great Red took this place as his territory. However, just to make sure, Leo will secure this place even further. Palkia. Leo gave his command to Palkia before a pink barrier appeared before it expanded into 500 meters distance. Leo landed on the barrier ground as he nodded at the subspace Palkia made inside the dimensional gap. Checking the place a few times, Leo nodded as he wanted to make this place as his base in this world, and it was a good base, except the weird feeling in the dimensional gap. Leo was getting some weird feeling from this gap, but he couldn't describe it before it vanished. This day is getting weirder. Leo watched the colorful gap before he took a few things from his shadow. Leo took Incursio and Isteth Taiga from his shadow before he thought of what he should do with them. Isteth Taiga will be used to make another beast, as this is the best thing it can be used for. And about drinking it. First, Leo's element is fire, which means it's kinda bad to include ice in his body, but using it for a beast is completely fine. However, this thing, Leo picked Incursio as he was thinking what he should do with it. At first, Leo kept it because he ran out of ideas, but he remembered something called SCP-682. Yes, Incursio is a low-key SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile. Although it's far weaker than SCP-682, but this doesn't stop Leo from keeping it for the future. Should I try to make an SCP? Leo put his hand on his chin before he chose to make it anyway. A black fog and light appeared in Leo's hand before his mana was rushing towards his Longinus without stopping, but it was far from Leo's limit. The process lasted for more than 12 minutes before an item that resembled a regular multi-tool appeared on Leo's hand. Leo pointed at the front as a gun barrel appeared from the multi-tool side, and shot. Laser. Leo felt the laser is strong and might even hurt him. Leo observed the multi-tool in his hand before he said, SCPs are really weird. This SCP is SCP-117 Complete Multi-Tool. This SCP can change into anything and give it user any tool he needs based on the situation. Leo told this beast to make a gun and it made a laser gun. But it can't function without energy from Leo, and more power and more energy it takes. Also, this SCP can't make something Leo doesn't know, which is another limiter. Maybe I should make SCP-173, just for fun. Leo felt it'll be quite interesting to see SCPs running around in this supernatural world and what reaction they'll cause. Well, this is a thing for the future, but for now. Palkia, spatial mimicry. Leo said as Palkia roared before the whole subspace started to blend with the dimensional gap as it became hidden from all the eyes. Palkia is a god of space that has an absolute power over space and dimensions. This all counts in his ability. Spatial manipulation. When Leo and Drake were discussing the plan about Asgard, Drake admitted that he can't defeat Palkia, but that doesn't mean he'll lose. It's because of Palkia's special nature of spatial manipulation. Drake doesn't think he can defeat Palkia or inflict damage without his flame, but Palkia isn't able to defeat him because of the same flame. Which means Palkia is a heavenly dragon rank. But that power can go further. Palkia is a dragon, and dragons usually fight with brute power and complete destruction of the other target, but if Leo was included in the situation, then this will change greatly. The combination of Leo and Palkia can involve all the aspects of space and spatial manipulation. These abilities are to create, delete, shape, and manipulate space. It can even include distance manipulation, inverted dimension, space compression, space boundary, spatial attack, spatial looping, etc. For example, Leo and Palkia can manipulate distance to travel far places by one step or make an attack reach instantly. They can even make the distance between a target zero, then the target will be crushed into a singularity. They can invert dimension to make all the directions reversed and all the enemies will miss their attacks, like Shinji Hirako from Bleach. Compressing the space of his fist or spear, then attacking with a huge shock wave. Using spatial mimicry to make Leo untouchable from any attack that doesn't affect space, like Obito from Naruto, or make a boundary where nothing can be affected. This is space, one of the most powerful laws in the world, and when there's a god that can control it, then it's a broken ability if it is used correctly, and Leo wasn't joking when he said he can cause an apocalypse. Leo raised his hand as a pink aura appeared on it before it started to twist until it became a black point in air as a strong sucking force coming from it. This is an application of spatial manipulation to make a singularity similar to a black hole, but isn't a true black hole because of the lack of time, power, or gravity. The black hole stopped after Leo cancelled his power before he sighed, as these skills take a lot of energy because, as a matter of fact, Palkia energy is linked with his energy. Leo knows how broken the control of space can reach, but he needs time to master it. It's training time, I guess. Leo took Yamato, Gibalg, from his shadow before he said, Drake, it's time for you to teach me something. Ah. Don't you know the boosted gear abilities? A green orb flashed on Leo's arms as Drake's voice came from it. You didn't include all the abilities. Leo had a blank look as Drake remembered that he only gave the basics. So, what the ability do you want to learn? Drake asked. I need the penetration ability. God, that sounds wrong. Leo wanted to complain about the name of the ability before he said, can't I turn off the boosted gear sound? No, Drake said instantly, as this is the fate of the enemy to hear penetrate before dying. Leo looked at his spear as he felt the combination of the spin, Yamato, Palkia, and Drake is unblockable, but the name is so stupid. Leo sighed before he raised his spear and started to swing as he wanted to master this ability with Palkia's power as soon as possible. even if he felt wrong each time he used it. Chapter 40, Heist Start. Within the dimensional gap, where nothing should exist, there was a mobile subspace traveling slowly. The subspace was hidden inside the dimensional gap as it seems apart from it. However, in this gap where nothing could exist, something was happening in that subspace. Pika, Pika. Daichi was looking at his comrades as he had a serious face. Meow, the wind spirit raised its paw as it was referring to something. Kiribo tilted his head as he didn't understand anything from what's going on. Asterisk elated gurgles asterisk. An orange mass that looked like a slime was looking happy just to be here. Pika. Daichi seemed to reach a conclusion before it raised his hand. The others looked at him before they raised their hands and the orange slime turned into a thumb-up sign. Leo was holding Yamato while looking at these four beasts before he said, I feel all the world problems were solved now. Leo has nothing to say about this scene except it was inspiring and beautiful, but sadly no one shall witness it except him. This is the third day in the dimensional gap. Nothing happened in the school as it was the weekend now. Yeah, the clone is just chilling in Leo's room after one day in school. Leo felt Sona is taking a slow approach, and he didn't know about the other devils in the school, but he isn't worried or even has a problem with those devils because SCP-117 can become the neuralizer for Men in Black and erase memories. However, Leo saw his clone chilling, so he dragged him with his other 35216 clones that were grinding for experience. Unlike most people, Leo doesn't have a problem with a lot of clones as his body can recover instantly. So, he abused this power. Using the power of shadow clones, Leo is grinding his skills here in the dimensional gap. A part of clones are controlling mana, learning more about Palkia's powers as they all have a link with Leo, or training to use the spin. Leo was also training on how to use his Longinus. He was making some new beasts while learning how to penetrate people. Leo was looking at his spear as he wasn't okay with this, but he saw the orange slime coming closer to him. What do you want, SCP-999? Leo watched the slime getting closer before he said, stop right there. Asterisk sad gurgles asterisk. SCP-999 was sad because of Leo's reaction before it lowered its head. SCP-999 is one of the beasts that Leo made in this period. It's one of the most playful SCPs around and with the ability to make everyone happy when it tickles them. Leo made this beast because it's necessary to do something in Asgard. However, when Leo made it for the first time, SCP-999 jumped and started tickling him as he was laughing non-stop. From that time, Leo stopped all the attempts of this slime to tickle him, but he still didn't understand why this slime was so obsessed with tickling him from all people. Okay, but no tickling. Leo saw the SCP-999 almost became a puddle before he sighed and allowed him to climb up. Asterisk elated gurgles asterisk, SCP-999 recovered immediately before it climbed on Leo's head and sat there, but all the other small beasts came at that moment. Kiribo became small and sat with SCP-999. Wind Spirit and Daichi sat on Leo's shoulders. Leo was speechless by his beast's actions before he sighed and looked at the chat room that he ignored for 3 days. These guys never take a break, huh? Leo saw the notification reaching 99+ before he logged into the chat room. Annihilation Maker, admin, is online. Advocate of gender equality, weakness disgust me. NEET Princess, the smell of weakness is strong today. Leo saw the first 2 messages before he almost logged out. Annihilation Maker, admin, did you guys finally go mad? Bree, no, they're themselves and this is scarier. Big Sister Lion, just tell me already. Annihilation Maker, admin, yeah, everything seems to be normal. Bree, I wonder what the word normal means to you. Annihilation Maker, admin, nothing. But what happened here? Bree, a revolution, cries of agony, Whitebeard cured his disease, and this. Annihilation Maker, admin, oh. The old man is okay, huh? Congratulations. The strongest man in the world, gwahahaha. Although it cost me most of those points, but at least my children will not force me to wear those live support devices. Whitebeard was looking at his sons using the flying ship while fighting on who would drive it before he smiled and watched Wave training. He brought 3 things from the chat room. A world power card, a cure for his disease by paying points, and an option to remove his sea weakness. Wave in this period accepted the Whitebeard crew and decided that he'll hold his justice even if he joined pirates, which made everyone in the crew laugh before they supported him. Annihilation Maker, admin, well, they are worried about you. However, what's the cries of agony? Leo knows about the revolution, but who cried in this chat room? Bree, you can ask, Kazuma-san. Advocate of gender equality, shut up you, flat Pikachu. I never cried here. Bree. Misaka was inside the class before electric sparks started to appear on her forehead, which surprised her classmates. NEET Princess, Aqua, did it again. Annihilation Maker, Admin. I see. It must have been tough, Kazuma. Advocate of gender equality, shut up all of you. Do you think I'll cry? I just worked for 3 days and all the money was wasted because of this goddess that purified the entire shop of alcohol. And now I'm in debt. You must be dreaming. Yeah, dreaming. I want to cry. Kazuma was lying on the table inside of the Adventure Guild while Aqua was put in a stunned state by his arsenal cube. He couldn't understand how this useless goddess could enter a shop and turn all the alcohol into pure water. Annihilation Maker, Admin, everything is in balance. Advocate of gender equality, die, just die. Big Sister Lion, Leo, can you tell me? Annihilation Maker, Admin, tell you what? Big Sister Lion, about my future. Leon was already feeling helpless from this chat room. At first, she heard from Misaka that the degenerate trio know the future or something, so she tried to ask them, but it was useless and they called her weak. Now her last hope is Leo. Annihilation Maker, Admin, the weakness is strong with this one. Advocate of gender equality, don't pull a Yoda here. Big Sister Lion. Do you know what? When you guys had enough, you can tell me. A hero for fun is online. A hero for fun, I don't think they know the word enough. Big Sister Lion. NEET Princess, fine, I'll tell you, but do you really need it? We destroyed the whole future. Big Sister Lion, as assassins, we work by information and all the information are useful because we're going to have a war. Advocate of gender equality, don't you have Taigu? Like most of them. Big Sister Lion, we do, but I don't want surprises in this war. The strongest men in the world, you don't want to lose anyone, huh? Big Sister Lion, you saw it. Yeah, honestly I want to thank you guys for taking down the Empire, even if you did it like an absolute madman, but at least, nobody died from my friends. NEET Princess, you're saying it like you know there'll be death. Big Sister Lion, this is war, so there have to be sacrifices. The group stopped for a moment. They can never say they know Leon's feeling accepting that she and her friends are going to an almost losing battle. These words and feelings took the group by surprise, even people that experienced war like Whitebeard. Annihilation Maker, Admin, there's not a lot of information about other countries, but there's one question. Do you want the anime or the manga? Advocate of gender equality, both of them are bad. NEET Princess, then send both. Advocate of gender equality, are you sure you're not an evil spirit? Bree. Manga. Annihilation Maker, Admin, it's a very complicated story, but yeah, anime and manga. NEET Princess, I'll just send both. Leon stared at the screen as 2 files were sent by Kagaya to her in private before she took a deep breath and opened them. She saw the files are long, so she just uploaded them to her brain according to the instructions. The group stopped as they were waiting for Leon's reaction as she's the first one to actually check the so-called future. Leo also saw this was taking a while, so he recovered all his clones and comprehended the experience. The silence continued for a while before Leon typed in the chat. Big Sister Lion, sigh, this is what happened, huh? I know it would be like that, but the strongest men in the world, but the reality sometimes is more shocking. A hero for fun, this is reality. Big Sister Lion, yeah, and I guess after this war, Night Raid is disbanded. Annihilation Maker, Admin, although I support Day Raid, but you know that the Night Raid can continue, right? Big Sister Lion, what? NEET Princess, after the war, the assassins are usually the one to blame, but you can change your names and have a normal life. Advocate of gender equality, you guys are Taiga users, the new empire can just clear your names and work from a brand new page. Bree, yeah, your friends can have a new reason to fight. NEET Princess, an advice from me. The Empire Assassin Squad wasn't in the blast range. So, tell that foodie of yours to look for her sister. Big Sister Lion, but Annihilation Maker, Admin, but this. Just do it or I'll make you do it. Damn it. This annoying ban. Ha 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 ha. Leon burst into laughter that shocked the people in the bar she was sitting at. Big Sister Lion, you guys don't know how to comfort someone, so if you need someone to do it, you should call me. Annihilation Maker, Admin, comfort someone. Can you eat that? Advocate of gender equality, what? Do we have to comfort someone? NEET Princess, the horror. Bree, stop being assholes and accept her feelings. Big Sister Lion, ha 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 ha. It doesn't matter, I bet all of them are what you call Tsundere. Advocate of gender equality, take that back. NEET Princess, did you just call me a Tsundere? Annihilation Maker, Admin, do we look like Tsundere to you? Advocate of gender equality, yeah, the Tsundere here are Leo and Misaka-san. Annihilation Maker, Admin. Bree. Leo took a deep breath as he was looking at the subspace that stopped moving before he typed. Annihilation Maker, admin, I'll deal with you later, but now. Who wants to see me causing a Ragnarok? Advocate of gender equality, I'm taking the first seats. NEET Princess, me too. Big Sister Lion, what is a Ragnarok? A hero for fun, a world ending. Bree, just. Why do you want to cause a Ragnarok? Annihilation Maker, admin, I'm bored and gods have some good stuff. Especially something about luck. Advocate of gender equality, why do you need luck? Annihilation Maker, admin, why don't I need luck? Advocate of gender equality, that's fair. NEET Princess, why don't you just get that Longinus? Annihilation Maker, admin, repeat what you just said. Kagaya was going to type again, but she stopped after realizing the horror she's unleashing. NEET Princess. How are you planning to attack Asgard? Annihilation Maker, admin, has activated the streaming function. Do you see this? Leo raised SCP-999 to the screen as it was waving its hand while sending friendly noises before he said, now, imagine him and his friends running around in your world. Kagaya recognized the SCP immediately as she was sweating slightly. Leo stepped on the ground as the chef octopus appeared from the ground before he said, and you'll never get one. NEET Princess, you demon. It's tell us karma. The group saw Kagaya having a breakdown before they sighed because they didn't get the chefs until now, except Leon that didn't fall into the food trap. Details: Leo put SCP-999 on his head before he stared at the screen. NEET Princess, fine, I'll go and copy the wiki. Well, leave it for another time. Leo looked at the dimensional gap before he smiled slightly. Bree, why? It's here. Leo waved with his hand as a screen appeared in space and showed an astonishing scene. Paradise, this is the only word that can describe this place that came straight from fantasy, but the more shocking was the enormous castle at the end of the Rainbow Bridge. When the group was observing Asgard, Leo raised his hand as the boosted gear appeared. But it changed greatly this time. Asterisk boosted gear. Tusk. Asterisk. Leo summoned the boosted gear, but it changed greatly from the usual form. The boosted gear now has a golden star around the green orb location while it has small stars marked at its ends. However, if someone looked closer, he'll see that the green orb is spinning. Chumamai-in, a pink creature appeared from the boosted gear as the green orb spinning speed increased. This is Tusk Act 1 a stand. When Leo was training the spin he realized that he has another Longinus with the ability to transfer powers, so why shouldn't he use it? Then he made Tusk and fused it with the boosted gear. This version of the boosted gear can spin and produce spinning energy for Leo while it can boost that energy or transfer it anywhere. The only downside is Drake had motion sickness for the first time before Leo separated his vision from the green orb using Palkia. The group saw the change in Leo before Kazuma and Kagaya almost spit out their drinks as they saw Tusk. But this wasn't the end. Leo raised his hand as a mask appeared, and his clothes started to change. Advocate of gender equality, what the hell are you wearing? Kazuma saw Leo's clothes change to a black ankle-length tailcoat, and a pair of red gloves while a mask appeared in his hand. Nothing important, Leo put on the mask as his face started to change until it became someone that made Kazuma and Kagaya spit their drinks for the second time. NEET Princess, looking cool, Joker. It's time to steal this place. Leo fixed his glove as he picked his spear while he was looking for something in this dimension gap. He found the great distraction. But he needs something else. However, there was someone unhappy about this because there was a transparent pink creature behind Leo. Advocate of gender equality, oh, come on. This is just disgusting. This is straight bullying. Kazuma saw Leo become Joker and Thing behind him as he felt his stomach hurt, but he wanted to see the show while the rest of the group was in confusion because... Who is Joker? Chapter 41, Divinity. Above the sky in Europe, there was an entire realm hidden from the human world. This realm is Asgard that was created by the Norse gods. However, inside the dimensional gap, someone was staring at this realm as he was frowning. This might be more complicated than I thought. Leo's eyes were shining with pink color as he was observing Asgard from the dimensional gap. This is a combination of Leo's Esper power and Palkia spatial control. It allows Leo to see some flaws in the aspect of space without reaching the required LVL. The power to see flaws doesn't just work on the world, but it also works on Leo himself. This ability allows Leo to pick the correct action based on the number of flaws in it. Like he used it with his clones, he picked the best experience from the clones and threw away all the useless memories to make the perfect style. Advocate of gender equality, can you hurry up? Leo looked at the chat room before he said, what? NEET Princess, you have been standing there for over 10 minutes without doing anything. Big Sister Lion, it kinda boring. Leo saw the group started to complain like a bunch of assholes before he sighed and said, I'm looking for something. Bree, isn't your goal in front of you? The strongest men in the world, the place called Asgard seems in the front. This isn't simple. Leo raised his hand as flame appeared and turned into a model of Asgard with 8 other layers. This realm is separated into layers, and each one of them is guarded with a ton of spells and something weird. Leo frowned slightly as he was watching the structure of Asgard. The whole realm is separated into 9 minor realms, which comes from the importance of number 9 in the Norse mythology, but Leo found something weird in the realm as it was blocking his space power slightly. That's the divine power. When Leo was confused, his boosted gear glowed as Drake's voice came from it. The whole realm of God is covered in their divine power as it works as a protector and stabilizer to the realm, which includes their authorities. Drake watched the realm of Asgard as he remembered how annoying the gods' authorities are. The authority of gods is the principal source of their powers. Unlike most of the abilities in the world, the authority works like making things happen because one has the right to do it. This also gives the gods their energy, which is essential to use the authority. You're diving into the realm and territory of gods, which will make their power and authority stronger because this is their land. Drake felt the divine power as he told Leo the information about authority and how can the belief of humans make gods stronger. So, I'm basically fighting privileged guys in their home field. Leo raised his eyebrow as he kept looking for the flaws in this realm's defense. Advocate of gender equality, who is talking now? NEET Princess, Leo Wise Guardian Dragon. Advocate of gender equality, this sound like something that belongs to the protagonist. NEET Princess, he stole it from the protagonist. Advocate of gender equality, hiss, damn. Respect to you. Leo's eyebrow was twitching as he saw the dialogue in the chat room before he ignored it. Advocate of gender equality, what are you looking for anyway? A loophole in the defense. Leo raised his hand as the space was bending slightly. A hero for fun. Can't you just go through it? I can, but it'll probably alarm the whole realm, and we don't want that. Yet, Leo looked at the realm before he floated from the ground and flew toward the left side of the subspace. Welcome to my tutorial on how to sneak into God realms. Leo started talking while his spear was glowing red. Advocate of gender equality. NEET Princess. Here is it. Leo raised his spear before he struck the space in front of him. Crack. With a cracking sound, the space in front of Leo opened like a portal before he said, sneaking into the gods' realms may sound difficult, but it's easy if you remember one thing. Gods love to have internal conflicts between them as most the troubles happen from gods messing with each other. Leo used his spatial control to stabilize the portal before he said, and here in Asgard, we have a Loki. Bree, I'm pretty sure he's called Loki. I know what I just said, Leo said instantly as Misaka was speechless before he said, if you like the tutorial, please leave a like and subscribe for more how to do things 101 inch. NEET Princess, asterisk dislike asterisk. Advocate of gender equality, asterisk unsubscribe asterisk. Bree. Big sister lion, like. Advocate of gender equality, traitor. Leo found an already existing loophole in the defensive system of Asgard as gods aren't that friendly with each other, so many of them like to rebel against the system once in a while, especially Loki. Now, this will lead to the third layer. I need to find more of these loopholes. Leo watched the portal before he took a deep breath and entered. After passing from the portal, Leo appeared in a fancy hallway with a lot of gold decorations like statues of gods and such. Wow, this is so luxurious that it hurts my eyes. Leo looked at the hallway as he felt this hallway is more valuable than the whole treasury he got from the Nobel in AKMGA Kill World. Advocate of gender equality, Joker, forget about the treasury. Just this hallway is enough. Can you consider me in this? A hero for fun. NEET Princess, go to sleep, Joker. Joker. Leo was completely speechless now because of these messages before he stopped the urge of closing the stream. Raising his head, Leo observed the place as he was looking for the rest of the loopholes. This divinity is really annoying. Leo felt the thick golden aura in the air as he wasn't comfortable with it. This aura slightly weakens his power and increases the power of his enemies. This is a fucking debuff. Leo came with the best understanding of god divinity before he used the space waves carefully to check from the place. This layer seems like a living place. However, I don't sense any powerful enemy. Leo put his hand on his chin as he was looking at the layer design. Who's there? Suddenly, Leo heard a voice from the front as he saw 2 beautiful women with red and purple hair appear in front of him. The 2 women were wearing a revealing armor, which seemed like a magical girl as it made Leo raise his eyebrow. Advocate of gender equality. Can someone tell me what is this? NEET Princess, Valkyries. Advocate of gender equality, I want to shake the hand of the person who made those armors. Bree. Big sister lion. You're an honest one. The 2 Valkyries were frowning as they looked at the men with a mask and 4 animals on his head and shoulder, which was weird, especially the slime-looking thing that was hyperactive as it was moving non-stop. Identify your SE-. The Valkyrie with red hair raised her weapon while questioning Leo. But before she completed her words, a pink aura enveloped the two Valkyries. BAAM 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 asterisk asterisk BAAM asterisk. Leo waved with his hand as the two Valkyries hit the four walls in the hallway violently by using spatial control. They made four human-shaped potholes. The space around the Valkyries was distorted as it damaged them further before Leo slammed them to the ground. Asterisk bomb. Asterisk. The two Valkyries fell to the ground unconscious because of the violent space attack, but strangely no one heard something because Leo made a space barrier that isolates sound. NEET Princess, R.I.P. Advocate of Gender Equality, R.I.P. A hero for fun, R.I.P. Now, what to do with these two? Leo walked closer as he observed the two Valkyries before he said, Venom, can you possess them? Leo's coat stretched as it touched one of the Valkyries, but it retreated immediately after a golden light flashed on the Valkyrie. Sorry, my lord. Something is blocking me, Venom said in Leo's made, which made him frown. Why do I feel this divinity will bring me a lot of problems here? Leo sighed before he raised his hand and made a special sign as he said, goodbye then. You better not do that, partner. Before Leo made the two Valkyries vanish from existence, he heard Drake's voice. The whole realm is connected with the divinity of the main gods. Any attempt to kill someone who is blessed or protected by that divinity will alarm the whole place, Drake said calmly. However, Leo raised his eyebrow and said, really, that's okay with me. To be chased by a bunch of gods that can potentially rival me in power because of their territory. Drake put another argument which made Leo lower his hand before he said, you know what? After thinking about it, I guess this isn't a good idea for now. However, I need to do something. Leo looked at the two Valkyries as he scanned the place to make sure no one was there before he took SCP-117. SCP-117 understood Leo's thoughts before he transformed into the neuralizer from Men in Black, but Leo said, are you sure this will work on them? SCP-117 glowed before the neuralizer transformed and became more sci-fi looking as it was glowing with different colors, and there was a little note on the side. Even a god will get neuralized. Leo felt today will be very interesting before he summoned Gold Experience and punched the two Valkyries. MUDA. Gold Experience punched the two Valkyries as their injuries healed quickly and they woke up. Ugh. What happened? The purple-hair Valkyrie held her head as she looked around, but before she remembered what happened, a light flashed and her memory was deleted. Leo saw the two Valkyries were in a trance as their eyes lost focus before he said, hello, you two seem to have lost consciousness in this place as you were going to the party, are you okay? Yeah, we are okay. But what party? The red-haired Valkyrie stood up from the ground as she was wondering what happened. You really don't know. Leo's voice carried some concerns before he said, you two should take better care of yourself, have a rest once in a while. At this moment, the whole chat group forgot how to type as they stared at the screen with their eyes wide open. The two Valkyries were confused before they blushed when they felt Leo's concerned eyes on them. Well, I'm glad you two are okay. But don't forget the party that Chief Lord Odin is making at the first layer. Leo smiled at the two Valkyries before he walked away. Wait. Can you tell me your name? And the purple-haired Valkyrie screamed before she said, will you be there? Leo looked at the blushing Valkyrie before he smiled and said, of course, or why would I know about the party, and you two should be ready for it. After all, a girl needs to wear something pretty for such an occasion. And my name is Joker. Puff. Kazuma spit his whole beer while looking at the screen as he couldn't believe what he's looking at. Is this real? Misaka wasn't able to know the difference between fake and real at this point. Something bad will happen today. Kagaya was shivering as she looked at Leo's smile on the screen. Take care and remember that Chief Odin might pull a trick again. Leo waved at the two blushing Valkyries as they ran away in a hurry from embarrassment before Leo put his hand on the wall and supported himself as he was almost going to puke. Advocate of Gender Equality, Leo. I need an explanation. Did Joker mask affected you? Speak to me. NEET Princess, what did you do to the real Leo? Bree, the rude Leo that hits people randomly can never do such a thing. Big Sister Lion, your reputation in this chat room is interesting. Whitebeard typed nothing as he was laughing loudly while tapping the ship as he almost broke it, and Saitama was looking at the clouds while thinking about life. Shut up. Leo said to the screen before he supported himself and stood up as he sighed. Even if SCP-117 said that the neuralizer can wipe the memory of a god, that doesn't include divine power protection, so Leo used the fact that most Valkyries have boyfriend problems to lower their guards and make everything work. The price was expensive, but SCP-117 did you get it? Leo said as SCP-117 changed again and became more effective because of this experiment with divine power. Well, let's clear this layer, then look for the loophole. Leo looked at SCP-117 change before a pink aura appeared on him and he passed through the wall. He needs to clear the layer to look for the loopholes more quickly as he can't just hit the Valkyries all the time without any progress. At this moment, the event that'll shock Asgard for centuries is starting with a guy wearing a mask and his memory-erasing device. Chapter 42, Weird. A Valkyrie was walking with 3 more Valkyries while looking at the long hallway. Did you hear the rumor? Valkyrie 1 looked at her friends as she asked them about the recent events in Asgard. Ah. Yeah, I heard they did it again, Valkyrie 2 said as she seemed very interested in the topic. Yes, Lord Vidar and Brynhildr got into another fight, Valkyrie 3 answered the question before she looked at Valkyrie 4. Vidar is the god of vengeance and the 3rd son of Odin. He's one of the strongest gods in Asgard, and he has a cheerful attitude which is quite similar to his father. However, this attitude always clashes with the serious demeanor of Brynhildr, who is the strongest Valkyrie in Asgard. I don't think this is new as they seem to do it once in a while, Valkyrie 4 shook her head as her expression didn't change that much. But still. Valkyrie 1 looked around to check before she whispered, I heard she also snapped at Lord Odin as he almost harassed her at that moment. Really? Valkyrie 2 was surprised, but Valkyrie 4 sighed and said, again. The whole Asgard knows about their chief deity, Odin, and his perverted personality. But he's still the wise all-knowing god even with his perverted jokes and pranks. That wasn't all, did you Valkyrie 1 wanted to say more, but she noticed something weird in the hallway. The hallway in the front was destroyed and there were 4 human-shaped potholes on all the walls. This scene made the Valkyries stop for a moment before they rushed over. What happened here? Valkyrie 3 looked at the potholes as she was surprised. How could this happen? We were literally in the next room, Valkyrie 2 widened her eyes as she couldn't understand how this destruction happened without noise. The whole Asgard is filled with spells that didn't the intruders, and if an intruder tries to use magic, then it'll alarm the whole Asgard. The only way to pass that defense is to have something stronger than the system to crack it somehow, but those 2 conditions are impossible as no one in their right mind will just attack Asgard. Was it someone messing around? Valkyrie 1 said while thinking about the gods in Asgard. I don't think so, these, Valkyrie 4 touched the potholes. But at that moment, she noticed something on the wall. The head of a creature with a yellow fur and long ears was sticking from the wall, which made all the Valkyries look at it while preparing their weapons. However, before the Valkyries raised their weapons, the creature turned his head. All the Valkyries widened their eyes as they saw the creature's face. Why? The creature screamed with a voice that brought chills to the Valkyries and took them by surprise. What the hell is the dash? Before Valkyrie 1 completed her words, a man with a mask appeared from the wall and flashed them with a device in his hand. Good job, Daichu. Leo nodded at Daichu before he looked at the Valkyries that lost focus because of the memory deletion. Hello, there. Leo put SCP-117 away before he said, you 4 seem to be going to the party, but what happens with Lord Odin? Party. Ah. We're late. Valkyrie 3 woke up as she panicked, and the others also showed some signs of realization. Memory implantation was successful. Well, at least they remember there was a party. Leo nodded at his modification for the SCP-117. Are you new here? Valkyrie 4 frowned as she looked at Leo and his Joker look. Yes, I came today. Leo nodded with a smile before he said, my name is Joker, nice to meet you. Oh, hello. Valkyrie 4 stopped for a moment before she replied stiffly, which made Leo's eyebrow twitch. Are you that desperate? Leo looked at the other Valkyries that were observing him before he felt that SCP-117 needed more modifications. Lord Odin did his bad jokes again. Valkyrie 2 went closer to Leo as she explained to him about the accident with Odin. So, the gods usually are in the first layer, huh? Leo listened to the Valkyrie and got some excellent information before he said, really? Then I should go prepare, it's almost time. Ah. Let's go. Valkyrie 1 dragged her friends as Leo looked at them leaving while his stomach was hurting. I hate being nice. Leo truth thoughts came out as the chat room was exploding. Advocate of gender equality, 2 Joker, Valkyrie 0. NEET Princess, this could make a good art. Advocate of gender equality, did you type that? NEET Princess. Maybe. Big Sister Lion, that sounds interesting, can you teach me? NEET Princess, teach you. Before you take any knowledge from me, you should understand the balance and order of the universe. Big Sister Lion. Is that a no? NEET Princess, yes. Leo was speechless by this group again as he looked at the long hallway before he walked forward. Taking all this layer is difficult, but I think this could work. Leo touched the wall as he put a spatial mark there. I'll make this whole layer a roller coaster. Leo smirked at his devilish plan before he saw a new message. Bree, hey, Leo. Did you really plan to kill those 2? Leo stopped in his place as he stared at the screen. He couldn't help but sigh because he forgot about the stream and who was watching. However, a new message arrived before he could say anything. The strongest men in the world, kill. He wasn't planning to kill them. What? Leo titled his head as he didn't understand this message. A hero for fun, it didn't seem that he'll kill them. The strongest men in the world, you saw it, Saitama. His actions or words didn't carry a killing intent. What are you guys talking about? I was planning on killing them. Leo felt this conversation is becoming very confusing. Advocate of gender equality, although I don't know this killing intent thing, but his action looked like he would kill them. Big Sister Lion, I'm with the two big guys, I didn't feel any killing from his words or actions. You can call it the assassin instinct. Huh. Leo now is completely baffled by this turn of events as he didn't even know what happened to these guys before he saw Kagaya's message. NEET princess, it seems something weird is happening, huh? But yeah, I didn't feel killing from Leo even if I didn't care about them dying. However, to make sure. Leo, how were you planning on killing them? Just what in the hell is going on? Leo sighed at the screen before he said, I was going to use space to crush them. At that moment, Kazuma and Kagaya stopped as they didn't type for a while. This made Leo and the group puzzled before Kagaya sent a message. NEET princess, Leo, look at your hand. Leo raised his hand as his eyes went wide open from the shock. His hand is still in the same special form, which made him shocked as he opened his hand slowly. Advocate of gender equality, I don't know about your spatial ability, but that doesn't look like space for me. Did I plan to kill them? Space or? Just what is going on? Leo felt something weird was happening to him, especially from the moment he saw that vision about the candles. The golden divine power in the air was acting weird around Leo as the group was speaking, but that didn't continue as Leo felt something on his neck. What AR, ha ha ha. Stop it. Leo almost rolled from the ground because of tickling before he grabbed SCP-999 that was tickling him. Leo was staring at SCP-999 with cold eyes while SCP-999 turned his head away and played dumb. Leo stared at SCP-999 for 3 minutes before he sighed and put him on his head and said, next time, I'll throw you like a football. Asterisk elated gurgules asterisk. SCP-999 was happy like always as he didn't care about Leo's words because he saw his lord is back to his usual self. Advocate of gender equality, as I expect of SCP-999. Even Leo can't stop that power. NEET princess, prize the slime. The wholesome slime god. Kagaya was typing normally, but she was frowning at the scene she just witnessed. That scene felt like a contradiction between a lot of things. However, she chose to observe more as she knew nothing about it and the strong people in the group did the same. Asterisk sigh asterisk, Leo sighed as he looked at the message in the group. He felt these guys are trying to switch the subject, but he can't just forget what happened. Just in case. I'll take this more carefully now, Leo decided on a new course of action before he heard footsteps in the hallway. Leo saw 3 Valkyries rushing towards him as they stopped when they reached the hallway. An awkward silence happened between Leo and the 3 Valkyries as they didn't understand what was happening. The Valkyries looked at Leo as they only rushed here because they heard the laughing sounds as Leo forgot to put a sound barrier around. NEET princess, 3 wild Valkyries appeared. What'll you do? Fight. Be Joker. A pokeball. Advocate of gender equality, no, this needs a more practical solution. Do it, Leo. Kazuma crossed his arms as his face was more serious than ever. Annihilation Maker, admin, but that option is forbidden. Leo ignored the Valkyries that were holding their weapons as he typed in the chat room. Advocate of gender equality, tough times needs difficult solutions. Let the darkness and hate consume you. Bree, what is going on? Big Sister Lion, I have no idea. NEET princess, I know, but I wish I didn't. Advocate of gender equality, do it, Leo. Do it. Execute order slime on a female knight. Bree, wait what? When Misaka was having a hard time understanding Kazuma's words, Leo grabbed SCP-999 and threw it at the 3 Valkyries. Leo manipulated the distance, so the SCP-999 reached instantly before he started to tickle them as they fell to the ground from the laughter. No, ahaha. Stop it. Ha ha ha. All the Valkyries were laughing while Leo made a sound barrier around. The group was speechless at this scene while Kazuma was observing with a serious face. However, SCP-999 turned into a hammer and hit all the Valkyries to the head, which knocked them out. Advocate of gender equality, TCH. Leo ignored Kazuma messaged as he picked up SCP-999 before he did a memory deleting process on the 3 Valkyries. This will be a very long process. Leo looked at the Valkyries leaving as he felt that blowing this place up may sound easier if there weren't some powerful gods around. With those thoughts, Leo walked away as he changed SCP-117 to carry this conversation for him, but he didn't know that this action brought him some problems in the future. Chapter 43, First Meeting. Honestly, This layer is huge. Leo was standing on the rooftop of a temple as he was looking at the large city. The sky was clear, and there was a slight breeze. This layer did not differ from the actual world, even if it was a completely divided realm. The third layer of Asgard is a large city where the Valkyries live. It has everything from the modern era. Shops, beauty salons, etc. This place was made for Valkyries' enjoyment, but there was something weird here and there. Like some Valkyries playing tennis or some other sports with slightly revealing clothes, as it made Kazuma observe for a moment before Leo deleted their memories. Advocate of gender equality, yup, I want to shake the hand of the person who made this place. Neet princess, I feel that Odin reached a level of culture we mortals can't comprehend. He even made his whole faction do it too. What a legend. Leo watched the somehow empty third layer as he wanted to pay respect to Odin's madness. Bree, I lost faith in gods. Big Sister Lion, I never believed in my life that I'll see this kind of gods. Advocate of gender equality, I didn't have faith in the first place. Picture of Aqua choking on a cooked frog leg. Big Sister Lion, you really have it tough. Gods, huh? Leo shook his head before he snapped his fingers as 5 clones appeared next to him. You know the plan. Touch everything in this layer. Leo gave orders before the clones nodded and teleported from here. Leo already finished his attack on this layer, as most of the Valkyries left and the place is almost empty, which means he needs to act fast before they discover his actions. He learned some things about Asgard from Valkyries during this journey. Like the royal place in the first layer is the place where gods usually live in, and most of the layers here are for Valkyries as the warriors live in Valhalla. However, the medium layers are for the old gods and stubborn kinds that don't like the change that Odin made according to human society, but those layers also contain monsters and creatures that can't fit in the outside world. The last layers are secret ones that no one except who had permission from Odin can access it. Especially the 9th layer, as only Odin can enter that layer. So this is Leo's goal from this heist. Neet princess, touch everything, huh? Advocate of gender equality, this place will be burned to the ground, but I require the phrase to be said. Yeah, I'll say it. Leo waved his hand before he jumped from the rooftop and rushed to the next loophole. When Leo was rushing to the loophole in the underground where nobody usually goes, Kagaya was checking something on the internet. Killing without the killing desire behind it. That sounds like something only emotionless beings will do, but... Kagaya was checking the pages with a speed that'll make Leo and Kazuma surrender to the internet god. However, Leo has desires and his own personality. It was almost like he didn't even think he was going to kill them in the first place. Kagaya observed the stream more while she was thinking. She doesn't have a problem if Leo kills or not, but it was very odd and something that shouldn't happen in that way. Kagaya saw this form of thing happen before at the moon. On the moon, gods don't have feelings for mortals and think everything they do is correct, which comes from their nature. Leo reminded Kagaya with that as she almost felt his action was coming from rightness. Nature of the thing. Like no sins and only total rightness. Does Leo have something like that? Kagaya frowned more and more before she widened her eyes and dropped the mouse from her hand. No way. Kagaya stared at the bookshelf next to her before she picked a book and looked at it. The book title was Toru Majitsu no Index Lore for Dumbass. Meanwhile, Leo reached for the loophole and hit it with his spear as another portal opened. However, Leo frowned as this portal doesn't go into any layer from Asgard that he scanned before. Hidden layers. Why, I'm not surprised. Leo saw the portal destination is a hidden layer in the 5th layer before he stepped forward, but at that moment he stopped. Bree, what happened? Shoo. Leo put his finger on his mouth before he looked at the portal more closely. He felt something wasn't right from this portal before he hit it again with his spear. 4th hidden layer? Leo tilted his head as this seemed to be strange. There was a hidden loophole in a hidden loophole. Does this mean the other loophole is true, or it's just a trap? Leo put his hand on the portal as he scanned the space using Palkia, but he didn't get any useful information. Leo watched the portal for a while before he tightened his spear and jumped into it. The scene shifted in Leo's eyes until it became a library in the 4th layer that was hidden from everyone and can only be accessed from the 4th layer or the loophole in the 3rd layer. Library, huh? Leo picked a book from the shelf next to him as he saw it as a basic book about some combat style while all the others were something about regular magic or martial arts. So, this place is a hidden library to keep these books, but these only basics, and most of them are regular things. Leo put the book back to its place before he looked at the portal behind him that didn't close until now. So, what to do with this? Another loophole. Of course, Leo hit the portal again as a passage to the 5th layer was opened, which made him stare at it with a blank face. That was just a lucky guess. Are you serious? Leo felt there was something wrong with this Asgard and the person who made these loopholes. The strongest men in the world, this is confusing. I know. Leo nodded before he made 3 clones and made them scatter around as he was preparing something in this layer before he jumped to the portal, but he didn't arrive at the 5th layer. It was a hidden layer in the 6th layer. Okay, now this is weird. Leo looked at the old library filled with scrolls and books as he didn't know what to say. So, this portal is a trap and it'll lead to the 4th layer, but because I destroyed it with my spear, it led me to the true loophole. Leo rotated Gibalg as he felt that maybe the penetration was the answer all along. Advocate of gender of equality, so, you went from the 3rd layer to the 4th hidden one, but that layer took you into the 6th hidden layer when you should have gone to the 5th one. The strongest men in the world, this is really confusing. A hero for fun. Agreed. Well, it was a shortcut. Leo chooses to ignore the stupid loopholes in this system before he checked the scrolls in the library. Most of the scrolls were about Asgard history and some secret information about the past which wasn't supposed to be shown to the outsiders or even most of the Valkyries. But Leo found some magic books and martial arts, even if most of them were about barriers and healing magic. Maybe there's another secret around. Leo put the scrolls as he walked around the library. The library was enormous but almost empty with no sound around. Even a slight whisper couldn't be heard in this library, which made Leo put a sound barrier around him so he won't alarm anyone. Advocate of gender equality, this reminds me of my old world where I hated the library. NEET princess, same. Bree, you two should stop hating everything, just because it hurts your brains. I put JoJo's in the religion section before. Leo dropped the bomb as the chat room exploded. Advocate of gender equality, ha 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 ha. NEET princess, you madman. Take my respect, goddammit. Bree, a religion named JoJo. Advocate of gender equality, when did you do it? It was in my old world, it was a good time. But I also plan to do it here. Leo smiled slightly before he walked toward a bookshelf that seemed important. Advocate of gender equality, but don't you feel strange that there's no one in this layer? NEET princess, this place looked like an important place, so there have to be some guards at least. I don't know. Leo looked at the huge bookshelf before he reached a book and said, I didn't feel anyone in this layer. Maybe it's deserted. However, when Leo picked the book, another book was picked next to him as it showed the face of a person from the other side. Awkward silence. There was a handsome man on the other side. He was wearing a blue jewel on his forehead and with a long light blue hair that was floating behind him. NEET princess, a wild Loki appeared. Leo blinked once. Loki was staring at Leo without blinking as he was holding a book in his hand. Leo raised the book in his hand slowly as he covered the gap in the bookshelf between him and Loki. Big sister lion, are you really serious? Bree, you'll get used to it. However, that didn't last long before Loki took the book and stared at Leo again. More awkward silence. The two men stared at each other without talking before Loki said, how can a lowly human enter this PLA dash? However, Loki didn't complete his words because. Boost. Asterisk Bayam. Asterisk. MUDA. Leo punched Loki to the face with the boosted gear as his face was twisted for a second because of the spin before he was sent flying across the library. And this was the first meeting between Leo and the gods in Asgard. Chapter 44, Leo vs. Loki. In the 4th layer library, there was a Valkyrie sitting on a desk while checking the files. This is Amelia, a high-ranking Valkyrie in Asgard. Her job is usually to guard the layers and especially the hidden libraries and archives. She was recently transferred to the 6th hidden layer, but today Lord Loki told all the guards to leave and shut himself inside the library. Almost all Asgard know Loki's usual behavior of pride and arrogance, but he doesn't bother anyone as long as you don't mess with him. Once in a while, he chooses to stay in the library to test magic or do more studies, which isn't a problem at all. However, he always kicks the people out of that layer when he does that, which bothers them slightly. Asterisk sigh asterisk at least, I don't have to work a lot. Amelia sighed as she was looking through the library records as it was a daily job for her. But she didn't notice the cup of coffee next to her was vibrating slightly. Meanwhile, in the 6th hidden layer. Crash asterisk asterisk crash asterisk. Loki was flying across the library as he smashed 3 bookshelves before he did a flip and stopped in midair. What's this? Loki shook his head as he felt his divine energy and head were spinning slightly, which made him dizzy before he forced himself to calm down. Loki widened his eyes before he wanted to use a teleportation spell, but it failed as a red spinning spear appeared in front of him. The mana and space power contained in that spear gave Loki chills before he used his divine power to the maximum and activated an acceleration spell. The spear did an arc in the air before it flew to the end of the library as Loki was able to dodge with an inch. BOOMMM. An explosion hit the place as the whole library was shaking, books and scrolls were falling to the ground. I missed. Leo stared at the explosion in the distance as he tightened his fist and activated his magic core. Red mana rushed from Leo's heart and filled his body instantly as a red aura was around his body. This is a simple use of mana inspired by Ki as it increases Leo's body power as long as he can withstand the huge mana. However, that wasn't the end as yellow lightning appeared on his body and formed an armor on the red mana. Using Regulus power, Leo increased his speed and power again. The whole chat group was in a state of spectating as they were waiting for the battle without talking. "Hang on tight," Leo said as pink space aura covered his 4 beasts on his head and shoulder. Boost. Boom. Leo's power doubled again before he kicked the ground and rushed toward Loki. All that left in the place was sparks of lightning as a red meteor was flying in the library. Loki was staring at the explosion as he felt the spear power and looked at the skin injury on his stomach that was healed with magic. He frowned as he wasn't able to do space magic and all his defensive spells were pierced like nothing, but he didn't have much time before he saw the red meteor appearing in front of him. Wide array of magic circles activated around Loki as it formed an all-round defense, but Leo raised his fist that was flashing with mana, thunder, and pink space power before he punched. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. Loki's magic circle smashed like nothing, as Leo rushed with another punch towards Loki, but a golden aura and purple magic circle blocked him. However, the ground wasn't safe as it cracked and the library was shaking again. Leo and Loki were locked like that as shock waves blew everything around them. However, Leo was frowning as he felt that the divine power enchanted Loki's spells and made him able to stop his attack. Sneak attack. But I have to say that you're an interesting opponent, Loki smirked as he saw Leo's space-powered punches even if he was disgusted by the thunder as it reminds him of Thor. At this moment, the battle-maniac evil god forgot about why Leo was in Asgard and wanted to enjoy this battle, which made Leo stare at him with a blank face before he acted. Leo raised the boosted gear as he hit the magic barrier again and made Loki's feet sink to the ground from the force before he twisted his body and did an axe kick towards Loki's head. Leo's speed was very fast as it was boosted by lightning before it hit Loki, but he was able to block it with his hands that were covered with magic circles. However, the space vibrations made Loki shake before he jumped backward because Leo wanted to kick him in the gut. But this didn't help him as Leo twisted his body and rotated in midair before he punched the air, as a punch mark appeared on Loki's stomach and he was sent flying. What? Loki didn't understand how can that punch hit him from the distance as he wanted to use magic attacks, but Leo that was spinning in midair raised the boosted gear. Chumamayan Tusk appeared on the boosted gear before 5 spinning dragon shots emerged on the Longinus fingers. Leo didn't waste time as he shot all the energy booms towards Loki while removing the distance like he did with the previous punch. Defense or range doesn't work well, Loki analyzed the situation instantly as he raised his arm before a large number of magic circles appeared and shot beams towards Leo and his attack. The two attacks met head-on, but Loki widened his eyes as he saw most of his attacks were sliding on Leo's dragon shots before they hit random places in the library. The dragon shots didn't stop because of Loki's surprise as they reached him, but they all missed the target and went around his body. Leo landed on the ground as he opened his palm and Gibalg appeared on it before he waved and crushed all Loki magic attacks. To think the opponent was the Red Dragon Emperor, Loki was getting overjoyed by the battle when he realized that he's against the Red Dragon Emperor of this generation before he said, "You're a human, but you still have proven your strength even if you're a very chaotic person. Advocate of gender equality, huh? You have a cool title and you didn't tell me. NEET Princess, SHHHHH. Let me watch. You talk too much, don't you?" Leo raised his spear as 5 red shadow spears appeared around him before they shot towards a corner in the library. Crack. The spears hit a hidden magic circle before it was activated. Leo felt the magic circle was a trap, so he stopped it immediately. However, Leo looked at Loki normally before he snapped his fingers. "And it's a dragon for you," Leo said as Loki felt something dragging him from behind. Looking at the back, Loki saw the 5 spinning dragon shots combined as a black point appeared in space and started to suck him towards it. 3 seconds before the black hole vanished, Leo tightened his muscles as he teleported above Loki and stuck him with his spear. Loki was in the middle of Leo's attack in the black hole as he didn't have any place to run, but he smirked before he teleported. Leo raised his eyebrow as he stopped in midair and looked at Loki standing far away from him with hundreds of magic circles. "Oh. Did you analyze my space blockage?" Leo figured out the situation immediately before he said, "It seems that magic is more convenient than I thought, or I suppose this is a god." "Don't get ahead of yourself, human," Loki shook his head before he said, "just because you got the power from the god recorded in the Bible that doesn't make you a rival to gods. You really love your villain speech." Leo rotated Gibalg in his hand as he disappeared from his place with a flash of lightning. Boom. Loki widened his eyes before he desperately moved his head to the side as Gibalg scratched his cheek. Leo was standing sidewise and holding his spear with one hand before he said, "But you need more than that. God. Boost." Loki didn't even move before he was kicked by Leo as the air exploded with sonic booms. Crash. Loki crashed to the ground as he rolled for a moment before he regained his balance and stood up. Raising his arm, Loki shot magic beams and lightning towards Leo. Red arcs flashed in the air, as Leo destroyed and shot down every single spell as an explosion appeared behind him because of the stray shots, but he was unscratched. However, Loki flew to the sky again as he was bleeding slightly because of Leo's attacks, but he was smiling as 13 magic circles appeared on the ground. 3 wolves appeared from the magic circles followed by 10 dragons that resemble snakes. Those were Loki's son and grandsons, Fenrir, Skoll, Hati, and 10 clones of Midgardsormr. Fwahahaha. Now, let's see how the Red Dragon Emperor deals with the fangs that able to slay gods. Loki smiled as his army of monster was growling at Leo. However, he didn't get the reaction he was waiting for. Did you finally summon them? Leo put the spear on his shoulder as he looked at Loki's army before he said, I guess this is it. Loki didn't understand Leo's words, but his monsters didn't wait before Fenrir was the first one to rush towards Leo with a godlike speed as he crossed the distance instantly. Kazuma, Misaka, and Leon widened their eyes at the screen as Fenrir almost bit Leo with his sharp fangs. Crunch. With the sound of teeth grinding on something. For the first time during this battle, Loki was completely shocked. Leo was holding Fenrir Fang with his empty hand as he didn't even get scratched by the fangs that slay gods. His body was shining with pink aura as the space barrier was between him and Fenrir. It doesn't matter what you throw at me. Leo pierced Gi-Balg to the ground before he clenched his fist as the space was getting compressed to a terrifying degree. As long as it doesn't affect space. Leo swung his fist as the compressed space hit Fenrir to the jaw. Boom. Fenrir was launched like a rag doll to the sky as he reached the ceiling before it fell slowly, but a white-pink dragon appeared in the sky as it hit Fenrir with its tail. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. In Loki's astonished eyes, Fenrir hit the ground as the whole layer was shaking violently. However, what shocked him is the dragon in the air and how the space was reacting around him. He never saw in his life this dragon and he can't believe that he doesn't know this strong dragon while feeling a power that surpassed him. Palkia didn't care about Loki as his claws flashed with space power before he rushed to Fenrir. A pink aura appeared on Leo's head as SCP-999 was teleported. As for you. Leo grabbed Gi-Balg from the ground as he was putting a huge amount of mana into it before a pink humanoid creature appeared behind him. He did the previous hand sign with his hand that looks like holding a detonator and said, Killer Queen has already touched you. Killer Queen, a stand from JoJo and the last beast Leo made in the dimensional gap with the ability to turn anything it touches into a bomb. Switch. Asterisk explosion. Asterisk. Ah! Loki's body was exploding as he was struggling to use his magic and divine power to stop the bombs from destroying his body. He didn't struggle for long before he found a weird mana in his body and got rid of it, which made the explosion stop, but he was heavily injured. Also, it doesn't matter if you summon or not, Leo's words were like ice to Loki. No, it was literally ice as the whole layer was getting frozen with lightning flashing around. A giant lion made from lightning appeared on top of Skoll and Hati before it smashed their heads to the ground easily. The 2 wolves didn't have a chance to react because of the violent lightning and the fact that their fangs and claws don't work on a massive energy. On the other side, a blizzard was blowing as a monster in the shape of a mermaid was freezing everything around her, even the space was slightly frozen. The Midgardsormr clones' flames didn't have any effect before they were frozen and crushed into fragments. Loki even saw his magic circles and defenses getting frozen by the cold air as he started to add divine power to stop it. This is Alreska Glacies, a familiar from Strike the Blood, who can lower the temperature to absolute zero that's not possible normally and crush things at an atomic level. This beast was made from his death Taigu in the dimensional gap. Leo put a position of throwing before he tightened the spear that was charged with mana, lightning while spinning in his hand before he said, it's over. Boost. Boom. The spear left sonic booms in the air as it flew towards the injured Loki with a speed that didn't even give him a chance to blink as he was using a teleportation spell, but it failed again. This bastard, Loki realized that Leo allowed him to use space earlier before he flew down to avoid the spear, but that was pointless as the spear changed its direction and rushed to him even if he used an acceleration spell. Don't you dare get cocky, human. Loki used all his strength with the divine power in the air and made hundreds of magic circles between him and the spear as it blocked its advancement. Lightning and mana were clashing together between Gi-Balg and Loki divine magic barriers as it did a spectacular light show. Divine power again, huh? Leo raised his hand before 2 sounds vibrated across this layer. Asterisk penetrate. Asterisk. Puff. With the sound of the boosted gear and flesh getting pierced, Loki saw the spear piercing him in his abdomen before he crashed to the ground. Bam. The layer and all Asgard was vibrating slightly from that attack. Chapter 45, Realization. An enormous cloud of dust appeared in the layer, but Leo waved his spear as it was cleared quickly and showed Loki that was staring at the ceiling in shock while he was nailed to the ground. Leo walked slowly towards Loki as he recovered his beasts and looked at the destruction in this layer before he said, well, looks like I'm exposed. Loki moved his head slowly to look at Leo and Palkia that was bringing Fenrir that was sealed in a cube of space, but what made him speechless is the fact that Fenrir was getting tickled by an orange slime as he lost his ability to resist. The god-devouring wolf was subdued by an orange slime. This made Loki lose some faith in himself. Transfer. Leo saw Fenrir in the space, so he transferred the boost to Alreska and froze Fenrir in space and time inside the cube after recovering SCP-999. Like I said. Leo recovered his beasts before he said, "It's over." Loki stared at Leo as he didn't have any strength to stand up. Killer Queen bombs injured him badly from the inside, and Gibalg is using his separation power to separate his divine power from his body, which left him powerless. However, Leo didn't care about Loki's eyes glaring at him because he was typing in the chat. Annihilation Maker, admin, how was that? Advocate of gender equality, it sucks, I wasn't able to see anything, all the fight was just flashing on the screen. This isn't anime. You lied to me. NEET Princess, 3 out of 10 just because you said the phrase. Bree, I didn't see anything. Big Sister Lion, me too. The strongest man in the world, you took too long. A hero for fun, one attack is enough. Even if that's boring. Annihilation Maker, admin, I needed him to summon his monsters, so it took this long. NEET Princess, it still sucks. But more importantly, I think I found what happened to you, Leo. Leo was surprised by this announcement, but he heard an annoying voice behind him. Don't think you won, Red Dragon Emperor. This is just the B-. Loki didn't finish his words as Venom shot a web to his mouth and Leo said, "Wait a minute." The group saw how Leo was treating gods before they ignored it. NEET Princess, you know that you made yourself compatible with magic, but you know that into a Ru world, magic work in the idol theory that follows the belief of a certain religion to affect the reality. I know, Leo nodded, but Loki was struggling while staring at him like a retarded because he was talking to the air. NEET Princess, Espers use their own reality, which is the opposite to magic side, so maybe because you're in a god's realm is affecting your personal reality after being allowed to use magic. NEET Princess, even if you're in DXD, a god realm is a god realm, and maybe there are some rules in the DXD world that are clashing with Tuaru rules. Honestly, there are a lot of possibilities, but this will certainly affect you and most likely you'll go berserk or something because Espers are related to angels. Misaka in her world was walking in the school corridor as she was looking at the messages while gathering information. I knew it. My world has magic, huh? There's even a magic side. Misaka nodded her head while reading the last message Kagaya sent before she thought, so Espers are related to angels. Wait, what? She stopped in her place immediately before she typed in the chat. Bree, excuse me. Advocate of gender equality, I knew it. Kazuma raised his fist because he guessed Misaka's world plot successfully. The strongest men in the world, This looks like a problem. Then what do you suggest, Kagaya? Whitebeard still feels weird to call Kagaya because he knows that her age is bigger than him by a huge amount. However, they all forgot Misaka's question. NEET Princess, don't kill or use your Esper ability, and it's better if you left this realm as soon as possible. I see. Then I'll go berserk if I stay here. Leo looked at Gibalg in his hand before he typed in the chat. NEET Princess, most likely. Annihilation Maker, admin, thank you. Finally. It's about time this happens. NEET Princess, whoo. Leo ignored the chat room as he looked at the problem in his hands. Venom, do you need him dead or just like this? Leo looked at the struggling Loki as he asked Venom. I need him dead because this is the only way to absorb the divine power for me, and honestly, these gods are weak, Venom said in Leo's mind. Don't compare Marvel Comics to here, Venom. However, the only way. Then let's make another way, Leo said as a black fog appeared on Venom before he gained a new ability to absorb the divine power from living gods as long as they don't resist, or in Loki's condition as their divine power separated. NEET Princess, HEY. Talk to me. What the hell do you mean by finally? Bree, she seems really angry. Big Sister Lion, yeah. Annihilation Maker, admin, this is just a regular trope in the protagonist life cycle. Advocate of gender equality, you're okay, Leo. You didn't hit your head or something. Annihilation Maker, admin, no, I'm okay. But my protagonist phase has started. The group stared at the screen to see Leo acting normally as he seemed completely calm, unlike the other time when they told him about the killing problem. They even saw his coat extend some webs and warp Loki before it absorbed some golden color energy. NEET Princess, Leo. Are you serious? Annihilation Maker, admin, yeah, I'm serious. Like every protagonist going berserk and receiving a power-up. I'll use it and weaponize my berserk state, just watch me. NEET Princess, are you kidding me? Leo, what the hell? Do you know what you're messing with? Advocate of gender equality, how bad is it exactly? NEET Princess, Type Moon Level of Despair. Advocate of Gender Equality, Leo. This isn't worth it just because you want to become OP or something. NEET Princess, become OP. That isn't a reason to jump into Tuaru chaos. There's no way that's your reason. HM. Well, it's kinda my reason even if it's to pass time. Leo smiled at the screen, but the group stopped talking as they felt that smile was weird. The group wasn't able to describe that smile, but they know that smile wasn't for them or even to anyone in this place. Pass. Time. Kagaya fingers stopped typing as she stared at the screen without blinking, even if Leo already walked away. She knows that Leo's answer will always be yes. I want to be OP, or shut up and just watch. However, she never imagined getting this answer. Is it because of the external factors? Or he already knows this will happen, so he came here? I don't know. For the first time in this group, Kagaya felt this weird and helpless. Whitebeard tightened his grip on his naginata as he drank some wine. But his sons noticed that he's thinking about something. Leon was drinking like Whitebeard, but she didn't like the weird atmosphere in the chat room. Misaka felt this conversation, and this moment is the most weird situation this chat room ever saw. However, she felt something weird happened after looking at that smile. Like something was so close became very far. Aqua finally cleared her plate of food and stared at Kazuma that was looking at the air while tapping the sword in his hand with his fingers. For the first time after they came to this world, Aqua chose to not mess with Kazuma as she felt something weird. Saitama looked at the chat room screen as even he showed a clear emotion because he was frowning. At this moment, the group realized something. After all that time together, even if it wasn't long, they know a lot about each other, but Leo was always an exception. No, it was like they knew something, but those things hide the big picture. He's rude? Like cute things. Want to be OP. He also cares about his friends and family. But now, all this information seems like trivial things and they are just scratching the surface of something deep. The group knows that Leo isn't a madman even if he acts like one with his crazy ideas, he's more like my normal doesn't have to be your normal. But this made them more puzzled. Why is he doing this? For power? Even Leon that joined recently knows that wrong, so for what? He didn't seem to hide anything in his actions. So why are they feeling like this? The whole team saw Leo back to normal now, but they couldn't take the question out of their heads. This made them realize that they don't know anything about the person named Leo. When the group was silent, Leo grabbed SCP-999 from above his head and said, "Hey, little guy, I need you in something." SCP-999 made an OK sign with his body as he was agreeing to Leo's plan. Okay, then I only need one thing and we're ready. Leo put SCP-999 on his head before he walked forward to look for a secret here. Loki that was dragged by Leo's web stared at his divine power that was absorbed by venom and Fenrir that was frozen in ice. What the hell is going on with this red dragon emperor? He even has Annihilation Maker. Loki was able to detect Leo power by using his senses as a god because his divine power was on venom. He's a strong opponent and maybe one of the strongest red dragon emperors, but he's so chaotic. Dragon heart. But why does he seem like a hero that'll turn into a god? Loki could see Leo's dragon heart and lungs, but that doesn't change the fact that Leo is a human with special traits. Humans can become gods in this world if they have a pure soul, benevolence, and righteousness, as it doesn't matter to be evil or good as long as you're honest about yourself. Because gods are honest about their personalities. However, Loki saw something weird here. He saw an invisible field around Leo clashing with the divine power in the air that was trying to start the godification process before getting absorbed by that field. The two Longinus were also sending something like information, but the field was disgusted by it before it compressed it and turned it into something purer. Oh, it's using my divine power and Asgard divine power to write something. Loki saw something in the shape of a book with one page in Leo's aura before he nodded and thought how he could escape. But that didn't take long before he widened his eyes. It's using my fucking divine power to write something. Loki saw the book and the only page in it. There were only 2 lines written in the book, but every word and letter was hitting Loki in the head like a hammer from just looking at them. For the first time in his life, Loki felt fear, an absolute fear from those words. Just what the hell is this? Loki stared at Leo before he looked at this divine power. However, it's using my divine power and my divine power has. We're all going to die. Loki's eyes went blank as he stared at the book and the boosted gear while he felt that his reason in life was lost because this man in front of him will cause a Ragnarok even bigger than his. What happened to you, Loki? I need you to find the Infinity Gauntlet in your father treasury. Leo dragged Loki before he said, you'll be the guide and the scapegoat. Loki has almost choked on his own blood after he heard what this guy is planning. Meanwhile, in the first layer in Asgard, the gods felt Fenrir and Loki power from the lower layer, but most importantly, Drake power as they rushed outside the palace. However, Odin, Vidar, Freyr, Baldur, and Brynhilde were staring at the Valkyries that were holding balloons and party tools. Odin raised his eyebrow, Vidar put his hand on his chin while wondering what's going on. The other gods didn't have much reaction except confusion, but Brynhildr shivered from anger. Asgard was getting chaotic, and this is only the start. Chapter 46, Roller Coaster. Can you explain? Brynhildr walked towards one of the Valkyries as she was boiling from anger before she said, "What are you doing here?" When Asgard is under attack. In the first layer, Brynhildr was staring at most of the Valkyries in Asgard while burning from anger. All the Valkyries were startled before they swallowed up a little because Brynhildr was scary. Especially when she's angry. Brynhildr is a beautiful woman with long light blue hair. However, she is a very serious and strict person who will always make sure the order and rules are being followed inside Asgard, which makes the Valkyries afraid of her even if they take her as a role model. Calm down, Brynhildr. Vidar walked toward Brynhildr in an attempt to calm her down, but he said, "You'll get more wrinkles on your face if you continue." Vidar is a handsome man in his 20s. He has white golden hair, golden eyes, and a beard. He also wears a fitting white suit. But Brynhildr has known this guy for a long time. Huh. Brynhildr touched her face to feel the smooth skin before she understood that Vidar was making fun of her age again. You. Brynhildr clenched her fist that was flashing with divine power as she was forcing herself to calm down. Vidar laughed slightly at Brynhildr's condition before he turned towards the Valkyries and said, "Does any one of you care to explain what's happening?" You. One Valkyrie was sacrificed by her friends to explain what happened, which made Brynhildr take notes to train these Valkyries further in the aspect of teamwork. Odin raised his eyebrow when heard the story about the men named Joker and the unexpected party before he said, "I thought this was a surprise party, Sai. This is disappointing." "I know, right?" Vidar replied naturally, which made Brynhildr angrier. "Father, look at this." Baldur looked at the Valkyries before a magic circle flashed in his hand. Baldur is the god of beauty and the eldest son of Odin. He used his magic on the Valkyries and discovered something. A strange force affected their minds. Odin touched his beard before he said, "But why is it acting in this way?" "It's almost like they put it to be removed easily," Freyr, the god of sacral kingship, said as he noticed the way the force was affecting the Valkyries' minds. "Remove it." Odin observed the magic circle for a while before he used his own divine power and removed all the foreign force on the Valkyries. However, something happened that made him surprised, even if he saw a lot during his life. That wasn't real. A Valkyrie collapsed to the ground while looking devastated. "He tricked us. He tricked us." Another Valkyrie was clenching her weapon as she almost gritted her teeth. Joker. Unforgivable. A dark aura appeared on most of the Valkyries as it made Odin sweat a little. The gods stopped their actions as they stared at the Valkyries that were releasing a terrifying aura. This is what happens when you leave the talk to an SCP, so Leo is facing the wrath of Yandere Valkyries. "What happened to you?" Brynhildr understood that something has happened to the Valkyries before she said, "Start the formation and follow me." Brynhildr was trying to command the Valkyries, but they all turned towards her with their empty eyes as it put a chill into her soul. "Why are you looking at me like this?" Brynhildr didn't want to admit she was scared while trying to figure out the situation. "What an amazing SCE, I mean horrible." Odin corrected his words before he walked forward and said, "Valkyries, listen to me." All Valkyries looked at Odin before he said, "We have a situation about an intruder in Asgard and this isn't the time to act weak. Pick up your weapons and follow the oath you made. Protect Asgard." Odin saw his words have some effect on the Valkyries before he said, "Oh, I forgot to say. Your Joker is there too." The Valkyries seemed to be hit by an electric shock before they all raised their weapons and rushed towards the second layer. They didn't even wait for the gods to follow. "I still got it," Odin smirked while touching his beard as Brynhildr felt she need more studies after all those years before she followed the Valkyries. "And here they go." Vidar sighed after he saw the Valkyries leave before he looked at his father and said, "But father. You felt it, didn't you? Loki, Fenrir, and Drake." Odin nodded before he looked slightly serious and said, "It has a while since I heard that name. Do you think Loki has Drake? Or this Joker is a helper to him?" Baldur didn't even think twice before including Loki on the intruder's side. "We don't have enough information, but it most likely Loki was a part of this," Freyr said while his idea was similar to Baldur. Vader didn't say anything as he was slightly sad for Loki and his bad luck to be always suspected when something happens. "We can't be sure." Odin didn't rush in conclusion before he looked around and said, "The others aren't here. Thor and the others aren't here." Baldur replied before he said, "But why don't you know, father?" ****I was busy. Odin coughed, which made them know he was doing his usual perverted hobby before they ignored him and teleported to the 6th layer, but they couldn't. Baldur tried a few more times before he looked at Odin and said, "The layer is locked." The other felt the confusion in Baldur's tone before they frowned and teleported to the 2nd layer as they met the Valkyries using magic in space. Lord Odin. Brynhildr saw Odin arrive before he bowed down slightly as she said, "The whole layers are locked and we can't access them." Freyr stared at the space leading to the third layer before he said, "The space was rotated and the entire system is against us now." This is really annoying, but brilliant at the same time. Freyr used hundreds of magic circles to analyze space as he was annoyed by this situation. The whole layer space was rotated by 180 degrees, which made the defensive system that was protecting Asgard from the intruders work against them. "Are you telling me we were kicked out from Asgard?" Vidar was speechless as he looked at the Valkyries working to analyze the space blockage. "Kicked from Asgard, huh? First, he turned most of our Valkyries into Yanderas, and now he did this." Odin didn't seem all that worried as he knows how strong the defensive system in the lower layers with the tricks and traps in it. Lord Brynhildr. Ah. Lord Odin. A Valkyrie came rushing to Brynhild as she was holding a magic circle that was showing a map. Brynhild saw Odin nodded before she signaled the Valkyrie to speak. "We found the location of Lord Loki and the intruder." Joker. The voice of the Valkyrie cracked for a second, which scared Brynhildr slightly before she looked at the magic circle. "Huh? Does this space exist?" Brynhild was confused as she saw a subspace next to the sixth hidden one. An extra space. Odin looked at the map before his face solidified for a second. "I can't believe this. This is terrible." A serious look formed on Odin's face, but this made his two sons more speechless. "We need to stop them immediately." Odin raised his hand as Gungnir appeared on his hand before he said, "Asgard's secrets can't be known to the enemies." Vidar, Baldur, Freyr, and Brynhildr stared at Odin holding Gungnir as they finally understood what was in that layer. Meanwhile, in the extra space at the sixth hidden layer. This space is much like the last library, but it was slightly smaller. Leo was looking at a book in his hand while reading it. He's taking the book very seriously as he made sure he doesn't miss a single detail before he closed it and looked to the sky. Boom. Leo kicked the bookshelf as a part of the library went flying and books mixed with DVDs flew to the sky. It was all P*RN and Han*AI. Leo screamed to the sky as he burned the book in his hand. The other books fell on Loki as he was also very speechless from the situation. The evil god Loki was buried under a mountain of Han*AI and P*RN magazines. NEET princess, always has been. Advocate of gender equality, I'll go and worship Odin now. Bree, I don't know what to say anymore. I give up. Big sister lion, what a crazy world, huh? A god hide P*N in his kingdom. This is the result after some research in this layer by Leo and some help from Loki. Flashback before entering the secret space. Huh? Do you expect me to say something? Loki could talk as Leo removed the web from his mouth before he said, "Don't dream, human. I, Loki, searched this place for years and learned all Odin's ways and tricks before reaching this far. And you want to find them now? Don't make me laugh, Fohaha. Loki didn't finish his laugh as Leo put the web again before he dragged him and walked towards the place he came from. You learned Odin ways, huh? Then you're the retard that put the stupid loopholes next to each other. Leo observed the place while Palkia raised Fenrir and followed them. Muffled noises. Loki was angry as he was struggling even further, but he couldn't do anything because Gibalg was penetrating him. Leo didn't care about him as he put his hand on the ground and started to feel something. The chat room went silent as they didn't want to bother Leo. This is a weird action which Leo could notice, but he was busy for the moment. The group was still in the same state of earlier as they were thinking about Leo and why he was acting like this. They know that the conditions here are showing them a side they never saw of Leo, but they couldn't just ask him. So they choose to wait and see before taking any action. Found it. Leo stood up from the ground as he looked at Loki and smiled. If you can't solve a problem, blow it up. Leo raised his hand as Killer Queen appeared behind him and pulled the trigger. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. With a pink flash in space, all the area around Leo and Loki was exploded by Killer Queen bombs that were powered by Palkia space power. The collapsed space didn't last long before it disintegrated, but Leo noticed another space hidden as he ordered Palkia to fix the space. What the use of magic defenses and hidden arts, if you can just blow them away? Leo smiled as he floated from the ground while Loki took another blow to his pride. Yeah, you can do it. Leo felt his clones called him before he nodded and rushed to the subspace. Flashback end. So what to do now? Leo stared at the mountains of P*N and Han*AI as he didn't know what to do now. Oh, wait, an idea flashed in Leo's mind before he walked toward a pile of magazines and pulled Loki from under them. Loki was still in the state of the injured pride as Leo removed the web from his mouth. Tell me the location of the biggest magic library, Leo said directly while Loki gave him a stare and said, "Human, are you serious? If you don't then I'll send this video to all the forces in the world." Leo raised his hand while Loki was confused because he didn't see any video before he saw a camera in Leo's hands. The evil god Loki sleeping under Han *AI and Pa *N. I bet Odin will be proud. Leo waved the camera he just made while Loki's eyes went blank again. Loki was now in a choice between his loyalty to Asgard and if he can raise his head when he sees the other gods in the future. Go down to the 7th layer and defeat the 2 giants guarding a hidden library in the middle of the jungle. I know that library because I usually work there. Loki chose his pride instead of Asgard. After all, he doesn't care anymore and they're going to die, anyway. So he prefers to die with pride. Good, let's go. Leo nodded before Venom shot another web on Loki's mouth and walked towards the 7th layer with Palkia. I really don't have much time. Even though he was looking normal, Leo was feeling tired just from walking as he was pushing his Esper power beyond its limits. Leo is literally fighting the divine power in the air to make it perfect for his use, and he doesn't know how much he can take. Like Kagaya said, he's really messing with some very dangerous stuff. I think the part of hallucinations and flashbacks will start very soon. Leo was wondering when the new stage of Berserk will happen before he felt that the divine power increased when he got closer to the 7th layer. Leo looked at the jungle in front of him before he flew towards the sky. He doesn't have time to waste at all. However, all the books in the library were taken by him using Palkia as he had a very good use for them to make a god cry. When Leo was raiding Asgard's 7th layer, the gods finally cracked Palkia's power and entered the 3rd layer. Scatter around and search everything. Brynhildr didn't waste time as she gave the orders, but she and the Valkyries stopped. Even the gods stopped after they saw the sky. The blue sky with clouds changed completely as it became the picture of a pink humanoid cat with few words next to it. Killer Queen touched this layer. Killer Queen touched this rock. A sound appeared on the ground as it startled a Valkyrie. What does that mean? A Valkyrie stepped on a rock before it exploded in her face and knocked her back. Boom 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 *boom. All the objects in this place were randomly exploding as they always said the same phrase, Killer Queen touched this or that. The whole layer turned into a battlefield that even the gods weren't safe while Leo's clones were watching from afar in a hidden space. When did you do that? The team that touched everything here asked the team that searched the magic library on the 4th floor. Magic. No, seriously it's magic, one clone said as they looked at him weirdly before he pulled 2 books about basic pictures projection magic and sound magic. They could do it because Palkia is controlling this space. The Lord allowed it, the other team said before they nodded and left this layer. The clones saw this layer was successful, so they went to prepare the other layer of the roller coaster. This will be a wild ride. Chapter 47, Hallucinations. Truly, what an interesting place. Leo was flying in the sky, rushing to the direction of the hidden library that Loki told him about before. He said, I'd observe this place more if I had time. Fenrir and Loki were levitated by Palkia power as they were following Leo in this jungle. This is an artificial jungle created in Asgard by Odin and the other gods. This layer is one of the biggest if it isn't the largest place Leo saw here. It had everything from mythical creatures to species Leo didn't know about as long as they related to the Norse mythology. However, even with this beauty in this fantastic forest, Leo wasn't feeling very good at the moment. The divine power in the air increased with every layer he's crossing as he was feeling a weird reaction from the bottom layers, but he couldn't determine it or had the time to check it. All that he wants to do now is get the whole magic library and rush to the last layer to get Odin's secrets before he goes crazy, and probably destroy a lot of things. Leo was thinking about his plan while checking the progress of his AIM field before he noticed 2 hills from afar, but they weren't made of rocks. Rumble. The 2 hills started shaking violently as it seems they noticed Leo before they stood up and showed their true form. 2 50-meters giants guarding an entrance at the side of the forest. The 2 giants noticed Loki before they looked at Leo and wanted to rush towards him, but the forest temperature dropped sharply before a blizzard hit the place. All that left were 2 ice cubes that contained both giants. Sorry, but I don't think I have time to waste with you. Leo waved his hand as it was releasing cold air before he rushed towards the entrance. Well, this is a surprise. Leo flew in the passage for a while before he arrived into a completely new place. The theme of the forest was much less in this place as modern shelves and tables are around. The entire library was giving a vibe of connecting to nature as most of the library is a giant tree, but Leo didn't care that much before he checked the place. Nobody. Leo frowned as he didn't feel any life around the library except the plants, which made him puzzled because this doesn't seem like an abandoned place. However, he didn't know that this part of Asgard is usually only for species and creatures that can't access the human world and some bored gods, so they mostly sleep here. The library isn't very important to them as they completely ignore it, so Asgard stores most of their magic knowledge here. I guess I'll just take it, Leo nodded before Palkia arrived and pink waves of space power rushed across the library. The whole library in this part of the forest started shining pink before they were contained in a large ball made of space. The scene didn't last for long before the space twisted and the entire area was sucked into another dimension. In the dimensional gap where Leo's subspace. The area from the forest appeared as it fused with the subspace before it was hidden alongside the dimension. Boom. Asterisk asterisk rumble. Asterisk. Thousands of traps and magical attacks were activated in the giant pit where the library was as they were destroying everything around. Leo stood on the air as he was looking at the traps before he turned towards Loki. Loki turned his head away while pretending he didn't know anything, which made Leo increase the power of the venom web. Advocate of gender equality, objective reached and quest is complete. NEET Princess, mission complete. Rank C rewards. Bree, so we started to take this as a game. Advocate of gender equality, I can literally level up, what do you want me to do? Bree. NEET Princess, apparently, my life isn't all that interesting, so I only have a bullet hell game. Yeah, only a game. Big Sister Lion, does this make me better? NEET Princess, your world gave me depression and sadness. Big Sister Lion. Good. The strongest men in the world, so what did my world give you? NEET Princess, a journey that I can't see it end. The strongest men in the world, as I expected. A hero for fun. What about mine? NEET Princess, hype. A hero for fun. Okay. Leo didn't care about the usual nonsense in the group before he noticed the forest and felt some strong guys awakening. They weren't as strong as him and most of them were even weaker than Loki, but he didn't want to have a confrontation during this time. Well, run away. Yeah, I'll run away. Leo nodded at one of his most successful plans before he wanted to teleport from this layer, but things didn't go the way he liked. Darkness, the entire world was swept by darkness as it became pitch black. Leo felt the whole world vanished with nothing left around him before a few candles appeared in the front. The scene wasn't strange for Leo as he saw it before, but this time it seemed different and more real. Leo couldn't describe these feelings, but this didn't stop him from taking action. Great, the hallucination started and I'm going crazy now. Leo sighed at his situation before he waved his hand and did the most obvious thing to do. He blows out the candles. The candles blew out normal like any normal candle before darkness filled the place. But after a while, the candles were lit again. Leo even noticed that the flames of the candles didn't decrease or their form changed, it was like he didn't do anything. What does this mean? Leo wanted to analyze this place further, but the scene vanished again and everything returned to normal. Big Sister Lion, what just happened? Bree, hey, Leo, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Leo answered casually before he looked at the chat room screen and said, did you see something? Advocate of gender equality, the screen went pitch black for a few seconds. NEET Princess, no sound or picture. It was almost like everything vanished. Did something happen to you? Yes, I was hallucinating. Leo nodded before he took a sigh of relief and said, which is good. Bree, hallucinations. Good. What? The strongest men in the world, a new way to look at it, huh? Yeah, it's good. First, if you saw it then I'm not crazy, which is a point in my book, and secondly, the hallucination is a sign that I'm going in the right way of getting out of control. Leo reasoning completely bewildered the group before he said, and it's nice to know this chat room can show things that even Drake didn't see. NEET Princess, hidden function. Advocate of gender equality, probably the same with how we can see the stands. Well, I need to get out of here. Leo looked back to see monsters and creatures rushing towards him before a pink barrier appeared and stopped them all. I learned from this Loki that he knows Odin's ways, then I know where to go. Leo smirked at Loki, which made him shudder before they teleported from this place. Meanwhile, in the third layer of Asgard, a war was going on with Killer Queen bombs and Asgard forces. They forgot how much of Killer Queen has already touched this phrase they heard or how many explosions hit them as they were completely over it. Brynhilde was launching magic with divine power everywhere in an attempt to stop Killer Queen bombs. She was clearly over it because of the screams of agony. Vader saw the breakdown of the strongest Valkyrie in Asgard as he sighed before he launched AoE's attacks all around. They already shot down the Killer Queen picture from the sky as they all were going crazy from this, but the Valkyrie's flames of revenge didn't stop as they gave it all. This was the plan, for now. To launch as many wide-area attacks as they can before the analysis team led by Odin can crack the space blockage, which shouldn't take long because Odin is literally digging the space barrier with Gungnir. All the gods and Valkyries can swear they never saw Odin this serious in their life, even during the wars back in the day, he wasn't this serious. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. Palkia pink space power and Odin Gungnir collided as the space was shaking, but it didn't break down. Nobody can discover that Odin raised his spear again before he attacked with all his power, all the tastes. This is a secret Odin will bury with him in his grave as the men who loved all the tastes. It didn't take long for the barrier to be analyzed, most likely because Odin was going all out for once as the gods and Valkyries healed themselves and rushed to the other layer. Odin was the first to enter before he froze in his place and the others did the same as they couldn't explain what they were looking at. The entire space lost the ground and the sky, all that left was a space separated into thousands of scenes as it was almost like a kaleidoscope. However, this wasn't what stopped them, but the fact that the scenes were bizarre. All the scenes were showing 3 jokers sitting in different places before. Music started. Vocal percussion on a whole nother level coming from my mind. A/N, JoJo's Part 5. Torture dance. With the music staring, one of the jokers stood up and started dancing, but the whole space started to rotate quickly and the Valkyries lost their balance. Vocal percussion on a whole nother level coming from my mind. Even the Valkyries forgot about looking at the jokers because all the space and directions were switching at a quick pace, and the thousands of pictures about Joker were also rotating. This gave them motion sickness. Awa. I want golden wind. The other 2 jokers stood up as they joined the dance while the whole layer was in complete chaos now. Nobody could stand normally as the whole world was rotating around them. Not this time. Brynhilde screamed before she launched her attacks, but the space rotated and all those attacks returned like a boomerang and hit her to the face. Boom. Everyone saw Brynhilde knocked back by her own attack and crashed to the ground before they chose to take this more carefully and shot some of the kaleidoscope pictures. They managed to hit some, but they recovered quickly. Yeah. It's like a golden wind. I'm dancing for your mind. After looking at the annoying dance and the stupid music, the gods and Valkyries have only one thing to say. They really hate this place. All that they could do now is keep their sanity in check as they rush to analyze the space. Chapter 48, Wrath. Asgard forces fell into the trap of torture dance which was lowering their sanity like a mini Cthulhu. Even the calm Freyr was almost on the verge of raging while Vader already activated his mystical boots and he was kicking everything around him. Honestly, this is the worst experience they had in their life. They can't believe there's someone with this devilish mind that'll make the devil a joke. Does this have an end? Vader kicked again as a tremendous shock wave hit the pictures in the sky. However, most of the power rotated back to him which forced him to dodge. I don't know, but at this point. Baldur was also attacking with magic before he screamed, I don't care. Vidar sighed as he looked at Brynhilde, who was raging across the layer and his father throwing Gungnir at the space to weaken it. Everyone was losing it slowly at this layer as they did their best to break the barrier, but this space dragon power was very strong and complicated with its rotation. At this moment, in the first layer, thunder clouds appeared in the sky before lightning struck the space and teleported to the next layers. The lightning was a man with blonde hair, who was holding a hammer. He was rushing towards Odin's location while crashing all the space traps with a swing of his hammer. However, when the lightning left, there was a space portal appearing inside the first layer. Leo walked from the portal as he felt something from the air. It showed a very strong divinity, but he wasn't here to fight. Palkia followed Leo while holding both Fenrir and Loki with his space power. The space portal closed after they walked as they looked at the palace in the front. Palkia, Leo gave the command before waves of spatial power rushed to the palace and scanned most of this layer. A map appeared in Leo's head about the layer before he spotted his goal from all of this heist. I have to say that you and Odin have a similar way to hide things. Leo looked at Loki before they teleported into the palace. The group appeared inside a hallway in the palace as Leo was looking around while trying to find a node in space with Palkia. Loki was completely shocked at this moment. This day gave him a lot of surprises as he understood where this was going, but he couldn't believe it. NEET princess, so you went to the beginning. Pretty obvious move. Advocate of gender equality, classic. Bree, again, why do you guys always speak with mysteries? Big sister lion, not that much of a mystery. He went back to the start because it has something to lead to the end, or this is what I think. The strongest man in the world, he's tracking back his footsteps. A hero for fun. He never came here. The strongest man in the world. Yeah, like this idiot putting loopholes next to each other. Leo didn't care about Loki glaring eyes before he said, Odin did the same, but much more complicated. For you see, I scanned the whole Asgard with Palkia, but I felt that the signal from the last layer is weak, Leo said as he looked around before walking and grabbing a part of the space. The space twisted and distorted before some nodes started connecting to a completely different realm from here. The entire area was huge, but what made it special is the tree roots stretching everywhere and illuminating the space with golden spots of divine power. This space was very different from Asgard, even the divine power in the air changed completely as it became mixed with a powerful life force. Loki stared at this place in shock as he couldn't believe what he's looking at before his face twisted from anger. Odin, you bastard. The 9th layer was in a completely different realm. Yes, the 9th layer isn't in Asgard as it takes a place under the world tree, Yggdrasil. This layer can never be reached by anyone because no one thought Odin would build an imaginary layer and make it the most secure one of them, just to turn it into a decoy. The only way to access the true 9th layer is by going to the palace and finding Odin's secret door, which is almost impossible because it's a secured door separating two realms. It's very complicated, but if you have absolute control over space and rotate it a little bit, then everything would be solved. The only reason Leo is following these steps is because he doesn't want to rip out the space fabric and crash Asgard and its layers toward the human world. Well, this is the final stage of this journey, Leo said as he was feeling more weak as the book wrote the 5th page and entered the 6th one. 6th page. This is getting difficult, Leo frowned as he saw how hard it was to write this page. 6 is a very important number as Christianity because it's the symbol of evil and the devil, but at the same time, it's the time taken for creating the world. With those thoughts, Leo and Pakia flew towards the only platform in this space as they landed and looked at the things in front of them. In the middle of the platform, there was the golden seed with the size of a football and a rock engraved by runes. Both the objects were shining as they seemed very important. That seed. No way, Loki took another surprise as he was in a total shock before he saw Gi-Balg separating from him and flying towards Leo's hand. Loki felt his divine power again even if it was weak as he wanted to stand up, but he was greeted by an angry Pakia. Loki stared at Pakia with blank eyes as he surrendered to his fate before he got shot by Pakia's tail. Boom. Pakia hit Loki so hard that he flew very high before passing the space barrier. Meanwhile, in the torture dance layer, Odin was throwing Gungnir everywhere before a portal appeared and Loki crashed into him. The whole layer caught in silence. Even the music stopped for a moment as everyone was staring at Loki on top of Odin. Loki stood up slightly as he felt the angry eyes of everyone and Odin staring at him from underneath before he heard a cracking sound. Crack. Odin kicked Loki to his balls as he curled into a ball and fell in pain and agony. All the male gods shivered slightly as they saw a man's life ruined in front of them. Or at least until he uses magic to heal it. Now, Loki. Odin grabbed Gungnir as he aimed it towards Loki and said, "Do you care to explain what you are doing?" "I'm innocent." Loki looked left and right before he raised his hands and surrendered to his fate again. However, nobody believed him as they started an interrogation, which made Loki sigh again for his luck today. Leo saw Pakia finishing the job before he walked towards the frozen Fenrir and took one of his fangs by cutting them using space. He didn't stop here as he put Gi-Balg and the Fang together before activating Annihilation Maker and upgrading his spear. A black fog engulfed both of the objects before Leo started to give Gi-Balg the god-slaying attribute. "Neet princess, did you let him go?" "Yeah, I finished with him, so he's going to do his last job," Leo nodded before the new Gi-Balg appeared in his hand as he said, "I don't know what will happen during my berserk state, so I need someone to stop me or at least hold me down for a while," Leo said while he cut his finger slightly using Gi-Balg while putting some of his blood on the spear. The red slaying god spear shone with an ominous red color before Leo felt a sting in his brain as the 6th page writing speed increased and it was almost completed. Leo's now is adding different factors with rich religious meaning to the book in an attempt to increase the speed and its power. Now, with the last pieces in place. What are those? Leo stared at the seed and the rock as he was slightly confused by them. He felt a connection with the seed, but the rock was very strange for him, even if his book reacted slightly for it. "Big Sister Lion, why don't you check them?" "Huh?" Leo tilted his head as a look of disbelieving formed on his face before he said, "Touching something completely unknown in an unknown place isn't the wisest course of action, especially if I'm doing a very dangerous work here. Do you know how much unnecessary troubles happen all across the world, just because someone was curious and touched something he shouldn't touch?" Leo stared at the seed and rock before he said, "Pandora box, that what happened?" Once again, Leo reasoning totally baffled the chat group as they didn't know what to say, but they couldn't admit it even if they felt some truth in his words. "I need to check them at least once before doing anything." Leo rotated Gi-Balg in his hand before he said, "First, mana scanning in space." "Scanning." "Huh." The area twisted and changed like a mirage before Leo and chat room members saw a rooftop. A normal rooftop with a clear sky and light breeze. Advocate of gender equality, another change in the scene. "Neet princess, hey, Leo. Your hallucinations are starting again." "Leo. Bree, rooftop. Do you know this place, Leo?" "Leo." The group typed on the chat as they noticed something completely wrong at this moment. Leo was standing still as he was looking at this place. His face was slightly pale with shock and disbelief as he was almost solidifying from them. The group was also surprised by a look they never saw from Leo before, but that didn't last long before the picture changed completely. Rage and anger, or rather say wrath. These were the only things showing to the group as Leo's face twisted from anger as his eyes were almost bloodshot while clenching his fist. Everyone can get angry at some random things because this is their personality and what makes them themselves. Even Saitama gets angry at some ridiculous things like missing the sales. However, this was an anger that they never saw from Leo. He usually gets angry or triggered by some things as a joke and such, but he never showed this genuine anger. It's truly like a volcano was about to explode from anger, and this time it'll absolutely leave casualties behind. Leo now was feeling all his senses were leaving him, no matter how hard he was trying to suppress them as his memories were rushing in his brain. The book inside Leo's soul finished writing the 6th page as it shone with light, and a stream of power rushed to Leo's brain and his Esper formula. The formula which stuck in LVL2 was filled magically as a mysterious power linked all the values and add some unknown values. This was completely unscientific, and it'll make all the scientists in the Academy City open their mouths from shock. The AIM field around Leo increased and grew to an enormous degree as it was concentrating around his back and head, but it couldn't take a specific form and remain invisible. However, Leo's left eye was glowing gold, and his eyes and ears were bleeding. Despite that, the blood didn't flow down with the gravity as it started floating from Leo's face. The area around Leo defied physics laws as it became chaotic. Kazuma, Kagaya, Mikoto, and Saitama can swear they saw the place around Leo glitching. Glitching like a video game before he held his head from pain. Why, you, Leo held his head with one hand as his words were just high-pitched gibberish which didn't make any sense, but only Kagaya and Saitama could understand before those words turned into an unknown as Leo said. With that high-pitched gibberish, Leo waved his hand like a normal person does before the chat room stood in silence to that scene. The only way to describe that scene is chaos landing on the world. Meanwhile, Loki was getting interrogated by Odin and the other gods. After catching Loki, they first released their frustrations on him before they did the true interrogation after stopping the annoying space rotation. Will you confess now? Baldur was cracking his fists as he looked at Loki with anger, as so did all the other gods. I told you I'm innocent. Loki was trying hard to defend himself before he became pale and started trembling, which puzzled everyone around. No. No. It has started. Loki looked down as he could see some of his divine powers in the true 9th layer, which is another realm, or rather be called now the 10th layer of Asgard. What has started? Odin stopped his actions as he sensed that Loki isn't lying or joking this time because he never saw him like this before. He knows that Loki was telling the truth, but he was so annoyed that he needed to release it on someone. Odin, there's no time to waste. That guy you call Joker is not someone we can mess with. Loki said while he was sweating before Odin squinted and said, explain. He's doing something very, very dangerous, and that thing involves my divine power. Loki clenched his fist before he said, my divine power has a curse. Odin nodded as he knows that Loki is good at curses because his divinity can curse weaker enemies than him easily, but he didn't know what this has to do with Joker. That person, no, that thing, or it. I don't know what to call him anymore, is using my curse and it'll affect him. Loki said as Odin first thought this is a good thing before he noticed the fear in Loki's tone. Something is coming and it'll not be pretty, Loki said his last words before the whole Asgard started shaking violently. The other realm, Odin widened his eyes as he felt where the vibration was coming from before he heard a voice behind him. So can you tell me what's this thing? A man appeared in the layer as he was covered with lightning and holding a hammer in his hand. This man is Thor. One of the top 10 strongest beings in the DXD world. Chapter 49, The Book of the Law. Sigh, why I'm writing 2 chapters today. Well, I felt the questions are a lot, so here's some answers. Enjoy the chapter. Do you know what's chaos? Is it against the order? Or just a bunch of nonsense? Well, it's all of those, as the chat group was witnessing it now. The whole second realm of Asgard lost its order as it became absolute chaos. Matter was turning into ashes as a giant canyon without an end appeared at plain sight. Some rocks and roots were sticking inside of each other without any effect on both sides before they teleported into different places. The picture was glitching as it was defying the normal way of how objects should exist. The up is down, the right is left, and up or down at the same time. This isn't the same as Palkia switching direction with space, but the whole concept of direction was corrupted. Gravity exists and doesn't at the same time. The temperature lost its effect in this world. Space already gave up on this world and the only thing keeping it together is Palkia. Light wasn't illuminating the surroundings like it always does. The light was there, but it didn't do anything as it was just darkness. The way how world function was completely distorted in mere seconds as it almost collapsed. This realm is literally a mistake, a flaw, an error. All that happened because a man swinging his arm casually, which shows the terror behind it. Leo was standing on the platform, which the only normal place in this chaos, as he was holding his head before pain. However, he forced himself to calm down as he looked at the scene. The rooftop distorted before darkness swept and the scene of candles appeared, but it didn't take long before the world returned to normal in Leo's eyes. After the scene returned to normal, Leo walked a step forward before he almost fell, but he clenched his teeth and balanced himself, even if his brain was burning from pain. Bree, Leo. Advocate of gender equality, what? Leo couldn't look at the chat room nor hear anything around him as he was perceiving the world in a very different way from normal humans or other creatures. Asterisk cough, asterisk, asterisk cough. Leo coughed as he spit more blood and almost collapsed on the ground. After opening his eyes with difficulty, Leo's left eye changed back to a light blue color, but it still has a faint golden color. Neet Princess, Leo, are you okay? Big Sister Lion, what the hell just happened? He was perfectly fine a moment ago. The strongest man in the world, hey, kid. What happened to you? Asterisk cough, asterisk I am, asterisk pant asterisk fine, asterisk cough, asterisk, Leo said with complexity as his mana recovered his body, and gold experience was healing him as well. But this time, the recovery was much slower. Neet Princess, what the hell do you mean by fine? That was the angelic language, isn't it? Advocate of gender equality, are you fucking kidding me? Look at yourself. Big Sister Lion, are you trying to act tough? Everything is okay, HM. Cough. Leo supported himself as he noticed his angelic language before he cleared his throat and talked with normal language. I just underestimated the 6th page impact. Angelic language is the way angels speak into a Ru world. It sounds like high-pitched gibberish to normal humans. Saitama and Kagaya were able to understand Leo's words, but that became pointless when Leo's personal reality turned everything into a flaw. Leo was having a problem with switching the language as he was trying his hardest to control his AIM field now. But he's on the verge of losing control, and the only thing keeping him together is his will. Neet Princess, Page. What are you trying to do? Wait. No way. Ah, it's what you are thinking. Leo took a deep breath as he stabilized himself and said, the Book of the Law, or at least a part of it, and maybe in my style to be more fitting. The Book of the Law, also known as Liber al Vel Legis. This is a grimoire that could spell the end of the religion of the cross, Christianity. This grimoire is very complex and written in a very complicated code that made the best talents in the Tuaru world unable to decipher it. Leo wasn't able to decipher the Book of the Law, much less even writing it, so he made the book write himself. This grimoire is somehow sentient, and the knowledge it contained want to go back together after it being watered down by the Academy City chairman to create Espers. He gave the knowledge a vessel, which is the book made from the Annihilation Maker power, and the knowledge rushed towards it while using all the available conditions to write itself again. The knowledge took the information from Leo and his Longinus as it smashed and transformed it before writing using the divine power around. This is a very risky move from Leo, but the Book of Law seems to be made according to his powers and has taken a shape that only works according to his reality. However, the Book of Law is still dangerous as the knowledge is so pure for him to handle that it made Leo very weak from using a part of its powers. Bree, no, nothing is okay. Just look at yourself. You're bleeding from your eyes and barely able to stand, and you think this is okay. Misaka exploded from anger in the chat room as it made the group surprised, and Leo, who was using gold experience to heal himself, was also surprised. Bree, I don't care about the stupid angel stuff, just what is happening to you. First, the dragon vein where you almost lost your life, and now this. Bree, it's clear there's a lot of ways you can be stronger, you're now even stronger than a god. Then why are you doing this? Bree, Dio, you think it's okay to act strong when you're like this? If you're hurt, then say you're hurt. Why do you always keep them to yourself and push everyone away? Do you think you're being tough or stubborn? I don't know anymore. Leo and the whole chat group stood there in silence as these words shocked them greatly, especially if they came from Misaka, who is usually the most reasonable in the group. Misaka's words said everything the others wanted to say, as they didn't know what they should do now. Neet Princess. Preach. Advocate of gender equality, you said everything that I wanted to say. Even more. Ha, asterisk sigh asterisk, Leo laughed slightly as his body recovered slightly before he said, well, asterisk cough asterisk. I'm sorry to make you feel like this, and thank you. Honestly, I'm very happy to know someone is so worried about me. Truly, I'm happy, Leo smiled at the screen before he said, so, thank you again, Mikoto. But I don't think I'll stop because this is me. I never acted strong or something, I'm just a guy who'll never stop, and will always take the step that no one will ever take. Maybe this is why I'm good with Tuaru world power, that I'm becoming an angel. Ha, with a light laugh, Leo closed his eyes as he sighed before a serious look formed on his face. I'll never fall again, so I'll keep pushing forward no matter what the danger, but you can rest assured. Leo walked forward even if walking was hard for him now before he said, I'm a crazy fool, but not an idiot who'll throw his life away. Leo's brain was still hurting as he was on the edge of losing his rationality with every word written on the 7th page of the Book of the Law. I'll never wait for someone to help or save me, so here I am. Leo clenched his teeth as he stood in front of the platform that contained the two objects. The seed and the rock engraved with runes. However, more importantly, Leo remembered the scene when he almost lost control before saying, this is personal now. The group was completely silent as they couldn't utter a single word at this scene. To be honest, they don't know why Leo is fighting, why he's pushing himself to this limit, and what that picture they saw there. Again. Kazuma mutters to himself when he heard Leo's words before leaning back on his chair without noticing the pale Aqua that was looking at the direction of the screen, even if she didn't see it. Save you, huh? Saitama was on top of a building as the wind was blowing his cape before he said, "It looks like your bullshit has more truth into it, Leo." Misaka was biting her lips as she didn't know what to do anymore. Leo's words brought some comfort to her, but she just couldn't stop thinking about it. The group stopped typing again as they were waiting. They don't know what to do again, even when the situation seemed very dangerous. They couldn't understand the reason behind Leo's actions because the more they went inside this place, the more they understood how little they knew. However, Misaka, who was silent, typed one last message. Bree, so. Can you at least tell me what was that place? Leo raised the beasts on his head and shoulder before he put them inside his shadow after giving them instructions for his plan. But he noticed Misaka's message at that moment before a smile appeared on his face. A bittersweet place. Nothing more. Leo gave the best answer he could use to describe that place in his heart before he reached for the two objects on the platform. Big Sister Lion, didn't you say that you'll not touch them? Well, I'm almost going crazy, so it isn't a big deal, but in this situation, you need to remember something. Leo put his hand on the two objects as the Book of Law finished the 7th page before he said, "I'm Pandora's box." Crack. With the sound of glass shattering inside of his brain, Leo lost his perception of the world as everything lost meaning for him before the pain hit him like a train. Ugh. Clenching his teeth, Leo couldn't do anything as the weight of the knowledge and its purity was so much for him. 6th page was the creation of the world and it also represents the beginning, and the 7th page represents perfection and completion, which means God. The seed turned into pure life force as it rushed into Leo's soul and fused with the book while the runes on the rock flew in the air before they rushed towards the book. The Book of Law, which contains only the Christian knowledge, was changing at this moment as it included Leo's reality. All the world was shaking at this moment, the heaven, the human world, and the underworld trembled while Asgard was vibrated. The earthquakes were very weak and almost unnoticeable, but all the strong beings felt them. In the Book of Law beginning, a new page appeared after the seed and runes fused with it. Phrases started to appear on the page while it seemed very important as the page was golden. The book found an unknown source of information as it was filling new pages with a top speed. Leo wasn't able to scream as his consciousness was slipping away from him, but he forced himself to stay awake as he saw the phrases on the book appear one by one. Secret Emperor. Kabbalah. These were the first two phrases on the book and Leo couldn't stop as he repeated them. Secret Emperor, Kabbalah. Meanwhile, in heaven. There's a Bible and cross which represents the system in the most secure location of heaven. Michael was doing his routine as he was checking the system before a shock wave hit him and sent him away from the system. What? Michael screamed as he couldn't believe what he's looking at. The system went out of control as the book and the cross were shining brightly. Michael noticed the data and information in the system is being used by someone, as he tried to stop it, but he got shot by the system again as he stood helplessly. How can it be? Someone is controlling the system. Everyone can tell the shock and surprise in Michael's tone as he stands there with no way to stop what's going on. Some angels also arrived at the scene, but they were forced to stay next to Michael as they were praying nothing bad will happen. Leo didn't know what's happening in heaven as the book was writing dozens of pages and 4 more phrases. Alpha. Rhinoceros beetle. Spiral staircase. Calathea. With those phrases adding to the book. The heaven, human world, and the underworld vibrated 4 times as it was announcing the start of something. However, inside an unknown location clouded in mist. A man holding a long spear was clenching his teeth as the spear was out of control. True Longinus, what's happening? Chow Chow, the leader of the hero faction, was struggling to control the true Longinus, but all his efforts were useless. The holy spear that contains the gods will didn't care about Chow Chow's screams or his subordinate, which it smacked down before a calm voice appeared from it. Sinner. Like the flap of a butterfly wing. Very well, you pass. Chow Chow was surprised by the holy spear suddenly talking before the spear forcibly pointed itself to the sky and sent a gigantic light beam, which vanished quickly and Chow Chow controlled the spear again. What's going on? Chow Chow held his spear as he had a very weird feeling from the situation, but he didn't know that the beam was taken by the system as it rushed to a different place. Alpha, Rhinoceros beetle. Spiral staircase, Calathea. Leo didn't know what to feel from this pain now as he almost lost his senses while 4 more phrases appeared in the book. The Book of Law seemed to write faster, like it received some sort of boost. Papilio glaucus butterfly. Wyrd. Dragon. Fig tart. Leo repeated the phrases as his mana changed into another form and his AIM field grew larger. The 3 realms trembled 3 times and Asgard vibrated 4 times while the dragons across the world flinched as they didn't understand what's going on. But one giant red dragon in the dimensional gap opened his eyes. A man with silver hair frowned as his blue-white Longinus appeared on his back for no reason. The dragon inside the wings felt something as it looked towards the direction of Asgard. Papilio-Glaucus butterfly. Yggdrasil. Spiral staircase. Mobius strips. With those new phrases, Asgard and Yggdrasil started trembling as they shook 5 times before it stopped. However, a small girl with long black hair opened her eyes as she looked at the direction of Asgard. Leo seemed to enter a strange trance as light spots were appearing around him and most of his mana transformed. Yggdrasil that didn't show any reaction began to send a powerful life force to Leo for no reason. Papilio-Glaucus butterfly. Singularity point. Omega. Angel. Leo said those last phrases before everything stood still and a bright light appeared as it engulfed him into a ball. Yggdrasil roots started moving at this moment as they reached Leo and moved him up. The roots teleported him to the 8th layer before a bright light shined on the place and Yggdrasil went back to silence. Palkia saw this, but he didn't feel anything bad, so he allowed Yggdrasil's actions before he followed his lord. The chat room members closed their eyes at the bright life while Kazuma noticed the scared Aqua before he said, "What happened to you, Aqua?" Kazuma-san. This is scary. Like something terrifying will appear. Aqua was shivering as Kazuma noticed that she's looking at the chat screen direction even if she didn't see it. Kazuma didn't have time to talk to Aqua as he saw something that made him widen his eyes. Meanwhile, in the DXD world, Thor and Vidar were flying towards the 8th layer as they were the only ones able to pass the 4th layer. Odin used all his power when he realized the danger and opened a hole in space using Gungnir. He finally understood after feeling the earthquakes how bad the situation was before he did a plan that allowed Thor and Vidar to rush over. Thor was looking serious while holding his hammer, and Vidar was the same. They are feeling something very dangerous from the next layer, but they couldn't stop now as they entered the 8th layer. What in the world? The shock on Vidar's face can't be described as he looked at what the layer had become. This layer separates into 2 sides, a jungle and an ice area which giants live in, but now there was only chaos. Seasons, which shouldn't appear in this place, appeared as they were changing in each second. Fall, winter, spring, and summer were switching positions and sometimes appearing at the same time. Thor as the god of thunder understand that the weather wasn't changing, but the time itself was going crazy. Giants chose to run away as they were afraid of something. Vidar even saw Fenrir shaking at the corner. However, Vidar stood still as he saw it. It was standing on a hill in the middle of the layer while the total chaos was revolving around it. It was a young man with a dark blue right eye and a golden left eye. But the special thing is the pure black energy wings behind him as some colors appeared now and then on them. Thor didn't feel fear or power, and this shocked him greatly. He couldn't even feel the thing. His face or his look, Thor wasn't able to remember anything after looking at it. However, it turned towards both Vidar and Thor as they only saw nothingness mixed with thousands of mistakes and errors from those eyes. Everyone across the world didn't know what's happening, but if there was a powerful mage from Tuaru he'd say, "An angel has fallen." An angel different from all the other angels. Well, the law of equivalent exchange. You got answers, here's some questions. Leo's 19 phrases. 1 Secret Emperor. 2 Kabbalah. 3 Rhinoceros Beetle. 4 Alpha. 5 Spiral Staircase. 6 Calathea. 7 Papilio-Glaucus Butterfly. 8 Wyrd. 9 Dragon. 10 Fig Tart. 11 Papilio-Glaucus Butterfly. 12 Yggdrasil. 13 Spiral Staircase. 14 Mobius Strips. 15 Papilio-Glaucus Butterfly. 16 Singularity Point. 17 Omega. 18 Angel. 19. Chapter 50, Bad Situation. A world of chaos presented in front of Thor and Vidar. Nothing made sense in this place or this what they saw. Basic laws of how the world should exist was twisted to an unimaginable degree. The matter was glitching and freaking out much harder than it did at the 10th layer. The seasons were changing without stopping as it made the god of thunder feel a headache just by looking at them. Thor wasn't able to produce his lightning without using his divine power, which made him realize that lightning wasn't existing normally in this place, or how it was made is very different. He wasn't able to even control the weather or make a small thundercloud. It was like his authority was stripped away from him. Vidar wasn't better as he was keeping a battle stance while looking at it. He was calculating where he should attack, but that made him sweat as he couldn't calculate anything. Where does he kick? How far he's from Leo? How can he reach him and attack? Vidar wasn't able to feel the distance, where he could aim, or how much he should run to reach it. Everything didn't make sense as the two brothers were sweating while looking at the young man with his black energy wings, flashing with some colors once in a while. The chaos didn't stop as it was expanding in a rotating motion to everything around it, but it was slowed down by waves of pink space power. However, much to the brothers' surprise, it looked at them for a moment before it turned its head and looked away. The brothers saw runes flashing on the coat it wearing when it turned away. The runes appeared briefly as they were golden and written all across the coat ends. Runes. Thor was surprised that this thing has runes on its clothes, but it was more confusing as he understood the meaning behind the runes. Hey, brother. Those runes mean to restrain or I'm hallucinating. Vidar wasn't quite sure as he asked Thor. They really mean restrain, but why does that thing want to restrain itself? Thor asked while trying to look for clues before he and Vidar saw the white dragon in the sky. Palkia was flying in the sky, using all his power to support space and make it stable while containing Leo's power. He blocked the space and reinforced it. Vidar's tone was filled with confusion while Thor clenched his hammer and said, "Yeah, it's locking down this place." "Locking us here?" "No." Vidar thought for a second before he said, "It's locking that thing here." "Yeah, but I don't think that thing cares." Thor stared at Leo's emotionless face and eyes as he didn't know what to do. He wants to laugh at himself, he's the god of thunder and one of the strongest beings in the world, but he can't do anything to the thing in front of him. Any attempt to do something was instantly denied by himself as Thor didn't see any hope of winning. Taking a deep breath, Thor calmed himself as the mighty hammer, Mjolnir, was flashing with thunder. "Brother." Vidar didn't think Thor would take action without a plan before he said, "Although that dog is shaking with fear, it's still strong. Do you think we have a chance just by charging at that thing?" He knows his brother's temper as the god of thunder, but he never thought Thor would rush directly. That dog only has some fancy fangs, nothing more. Thor took a step forward, but Leo didn't even look at him. There's no other choice, Vidar. Thor didn't look at his brother's eyes before he raised his hammer and said, "I can't let this thing roam free in Asgard, or any other place." Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. Observe that thing, Vidar. The divine lightning covered Thor's body before he said, "This is a test shot." Boom. Thor rushed as lightning as he crossed distance instantly towards Leo. However, he didn't rush directly as he kept jumping around with a speed far above the other gods. Leo didn't care about Thor, nor did he give him any attention. He was just standing there as the chaos was revolving around him. The lightning made a circle around Leo as Thor's speed was increasing with each jump. TCH. Thor didn't hope for a reaction, but the fact of Leo ignoring him like a fly made him angry before he charged towards him. Mjolnir grew larger as Thor held it up high before striking Leo in the head. The blow was accompanied by the divine thunder that was able to defeat gods easily. However, the result surprised even Thor that didn't hope for something from the start. The lightning and the hammer stopped an inch from Leo as they didn't advance further. There was no sound from the thunder or the hammer hitting anything, it was just frozen there. Ah! Thor screamed as lightning was flashing around him and the hammer before striking again. A hit after a hit, Thor didn't stop as he put everything he got in each strike, but all those attacks were pointless as the lightning disappeared after contacting Leo. What? Thor couldn't move his hammer this time or even his body. In the end, after all those attacks, Thor got some attention from Leo as he looked at him with those lifeless eyes and reached his hand slowly toward Thor's hammer. Thor was struggling as he couldn't move while Leo put his hand on the hammer, which made Thor widen his eyes as veins popped on his head. "Don't you dare." Thor screamed to the top of his lungs as his divine thunder shined brightly before he turned into thunder and escaped Leo. Lightning traveled across the layer as it arrived next to Vidar before Thor appeared. Damn it. That was close. Thor was breathing heavily as he escaped Leo, but Vidar widened his eyes when he saw Mjolnir. "Brother, Mjolnir," Vidar said as Thor looked at Mjolnir and saw his deformed with a handprint on top of it. With one touch, the mighty hammer Mjolnir was deformed, which made Thor realize that his hammer would have been gone if he didn't back away. Leo saw Thor left, but he didn't care as he lowered his hand and stood there with his wings moving slightly. What in the name of Odin is th***? Asterisk. Thor didn't finish his words as attacks appeared on his body from different places, but all those attacks had the shape of a hammer. Thor's armor was cracked as he almost fell to the ground, but his divine power acted quickly as he recovered some of the injuries. Thor. Vidar wanted to support Thor, but he couldn't move in fear of Leo attacking. However, Thor shook his head and stood up. "I'm fine, but those were my attacks." Thor smiled helplessly as he didn't know how to fight something he can't hurt without hurting himself before he said, "Did you notice anything?" "Nothing important." Vidar shook his head before he said, "But it seems like it's waiting for something." "Waiting for something?" "All this power and it's still waiting for something." Thor almost dropped the hammer on Vidar's head. "I know it's ridiculous, but this is all that I can come up with." Vidar avoided the hammer while showing a helpless look. Sigh anyway, this seems bad. Thor clenched his hammer as it was bringing him a sense of security while Vidar said, "Yeah, very bad." Meanwhile, the same conversation was going on in the chat room. "Neet princess, this is bad." "Bis sister lion, I don't know what's happening, but I don't like it." "Bree, this looks bad." "Advocate of gender equality, the goddess next to me is awakening PTSD, and I don't like where this is going." The strongest man in the world, he grew wings. A hero for fun, he became a birdman. Advocate of gender equality, that's not important, but look at this. Thor was one shot. NEET Princess, Mjolnir was almost gone too. The group witnessed Thor's pitiful attempts as they felt bad for the guy more than they were worried about Leo. They really couldn't be worried about the invincible-looking angel standing there. Advocate of gender equality, so Kagaya-san. Tell us what happened. NEET Princess, why do you think I know what happened? Advocate of gender equality, you know the angels things and have the internet, so tell me what happened. Bree, can you two stop and think about the important things? Like forgetting about the angels and thinking about Leo. Big Sister Lion, I don't think we can know and Leo isn't here. Even his chat room screen is gone. The group noticed that the chat room screen around Leo vanished as there was only an angel standing there. Advocate of gender equality, yeah, I don't think we can know anything now. Where's Leo when things go this bad? Annihilation Maker, admin I'm here and the things are terrible. NEET Princess, yeah, if only Leo is here to explain it himself. Annihilation Maker, admin don't count on me, I'm clueless as you are, but I have some theories. Bree, yeah, if only Leo was here. Annihilation Maker, admin. Kazuma, Kagaya, and Misaka sighed as they looked at the screen and saw the username. PFFFFF. Kazuma spit his beer again as he almost fell from the chair. Kagaya broke another monitor as she stared at the chat room screen floating above the dead monitor screen. Misaka's Esper powers activated from the surprise as she fried the vending machine next to her. Advocate of gender equality, Leo. What the hell? NEET Princess, aren't you a crazy bloodthirsty angel now? Bree, what is happening? Annihilation Maker, admin bold of you to assume I'm crazy bloodthirsty angel, even if that's the situation now. NEET Princess, okay, stop with the jokes. Where are you now? I only see a crazy angel creating chaos across the world. Annihilation Maker, admin fallen angel, something wrong happened to the ritual. Bree, can you answer the question? Annihilation Maker, admin I'm in a dark place, hanging upside down, by some sort of a black, jelly, long, and weird looking tentacles. Annihilation Maker, admin you're excused, but this is the truth. Advocate of gender equality, excuse me. Advocate of gender equality, wait. How did you answer before my question? Annihilation Maker, admin because I know, and if you wanted to see, then push a button at the screen's side. The group followed the instruction as the screen split into two. One was showing the chaos in Asgard, and the other one displaying Leo, hanging upside down by tentacles made from black lines. Leo was staring at the chat room screen with blank eyes, but the group noticed something weird. Like he was very calm, unnaturally calm. At least don't take photos in my face, Leo said with a calm tone as Kazuma, Kagaya, and Leon flinched. Big Sister Lion, okay, this is weird. How the hell did you know? Bree, sigh I'll just ignore the tentacle and ask nicely in the place of these guys. Can you say what happened and where are you? If you're asking about the outside, then my body is on the autopilot and it's working by instinct. Leo released one of his arms from the tentacles before he said, while this place is a combination of my mind and soul or something similar. And if you're asking about the hammer guy, then I made all his vectors flawed and broke them before sending his attacks to him after making the time flawed, Leo said calmly while looking at the screen. Misaka understood that somehow managed to ruin the position, velocity, and force of Thor before sending his attack. By time. Advocate Ion of gender equality, mind and soul landscape. But let's focus on something important. What are those tentacles? Chains, but you don't have to worry, Leo raised his free arm as the light flashed and a book appeared on his hand before he said, I have magic. NEET Princess, I wanted to type, how are you going to escape, but this is getting weird. Bree, why do you have magic in your mind and how are you going to use it? And yes, this is getting weird. Leo didn't care about the group as he raised the book and smacked the tentacles while saying, go and look for a fucking magical girl. The group didn't have a single word to comment about him and smacking some tentacles with a magic book while screaming about magical girls. The tentacles were weak against the power of the Book of the Law as they were broken in no time and Leo did a free fall towards the darkness. During the fall, Leo pointed out the Book of the Law down as the darkness cracked like glass and a passage opened. Leo passed the entrance quickly as he appeared in a chaotic world with everything around the place. The world was a bunch of places floating in a dark void without any light, but the places were strangely illuminated. The areas were some city streets and some buildings in the middle of houses. There were some parks, and the group even saw Leo's mansion in the middle of that chaos floating in one of those islands. After a free fall, Leo did a flip in the air before he started to slow down and landed on one of the islands, but when Leo landed, the whole dark void glowed with some colors as they kept changing. Leo stared at the colorful dark void before he turned his attention to the Book of the Law, but the group messages arrived now. Advocate of gender equality, what the hell is going on? This is very weird and confusing. Bree, yeah, and why do you seem very calm in this situation? Calm. I can't really force myself to act serious in this situation. Leo shook his head while holding the book of the law before he said, much less to be worried about it. Big Sister Lion, what do you mean? The situation was getting weirder as the group felt that Leo's actions were very calm to a terrifying degree and all the weird actions until now. Leo tilted his head before he said, time and reality for me now are very fragile. The strongest men in the world speak normally. A hero for fun, I second that. Well, it's a little bit fuzzy. But Kazuma, you better move the cup to your left before Aqua hit it and drop it on the ground, Leo said while Kazuma stared at his left to see Aqua shivering and almost hitting the cup of the table. No. Kazuma completely ignored the weird eyes of the adventurers around and jumped toward the cup before it fell to the ground. That was close, I still have a debt. Kazuma breathed a sigh of relief when he caught the cup before he said, I should thank L-. Huh. Kazuma stared at the cup in his hand and looked at Aqua before he turned his head with his fastest speed towards the chat room screen. Advocate of gender equality, how the hell did you know? NEET princess, are you saying that what he said is correct? Because I saw it happen. Leo answered with the same calm tone before he said, I saw it before, when, and after it happened. Bree. Do you mean future, present, and past? The group was shocked now. No, they were beyond shocked, except Saitama that raised his eyebrow. However, at this moment, the group noticed something they forgot because of the situation with the tentacles. Leo in front of them has changed. He looks the same as the angel outside with his sky blue eyes becoming dark blue at the right eye, and golden at the left eye. But the most distinguishing feature is unlike the angel and its wings, Leo has a golden halo above his head or at least 1/3 from that halo. It was a golden halo with 6 sharp tips coming from its sides as it gave some members in the group chills. However, all that doesn't compare to the eyes that seem to know all, as it made the group feel they are being stared by something they can never explain. Chapter 51, Some Answers. The chat room was in the state of silence as they tried to process the current information. To be honest, they think today was very wild, confusing, and ridiculous in a sense. First, they saw Leo announcing the raid on Asgard, then they saw him entering some sort of state with his Esper powers before it turned into a berserk quest. But this didn't end as this berserk quest seemed successful and he became a very dangerous angel that can slap gods easily. However, for Leo to be separated from his body and enter his mind landscape before he announces that he became some sort of omniscient almighty guy who knows all. Well, that thought didn't cross their minds at all. More importantly, how should they treat an omniscient guy? A person who knows everything can already know what they'll say and think. How are they even going to have a conversation if the conversation was already finished by the other side? Yes, and no. I don't know all, but I only know what I can and should know. Leo put the book of the law to the side as he turned his attention to the screen and said, time hides secrets and the reality locked them away, so I destroyed that lock and accessed those secrets. Advocate of gender equality, so. Are you an omniscience being now? Advocate of gender equality, and can you stop with this prediction stuff? Kazuma was the first one to type and ask the question that all the group wanted to know, but he got his answer before he even asked. Well, I perceive time in a very different way from the normal beings now. Leo shook his head before he said, I'm still not used to this state, but for your question. I'm nigh omniscience with different kinds of limitations. NEET princess, oh. Advocate of gender equality, please be more specific. Leo put his hand on his chin before he said, you only see one timeline which is present while I can see 3 at the minimum which are future, present, and past. It isn't difficult after calculating all the timelines and reality values before programming my personal reality to do it, Leo replied calmly as he didn't think it was a big deal, but he only received silence from the group. NEET princess, that really doesn't sound complicated. Bree, calculate. How much calculation does it take to achieve this? Forget the different timelines, just the calculations about the concept of time using a different Esper power isn't something possible for humans. My calculations power isn't something that should be associated with the word human, Mikoto. Leo shook his head before he looked at the book of the law and said, the way I look at this world is very different now. Misaka took a moment as she was thinking about these words before she thought about something, but she couldn't believe it even if it was a guess. NEET princess, so you can see what's happening outside. If yes, can you stop it? I can't interfere with the outside world as it's one of the limitations. Leo shook his head before he said, and I would have stopped this a while ago if I could. NEET princess, looking at different worlds isn't a limit. I wouldn't be able to do it without the chat room. The screen you're looking at is just a window to another reality, which is slightly difficult to look into as it seems very fuzzy for me. Leo squinted his eyes as he was trying to look further into a different world, but he only was looking at a fuzzy picture. Meanwhile, in Akame Ga Kill world. The leader of the Revolutionary Army was checking the old files while making some plans before he noticed a photo sticking from a document. Oh, it's this photo. The leader stared at the photo of the young man and the cat before he felt chills and goosebumps. Who's there? The leader took his sword as he checked his surrounding before he said, maybe I'm just tired. Leo squinted his eyes as his face showed some disappointment before he said, I really can't interfere. Leo widened his eyes as he looked at the sky while completely ignoring the chat room. In Toru World, there was a windowless building in the 7th school district of the Academy City. This is the main base of the general chairman of Academy City, Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley is a tall effeminate-looking man with long white hair, floating upside down and connected to wires, inside a tube of red liquid. But today was different. What happened, Iwas? Aleister didn't speak, but some speakers at the side of his life support tube sent a mechanical voice. In a place that couldn't be called a place, but another dimension tied to the windowless building, there was something. However, at the same time, there wasn't anything. There was an angel that's different from all the angels recorded in the Bible. This is Iwas that doesn't have any form to exist in the world at the moment. Well, Aleister. I just found something interesting. No voice was heard, but Aleister could sense and understand Iwas' words. Interesting. This is a word that Aleister hates, especially if it came from Iwas because it means things are going out of control. Ah, yeah, you can't sense it because you're very high in your phases, Aleister. Iwas' words made Aleister frown as it started to involve some aspects he doesn't know. However, if you may, can you sense the location of this interesting? Aleister decided to investigate first before taking any sort of action. I'm sorry for you, Aleister. Everything is stopping me from locating it and apparently my kind doesn't want to be found. Iwas' distorted tone that doesn't make sense finally showed regret and disappointment. Aleister was thinking as he took everything as a phase and maybe even the world rules aren't allowing Iwas to act, but some bubbles appeared in the tube before he said, your kind. Yes, my kind, which is quite surprising, even if I don't know why he's taking the form of that fool, Iwas said with joy and curiosity in his tone as it made Aleister more confused after all those years before he said, tell me, Aleister. Do you know what exists before the beginning and after the end? Aleister's expression that never changed was finally broken as he widened his eyes and bubbles were appearing in the tube. Back to Leo as he was looking at the sky before lowering his vision and looking at the chat screen. Advocate of gender equality, I see, then in this rare opportunity. Can you this omniscience tell me who came first? The chicken or the egg? NEET princess, I'm also very interested in the topic. Big sister lion, me too. Leo almost dropped the book of the law as he stared at the messages. He now regrets turning off the future observation. Shaking his head, Leo ignored the question as he walked forward in this world of chaos before opening the book of the law. However, when Leo opened the book, he was greeted with 19 phrases and some extra notes. I acknowledge thy knowledge and existence of thy book. 7 trumpets have been announced. Desire, and it'll be thy answer. Leo read the extra notes as they ignited before dissipating from the book. When Leo was thinking about the notes that he can't see their source with his eyes, 2 of the members stared at the 19 phrases as they remembered something. Advocate of gender equality, did you go over heaven? This explains a lot and a little at the same time. NEET princess, you copied Dio's way of heaven and used it on the book of the law. No, I wasn't in my senses when the book of the law was written, so it wasn't me. Leo shook his head before he said calmly, the book did it on its own because this is the best way to reach the goal. Bree, did you achieve LVL 6? This seems only something the theoretical LVL 6 can accomplish, and it seems this LVL was something related to angels all along. Well, I'm not an LVL 6, but Mikoto, do you remember what's the meaning of LVL 6? Leo flipped some pages as he started to read from the book of the law, but most of the words were confusing as he didn't understand them. Bree, those who are not deities that reach the sense of the heavens. NEET princess, it can also be called, the one who arrives at heaven's intent in an ungodly body. Then what do you think about Jojo's way to heaven and the unique function of the book? Leo flipped the pages back to the 19 phrases before he said, desire, and it'll be thy magic. This is one of the ways the book of the law function. What the Academy City was trying to accomplish and what they continuously researched for was done in another world. Reaching heaven with a human body, Leo said as the group went silent while the members that didn't understand like Whitebeard, Leon, and Saitama decided to not talk. I'm not a mage or someone researched his entire life, so the book made my desire in the simplest way possible. Leo stopped his footsteps before he said, a simple spell to clear and enhance the brain, nothing more. The universe and its secrets were always a mystery which the science was trying to figure out, but no matter what they did, they couldn't discover all those hidden things. Academy City situation is the same, so they made the LVL 6 which is supposedly a state to perceive heaven or the universe. Leo only had one basic spell, but that spell broke all the limits and surpassed them as it can be called a miracle from God now. This spell transforms and enhances the brain of Leo, as it made his mental boundaries and limitations completely erased, allowing his mental abilities to be completely unrestricted or subject to blockage. However, the spell takes time to achieve its full power as it just established stairs for Leo. How the universe operate or how this reality function is very easy for me to understand because I reached heaven and I can approach God's calculations. Leo looked at the chaotic sky before he said, stairs to heaven built by 19 phrases according to religion meaning and their effect on my mental state to enhance it to a degree that allows me to understand heaven. Leo gave the group some time to digest this information as he walked forward on the island before he reached a house and opened its door. The door led to another island as Leo passed him normally and continued walking. Advocate of gender equality, so do you know the meaning behind the phrases? No, Leo answered instantly as it made the group take another moment of silence. Neet princess, and you call yourself a nigh-omniscience being. I said that I have limitations and this place with this book is one of those limitations. Leo toned still calm as he already saw this conversation before he said, I need to stop the external factors quickly, so excuse me. Advocate of gender equality, wait. Do you mean the reason why you're a fallen angel? No, it's why I can't turn this spell off and regain control over my body. Leo stared at the screen with blank eyes as it sends an obvious message to Kazuma. Advocate of gender equality, don't think we're all nigh-omniscients, heaven-understanding bastards like you. Neet princess, is this the price of knowledge? But why does this magic seem to have an off button? Because it's a simple spell, so it has a simple way of working, Leo answered with a blank face as it was mocking Kagaya for such a simple question. Neet princess. Bree, why are you a fallen angel, anyway? For some reason, which one do you want to hear? Leo said as it gave the group another confusion. Neet princess, isn't it because you did your ritual in hell? Under Yggdrasil, Leo nodded before he walked forward. Advocate of gender equality, can you spare us mortals with your knowledge? Bree, hell, also referred to as Helheim or the realm of hell, is an underworld for many of the dead which is under Yggdrasil. I have internet. Advocate of gender equality. Neet princess, yeah, the ritual place is important and unlike DXD world which throws everything around. Toru world really cares about these things. That has some truth to it, but you're correct about DXD throwing everything around. Leo looked at a mirror next to him as it was showing his angel side before he said, God isn't perfect in this world. Leo's words were like a spark that made Kagaya understand immediately. Neet princess, the God recorded in the Bible is dead. Yeah, the being who was supposed to be complete and perfect was defeated by fragile concepts of life and death. Do you know how funny that is? Leo smiled slightly before his face returned to the previous calm. God is perfect or at least into Aru, but in DXD it isn't like that as the angel who was supposed to look at the flaw of the creation, saw the flaws in the one who wasn't supposed to have them. This made the angel fall in less than a nanosecond after Leo ascended. The Book of the Law seems to take the God recorded in the Bible seriously as Leo understood where he got those messages after scanning all the timelines related to his existence. Neet princess, it was DXD's fault all along. Well, something like that. Leo walked closer to the mirror as the group noticed the angel in Asgard and what it was doing. The angel was standing there, facing Thor and Vidar as it was holding a glowing ball of heat in its hands. Bree, is that the sun? The glowing ball looked very similar to the sun, but the strange thing is that the sun was spinning in the hands of the angel. No, it's just a spinning form of a concentrated nuclear energy, Leo replied casually, but that didn't give the group any peace of mind. Advocate of gender equality, please don't say that casually. Bree, that doesn't look safe at all. And why can you hold nuclear energy in your hand? It isn't a big deal as it was just a casual act to control the strong force. I can create a flaw in nature and make the 4 interactive forces under my command easily. Leo answered another question while he was looking for another door. Neet princess, however, what the hell is that angel doing now? Oh. That. Well, it's just a pitiful chase after an unattainable fantasy. Leo's calm voice finally vanished as he smirked before he said, but this is kinda ironic. My power, who was supposed to be that fantasy was actually so flawed that it's chasing an illusion with pure instinct, Leo said before he put his hand on the building glass next to him and said, and I, who rejected that fantasy could reach the closest place to it, but I was trapped inside this reality. This is hilarious. The group noticed that Leo is playing riddles again as they decided to not ask anything because they were already fed up by these questions. Well, now. Leo looked at his hand before he said, how much time left for me? On the tip of Leo's finger, a dark color was appearing as his hands were transforming at a very slow pace to something similar to the void in his reality. Chapter 52, Connection. Inside the 8th layer of Asgard, the chaos around the angels was rotating faster. The nuclear energy ball was also spinning faster as the heat was spreading into the layer. The nuclear energy was growing stronger with every spin, but the angel didn't seem to be satisfied as it was increasing the speed. Thor, Vidar, and the other creatures in the layer felt the intense heat, but they aren't normal beings so they weren't affected as the angel didn't target them. However, they also noticed Palkia's space power was lowering the power and the runes on the coat also stopped some of the heat. This thing is becoming more dangerous with every moment passing by, Vidar said as he looked at the angel holding what seemed to be the sun. Yeah, I think it was already this dangerous, Thor shook his head before he said, it pains me to say this, but I don't think it had a reason to use its power in the first place. Vidar noticed his brother's tone was lower than usual as he felt the helplessness contained, but he can't blame or motivate him. How far has it been since they felt this kind of despair? Vidar can't remember to be in this kind of situation since they were gods, but today they were hit with the cruel reality. Now, the only thing keeping Asgard or the world together is Palkia and the runes on the coat. Vidar wasn't able to imagine if this chaos was sent to the outside. Asgard is a realm of gods with divine power protection, but it's almost collapsing. Do you think we got a chance, brother? Vidar said as he clenched his fist while Thor shook his head and said, no, we don't have a single chance. Thor's words were bland and quiet, but it shook Vidar further than any time as this is the first time the god of thunder spoke like this. However, I won't stop trying, even if it meant my end, Thor said as he raised his hammer again. Vidar, there's one slim possibility to attack while that thing is busy, Thor flashed with thunder before Vidar said, I don't think it showed any other interest except from that spinning ball, but how do we plan to attack? I'll attract its attention and you strike after it focus on me, Thor closed his eyes before he said, don't hesitate, Vidar. Vidar looked at Thor as he remained silent for a while before he said, I know. When the two brothers were planning for their last attempt, Leo was walking in the world of chaos as he was going from one door to another. Each door was showing a different place, a different result, and sometimes the same door showed nothing or multiple possibilities as Leo was walking through them without thinking. He can't sense his Longinus now or any one of his beasts which limits him so much, even if there's a way to find a flaw because this world is flawed, but it is not worth it. Advocate of gender equality, do you have a plan or you're just walking around? That's exactly what I'm doing, Leo said calmly as he opened another door which led to a building with a lot of mirrors around. Neet princess, you seem to know what you're doing. No, I don't. I can't see anything about this place, Leo was looking around before he said, this place is just chaos. A pure chaos which I'm trapped in. Big sister lion, the outside seems crazier than this world you're in. Leo stopped his footsteps as he stared at the screen while the chat room members had a bad feeling. Leo calmly raised his hand as he caught the screen and fixed it in a single position. The chat screen in front of every member went crazy at that moment. The picture was rotation, advancing, retreating, moving sideways, and every other irregular move from spinning or freaking out. The islands in the chaos weren't even following the screen movement as they were acting in their own way, which made the group have motion sickness. Advocate of gender equality, okay. Okay. I understand, stop it. Leo let go of the screen as the picture returned to normal for the chat group members, but they still took a while to recover. Bree, don't do that again. Neet princess, my brain hurt. Do you understand now? This place can't be calculated because there's nothing to be calculated and it's a part of me, so I can't see it, Leo said as he walked to the previous door and opened it up. Do you see this? The door was showing a way to another island different from where Leo came in. However, he closed the door again before opening it as thousands of places were swapping. This is the theme of this place, the infinity possibilities that start from the beginning, but all of them existing in one place is chaotic. Leo looked to the sky as the dark void was showing some colors before he said, even if each one of them leads to the same end. At least for now. So I need to stop this cycle. Those notes might contain some answers, Leo said as he closed the door and walked towards the building. Leo's ability to look into the timelines isn't invincible as it is limited with some conditions. He can't see himself in the past or the future as he only sees himself now. Any attempt to see the future or the past about himself ends up with a blank, nothing, a missing piece from history. When looking at the future of the others, Leo only sees the future when he doesn't interfere, but when he says or does something, then the whole timeline gets refreshed and he needs to calculate again. His eyes can't see beings that have a strong power or concepts as they will only appear in the present or never at all. He doesn't know why that happened, maybe it's because he became an angel or something, but these limitations aren't just on himself. The Book of the Law, and especially the extra notes he found, fall into this category. 16 minutes and 21 seconds ago, Leo saw Chow Chow looking at the true Longinus while checking on his subordinates. From their conversation and actions, he found out that the true Longinus was out of control, but there was something wrong. Leo couldn't see anything in the time when the true Longinus was supposed to go crazy. He was able to see before and after that period, but nothing about that specific point in time. Neet princess, you mean the phrases? I already have an idea about them. Leo was walking slowly around the building, his reflection showing his angel power in the outside as it reminded him of how ridiculous the situation is, but Kagaya's message piqued his interest. Advocate of gender equality, you just googled them, didn't you? If you're going to say, God. Then you should stop now, Leo said as he noticed something wrong on the other side. Neet princess, ahem first, the secret emperor, which means God. Neet princess, you're no fun at all. But this is the best guess for now. Just because it came before Kabbalah doesn't mean it is correct if it isn't proven. Leo squinted his eyes while looking at his power. He couldn't see correctly as his power was distorting everything around it. Neet princess, is it just because you don't want to admit that your brain is so corrupt that it made a book about Christianity a JoJo reference? I mean. Well, Leo raised his hand before lowering it then raising it again, only to stop as he put his hand on his chin and started thinking. Advocate of gender equality, *nyomniscience.exe has stopped working *. Leo shook his head to clear his head from the corruption called Kagaya before he noticed something in the mirror. Can any one of you tell me what's going on outside? Leo put his hand on the glass as he couldn't see what's going on there as the chaos was spinning faster around the angel. Bree, Thor and his brother seem to have a plan and they're rushing towards the angel. Oh, then it's not a pobble dash. Damn it. Leo's eyes widened as he screamed, which shocked the group. Are they digging everyone's graves? Leo's calm expression was gone as the group was more confused, except for Thor doing something terrible. Bree, this sounds bad. Advocate of gender equality, it's not like they will defeat you or something. Right. This isn't about me now. TCH, in the glass reflection, Leo stared at the angel and the spinning chaos before he clenched his fist and clicked his tongue. There's no helping it, huh? Leo said with a small voice as his halo was glowing brightly, which brought some different colors to this world. Leo took a deep breath before he raised his hand as the Book of the Law started to float in front of him and 24 runes appeared while circling around it. With every rune appearing, Leo started to change as his body glowing, but it also transformed faster into a void. Do you think only you can get high-wired? Leo said as he put his hand on the book while his halo glowed more, as it blinded some members in the group. The 24 runes did a full circle before they touched the mirror at the angel location. Leo saw this as he put his hand on the book and hit the mirror with it. Asterisk creak. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Leo clenched his teeth as he was pushing the Book of the Law against the mirror. Glass shattering sound and creaking were heard from the mirror as the world around Leo was getting more distorted than before. The spell can't be stopped, but that doesn't mean it can't be pushed forward. However, that comes with consequences as Leo was getting more corrupted by this world. 6 phrases from the book started glowing, which are Secret Emperor, Kabbalah, Rhinoceros Beetle, Alpha, Spiral Staircase, Calathea, as the 6 sharps tips grew longer on the halo, but the 7th phrase Papilio Glaucus Butterfly was also glowing dimly. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. With the last cracking sound, the mirror broke as the whole area was covered in light and all the group members were blinded by it. Meanwhile, in Asgard 8th layer, Thor was raging like thunder as he was launching 100 meters wide lightning strikes against the angel, but all those attacks were useless as the lightning lost its power immediately. However, Thor already knew this would happen, so he rushed with those lightning strikes and attacked the angel, which didn't care at all as its full attention was on the nuclear ball in its hands. Vidar. Thor screamed as he powered himself with thunder again and discharged an enormous amount of lightning around, which blocked all the vision around. Vidar, who was hiding in one of the lightning bolts, jumped as he used his brother's assistance to launch himself from the sky at a ridiculous speed. The space was getting distorted by Vidar's kick as he arrived behind the angel instantly and kicked with all his might. However, the kick was also blocked by the invisible barrier, but it caused a reaction, even if that reaction wasn't good. Using its powers to block 2 different types of attacks is very simple for the angel, but that made the angel distracted as it slightly lost control over the nuclear energy rotation. Something had changed at that moment. Thor and Vidar couldn't tell exactly what it was, but the chaos which slowed down its rotation made them sweat as the angel looked at them. Fear and despair. These are the feelings Thor and Vidar got, even if they tried to push them away, but the angel eyes made them awaken those feelings once again. The angel dropped the nuclear ball from its hands as the core was collapsing and the heat was rising, but the angel didn't care as it did something completely new. The black wings on its back finally started moving as the right wing moved back a little. No feeling, no sense, no sound. Nothing was emitting from the wing as the world stood in silence before the wing moved and waved towards Thor and Vidar. However, before the swing was completed, the angel body moved suddenly as it used its own hand to catch the wing before screaming, "Palkia! Open it!" Palkia felt a familiar connection as he used his power to open a space hole above the layer which lead to the sky. BOOM. The whole Asgard. No, the planet was shaking at this one strike from Leo's wings. Chapter 53, Just. Let it go. Palkia opened a hole in space above the sky before an enormous shock wave hit Asgard as it didn't only shake Asgard, but the entire planet was trembling slightly. The shock wave from the wing colliding with the hand was powerful enough to clear the clouds on a global scale, as this is a feat similar to Saitama's serious punch. The supernatural world, which was confused by the small earthquakes it experienced, has finally noticed the anomaly. The whole planet was shaking this time before they all looked towards Asgard. However, this didn't end, as the shock waves were still going inside the 8th layer of Asgard. The wing and the hand were spreading electric sparks around them as everything was pushed away and distorted at the same time. Even the nuclear energy ball was smashed like glass. Good grief. Are you this sensitive? The angel spoke some words with a slightly annoyed tone, which surprised Vidar and Thor. The angel looks changed completely at this moment. An astral projection appeared on the angel body which was copied from it. However, the angel gained a 1/3 halo with sharp tips that were colliding with the wings. Both sides were rejecting each other furiously as they were the reason for the chaos now. I feel weird to talk to an instinct, but I know you can understand me. Why are you so concerned about this god recorded in the Bible? Leo, who was able to take a form outside his mind, was speaking as he said, "You saw it, didn't you?" And it was nothing. Nothing was the thing which Leo saw when he ascended. He couldn't remember it because the spell was going out of control, but he saw nothing when he looked at God. God wasn't from this world, but the world of Tuaru. The God of the Bible was just a medium to send the message from the world of Tuaru using the same way as Leo. Leo doesn't know how this was possible, but the only theories he has are that the world will agree that God can access the DXD world, or maybe the world will is God. However, he has no proof of that. The God of the Bible isn't God from Tuaru, but the angel saw nothing, so it had the idea of that's God. And this is one of the reasons it fell. However, this doesn't end here. Leo's words didn't get a response from the angel as the power was still going out of control before he said, "Sigh, are you this desperate? Even taking the form of another angel just because you don't want to admit it?" The angel finally showed a reaction as the emotion of anger, which shouldn't appear, was showing on its face. The angel and Leo were colliding more, as the planet shook again. What are you proud of? These incomplete broken wings? Or the fact you can see the flaws in the world? Leo pushed the wings with his hand as he was trying to contain the power before he said, "Then why don't you use the power on yourself? It's easier, isn't it?" From the beginning of the transformation, the angel never used the flaw's power on itself, which was strange for others, but Leo knows why it hasn't used it. You don't want to admit it, huh? You're the biggest flaw in this world. You're not perfect, not even close, Leo said as he pushed the wing further, but the wing regained its power instantly. The angel snapped as it screamed inhumanly before the wing and Leo's hand collided again. The planet vibrated slightly again, but this time, the hidden realms like heaven and the underworld were also shaking. Thor, Vidar, and Palkia weren't able to stand as they were pushed to the edge of the layer, even if Palkia used his space power to stabilize himself. Leo was fighting against the angel power as this is his attempt to break the cycle in the other reality, so he couldn't stop. The angel won't admit that its existence isn't perfect, even if that's against God's will. God is perfect, which is the only one who should be called that. But the angel, who saw all the flaws in the world, wasn't able to put himself in the same position. If I saw all the flaws, doesn't that mean I'm perfect? But perfect is only for God, so the angel falls, and this was one of the reasons. However, who's the angel to judge God's creation? You can see the flaw, but never doubt God's actions, and that judgment also leads to its fall. The biggest reason for the fall is the angel, who won't admit its flaws and swap forms with another angel, as it dragged him from heaven and used it as a cover. The angel was one of the biggest fools in history. Lucifer. The power of the true form of Leo is beyond understanding, as it's an angel who should exist before the beginning and after the end, but it was sealed away because of perfection. Lucifer against Leo's complete power was absolutely helpless as he was dragged from heaven in another world and destroyed before his form was taken, but that form was incomplete as Leo has only 2 pairs of wings and no trace of Lucifer power. Boom boom boom. One after another, the wings were controlled by the angel attacked as Leo blocked them with his hands while shock waves hit all the places. The planet, Asgard, and the realms, everything was shaking, and if not for Leo to block most of it, then the planet was going to be destroyed. I don't want this too. This halo or this perfection. I refused it, and here we are, Leo said as he was mentioning the halo above his head. I don't believe in this perfection. I never believed in it. Leo saw his words having more and more effect on the angel as he said, but even if I refused it, I ended up in a world of chaos. And here you're, so desperate to see that perfection, even if it means to use humans' ways to reach it. Leo looked at the chaos around which was still spinning. Leo doesn't believe in this world or if it can produce anything with the word perfect, even if it was God. However, when he rejected his perfection, he was more close to the Almighty. He got the mind of God which can grow to be equal to the calculation of God, but by rejecting that perfection, he ended up with 1/3 of that power as it represented in his halo, which belongs to his original angel form. However, if he admits that he is perfect, then he'll never get close to this perfect power, which is quite hilarious and ironic for him. Therefore, the angel and Leo were separated, the power and the mind, the wings and the halo. Wings are the power of the angel, and the halo is the crown above their heads. This is the fantasy that Leo meant. Both of them represent a contradiction between the flaws and perfection. The angel believed in its perfection, even if it saw God, which led to it becoming the biggest flaw in a world created by a perfect being, as the world is kinda perfect compared to it. However, the angel saw the perfection in the world and went as far as using the spin to achieve it, even if it was a lost cause for them. Leo didn't believe in his perfection at all, which gave him a near-perfect power, but it locked him in a world filled with flaws and chaos. However, he didn't see any perfection in the world, even if he knows there's some perfection. Like it was shown in his mindscape, Leo and the angel. The halo and the wings are like the reflection of the mirror. Both of them went in the same way, but had ended up with something the other wanted. This made the situation completely ridiculous for Leo. Let it go. Leo said with a quiet voice as he blocked some hits and caught the wings. I know the feeling of chasing an illusion which contains all your regrets, as you're regretting that time when you saw the God recorded in the Bible. Leo looked at his wings, which belonged to Lucifer, but they still have his own theme of the dark void with some colors. You saw all the possibilities from the beginning, but nothing worked out, and here we are. Going to the same end, Leo said as Thor, Vidar, and the Charm members noticed the dark void on Leo's body was appearing on the angel. Leo saw the collision between him and the angel getting stronger before he did his last step and said, just let it go. However, the angel didn't stop, as it seems it finally had it all before its wings started to grow larger and reached 100 meters long. Palkia. Leo was losing control over his astral projection as he used his final power to block this gigantic hit from the angel. Asterisk. This by far, the biggest attack and collision between Leo and the angel, but Palkia and Leo interfered in time as most of the attack was transferred somewhere else. In space, a giant slash appeared on the planet named Mars, which did a scare that was almost as long as half of the planet. That attack was going to split the Earth in half if Leo didn't transfer it. The attack was the last announcement of something big is happening in the world as all the eyes looked at Asgard. Damn it. Leo saw most of his efforts were useless as he sighed and looked at Thor and Vidar. Hey, hammer guy. Leo astral body was getting transparent as he said, if you want to stop this guy until I find a solution, then you should challenge it openly. He's too perfect to refuse anyway. With those words, Leo left this world as he was locked again in his reality. Thor and Vidar stared at the angel with the 100 meters wide wing, as they sighed and chose to follow Leo's advice because they didn't have any better option. Shit. Leo fell on the ground as he leaned his body on the mirror behind him. His body was already covered with that dark void as he wasn't able to hide it from the group anymore. A/N, imagine what happened to Yato from Noragami, but switch it with a dark void. I know what you'll say, and I'm fine. I just need to slow down from a second, Leo said as he stood up slowly from the ground. The group members, who were going to type, stopped as they stared at the screen without a word. Leo was almost looking like a broken doll in their eyes now. Big sister lion ***. You're not fine at all. Leo smiled helplessly as he stood up and said, well, there's nothing to do about it. There are more important things now. I broke the cycle and a new brand alternative possibility is starting and a new ending is getting closer, Leo said as he had dark transparent wings from his back and the angel also had a transparent halo. The wings and the halo of both sides were smaller and much weaker than their original form. But it represents that Leo finally had a connection with his body again. NEET Princess, Leo. I won't say anything about this, but can you answer me honestly? Did you ever see the golden rectangle in nature before? The golden rectangle is a symbol of perfection for the spin as it's omnipresent in the surrounding nature. Leo stopped all his actions as a completely helpless look was on his face before he said, you had to do me like this, Kagaya. No, I never saw the golden rectangle in nature before, Leo said before he finally stood up completely and walked a few steps forward. Kagaya, who was watching the screen, sighed as she realized another thing after remembering her first talk with Leo. You saw this world as incomplete or as an abyss from the start, huh? Even if you were willing to move forward, that vision never changed, Kagaya said with a sigh as she looked at Leo's mindscape before choosing to remain silent. Leo looked at the sky as it started to glitch and freak out before he smiled and said, this is really a new cycle, but a new ending as well. Advocate of gender equality, which end? The 7 trumpets have already been announced according to the notes in this book. Leo looked at his side as he said, the apocalypse is approaching which will take this flawed world. Well, at least this reality to it ending. The angel is incomplete, so it can't do something very big from the start. So it was gathering its power to end everything flawed, which is the entire world, and let it rest with the god it thought he's dead. The group wanted to say something about the world-ending subject, but they stopped because Leo had a visitor. A dark creature made from tentacles and a lot of eyes were crawling on the ground as its monstrosity was representing the horror itself. Kazuma and Misaka almost puked while looking at the creature. Did you arrive? Well, the cycle is broken, so you'll try to stop me now, Leo said as he looked at the monsters that represent the curse from Loki and how it grew stronger when he was locked here. Gaia. The monster didn't care about Leo's words as it opened hundreds of mouths in its body and rushed towards him. Chapter 54, Solution. Leo smiled as he stared at the monstrosity crawling towards him. A hero for fun, you can smile at that thing. No, no, no. I'm smiling because things changed. Leo raised his hand as a golden energy was gathering on it before he said, the situation was complicated and can't be fixed normally at first, but now. The creature rushed towards Leo with his sharp teeth. The disgusting look of the monster has already made the chat members uncomfortable, but Leo only stared at it blankly before he pointed at it with his hand. The golden aura on Leo's hand changed as something was created from it in a blink of an eye. The monster didn't care about Leo's actions as he jumped and opened its mouth, but Leo didn't even flinch before he moved his hand and shoved the thing he created in one of the monster's eyeballs. It was a holy shotgun. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Leo pulled the trigger as the monster exploded, and organs or dark blood were spilled everywhere. It can be solved by violence, Leo said as he took a deep breath and dashed forward. The book of the law became smaller and was hanging from Leo's wrist by a small chain. Asterisk crash. Asterisk asterisk crash. Asterisk. The area behind Leo was completely destroyed as tentacles were appearing from the ground and crushing everything in their way. Leo didn't care about what was behind him because he had a situation at the front as tentacles spawned from the ground and rushed towards him. Leo moved a little to the left as he dodged an attack before raising his shotgun and blocking a large tentacle. Sparks were flying between the shotgun and the tentacle as Leo was running alongside them before he pulled the trigger. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. The tentacle exploded as the monster was howling from pain before Leo raised his other hand as a Tommy gun appeared. Leo didn't hesitate as he instantly pulled the trigger and shot the ground under him. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk. Gaia. The ground was shattered as a giant monster rose from it and attacked. The wings on Leo's back flapped as he jumped up and avoided the attacks before the wings blocked a sneak attack from behind. Leo did a flip in the air while shooting some other monsters before aiming at the big monster head. The shotgun in Leo's hand was charging its power as Leo pulled the trigger. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. The monster's head exploded as the blood rushed to the sky like a fountain, but Leo didn't care. He was sliding on a tentacle as he rushed towards the door. The situation behind Leo wasn't good as thousands of monsters appeared before chasing after him. I officially hate my imagination. Leo looked back to see the monsters before running faster. Advocate of gender equality, hey, Leo. Why do you have Cthulhu in your mind? Ah, yes. I also regret reading those Lovecraft shit, Leo said as he shot more monsters blocking his way. Big Sister Lion, okay. What the hell is going on? Do you want a long or a short story? Leo jumped on the head of one of the monsters before his wings ripped him to shreds. Big Sister Lion, the shortest story. The god recorded in the Bible is dead and he was used as a tool for the biggest god from Tuaru, which I feel that it's a plot from the world will. Leo Tommy gun changed into another shotgun before he blew the heads of 3 monsters as he said maybe it was the world will stuff or something, but Lucifer from Tuaru was also involved and he's dead. Well, I'm Lucifer now. The hordes behind Leo were growing with every second. The angel fell from heaven because of perfection philosophy and took Lucifer as a cover for its mistakes, which is literally shifting the blame, but also because Lucifer is the best for me as a 6 before moving to 7. Leo saw the door was getting closer before he jumped towards it. However, everything was pointless because Leo raised the shotgun as he shot the door while screaming, I'll always fall, so the game was rigged from the start. Leo rolled on the ground as he found himself in a corridor filled with different kinds of paintings, which made him sigh before standing up. My wings dark void represents the beginning and the colors are all the possibilities in that beginning which was planned by God. The corridor started shaking so Leo started running again before he said, however, all those different options, possibilities, struggles, and hopes were always useless as I'll fall and meet the same end over and over, which is why I called it a cycle. Therefore, Leo said to the angel to stop being persistent about God and let it go because it is pitiful and pointless to keep chasing behind something that doesn't exist for them. The dark color on his body means that he's running into the same fate and it'll end up with destruction for his mind and soul. The mind of God is a powerful spell, but it's also dangerous as Leo keeps getting information about things beyond his existence. He's learning more and more until he loses himself and becomes just a machine. Leo never cared about God, so he saw God as nothing because it doesn't mean anything for him, and it doesn't matter if he saw it or not. He'll always follow his own way, so why should he go with God's plan? This was also written in Leo's phrases and his understanding of them at the moment because he overdrove the mind spell. 1. Secret Emperor, God or the world will and its rules. Probably. 2. Kabbalah, the blueprint of creation as the world and everything was planned by God before everything existed. 3. Alpha, the start of the world. 4. Rhinoceros beetle. The beetle represents the development as the world was moving correctly in the direction where God planned. 5. Spiral staircase. Represents the world and how it develops in a spiral of time and all the ages it crossed. 6. Calathea. This means a new beginning for the world as it'll repeat what God has planned, which is the cycle. The angel running in circles in this cycle without stopping or hoping to succeed, like a helpless fool, which really fits if you think about it. The 6 phrases represented in Leo's halo have 6 sharp tips and the meaning of his role and power in the world, which is very close to Lucifer as 6 and a fool. However, something has changed this time. Leo and his body, which were separated, now have a connection. The biggest flaw and the near perfection are now almost one being. 7. Papilio-glaucous butterfly. Butterfly represents resurrection and transfiguration, which means a new start for the angel. This start will be chaotic and take another turn because of something small. This also the 7 trumpets, which are the 7 earthquakes in the 3 realms combined with the 7 phrases from Leo as it made the order broken. 7 phrases also mean Leo is challenging God's judgment as he is approaching him. Therefore, the apocalypse is starting. The flap of a butterfly wing in the butterfly effect means the little things can produce a bigger change in the overall situation. Leo is the little thing here, as he broke the cycle that was put by fate and started a new one. However, this made the reality of God change to attack him as a small curse from Loki grew up with his mind and imagination. Loki is the god of mischief, as his divinity will curse his enemies automatically even if it's a weak curse, but now, it's a huge curse because of the stupid falling angel. It even took the form of a Cthulhu for fuck's sake. Leo pumped the shotgun before he said, "So here's the conclusion for everything I currently know. I was breaking the rules of the god of DXD and now I'm challenging the god of Tuaru before taking some power from Lucifer for myself." Leo blasted the head of a monster that came from a painting before he said, "I'm disappointed in myself because I didn't take his power from the start." Poor Lucifer, he was killed, absorbed, and blamed by Leo as the group felt sorry for the devil. Bree, then what about the long speech about falling with the angel outside? I needed some time to connect with my body and the angel reacted to those words, but those words were true because you forgot something. Leo said as the hordes reached the door behind him. The mind landscape was already collapsing as the door was only leading to one possibility, which is the new one that Leo made. I'm not an angel originated from the Bible and absolutely not a machine or a tool, so it doesn't matter if I fall or not, Leo said as he rushed towards another door. Angels are tools that follow the most logical thinking and God's orders as the top priority. However, Leo doesn't belong to them, so he can ignore God even if he deemed him as fallen. However, it's still a mystery for him why he was acknowledged by God as an angel from the start if he was destined to fall. Well, now. There's only one chance and one way forward, Leo said as he blasted through another door and shot another monster in the head. This situation wasn't a surprise for Leo and his mind of God, but that gave some members a jump scare. Advocate of gender equality, is this a goddamn scary game? What the hell is wrong with your mind? Yeah, it's kinda a scary game to reach the center of this reality and destroy it, Leo said as his wings became stronger because his connection is increasing with his body. Advocate of gender equality, sigh, I'm still confused, but rip and tear. Leo charged the shotgun as it changed before he said, rip and tear. The strongest men in the world, couldn't you just use your power without making these weapons? NEET princess, I think he wanted to say he's an angel with a shotgun as a reference, but it ended with a Doom reference and the Tommy gun of Joseph, huh? Asterisk boom. Star. The group was silent as they saw Leo holding a rocket launcher and blowing everything around him. I played with your rules for enough time and now I'll burn it to the ground. Leo wings extended as different kinds of weapons appeared and started to shoot every moving or static thing. The group was more speechless with every explosion happening. The mind landscape and prison were getting weaker and weaker by Leo's annihilation while the monsters turned into the good guys as they were trying to stop him. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. All kinds of weapons were shooting at the monsters. Leo didn't spare anything in front of him as he was going on a genocide run. The area around was also affected as it was broken, but he didn't care. However, the monsters didn't decrease as they kept coming and growing stronger and larger, which made Leo frown before he rushed to the only normal door in this chaos. Suddenly, the monsters started screaming and raging as they didn't care about pain or Leo's attack and rushed towards him. All the monsters were desperately trying to stop Leo from going into the door. But the heavy fire gave Leo enough time as he entered the last door. The monsters screamed as their cries grow smaller before it died in the darkness as this reality is collapsing without Leo who's keeping it together. Well, then. I feel this was both surprising and predictable. Leo was standing in front of a house as he didn't know what to say about it. The house was normal, but for Leo. A long time ago, it was a place he called home. Meanwhile, the angel and Thor were clashing as the wings and the hammer made sparks in the air. Thor twisted the handle of the hammer as he changed the attack direction towards the angel head, but the wing blocked him before attacking. Lightning was raging as Thor dodged the attack and countered the angel before Vidar appeared above the angel and attacked. Bam! This battle was going on between the angel and the two brothers as it was one of the biggest battles in this world, but the world didn't like this at all because the angel was going easy on them. When they followed Leo's advice, the angel lowered its power to match them before fighting them equally. It wanted to prove its superiority. Honestly, the battle now is hard with the angel attack speed and defense, but the brothers were angrier than ever. This is humiliating as the angel can just sneeze and destroy them, but no, it has to play this game with them to show that it can defeat them perfectly even in an equal condition. The battle continues even if the two brothers tried to stop, but the situation isn't optimistic at the moment. The supernatural world found the problem in Asgard, and each one of them took a different reaction. Some gods tried to check on the situation, but they were stopped by Palkia's space barrier and the chaos around the angel. Angels, devils, and fallen angels were trying to check the situation, but they didn't have the courage. The situation is in Asgard, which means it is beyond their reach to interfere, and they felt something terrifying from Asgard. Most angels and fallen angels didn't dare to look, and the devils were shaking. Even the four Satans had goosebumps while trying to skin Asgard with their powers. The biblical factions felt the power of the true Lucifer from Leo, even if it was just a form with no power for now. However, in the dimensional gap, a giant red dragon was rushing towards Asgard. And he wasn't looking happy. Leo current understanding of the phrases. 1. Secret Emperor, God or the world will and its rules. Probably. 2. Kabbalah, the blueprint of creation as the world and everything was planned by God before everything existed. 3. Alpha, the start of the world. 4. Rhinoceros beetle, the beetle represents the development as the world was moving correctly in the direction where God planned. 5. Spiral staircase, represents the world, how it develops in a spiral of time, and all the ages it crossed. 6. Calathea, this means a new beginning for the world as it'll repeat what God has planned, which is the cycle. 7. Papilio glaucus butterfly, butterfly represents resurrection and transfiguration, which means a new start for the angel. This start will be chaotic and take another turn because of something small. Chapter 55, A Journey to the Stars. This might be more different than the usual chapters. I hope it's good. There was nothing in this place, or nothing was the theme of this area. The sky was white, the ground was white, even the area behind Leo's wings was covered with a white color. This white color was extending towards the horizon as it seems there's no end to it. However, in this empty world, there was a house, a normal house like any regular one. It wasn't big, but it had a little fancy touch here and there, as it seems that its owner likes decorating. Leo stared at the house in silence, and he didn't move. To be honest, this was one of those moments in his life where he can say an entire speech, but silence was the best answer as nothing could come from his mouth. Sigh. Looking at the house that didn't change a bit from his memories, Leo sighed. Maybe it was his memories that didn't change as this place means a lot, or maybe he didn't want it to change. Advocate of gender equality, I know this might be important, but shouldn't you hurry up? That's not important anymore. Those monsters can't enter this place. At least for a while, this place won't change, Leo mumbled, as his voice was slightly lower than usual. This place is an important memory from Leo's mind, a stupid curse can't breach it instantly. However, the voice changing was noticed by some members in the group, but they felt it was more like that Leo didn't want to affect this place and keep this silence around. The wings on Leo's back became smaller and his halo stopped shining as he took his first step towards the house door. His body was almost completely simulated by the void and this reality, each step was taken slowly as each one felt heavy for Leo. The sound of footsteps was ringing in this place as Leo finally reached the front door and stopped. The group felt the atmosphere became heavy as they stopped typing. The silence filled the place again as Leo was looking at the regular door in front of him before he reached towards the doorknob and opened the door. The door opened easily as Leo pushed it slowly before a regular home displayed in front of everyone in the chat room. Well, I'm home. I guess those words were very quiet as Leo whispered them before walking inside. Looking at the interior of the house, Leo stopped again as his memories were rushing inside of his head. He couldn't stop those memories or think about something else. Neet princess, hey, Leo, is this your home? Yeah, you can call it that, Leo said as he took a deep breath and walked forward. Neet princess. From this world. Leo didn't say anything as he was walking in the hallway before noticing some pictures, which made him stop. The group members saw the hallways have some painting which was similar to the last one when Leo was fleeing from the monsters, but they even noticed that the hallway is similar. However, the pictures were the thing that took their attention. The pictures were showing a family of 3 people, the parents and their son, but the son picture was different from Leo now. Bree, who are the people in the photos? Leo didn't answer immediately as he was looking at the couple and their son before he walked away as he lowered his head slightly. The group saw different kinds of paintings and photos across the hallways. The photos changed as they were taken at different times. But they all stayed the same with 3 people. Walking for a moment, Leo reached a door which led him towards the living room. The living room was pretty big, maybe the biggest room in the house. It's shaped like a square and the decoration was comfortable with a modern touch. Leo stared at the living room for a moment before he walked inside and headed straight towards the chimney. There was a chimney inside the living room with small trophies and some picture frames. However, there was a picture different from the others. The group saw the parents and 2 sons in that picture, but they can see that the second son looks like Leo now. I see, sigh. Leo stared at the photo for a while before he let out a sigh and said, "These are my parents and big brother." Leo answered Misaka's question, which silenced the group again before he picked up the picture frame and stared at it in silence. All the people in the group understood this is the home of Leo from his last world, and now they're looking at his past. Maybe even the other places they saw in this reality was a reflection for his past. Advocate of gender equality, those paintings are yours. No, they're my father's paintings. He loved to paint as it was his hobby and job, Leo said as he looked at the men in the picture. He loved painting a lot and even went as far as he got a lot of trophies in different competitions, Leo said with a small smile as the group noticed that some trophies were about painting. He wasn't home a lot because of his work and competitions, but he was always there when we needed him. Leo put the picture frame on the chimney stand as he looked at it one last time before moving away. I remember one time he came home and saw me staying in my room a lot, so he rushed inside and insisted to know what I'm doing. Leo had a wry smile on his face while the group felt he entered some kind of trance before saying, "I was watching anime at that time and he insisted to watch with me even if he knows nothing about it. We watched JoJo's Part 1 and 2 before he gave up because he couldn't understand anything." Leo noticed something in the living room table before he said, "But I know he did that because he saw me feeling down when he came back. On that day, he said, if you ever needed someone, then I'll be always here when you need me." And he was. Always there. The silence filled the place again, and the group was quieter. They heard Leo words like he's telling a story or an event, but why they feel this is sad. Leo stopped talking as he saw a chessboard on the table and the pieces weren't in their place because someone was playing before. He reached with his hand slowly and moved the black queen to the left with one square, which allowed the white queen to checkmate the black king. Advocate of gender equality, did you just win an unfinished game by cheating? No. I chose the black pieces in this game and this wasn't my turn, Leo said as the group realized he lost by himself and made the other player win. My brother loved this game, it was his passion as he loves to call it. Leo said as he walked away and approached the living room door before he said, he had some achievement in this game. The group saw some trophies about chess on the chimney stand. We were always fighting. To be honest, it'll feel weird if we didn't fight at that point. Leo Rai's smile didn't vanish before he said, 4 stupid things like TV remote, Wadley that day, or even something ridiculous like our hobbies. He forced me to play chess with him as he always destroyed me, which made me hate this game. Leo felt the living room as he walked towards the stair before he said, I was always mad and angry at him because he knows about my hobby of cute things. He always made fun from it. The group finally knows why Leo always has anger issues when someone talks about his cute things hobby. However, he always said that it's okay to be yourself, so don't care about what the other says and love what you like, but I'll keep making fun of it. Leo smiled slightly before he said, I feel he only wanted to see me angry because it's the closest to my real self, sigh. The atmosphere is heavier as Leo walked upstairs and reached a room. The room was next to another one, which had a chest-decorated door. Leo opened the door and entered the door as it displayed a room with normal games and anime posters, which didn't surprise the group a lot, but those different plushies about cute creatures in anime made Kagaya's and Kazuma's eyebrow twitch. However, they didn't dare to say anything. It has been a while, I even forget what it looked like. Leo had a slightly cheerful tone before he said, sigh. It really has been a while, isn't it? However, Leo noticed a candle on his desk next to a picture frame that was put facing the ground, so it doesn't show the picture. I was really childish, huh? Leo walked towards the photo frame and picked it up before he said, and I think I'm still childish. The picture had 2 people, a teenager with brown hair and eyes. To his side, there was a girl with short blonde hair and blue eyes. However, what made the group shocked is that they were doing a JoJo pose. Advocate of gender equality, seriously? Yeah. Yeah, we were serious, Leo said with a grin before he looked at the picture again. Bree, who are they? Me, or how I used to be. And this is my best friend. Someone very similar to me at that time, Leo said with a quiet voice before he sighed once again. I don't remember when I met her exactly, but I remember the place and that meeting changed my life. Leo's voice lowered again, but the group could hear him before he said, we talked a lot and played a lot with games. She got me into many games like Undertale, and even my hobby of loving cute things was discovered by her. She wouldn't shut up about it from that day. A wry smile, yet a sad one appeared on Leo's face before he said, however, I managed to get her into JoJo, but she tricked me to pose into a photo. We did a lot after that, even putting JoJo in the religion section at the library. She reached out for me when I never knew I needed it. Leo put the photo frame on the desk as the group felt this is sadder. I still remember that she always said to be free while reminding me that a small thing like a cute cat can bring happiness. I wish I realized sooner without being a fool. Leo looked at the picture before he stared at the candle. Bree, so, what happened to her? 3 days passed, and I heard nothing about her. Before I found out that she committed suicide, Leo's words fully silenced the group as some of them sighed and others were shocked. I kept asking myself why she did it. She looked happy, so why did she do it? I wasn't able to see it. Leo closed his eyes before he said, in the end, I found myself checking all the surrounding details. Maybe I was blaming myself for not knowing sooner or because I could not help her. Trying to find a flaw. How pathetic and ridiculous. Bree, I'm sorry. Don't be. It happened a long time ago, and I can barely remember all the details. After all, we forget and move in our lives, don't we? Leo smiled slightly as the screen. Silence filled the room as nobody talked. Leo was staring at the picture while the group wasn't able to find any word to say. The silence continued until a message arrived. Bree, what was her name? It's okay if you don't answer. She was called Leah. But it doesn't matter a lot now. Leo reached out with his hand before he touched his old self in the picture. There's nothing that can change it. Here or in that world, Leo said as his old self turned into a small spot of light as he held it in his hand. The picture was left with only the girl while the candle next to it was finally extinguished. Leo looked at the light in his hand before he exited his room and went to the living room again. Big Sister Lion, then. What about your mother? Leon didn't know why she asked, but she felt she should say something in this situation. She was a slightly serious type with a love for cooking. Leo sighed as he remembers a few things before he said, she was forcing me to cook once in a while with her, as she was training me to take care of myself, so I don't starve or something. One day, a storm hit this area, so we couldn't get out of home, and on that day, I cooked as it turned out to be a disaster. Another wry smile formed on Leo's face before he said, we couldn't order something because of the storm, so we ate what I cooked. You should have seen our faces. In the end, I was able to make something above average, which is a win for me. She always said to believe in myself because she'll always believe in me no matter what happens. Then she'll say something like, when will you marry and give me grandchildren? Leo picked the picture without realizing that his hand was slightly shaking before he said, that was ridiculous. And now, I'm here, so how do you expect me to get you grandchildren? The person in the picture turned into light as the light in Leo's hand fused with it and turned into a key. However, Leo didn't care as he was looking at the photo without noticing that his hand was shivering as he clenched his other hand before he said, you know. Being forgotten is more painful than death. At those words, the group realized why Leo wasn't in the other pictures. That's because he doesn't exist in that world now. The picture in the room meant he doesn't exist in that world anymore, and the last one meant that how can he be a part of it now? Why did God or the world will want him to see this? Honestly, Leo doesn't know, and now. He doesn't care. Advocate of gender equality, Leo. You were happy. With those words, Kazuma lost his strength as he leaned on his chair and ignored the shaking Aqua. Yeah, I was happy. Very happy. Leo didn't raise his head or look at the screen. I never thought of going back, but I wish I had pushed a little bit further at that time, just to not let them worry about me. Leo opened his hand as he looked at the key before he walked towards the front door and put it in the keyhole. The door did a strange noise while the candle in the living room flickered. Advocate of gender equality, so, you also took your share from the world terrible game balance. Ah, it was like I wasn't doing enough, but something in my head was telling me. What's the point in doing more? Leo said as the group remembered those trophies, but there was nothing in Leo's name. I feel that I'm a hypocrite. Maybe the angel was angry because of this. Leo's hand stopped shaking as he showed a smile. That smile was sad and filled with nostalgia, but even Misaka felt the determination contained. So, this was a part of my 210 story. However, it doesn't matter as it's the time to go forward, and crying about the past won't help that much. Taking a deep breath, Leo's eyes were firm again. After a moment of silence, a white light appeared from the door. But before he entered, he turned back and said one of the things he regrets not saying in his previous life. Goodbye. With those words, Leo appeared on a rooftop, which is the place in his last illusion under Yggdrasil. The sky was clear and clouds were drifting with the winds, which can make someone relaxed. The strongest man in the world, this place again, huh? A hero for fun, let's hear what he'll say. Another predictable moment, I warned it to not use these places, but that is useless, huh? Leo said as a white phantom appeared in front of him. This place where I met Leah for the first time. As for what I said under Yggdrasil. Leo looked at the phantom before he said, don't tarnish this place with your disgusting illusions. The group saw the look of the phantom, and it was very similar to Leo's friend they saw in the picture. Well, I first talked with an angel that works with instinct, so I don't think it's a problem to talk with an illusion. Leo shook his head as his body was getting more filled with the dark void. I had a lot of things to say to you, but I realized that it'll be stupid, ridiculous, and you'll probably laugh at me if I say them, so I don't have anything to say. Leo said as he walked and passed the illusion that was supposed to stop him. Crack. The illusion was cracking slowly as the blue sky was trembling. But, hey. I'm happy and free now. And it's maybe late. Well, very late, but I'll definitely reach out for you if you need me, Leo said as he made a pistol with his power and shot the halo above his head. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Crack. Asterisk. The illusion exploded as the sky returned to the dark void with colors and an enormous monster appeared in the sky as it almost covered the sky. This is the core of reality and the curse. Meanwhile, in the actual world, the angel was fighting with Thor and Vidar before it halted and started screaming. Its halo and wings were cracking as its power was going out of control, but strangely nothing was affected. Before the angel recovered, a pink space power rushed from the sky and smacked it into the ground before an orange slime appeared from its shadow and tickled its neck. I'm in control now. Leo was holding his head while his halo and wings had cracks all over them, but he was able to see the angel contained. The monster screamed again as the dark void was breaking again and showed a white space behind it. This reality is collapsing, and it only needs the last push before it crumbles. However, Leo noticed something rising from the illusion shards as it fused with his key and turned into a yellow butterfly. Leo let go of the butterfly before he said, "Now, it's my time to let go of everything." "Neet princess, why the hell did you do that now? Now the group wants to say bullshit about shooting yourself at the last battle when you're about to win. Why not? I mean, it was the answer all along. How can a butterfly fly without losing its cocoon?" Leo walked forwards as the monster in the sky was screaming non-stop and it raised its gigantic tentacle. The cracks on the halo and wings were increasing with each step Leo took as shards were falling, but the halo grew slightly even with the cracks as a 7-sharp tip was appearing and the book of the law was shining on the 7th phrase. Desire, and it'll be thy answer. Leo remembered the last message from God in the book of the law before he said, "Then I desire to use these broken wings to fly beyond everything you planned. So, guys. Do you want to take a flight to the stars with me?" Leo smiled at the screen before his broken wings flapped. Boom. With a giant explosion, everything under Leo was crumbling. The area, the illusion, and this reality were collapsing as Leo was flying towards the monster in the sky. Thousands of small tentacles rushed towards Leo from the monster, but he did a flip in the air while dodging most of them. The broken wings behind Leo opened up as the shards turned into thousands of dark rainbow-colored beams. The beams filled the sky as they drew a beautiful picture before they hit the monster and exploded. The angel outside did the same, but the beams were much weaker than Leo as Palkia was able to transfer them while helping SCP-999. However, this didn't end as Kirabo and Killer Queen appeared. Killer Queen put its hand on the angel's head while Kirabo nodded before it took one of the angel's attacks. A white shadow appeared in Kirabo's place, which is its soul, before Killer Queen caught it. With Kirabo dying, most of the damage on Leo's body became zero, so Killer Queen used its power and turned the curse energy in his body into a bomb. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Boom. Asterisk. Thousands of explosions appeared on the monster body in Leo's mind as it was screaming louder. I know that I didn't believe in it at all. Leo flapped his wings again before he dodged and slashed all the tentacles coming towards him. Left, right, up, and down. Leo was dodging and destroying everything the monster threw at him, but with every dodge and attack, a faint golden rectangle was appearing. Bam. With a sonic boom, Leo's broken wings grew up in size before they spun as he charged towards the monster. Leo allowed his body to follow the rotation as the wings fused into one before it became a huge drill. Boom. Leo and his drill were crushing everything in their ways as they almost reached the monster's true body. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. However, the monster body that protects the core was very hard, and it was almost impossible to pierce through because it represents the reality made by God. But because you dared to use my memories. Then just this time, Leo's wings were getting more broken with the second before he said, "I'll believe in it, even if it's just for a moment." Leo only believed that the world doesn't have perfection, but now, even if it's just for this moment, he chooses to believe that even the biggest flaws can have perfection. A clear golden rectangle appeared in Leo's way before everything exploded in front of him. Boom. The drill adjusted itself towards the golden rectangle before its speeds multiplied and crushed the monster defense. Gaia. The monster was thrashing around, but the drill was destroying its body from the inside without mercy before Leo reached the core of the monster. The wings turned back to normal because they lost their strength before Leo extended his hand and reached out for the core, but tentacles appeared from all the walls and rushed towards him. Leo saw the tentacles, but he didn't stop as he smiled and said, "So, now you choose to appear." Muda. Gold experience appeared from Leo's body and punched most of the tentacles, but 2 of them caught Leo's wings. Gold experience is the closest to Leo's soul, and the only beast can appear here after the reality is collapsing. One pull, second pull, Leo found himself stuck in the air as the tentacles were stopping him from moving forward and Gold experience was busy with the other tentacles. Do you know what I learned from this day? Leo's wings cracked further before they were broken completely as he said, "I don't need wings to fly now." With those words, Leo used his hand and pierced the curse, and this reality core as a bright light appeared and blinded everything. The angel outside stopped as all the beasts were teleported away by Palkia. The angel didn't stop for long before cracks filled its body and a giant pillar of light shot towards the sky. Meanwhile, in a random place in Europe, someone was inside the kitchen as he used the sink to fill a pot, but when he turned away, he saw the water wasn't following the gravity as it raised towards the ceiling. What the fuck? The man said a word by word before he noticed that the sky turned dark in the middle of the day. An eclipse? The end of the world? These all that the men could think of, but he didn't see an eclipse. He only saw thousands of stars appearing in this dark sky as they illuminated the world. This situation happened all across the world as the day disappeared and was replaced with a sky filled with stars. Meanwhile, a portal opened up in Asgard as a gigantic red dragon appeared from it, but he stopped immediately as he saw the sky. Thor, Vidar, and the creatures in the layers couldn't close their mouths as they were looking at the angel under the starry sky. Well, this was much easier than I thought. A clear voice sounded across the layer before a few black feathers fell from the sky. The feathers were pure black and had a rainbow-colored glow at its ends which was dreamy like a star falling from the sky. In the sky, a young man was floating there with no worry. His back has a pair of black rainbow wings, which were a combination of energy and physical wings, but they were flashing like the stars in the night. Now, this is really a beautiful sky. But as I promised, Leo opened his eyes and his 7 sharp tips golden halo was shining brightly before he said, "This was a flight towards the stars." At this moment, the stars in the sky lit up as if they were welcoming the morning star. New meaning for the 7th phrase. Papilio glaucus butterflies are yellow in colors. They can represent that the departed souls who are resting peacefully in the afterlife. A yellow or gold butterfly also symbolizes a new life, a transformation, or a rebirth which what happened in this arc. 7 phrases. 6 advice from Leo's past and his last lesson for himself at the end make them 7. 7 members in the group chat which means 7 worlds. 777. Fun fact. 7 chapters is the number it took for this power-up. Chapter 56, Morning Star. The starry sky was above every being in this world, as the darkness around was illuminated by the stars. The darkness was scary as everyone felt a sense of unease from it, but strangely, they felt a warm feeling from the stars. It was like 2 different contradictions existing at the same place. However, everyone had more problems now. The world is going crazy. Yes, completely crazy as the rules of existence were distorted and everything was going nuts. Although the effect is global, it's mainly in Europe as the physics laws were thrown out of the window now. Some people stared at their boiled water as it was chilling cold and the flames under it were sending cold air. One guy stared at his ball floating in midair as he tried to pull it down, but it won't budge no matter what he did. A group of friends saw a waterfall moving backward, even the river was moving backward. A woman was holding her head in fear before it opened her eyes slowly and saw the out-of-control car frozen in the air. All the people in the street looked at the scene before they noticed the starry sky. The supernatural world wasn't much better. Most of the gods felt their authority weakened and unable to activate even in their territories as they were unable to affect the starry sky. On the far horizon, a different star rose as it took its place behind an angel in Asgard. The star was golden and shining more than all the other stars, but it wasn't a star, it was a planet. The planet made the astronomers in the world know it's the time before sunrise as the planet is Venus or it's called the morning star. Leo was floating in the sky of the 8th layer of Asgard as a red dark light glowed on his chest before a necklace appeared. The necklace was in the shape of a cross, but it looked more like a diamond shape opened up with a green orb spinning inside in the middle of a golden star. The necklace center was red, and the sides were black, but the tips were golden. His coat was also glowing golden at the tips as 24 runes were flashing before they gathered together and became 18 runes. Venom changed with the combination of these runes as he's slowly waking up. What just happened? Drake woke up after he was knocked out because of the curse before he saw the Great Red and said, "It seems a lot has happened." "You have no idea," Leo said as he looked at the necklace which is a subspecies balance breaker before staring at the stars and Venus behind him. My power combination was more successful than I imagined. Leo wings were moving slightly as the stars were flashing. Lucifer, or as commonly referred to as Satan, wasn't always the devil, who's the embodiment of evil. But he was the Lightbringer, as the angel who was said to be the closest being to be allowed to sit to the right of God. This angel that was called the Lightbringer has become Satan, the Prince of Darkness, the one who challenged the light, and the embodiment of evil. However, after fusing with Leo's angel power that doesn't belong to the biblical origin, he regained that light from the darkness and brought the light to the world in the form of the stars. However, the one who challenged the light didn't lose his title, as the world lost its light given by God, and only his light, which is the stars, remained. But why can Leo call Venus? Well, as long as it refers to him as a concept, he can use it. Lucifer is the name of various mythological and religious figures associated with the planet Venus, and is also associated with the fall from the heaven with its irregular movements. Leo, as Lucifer, can use Lucifer's powers to control the concept of light and fire as elements to create stars. Even Venus as a concept can be controlled, as it referred to him, the morning star. This was all because of his power combination. He can even use the darkness aspect of the devil and cover this world in darkness, or summon hell if he was into a Ru world. Killer Queen, Leo said as Killer Queen appeared and gave him the soul in its hand. A dark light glowed on the soul before Kirabo appeared again, and Leo said, "Good job, little guy." What Kirabo said with its usual tone before sitting on Leo's head, and Leo's other small beasts did the same before a wry smile appeared on his face. Palkia also arrived next to Leo as he looked at the great red in the distance before moving inside Leo's shadow. Advocate of gender equality, why do you always have to act like this when you level up? The group saw the starry sky and the darkness filling the world before they started typing. Big Sister Lion, yeah, this really exaggerated. Bree, you would think this because you are an assassin, but... wait for it. Big Sister Lion, wait for what? Leon was puzzled by this group way of talking before her expression became dull after looking at the next message. Advocate of gender equality, why do you have to be cool when you level up? Kazuma was jealous. With that thought, Leon was giving up her faith in this group with each second passing by. Believe it or not, this is just a side effect of my existence in this world. Leo shook his head as he felt the huge magical power or an unknown form of energy in his body before he said, but this range of effect is huge because this world weak rules and laws. If Leo was in Toro world with unknown numbers of phases that act as a filter to the reality, he can never dream to affect all the world by his existence only. The energy in Leo's body now is slightly similar to Telesma, which is the energy in heaven, but now it's very different as Leo was leaking it subconsciously and affecting the surrounding reality. Leo's power was changing the physical rules as the reality was going on steroids, and Lucifer power brought darkness and light to this world. Well, let's leave this talk for later. Leo said as he raised his hand before a gigantic red energy beam reached his position. Boom. The wind was blowing from the collision between Leo's hand and the energy beam as Asgard and the actual world was affected by it. Great Red in the distance opened his mouth as he released an enormous mana in the form of a dragon breath, but Leo didn't move from his place as he blocked it with one hand. However, Leo felt this attack won't scratch him even if he didn't block, as his basic use of energy without any concept can't really do anything to him in his angel form. Crack. Leo closed his palm as he crushed the energy beam with his bar hand before he looked at the Great Red in the distance before he snapped his fingers as the area suddenly brightened. When everyone looked up at the sky, they saw a star falling down as it left a trail of light and hit Great Red's head instantly. Boom. The star hit Great Red's head as it made an explosion and blinded everyone, but the heat in the area rose instantly as it was ignited on fire. After the light cleared, Great Red opened his bloodshot eyes as he was angry now. His skin and scales were burned before it recovered immediately. Reality bending. No, it's just dreams reflected in the actual world which changed the reality. Leo saw Great Red powers before he put his hand on his chin as he got an idea. However, your dreams are really fragile. Are you really an embodiment of a concept? Leo said as he raised his hand before 10,000 rainbows energy bombs appeared in the area. White light can become 7 colors, which can increase the power of Leo's attacks greatly as it matches his spell and the Book of the Law effect. Leo let go of his hands as all the energy beams flew towards the Great Red and hit him instantly. He tried to use his power to block, but the beams shot through his body easily and almost completely demolished it. Thor and Vidar stared at this scene as they lost hope completely now. The Great Red was done easily like that, without any chance to retaliate. However, the broken Great Red disappeared like mist and appeared far away from Leo as he was charging another dragon breath. Great Red just made all the damage disappear like a bad dream and returned in full strength even after taking a hit from attacks that can destroy a continent easily. So, as long as it doesn't include a strong concept, I can never actually do damage to you. Leo nodded his head before deciding what he'll do next as the chat room was flashing. NEET Princess, this light show is hurting my eyes. Advocate of gender equality, same, aren't you Satan or something, can't you be dark and stuff? I also want to summon hell, but I left it into Aru. Leo twitched his eyebrow before he said, do you want to visit it with me? It'll only cost your soul. Advocate of gender equality, wow, it has been 3 minutes and you're already Satan, bravo. Leo ignored the message as his necklace was flashing before a pink half-mechanical creature appeared behind him. It was Tusk Act 2 which upgraded even if Leo can't see the golden rectangle now. Tusk as a growing stand is attached to the boosted gear which has a balance breaker now, but he can still evolve with the spin as Leo can use him to see the golden rectangle even if he can't on his own. So, you took the chance to upgrade. Leo felt his beasts are learning his habits before he said, very well, let it spin, Tusk. With Leo's words, thousands of dragon heads appeared behind Leo. All the cannons were similar to his Annihilation Dragon cannon as they were charging some spinning rainbow-colored beams. Great Red saw this as he used his dreams ability to increase his powers and shot more dragon breaths towards Leo. He even used his dreams to affect Leo, but all those debuffs weren't useful as the dream cracked before it reached him. However, Leo's left wing flapped as all the dragon breaths were crushed like glass and turned into dust. Well, I need a name for this move. I'll just call it the RGB cannon, Leo thought for a moment before he pointed at Great Red and said, taste the rainbow, motherfucker. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. All the cannon shots as they hit the Great Red and caused a massive explosion. The shots weren't that damaging on the Great Red actual body as Leo didn't include any powerful concept. The Great Red body was getting destroyed with every beam. Light and flames were destroying the Great Red's body as his mana was getting lower and lower. These attacks were very different from what he saw in his life. Each one of the beams has something that blocks his dreams slightly, so it takes 10 times the usual power to recover. Great Red raised his gigantic wings before he gathered energy on them and waved around. With the huge size of the wings, all the area in Asgard was covered in the red-colored AoE attack as Leo's cannon was stopped slightly. Leo saw this before he frowned as he felt that his control over his power was weaker. He's afraid to slip and destroy this planet accidentally. But these weak attacks can't hurt Great Red because Leo needs him alive. Leo decided to try something else as he was channeling his energy slowly and carefully before Venus behind him started to shine with a golden light. Great Red, who was going on a rampage because of the surrounding attacks, noticed the golden light before a giant planet appeared above everyone's head. This is the concept of Venus, manifesting in the form of a planet above the sky. Shit. Too close. Leo said as Venus reflected the light as it shot a golden beam at the Great Red before it disappeared like mist. The attack was quick and silent as the Great Red was floating there without moving before his pupil lost focus and fell like a doll that lost its stings. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. The Great Red body made a huge cloud of dust as Thor and Vidar swallowed subconsciously because it was next to them. Oh, are you guys still here? Leo appeared next to the Great Red body before he saw Thor and Vidar. Thor and Vidar felt the enormous power and magical power from Leo's body as they weren't able to move next to it. Ah, my energy is going out of control again. I should be careful with concepts like Venus, Leo said as his energy slowed down and the starry sky became slightly dim. Who are you? Thor asked the biggest question in his mind after he saw Great Red get destroyed. Me. I'm just a friendly angel, Leo pointed at his halo as Thor and Vidar almost cursed in his face. Fucking hell. You aren't friendly at all. What kind of those birdmen have that kind of power? Those were the thoughts of Vidar and Thor, but Leo raised his eyebrow before he said, well, I know I'm not friendly, but I'm working on it. Probably it'll never happen. Thor was sweating even more, as Vidar decided he'll stop thinking if this guy can read minds now. When Thor and Vidar were having their mental breakdown, Leo moved towards the Great Red before he used his wings and pulled a crimson red aura from his body. This is the concept of dreams that the Great Red can control. After gathering a small orb from the dream concept, Leo pulled it towards his necklace before fusing it with the dream concept. Dream. The necklace said with dragged voice as Leo nodded before he looked at Thor and Vidar while saying, so, as a friendly angel. Advocate of gender equality, bullshit. NEET princess, stop lying, you star-dropping angel of doom. Asterisk ahem asterisk as a friendly angel, Leo focused on the word friendly before he said, I want to thank you for your help, if you want to visit me you can look for the Cows Brigade. NEET princess, PFFFFF. Who the hell wants to visit you? Thor and Vidar shared the same thought again before Leo said, really? That's really a shame, but remember. We Cows Brigade has started the first part of the plan and the world you know. Leo grinned as his aura as the devil was giving Thor and Vidar chills before he said, will change. NEET princess, thank you for the great villain acting Lucifer, very cool. However, now. How about we call this a day and end this bad dream? Leo said before he put his hands around the necklace as his magical energy was rushing towards it. I think I'll call this move. Leo's necklace was glowing brightly as the stars in the sky started to become dim before he said. Daydream. Asterisk dream. Asterisk. When those words fell, the darkness swept across the world as the sun was rising from the east, which means a new day arrived before light swept everything. Everything that happened in this period was vanishing like mist before it returned to normal. The damage in Asgard, the scar on Mars, the effect of Leo's power, everything was disappearing like it was just a dream passing by. After a moment, the light disappeared as the world returned to normal, but Leo put his hand down as he said, "This cost me 60% of my magical power, I'm only suitable for destruction, huh?" Thor and Vidar stared at the completely fixed Asgard before Leo said, "This planet was going to be dust without your help, so count it as a payment. Now, goodbye," Leo said as his wings flashed before he turned into light and disappeared from Asgard. Sigh. Thor and Vidar felt the terrible power leaving as they breathed a sigh of relief, but Leo appeared again before he said, "Don't forget, Chaos Brigade." That appearance almost gave Vidar a heart attack as Leo left the place again while Thor looked at his hammer, which recovered completely before he felt the balance of the world will change greatly. However, Thor almost dropped the hammer as he realized that he can't remember how Leo looks like, even if he saw him a moment ago. Thousands of magic circles appeared on the layer as Odin and the Valkyries arrived before rushing towards Thor's location, but they stopped after Great Red woke up and raised his head towards them. Meanwhile, above the roof of Leo's home in Kuo Town, Leo appeared with a flash of light as his wings were moving slightly with the wind. This day was exhausting, Leo said as his necklace 4 sides closed down before it turned into a diamond shape. Leo's halo and wings disappeared slowly and his unknown energy was slowly getting locked by the necklace as he recovered his complete control over it now. Leo's new Subspice's balance breaker can act as a button to control the spell, which allows him to control it as he pleases, but the pain is unavoidable. Hiss. Leo felt his brain burning because the spell was activated for far too long with the angel accident, which made his brain hurt like hell. All that his brain was sending now are pain signals as Leo held his head before he used his mana to recover it slightly. Leo can't keep his mind of God activated all the time or his brain will burn because of the knowledge and information beyond his limits. Although, it doesn't affect him a lot as he can just activate it. However, the spell will destroy his mind if he doesn't use it carefully. Now, he can't slap planets because his level is 5.2 or something without the spell, and he can't look at the future or the past. However, he can use his current power as clairvoyance to the present. Well, I need to check how long I can last before training to control this angel power. Also this balance breaker thing, Leo said as he noticed that his balance breaker is permanent. He can't turn it off as this is the base form now, and it's keeping his spell in check, so it cannot be changed unless he did it manually. However, there are still some abilities he doesn't know about and he needs to name it as well. So, guys. This is it, thank you for watching, Leo said before he saw the messages. Advocate of gender equality, well, it was fun. Probably. NEET Princess, you don't get to see Lucifer in action every day. The strongest man in the world, this was confusing, but congratulations on moving over in your life. I need to go now, this took so long. The strongest man in the world is offline. What's with the moving in my life thing? Leo's eyebrow was twitching from that message before others arrived. A hero for fun. I'm leaving. A hero for fun is offline. Saitama left a small message and went away like always, the group was already used to this action from him. Big Sister Lion, this was my first time here, and it turned out like this. Sigh. Big Sister Lion, just what'll happen in the future? Don't ask me, I turned off the spell, Leo raised his hands as the group sighed again. Big Sister Lion, yeah, right. I need a break. Big Sister Lion is offline. Bree, so, Leo. Well, let's stop with this, okay? I am fine and thank you for asking, Leo waved his hand as he indicated that he's okay. Advocate of gender equality, are you sure that the spell is off? Bree, but. Sigh, look here. Leo massaged his temples before he said, it has been a long time since that happened, okay? I got a long time to think about it. That year with my memories or the 16-year without memories and some nightmares now and then, but I already moved on and you can't expect me to cry over it all the time, right? Leo shrugged his shoulders before he said, everything has passed, even if the end was slightly painful. The group understood that Leo was referring to his existence being erased from the world as they didn't know what to say. Don't think too much about it. I'll just keep it as a memory like I always did and you can just think of it as a star passing by, leaving a trail of light before it disappears, Leo said as a small star was on his finger as he could use Lucifer powers even without the spell. Lucifer's powers now exist in the form of a gemstone as it's a natural power that doesn't need all the calculations to be used, but he needs to be in his angel form to be used to its full power. NEET Princess, that's kinda cringe. Shut up, I'm Lucifer and I can say whatever I want, Leo put a serious face before he said, and it's even better if it brings you pain and suffering. NEET Princess, ladies and gentlemen, Satan is here with you. Advocate of gender equality, with his flesh and wings. Oi. Leo said as he was trying to figure out a way to shoot the star in his hand through the screen. Ha ha ha. Misaka was laughing at this scene before she let out a sigh of relief as she typed in the chat room. Bree, and the bad quotes about stars. Advocate of gender equality, yeah, did you hear him? A journey towards the stars. NEET princess, ha ha ha. What kind of phrase is that? Leo took a deep breath before he extinguished the star in his hand and closed the stream. Annihilation Maker stopped the stream and got 600 points. Does this work with how many members in the chat room? Leo said before he looked at his points, but at that moment, the area around Leo lost its light as the darkness was more frightful than the Thulith in Leo's mind. Points, 600. Hashtag. To Aru world, well, did you think you could take Lucifer from the world with your punny powers? I'll take my money for the delivery, Lucifer, don't mind me. Hashtag. DXD world, well, I know my rules are weak and such, but this is for my mental health, my lovely rules, the conceptual chaos you caused, and fuck you. The wind was blowing Leo clothes slightly as the darkness was becoming more frightening with each moment passing by. On this day, the world knew about the supernatural before their memories were erased by Leo. The supernatural world saw Venus very closely, and now there's something even more frightening in it, and a new urban legend was made about the dark street because of an angry angel of doom. Chapter 57, Harassment. Today is a beautiful day, the sun was shining, the birds were singing, and the clouds were drifting. Everything was able to make this day a perfect day for relaxing and taking things slowly. People woke up like they usually do and they continued in their lives like nothing happened, but for the supernatural world, they had small problems called stars, darkness, and Venus. Yes, Venus. After noticing the abnormality in Asgard, the gods in different mythologies were trying to understand what happened, but Palkia's space powers weren't that easy to surpass without the big gods getting involved. However, all that changed after the starry sky hit the world. Thousands of stars flashing across the sky, it doesn't matter if you're in a different realm or your pantheon, the stars appeared all around the realms in all mythologies. The gods' authority, divine rights, or privileges were weakened to a degree they never saw in their lives, the whole darkness and stars were acting like a barrier between the gods and reality. Most of the gods were surprised and shocked by this turn in events as they were trying to understand what's going on in Asgard, but basically, everyone gave up after looking at the fucking Venus appearing in the sky. Even if it was just a manifestation of a concept, but the power contained in that Venus could burn this planet to ashes with everyone on it. It was like the Earth was just a rock floating in space and Venus was the actual planet. Gods and goddesses, who were associated with Venus, weren't able to even look at the planet or even try to call upon their authority. The concept of Venus in the sky was too powerful for them to try to use their power. Suddenly, the planet vanished like mist, which was like an illusion disappearing, but the starry sky and the magical power in the air told the world that Venus was real. In the end, the starry sky started to get dimmer before the sun raised and everything disappeared from the eyes of everyone. The starry sky, Venus, the magical power, the effects across the world, everything was just gone with the sun rising before the time was recovered to his usual form across the world. Dream? Yes, it was a dream, or someone was telling them and forcing even the reality to announce these events as a dream. These thoughts terrified most of the forces around the world. Biblical forces were the most affected from these turns in events. The power in the air that day clearly belonged to the Christianity side, and more shocking, it was something that reminded them of Lucifer, except it was stronger. Way stronger. The three factions were trying to communicate in public after all those years because the situation seemed more than enough for them to act. However, Michael and the angels didn't have time as they were trying to keep the system in check after it went high-wired from the god of Tuaru last message. Azazel wasn't able to even talk to his subordinate because the current events are beyond anyone's realization. Everything happened so quickly that they didn't have any time to react. He's now trying to figure out a solution about the situation and even trying to use it in his advantage to promote the peace talks. People always gather better under one flag against one threat, and Azazel wants to use this until they figure out the cause of these changes. The four Satans weren't better as Lucifer power affected them before they joined the investigation, but that didn't take long before the Norse gods announced the identity of Joker. The SSS criminal that almost destroyed Asgard, the one who dyed the sky dark, and a lot of other titles like the one who made Odin cry. The reason for Odin crying is still unknown currently, except he was looking at some ashes in Asgard while saluting them. However, everyone knows that they gave him SSS rank because there wasn't another rank higher at the moment, especially after they heard Thor and Vidar's words. Thor and Vidar, who were the witnesses for the accident, only said that they stood no chance and the Great Red was thrown around like a toy before it was defeated. Great Red defeated easily. This news wasn't simple for the world to comprehend as some people called Thor a liar, but they know they're just lying on themselves as the strongest being in the world was defeated by an unknown person. Greek gods had a problem with their authority as Venus played a large part in their mythology, as the gods like Aphrodite were still feeling dizzy from looking at Venus. Zeus was furious that day as he felt the heaven, sky, in his territory was taken away from him and he couldn't even move a finger to stop it. Hades was strangely quiet as the darkness that day always made him uneasy. He even felt the power of those unnecessary beings, fallen angels, devils, but it was far greater than him. Even his hell was strangely quiet that day when the darkness fell. Poseidon was the only one who wasn't greatly affected as he watched his two brothers choosing to wait before taking actions. Hindu gods weren't better and even similar to the Greek gods. Indra got mad because his heaven was replaced by the starry sky and the evil powers contained in the darkness. Shiva, the god of destruction, wasn't in the same state as Indra as he didn't care that much, but the fact of someone having the power to destroy the world with a snap still makes him slightly uneasy. Shinto gods were having the same problems, but they were less affected because the effect was in Europe and it doesn't seem like it'll come to Japan. But all the gods agreed on one point, it's that the cause of this can never be an angel or at least a normal one with two wings. However, nothing could be done now as the reason for this chaos was completely gone. Joker, or whatever his real name is, didn't leave any clue about his existence in the world after that night. Even Thor found he can't remember Joker look after a moment from his disappearance. The only left clue was Cow's brigade, which was left by the culprit himself as it didn't give anyone much confidence. Anyone with their right mind felt this is very fishy, but they didn't have any better choice. Now, the Cow's brigade was getting all the attention from the forces in the world and even the existence of Ophis and her fame wasn't able to stop the gods from their investigation. Honestly, if the Great Red was defeated, then what the point of being scared from Ophis if they're investigating a being stronger than her and the Great Red? Meanwhile, in an unknown location near Romania, a man was holding a glass cup before he threw it to the ground. Crack! The cup was shattered into pieces as the man was clenching his fist from anger before he said, "How dare they?" The man has the appearance of a middle-aged man in his 40s with dark silver hair and hazel eyes. This man is Rizavim Levon Lucifer, who is probably the most correct form of an actual devil in this world with his evil. He usually calm and talk with a calm-mannered voice, but today something he wasn't able to comprehend happened. Great Red lost to an unknown guy. A big part of their plans and goals were defeated easily, which was a slap to Rizavim's face. However, what made him more furious is the helplessness he felt with the power in darkness as he couldn't rebel against it and every cell in his body was afraid. This weakness angered Rizavim greatly. Rizavim doesn't care about the world as long as his dreams were fulfilled, but now there's a being stronger than the Great Red in the world which will certainly be a problem in his journey to the other worlds. After a while, Rizavim calmed down before he said, "Where's Ophis?" The darkness around Rizavim twisted slightly before a hesitating voice was heard, "We don't know, Lord Rizavim." "HM. You don't?" No. Rizavim turned towards the devil in the dark with eyes that didn't contain any emotions. The devil didn't finish his words before he was obliterated by Rizavim's magic attack as he turned into dust. Euclid walking away from the place, Rizavim said as a man appeared from a magic circle next to him. Yes, Rizavim-sama, a man with silver hair tied as a braid appeared from the magic circle before he did a slight bow. This man is Euclid Lucifuge, who's the right arm of Rizavim. "Where's Ophis?" Rizavim repeated the question before Euclid said calmly, "She disappeared suddenly after yesterday." Unlike the first time, Rizavim didn't show anger as he said, "I see. Keep me informed if anything happened. The plan needs to be changed." "Understood, Rizavim-sama," Euclid said as a magic circle appeared under Rizavim before he disappeared from this place. Meanwhile, when the world was having his own mental breakdown, the culprit was chilling in his home. Leo was standing in front of the bathroom mirror as he was touching his face here and there with one expression on his face. Disgust. Why? Just why? Leo said as he didn't want to look at the person in the mirror, even if it's himself. Leo's face and appearance are still the same, but strangely he seems to be more beautiful than usual with a huge degree. As a semi-all-knowing guy, Leo can know this is the side effect of fusing with Lucifer and Venus concept. Lucifer is a beautiful angel, and this is obvious, but the combination between him and Venus wasn't that welcomed by Leo. Venus is the morning star with Lucifer powers and Leo's angel of the flaws, but it also symbolizes beauty, love, and appeal which gave Leo a strong passive buff of charm. However, Leo's opinion about this buff was the following. "This is disgusting." Leo had a disgusted expression on his face before he sighed and waved with his hand. Leo's eyes color went back to sky blue before his charm buff was reduced until it didn't make him want to throw up. Devil or Satan is a deceiver, which is darkness can take the form of those legends and hide the truth or deceive weaker opponents. There was a lot of change in Leo's powers during this day. He found that his necklace is the fusion of the Annihilation Maker and the boosted gear. Gold experience changed by having a golden seed in his chest position. Leo's wasn't able to know what that seed meant. He has two theories that it's either connected to him by gold experience or it's a very high conceptual thing. Anyway, with the darkness power, a crisis in Leo's life was solved because he couldn't troll the handsome guys if he was one of them. Well, he can, but it will not be that satisfying. Well, it's time to go anyway, Leo said before Venom changed and became his school uniform. Why go to school? Leo doesn't have anything better to do at the moment except going to school or send an appealing message to the world will to get him back his money because this clearly was fraud without his knowing. Leo sent at least 34 messages with the kindest of words just to make his point clear and get back his money from those two bastards. Walking downstairs, Leo spotted his mother understairs before he said, "Good morning." Manami noticed Leo before she smiled and said, "Good morning." However, she noticed something different before she said, "Did something good happen?" Well, you can consider it a good thing. Leo stared at his mother for a moment before a slight smile appeared on his face. "Did you start to talk like your father?" Manami sighed as Leo took his father's way in talking with a little information in his words. No. No, Leo looked at his mother's suspicious face before he said seriously. "I need to go or I'll be late." Leo can just teleport or something to the school, but he needs to type the 35th message, harassment, to the world will. "Take care," Manami waved her hand before Leo stopped his footsteps and said, "I maybe didn't say it at first, but I've always cherished you and father." Leo's words gave Minami a surprise as Leo rarely talks in this way, but she smiled and said, "This makes me happy, Leo. But don't tell me you'll start to say dad jokes like your father now." Leo had chills after he remembered those jokes before he saw his mother smile and wondered why her comedy sense only awakened now. A wry smile appeared on his face before Leo waved his hand and left the house as he put his headphones on. Walking towards the school, Leo was listening to the music with a serious face while writing the 35th harassment to the world will. Leo's charm aura was slightly working even if Leo weakened most of it, but some people noticed him in the street and his serious look made some girls blush and wonder what he's listening to. Say no. Demo Sonnen Ja Dame. A/N, the song is Renai Circulation. The music and the expression on Leo's face were very contradictory before he saw some messages in the chat. NEET Princess, is there anything to do today? Advocate of gender equality, leveling up and trying to act cool, but my debt is still very high. Nothing new. NEET Princess, it's really boring. I don't have anything to do. Can't Leo destroy his world and stream it again? Advocate of gender equality, I don't know why I'm feeling angry at this message and satisfied to see this NEET suffering. Does this mean I'm finally doing something useful? NEET Princess. Annihilation Maker, admin sure, but first. Sign up this petition to get my money back from the world wills. It took Kazuma and Kagaya 15 seconds before they put the puzzle together and learned that Leo got trolled by the world will. Advocate of gender equality, ha 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 ha. Get wrecked. NEET Princess, ha 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 ha. Goodbye to your money. Annihilation Maker, admin. Annihilation Maker, admin so, do you want to help or not? I already sent 35 messages and nothing came back. Advocate of gender equality, sure. But can you send messages to them? Annihilation Maker, admin there's an option to complain, but I'm sure it'll be taken down quickly. These words made Kazuma and Kagaya interested in what Leo wrote in those 35 messages. NEET Princess, what did you write to them? Annihilation Maker, admin this. Leo sent his messages before Kazuma and Kagaya's expressions became dull as they didn't understand what the hell was being written there. First message. Dear DXD and Tuaru World Will. Give me back my money you fuckers. And the list continued at that pace until it changed at the 23rd message. 23th message. Dear DXD World Will. My hand slipped and Venus is going out of its orbit. What to do? This is a goddamn threat. Kazuma and Kagaya had the same thought before they saw the next message. 24th message. Dear DXD and Tuaru World Will. Do you want to have a bad time? Kazuma and Kagaya gave up after this message after all the others are just something like 7 pages of Muda, Kira's long speech, and stuff like that. However, before Leo typed something else, he stopped his footsteps as the surrounding area became gray. All the people around Leo were walking normally without noticing any anomaly, but they didn't even notice Leo now. This is one of the usages of darkness as it makes all the people around ignore what'll happen. Even supernatural beings will forget what happened after stepping out of this domain. A little girl with long black hair down to her hips and gray eyes was standing in front of Leo as he stared at her without expression. The girl was wearing a black gothic Lolita dress, but her pointy ears and reptilian slitted pupils showed that she wasn't a normal person. Leo knows the identity of the person in front of him as he was wondering how she found him, but he didn't care a lot as his necklace appeared and 10 RGB cannons surrounded the girl. This area of this town isn't a place where she should appear, especially in a place near his home. A/N, for those who are having a hard time imagining, you can think of Sans Gaster blasters, but dragon mechanical dragon heads. So. Leo's cannons were charging the rainbow color's energy before he said, "Do you mind telling me what you are doing here?" The atmosphere was very heavy as the cannons of an angel and the Infinity Dragon gods were facing face to face. Chapter 58, Infinite Dragon God. People were walking in the streets normally and cars were driving in the route slowly because of a slight traffic jam. Students from different schools joined the crowds as they were going to their schools, but nobody noticed anything of what was going around them. The sky, earth, and people lost their colors in this area. Even people outside it didn't notice anything as two beings were staring at each other. A little girl with long black hair was standing in the road with an emotionless expression while 10 dragon heads cannons were aiming at her. The user of the cannons was a young man staring at the little girl with the same emotionless expression while his diamond-shaped necklace was shining slightly. The RGB cannons were charged with a concentrated light from Leo's unique energy, which he decided to call Alter Telesma, as each one of them can blow up this part of town if Leo didn't control them. Alter Telesma is weak in its density and purity when Leo isn't in his angel form, but it is easier to use as he can use it without distorting the surrounding reality. However, the little girl, who's the Infinity Dragon God Ophis, looked at the cannons while tilting her head as she seemed interested in the 7-colored light even if she saw the danger behind it. Leo saw this as his eyebrow twitched before he made the cannons open their mouths as the energy leaked a little, but he still didn't get a reaction from Ophis except it stared at his necklace while showing curiosity and annoyance in her eyes. ****. Leo saw his cannons that can even injure Great Red didn't get any reaction from this dragon before he made them disappear. To be honest, Leo felt he was pointing a gun at a child or something like that. He didn't sense any malice or this dragon in front of him was too naive to have malice in the first place. So, this is a pure dragon from this world, huh? Pure and naive. That big red dragon was also like this. He probably wanted to stop me from destroying the reality because I'm an entity outside of the DXD world in my angel form, Leo thought in his head before he lowered his hand and his necklace stopped shining. Ophis saw the cannons disappear, but she didn't care much as she was staring at Leo's necklace. Great Red. Ophis whispered as she sensed something familiar from the necklace. I'm not him. We only share the same color. Drake voice appeared from the necklace before he said, It has been a while, Ophis. It has been a while, Drake. You got stronger, Ophis said as she sensed that Drake power changed. Leo raised his eyebrow as he doesn't know a lot about his balance breaker except it changed a lot of things in the basic structure of the boosted gear and Annihilation Maker. It isn't me who got stronger, it's this Longinus. But I share that power as well. Drake clarified his change because this is his pride as a dragon to rely only on his strength. The host and his Longinus share the power. Drake. Now that you're died by the dreams. What'll your domination become as it now also turned black? What'll you become? Ophis said as she was looking at the green orb in the necklace and the dark color around it. I don't know. This guy is stronger than the original me with a large margin, so I don't know what'll happen next. But I saw a lot during these short days and I finally realized how small and pathetic my domination was. Drake orb glowed slightly as he seemed in deep thoughts. A lot of people around me are seeking domination. I don't understand. I'm not domination. The Great Red isn't domination. Ophis answered calmly before she asked Drake, why are you changing? Will you throw your domination? What'll happen to you after that? I don't know, Drake repeated his answer before he said, but if this fool can become something like this, then my domination isn't that weak for me to give up on it. Oi. Leo said as he glared at the necklace, but he only got laughter from Drake. Ophis entered the deep thought mode as she was thinking about Drake's words, but Leo looked at her for a second before walking away. After 10 seconds, Ophis woke up before she rushed and followed Leo. What are you doing? Leo was busy with his 36th message to the world will as he noticed Ophis following him. Leo's darkness was already removed from this place, which made the people notice him and Ophis. However, Ophis' dress wasn't all that normal as she got a lot of attention which made Leo apply the darkness cover again. Ophis tilted her head as she answered instantly, I follow you. I can see that. Leo's eyebrow twitched from this response before he said, can't you go home or somewhere else? Anywhere away from here. At least leave this area without forcing me to destroy it. Leo didn't want to fight in this place or any dragon god around it as it's a magnet for trouble. Ophis entered the deep thoughts mode again before she answered, no. Oh. I know this is old, but... Leo's eyes color changed as his energy was leaking before he said, do you want to have a bad time? The area around Leo was distorted slightly because of his magical power, but Ophis didn't even flinch before she said, no. I want a good time. Then stop following me. Leo's eyebrow was twitching a lot before Ophis shook her head and said, no. Choose, do you want to have a bad time or stop following me? Leo didn't believe he could twitch his eyebrow to this degree before Ophis tilted her head and entered the deep thought mode. After a while, she looked at Leo with a serious gaze and said, I choose to follow you in a good time. Leo's magical energy stopped as the surrounding went back to normal before he sighed as his plan to scare this dragon went downhill very quickly. Leo walked forward again while Ophis followed him, which made him take different turns in the road, but she didn't stop as she increased her speed to walk next to him. Leo doesn't know if she's intentional or this is just a naive act, but he stared at her with blank eyes before he said, "What do you want?" He doesn't care if this dragon is cute or not. Well, the thinking state of her is cute, but this isn't a reason to ruin his day of relaxing after a full day of angels and God from Tuaru. "I need the new silence help to get the silence back," Ophis said as she looked straight at Leo's eyes, which made him stop his footsteps and look at her. From the first time in this conversation, Leo looked completely serious at Ophis before he said, "What did you call me?" "New silence." Ophis tilted her head before she said, "Or the foolish silence." "That isn't better," Leo said with a slightly angry tone before he sighed and a clone appeared next to him. "Go in my place," Leo said as the clone teleported from this place and went to the school before he looked at Ophis. "Follow me." "Forget it, you're going to do it anyway," Leo said before the surrounding area glitched as he and Ophis appeared in the park of Kuo. Using the flaws in space, Leo can use the 11th dimension to teleport from place to place with a cool glitch effect. The park was slightly empty, like usual in the morning. However, Leo didn't care as he went to a bench and sat down before Ophis followed him and sat next to him. "Now, can you say?" "Huh." Leo wanted to talk, but he saw Ophis' attention was on a sweet shop in the distance before she looked at Leo. Ophis stared at Leo without talking, but her goal was clear. Leo also stared at Ophis and his eyes were delivering an obvious message of refusal. Both of them stared at each other for 5 minutes before Ophis said, "I require cookies." "I shall not buy you cookies," Leo imitated Ophis' way of talking, which made her squint her eyes at him. "I will not answer the foolish silence question," Ophis tried to argue before Leo said then. "I will leave this infinity dragon and go away." Ophis blinked her eyes because she didn't expect this response before she entered the deep thought mode as she was thinking of a comeback. Sigh this will take forever. Leo sighed again before he pulled something that appeared from his shadow as he gave it to Ophis. Here Leo gave a bag of cookies from his octopus chef to Ophis as she snatched it from his hand. Leo was speechless as Ophis was devouring the cookies before he thought, as an infinity dragon her appetite should be infinite as well. However, Leo noticed something next to him when he wanted to ask Ophis. It was the chat screen. Advocate of gender equality, so, how did it go with your money? NEET princess, I don't think they'll even respond now or later. Annihilation Maker, admin, then I'll keep sending these messages until I get a response or they take this option down. NEET princess, that's a good commitment. Annihilation Maker, admin, yeah, I've something here, so I'm leaving. Advocate of gender equality, which thing? Annihilation Maker, admin, nothing important, just an infinite dragon lowly. Advocate of gender equality, the what? NEET princess, picture of Ophis. Advocate of gender equality, Leo, you know the rules. Don't loot the dragon lowly. Annihilation Maker, admin. NEET princess, I'll call upon the evil gods that'll protect the lowly *FBI open up. Asterisk. Advocate of gender equality, call the FBI. We have a degenerate here. *FBI open up. Asterisk. Annihilation Maker, admin, she's like Kagaya, her age is infinite. NEET princess, OI. Annihilation Maker, admin, she's genderless and had an old man appearance in the past. NEET princess, we don't talk about that in here. You need to strengthen your beliefs, Leo. Advocate of gender equality, why do you have to destroy everything beautiful with your cruelty? Leo was speechless by the replies before he felt something holding his sleeve. Ophis was holding his sleeve while pointing at the empty bag of cookies. Leo stared at Ophis blankly before he said, tell me first, what with the stupid nickname? Foolish silence is the foolish silence, Ophis said calmly, which almost made Leo give her the iron fist of love to the head. This conversation reminded him of the first time meeting Drake. Details. Leo said before he teleported a cookies bag to his hand and waved it in front of Ophis. However, strangely Ophis wasn't all that focused on the bag before she said, I also want to question you. Like Drake. Why the foolish silence? Choose to hide his silence with this form, Ophis said before Leo stared at her calmly as silence filled the place. Even the sound of the surrounding birds and people was gone as Ophis and Leo stared at each other while the silence was the only thing left. Ophis felt something very similar and familiar for her in the human world, but she wasn't able to determine its location. However, strangely, she found the location after a moment from looking. It was like something helped her. Leo also knows what Ophis was talking about because if you saw the shape of his wings in their first form or this new form, it was slightly different, but very similar to the shape of the dimensional gap. Chapter 59, A Nice Day. The silence filled the place as the infinite dragon god and the angel of doom were staring at each other. Although it's just a metaphor, the area almost became silent as the two of them didn't care about the outside world. If you ask that, then let me also ask you a question. Leo didn't answer before he looked at Ophis' eyes and said, why are you infinite even if there's someone stronger than you? Great Red is stronger than Ophis, which is the reason she didn't claim back the dimensional gap until this time, but Leo can't understand how this world operates at all. After acquiring the spell, Leo can tap into some secrets of the universe, and one of them is, if someone was the embodiment of the infinite, then she should be at least at the limit of her world, even if she can control the degree of power. But there's no way that someone can surpass them, at least from their world. Power, speed, energy, and all other aspects of power should be infinite for you, but you're in fact quite limited, Leo said as he finally got Ophis' full attention. Dreams can't block infinite because, after a certain point, they become limited and infinite continue. Leo can see Ophis' powers as he sighed again at this world's wonderful power arrangement and execution. After something grows up to a certain degree, it'll have a quality change, as simple things can affect bigger things just because of pure strength. For example, Leo's flaws can only be used in the material world, but with an enormous amount of calculation, he can even find flaws in concepts such as time and reality. This also happens with someone like Saitama, as his power grows up so large that he can affect other things as well, like his talent or power control, but Leo believes that he can punch space or time if he punches hard enough or if he really wants to do it. If Ophis, who should be the infinite, can't crush some dreams just by sheer power, then Leo really has a lot of problems with this world power classification. So, why do you call yourself infinite? Leo said before he took a cookie from the bag and started eating it. Tusk appeared at this moment from Leo's necklace before it started to circle around Ophis. Ophis looked at Leo before she entered the deep thought mode as she looked at the ground before looking at the sky and Tusk. Her thinking method was interesting that Leo didn't get bored while waiting. Leo was eating the cookie as he was thinking how delicious these are and the fact that he still didn't send any chef to the chat group members because of everything that happened. After a while, Ophis woke up from the deep thought before she looked at Leo and said, infinite. Oh. Then, is this your final say? Leo took another cookie before Ophis took one shamelessly from his bag. Infinite dragon. I'm infinite and born infinite, Ophis said as she devoured the cookie before Leo said, so, that's your reason. Then I also doesn't have a lot of reasons. Ophis answered that she didn't care and she's the infinite dragon no matter what happened, which didn't surprise Leo. I also did it because I want to do it and nothing more. This what makes you a person in a sense, Leo said before he looked at the sky as he could see the stars and Venus with his eyes. Stars, darkness, and flaws don't matter a lot, they exist because I want to. Like you love sweets and I don't care about other things a lot, Leo said as he gave his bag to Ophis. However, I also want to keep some things from being taken away from me, Leo said as the book of the law with a small chain appeared in his hand. Power and strength are cool, but for Leo as long as they pass a certain line then he'll reject them without a single thought. Memories, thoughts, ideas, and everything that defines Leo is off limits for him. He doesn't know about others' opinions about this and probably doesn't care, but this is his choice and he doesn't need to justify it. It seems that I still have a long way to go. Leo said as a blank card appeared in his hand before he looked at it. This is his prize from the gacha. Ophis tried to listen to Leo, but his words were confusing so she decided to ignore them and eat the cookies. However, her eating time was interrupted because her eyes were hurt slightly from looking at the book of the law. Don't look at it, Leo said as he put the blank card inside the book before he closed it and said, even I get a headache when looking at it, but after this interesting talk, I was wondering. How did you find me? Leo decided to ignore all the other stupid topics and enter the real important one because he doesn't think this lowly can find him. Alter Telesma and its power to distort reality is very obvious for Leo, but now it's literally diluted and locked away by his Longinus and the spell, so how did this lowly find him? I don't know. I just found the foolish silence. Ophis raised her head and looked at Leo before she said, I want to know. When the foolish silence will help. Ophis asked Leo about her request to get the dimensional gap back by beating Great Red, however, he only tilted his head before he said, I don't remember agreeing on anything. Ophis was staring at Leo without a word, but he didn't care as he said, and I already defeated the big red guy, so why do I have to do it again? All Ophis' actions stopped as she stared at Leo without moving, even the cookie in her hand stopped right in front of her mouth. I hit him with the concept of a planet and his dreams were shattered because he couldn't handle it. Leo words made Ophis recover a little before he said, but I used Daydream to recover everything and he recovered with it because of dreams. Dead and alive by dreams, how ironic. Ophis.exe has stopped working. Ophis' eyes lost focus before she dropped the cookie in her hand. This world really needs to fix its loose rules. Leo started talking again, however, he noticed Ophis so waved his hand in front of her. But he didn't get any reaction before he said, my powers are glitching the reality again. However, you just found me. Leo sat down again as he didn't care about the out-of-service Ophis before he said, that's impossible because you need an equal or higher pure concept than me if you want to track me. And there's no one in this world is H-. Higher than me, pure concept. Leo was about to put a cookie in his mouth before he stopped in midair. Those bastards. Leo said as his eyes changed color and shape just from anger before the cookie in his hand turned into ashes. Gold experience. Killer Queen. Leo said as his two stands appeared behind him before he looked at the chat screen. You made me do this, Leo said with a cold voice before he, Gold experience, and Killer Queen started typing messages with an imaginable speed. MUDA. Gold experience was sending messages after screaming his battle cry, but Killer Queen only stared at him without a word as he didn't understand why. 45 messages, 67 messages, 98 messages, 162 messages, and the number is still increasing as the air is vibrating from the speed. Ophis still didn't recover from the shock while Leo and his stands were typing like madmen in the air. 1124 messages, 1167 messages. The air around the chat screen was vibrating from the speed before a private message arrived at Leo. Hashtag 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 DXD World Will what the fuck is your problem? DXD World Will, who was fixing some stuff in his world, wasn't able to take it anymore as thousands of messages, harassments, were flying in his face. Annihilation Maker, admin you're my problem. Hashtag 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 DXD World Will what the hell does that even mean? And can you stop spamming the chat? 1563 messages, 1601 messages, was sent before Leo remembered he was still typing. However, he looked at the message before he typed a simple message. Annihilation Maker, admin this. Leo pointed at the frozen Ophis as Tusk was taping her with his arm, but she didn't wake up. Hashtag 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 DXD World Will I don't see any problem, everything is okay for me. Annihilation Maker, admin 1632 messages, 1678 messages. Hashtag 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 DXD World Will okay, I did it, so what? I sensed a lowly in need for help and I helped, you can't blame me. Annihilation Maker, admin. Hashtag 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 DXD World Will sigh don't you know that your actions have consequences? Leo's expression turned slightly serious as he felt the problem may be bigger than he thought. Annihilation Maker, admin I don't know how sending a lowly after me can solve problems. Hashtag 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 DXD World Will it doesn't, I just wanted to do it. Annihilation Maker, admin 1698 messages, 1723 messages. Hashtag 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 DXD World Will for fuck sack, stop. I'm serious about the consequences. Annihilation Maker, admin did a system user or a multiverse space reincarnation enter the world because of me. Hashtag 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 DXD World Will nah, they can't enter this part of the world without something special and your little power can't even tickle my barrier. Annihilation Maker, admin so, what happened? However, a new guest arrived with the most polite speech possible as it showed how civilized and humble he is as a world. Hashtag 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 to Aru World Will did you actually respond, boobs power, DXD. You're just a pussy. Hashtag 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 DXD World Will OI. Annihilation Maker, admin this chat doesn't seem private at all. Hashtag 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 to Aru World Will I know and I don't care, but I read your messages. Do you think you can scare me? Hashtag 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 to Aru World Will I have more than double digits of people that can destroy existence easily and my world is being destroyed on a daily basis. Your threats will only make me stronger, mwahaha. Annihilation Maker, admin is he okay? Hashtag 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 to Aru World Will mwahaha. Hashtag 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 DXD World Will don't worry about him, he has lost screws from the day I saw him. Hashtag 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 to Aru World Will ha 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 ha. Annihilation Maker, admin O. Hashtag 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 to Aru World Will ha 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 ha. Hashtag 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 DXD World Will and he won't stop now. Okay, hear me out, the fate is the problem in my world. Hashtag 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 to Aru World Will ha 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 ha. Annihilation Maker, admin you mean plot. Why should I care about that? And this guy won't stop. Hashtag 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 to a Rue world will ha 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 ha. Hashtag 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 DXD world will because you're the one that destroyed it. Sigh, I can't fix the trouble you did completely with the fate going out of control. And yes, he won't stop. Hashtag 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 to a Rue world will ha 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 ha. Annihilation Maker, admin fine, I'll find the flaws and fix it, as long as you leave me alone. And give me back my money. Hashtag 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 to a Rue world will ha 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 ha. Hashtag 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 DXD world will if it was easy then I wouldn't even call you, bastard. You can't fix the fate because you'll just put another layer on a broken one, it needs to be fixed normally, but you keep destroying it. And your money is with the idiot, not me. Hashtag 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 to a Rue world will ha 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 ha. Annihilation Maker, admin so, what to do? Can you shut up? Hashtag 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 to a Rue world will ha 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 ha. I don't like where this is going. Leo had all the reasons to believe this won't be good before he saw the message. Hashtag 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 DXD world will go and follow my world plot that you destroyed, or at least move as close as possible to it. Hashtag 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 to a Rue world will ha 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 ha. Leo took a deep breath before he looked at the sky, thinking if he should drop Venus and end everything. Annihilation Maker, admin you want me to follow the original plot. Hashtag 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 DXD world will yes. Annihilation Maker, admin sure. Hashtag 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 DXD world will really. Annihilation Maker, DXD no, fuck you. Hashtag 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 DXD world will. Hashtag 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 to a Rue world will I told you, boobs power. You can't make anyone with his right mind to agree to your ideas. Hashtag 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 DXD world will fuck you. I'm saner than you'll ever be. Hashtag 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 to a Rue world will whatever, let me show you how to make people listen. Hey, Annihilation issues kid that I took his money. Annihilation Maker, admin. Hashtag 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 to a Rue world will do you want to know how much Lucifer cost? Degree. Annihilation Maker, admin understandable, have a great day. Annihilation Maker, admin, is offline. Hashtag 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 to a Rue world will. Hashtag 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 DXD world will ha ha ha. This part from the world, huh? It seems that there's a long way to go. Leo quit the chat room as he learned that his money was gone. Even the world seems to be bleak as it looks like he also has a debt. Is this what Kazuma felt? Leo was staring at the clouds as he was feeling the emptiness inside of him. Ophis was still in the same position as her brain wasn't able to process the information she just got. Maybe that was much stronger than I thought. Leo looked at the out-of-service Ophis before he said, well, he's also weaker for now because I took some of his concepts. Leo took some of Great Red Dreams, so currently, he isn't as strong as he used to be until he recovers. With those words, the light went back to Ophis' eyes before she was able to move again and said, going to kick, Great Red. Ah, that won't be the Y dash. Leo wanted to say something, but Ophis gave something to Tusk before she said, I offer my thank to the foolish silence for his assistance. Leo saw the thing was a black snake in the shape of an infinity symbol, which is the snake of Ophis that hold the infinity concept. Ophis left those words before she teleported from here. Leo only stared at where she teleported before he took a cookie and ate it. Hey, partner. Draig's voice appeared from the necklace before Leo said, yes, Draig. She'll lose. Draig's orb was flashing before Leo said, yup. Very badly. Draig remembered that Great Red is angry after what Leo did to him. Very badly, indeed, Leo answered before he looked at the clouds in the sky. You know this would happen. Drake stared at Leo from the Longinus before Leo said, "This isn't my fault, I tried to warn her, but she won't listen." Drake didn't want to talk about this anymore, but Leo said, "Hey, I was thinking. Do you want me to teach you how to deal with your rival?" Drake remembers all the people that fell to the hands of this asshole before he said the only thing in his mind. Yes. At this moment, a white dragon and his host had a chill, but they didn't know where it came from. Chapter 60, The Ultimate Plan. In the park of Kuo Town, an angel and a dragon were having a very important discussion about another dragon and a half-devil. The dragon was mostly the listener as the angel was throwing ideas and theories that made him sweat. Leo was putting an idea after an idea about Albion and Valley as Drake was sweating inside of the Longinus. Drake can swear he never saw such a demonic mind that control people to a degree that makes them surrender without a fight. And this is the 23rd way to annoy your rival, Leo said as he looked at his necklace. Drake took a deep breath before he said, "I don't know what to think anymore." "Well, it's your call," Leo shrugged his shoulders before he said, "or until he came looking for us because I'm too lazy to look for him. Can't you just see him with your eyes?" Drake remembered that this guy can see anything in the world as long as it's in present and isn't stronger than him. "Yeah, but I don't really see the point in doing so." Leo stood up from the bench before he said, "He'll come by himself, so why should I waste my time?" Drake wanted to say that laying down and doing nothing is also a waste of time, but Leo will probably give him a speech about how humanity evolved because they were lazy or something like that. Leo ate the cookie in his hand before he stretched his arm a little bit. After a moment, he looked at Tusk and said, "Hey, Tusk. Keep that concept with you until I figure what to do with it." Tusk nodded before it disappeared inside of Leo's necklace. The concept of infinite is strong, but not in this world, and it's more useless than the dream one. Leo is already a high-level existence and even his energy brings chaos to the world by existence only, so Ophis concept can't make him infinite or the spin perfect because of its flaws. Well, maybe it can increase his energy reserve, but nothing more. However, this doesn't seem like a cost-effective usage, so Leo is thinking of how he should use this concept. After thinking about these problems, Leo looked around to see the people in the park before he nodded. Some people were walking in the park or doing exercises before Leo felt this was enough. He gave Ophis 1 second to appear, but fortunately, she didn't come back quickly. Inside Kuo Academy, Leo appeared next to his clone before the clone vanished. Nobody noticed anything as they weren't supposed and able to witness anything because of the darkness effect. Now, what to do? Leo was thinking about what he should do at this period except wandering around and maybe trying to find something interesting. He didn't have a lot to do except attend some classes and watch the Great Red and Ophis battle from here. However, he sensed something slightly interesting coming for the south side of the school before he said, "All the devils are in one place, huh?" Leo was able to see Sona and a red-haired girl that he forgot her name at the old school building in the south. However, he didn't care much about them except 2 things. First, it seems that Saji accepted, and he's officially a devil, and there was a red-haired guy and a white-haired maid next to him. Leo looked at them with his eyes before the red-haired guy felt something, but he shook his head as he told something to the devils. After hearing the red-haired man's words, the devils nodded before a magical circle appeared and they teleported. "I wonder what the big fuss about." Leo mumbled those words before Drake's voice appeared in his head. "You think Drake can bet on his name as a heavenly dragon that all the things are about this guy almost destroying the world?" "No," Leo said while Drake was too lazy to say anything else before they walked away. "Basically, there's nothing to do today, huh?" "Neat," Leo said before he walked forward in the corridor. "And about the plot or something?" First of all, he wants to say fuck the plot, and Aru didn't say anything except putting him in debt. However, Leo didn't walk a lot before he sensed something waking up. Looking at his clothes, Leo saw 18 runes flashing around before Venom woke up. "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting, my lord." Leo heard Venom's voice in his head before he said, "Don't worry about it, but how did it go?" "I don't know a lot about my condition except I can use these runes and channel their power according to my understanding about them," Venom said as the runes became dim before they disappeared from Leo's clothes. "You can use the runes?" "This is really a surprise." Leo raised his eyebrow before his calculation started to analyze the situation. Runes are letters in a set of alphabet known as the runic alphabet. The alphabet is used in various magic spells and rituals, known as rune magic. This kind of magic is popular and common in most of the worlds related to magic, but it also differs from one world to another. Here in DXD, they had the full original 18 runes and the 24 runes that meant to be passed for humanity. However, the runes in DXD were so weak that Leo rejected them subconsciously. The runes in DXD are used to make magic equations and magic circles, which is not a perfect use for the runes, but the world rules put them like this. The runes aren't meant to be used like this, they should be written on something or in the air as they will have different effects based on the user's knowledge, understanding, and the rune type. To be honest, the fact that the runes are only used for magic equations and magic circles is a slap to the face for the true runes and magicians. However, when Leo ascended to a higher life form, which is an angel level, the runes he got from under Yggdrasil had a change and became purer according to Tuaru world rules. First, they became 24 runes because Leo was in the human level of understanding, he even used them to seal his power and overdrive the spell. But when he got his body and power back, his understanding entered the higher life form levels, so the runes changed to the original 18 runes. But Venom had a huge change because he was affected by the runes, Incursio adaptation, and evolution as he transformed into something that all mages from Tuaru know. Congratulations, Venom. You have officially become a spiritual item, Leo said as Venom was confused before he received some information. Leo sent Venom the information about a spiritual item. It's a special tool that is used by magicians to aid in the use of magic. Magic in Tuaru is based on the idol theory as it relates to the myth and stories in legend. It is to draw power from these legends and affect the world around you, so these spiritual items were made for this purpose. When magicians use magic in Tuaru, they often use these specialized tools which correspond to the symbols and requirements for the spell in question, allowing magic to be executed more efficiently and conveniently. Venom became the same thing as he could use runes and help Leo to use them more conveniently and efficiently. Although Venom doesn't relate to Norse mythology at all, those 18 runes on him mean he's the carrier of the knowledge, and he can change shape to work more effectively. Leo had a lot of questions about these sorts of things, but he still couldn't see a lot from the Book of the Law, so he doesn't want to hurt his head by looking at it again. Take some time and look at the runes, Leo said before Venom nodded and went back to look at the runes. Well, I guess I'll just put these in the store. Leo looked at the magic books library in the dimensional gap. The entire library that he stole is meaningless because a single rune can substitute all those magic circles and equations if it was used correctly. However, when Leo entered the chat room to put the books for sale, he was greeted with a very weird scene. DXD world will oh, come on. Tuaru world will nah, no way, don't dream about it. DXD world will, but you have nothing to lose. Why don't you want to do it? Tuaru world will, does your plan include a total destruction to all existence before the recreation? DXD world will, I hate you. Tuaru world will oh. Is this the hate-hate relationship? You hate me and I hate myself. DXD world will. Annihilation Maker, admin, are you too this bored? Apparently, Tuaru and DXD never left the chat as they were just hanging around. Tuaru world will, yes, I'm always bored. DXD world will, I hate both of you. Annihilation Maker, admin, finally, I can use the argument of the world hate me as a fact without being edgy. But why does it sound like he gave up on life? DXD world will, do you know what you did to me? Tell me, what did you see 10 seconds ago? Annihilation Maker, admin, devils are leaving the school. Oh, wait. They aren't coming back anytime soon, right? DXD world will, yeah, devils left high school. You took away my identity. DXD world will, without high school, I'll be just DXD with nothing else. Tuaru world will, the only thing left is a shitty sexual joke. DXD world will Annihilation Maker, admin, so, what happened here? Tuaru world will, he wanted my help to blackmail you into his plot, but his plan had one single problem which I didn't like. Annihilation Maker, admin, forcing me to do things against my will. Tuaru world will, nah, I don't care about you. I told him to do a total annihilation before recreating everything, but he refused. Annihilation Maker, admin, yeah, that sounds more convenient than following a stupid plot. Tuaru world will, see, this guy gets it. You aren't half bad in the art of convenient plans. Annihilation Maker, admin yeah, maybe I should destroy everything as an encouragement for our lovely world. Hashtag 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 DXD world will. Hashtag 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 to Aru world will. Maybe you should immigrate to my world, we've a lot of people with the same mindset as you. Leo was typing in the chat before he teleported to the rooftop and focused on the conversation. Annihilation Maker, admin anyway, I'll not follow the plot, or at least your plot. Hashtag 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 DXD world will why. Isn't it easy to follow the plot? And does your heart allow you to let all that misfortune happen to those girls after you stole Drake? Annihilation Maker, admin so, let me ask you a question. Does it have to be me? Hashtag 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 DXD world will. You have Drake. There's something fishy about this. Leo squinted his eyes at the screen before he typed. Annihilation Maker, admin you know I can make a mini Drake, right? And why should I save some people just because they appeared in the plot? To be honest, I don't care about them. Hashtag 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 DXD world will know, it need to be Drake because fate is such a fragile element of the world when it's broken, so it need to be treated carefully. Annihilation Maker, admin I see, your wisdom is beyond my understanding. Hashtag 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 DXD world will asterisk sigh asterisk I'm glad we could agree on something. A grin formed on Leo's face before he typed a very simple question. Annihilation Maker, admin about that, I want to ask a question. Can the plot be changed? Hashtag 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 DXD world will. No. Hashtag 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 to Aru world will yes, and it's easy if it was you and Boobs Powers world. Leo's eyebrow was twitching from the contradiction in the messages. Hashtag 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 DXD world will really. You gonna sell me like that? Annihilation Maker, admin I have a lot of things to say about this, but can the real wise being, to Aru, share his wisdom with me? Hashtag 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 to Aru world will sure, but you need to prove to me that you deserve my knowledge. After all, you're in debt now. Leo took a deep breath before he closed his eyes and thought for a moment. All the time that Leo lived in this world was flashing in his memories while he remembered some of the original plot. After a while, Leo opened his eyes before a determined look formed on his face. DXD was surprised because this might really be a speech about his world, but all those ideas popped like a bubble. Annihilation Maker, admin before arriving in this world, I saw it on the screen as all those episodes made me doubt myself. Why the hell am I still watching this? In the end, I discovered that I'm just wasting my time because I have nothing better to do. Hashtag 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 DXD world will OI. Annihilation Maker, admin so, after arriving in this world. I didn't care a lot about its plot. Then I became an angel and saw how bad this world and his rules arrangement, but I still don't care about it. Leo looked at the window as he could see a lowly and giant dragon fighting in the dimensional gap. The explosions were everywhere as Ophis and Great Red were bombing everything. Hashtag 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 DXD world will. DXD was getting more injuries in his feelings with each word from Leo. Annihilation Maker, admin however, this is still a world that I lived in for years. I'll not give up on it and I believe it can change, so I'll. Hashtag 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 DXD world will maybe I misunderstood you. DXD was a little emotional from the last message, but that didn't last long before he was doubting life. Annihilation Maker, admin make it a shonen world. Hashtag 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 DXD world will I hate you. Hashtag 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 to Aru world will ha 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 ha. Wipes tears that was beautiful. Fine, I'll help you for free. You also don't have to worry because he can't ban you like Akane GA kill. Hashtag 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 to Aru world will Boob's power was just too lazy to fix his world, so he wanted to lower the cost by making you follow the fate because you destroyed it. Sigh I'm still telling those worlds that destruction is very healthy and they should do it at least once. To Aru said that the cost of repairing will be much lower if the world was destroyed at some point. If something was destroyed then it's just accelerating the plot and it can be fixed easily. Hashtag 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 DXD world will do you think we are crazy like you? Annihilation Maker, admin SHHHHH. Let me learn. Hashtag 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 hashtag. To a Rue world will look, you can change the plot, but make sure the main events are still in place and the ending is similar to the plot. If you do that, then everything will be okay. Hashtag 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 hashtag. DXD world will come on, don't do me like this. Hashtag 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 hashtag. To a Rue world will you lost your right in negotiation after I heard about the 12 heavenly breasts. Hashtag 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 hashtag. DXD world will. Is that actually real? Leo widened his eyes as he stared at the screen and the 12 heavenly breasts. Hashtag 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 hashtag. To a Rue world will you need to balance the rules with mystery and power. I'll leave that to you to figure it out because you need that for the real battlefields and not every world can allow you to act freely like me, or boobs power. Things are really complicated, huh? Leo frowned as he looked at the messages of the real battlefield. He knows there's a difference between worlds and some worlds can be strict in its rules like in, to a Rue, he can't affect the entire world like he did with DXD. Hashtag 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 hashtag. To a Rue world will you also need something like a buffer and a glue, like karma or luck. I believe that Boob's power will throw such power randomly in his world. Karma and luck can be very similar to the plot, so using them can help the plot change without affecting the overall situation. Hashtag 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 hashtag. DXD world will me. I'll never do such a thing. Annihilation Maker, admin tell us karma. Hashtag 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 hashtag. DXD world will can we talk about this? Annihilation Maker, admin talk about what? We're helping you, but in our ways. Hashtag 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 hashtag. To a Rue world will yeah, stop complaining. We're doing you a favor. DXD knows that the idea of Tuaru is effective and very simple to be done, but he'll never admit that the two bastards are right. Especially after he saw them planning the plot from the training arc to the tournament arc. Hashtag 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 hashtag. Tuaru world will so, this is all. What will you do? I'll make sure it follows the plot while I'll be the villain and the big boss. Leo grinned as he had an idea about the new beast he'll make. DXD almost puked blood when he saw Leo's grin. However, more importantly, and just because I can, I'll make this shonen protagonist. Leo clenched his fist before he looked at the sky and said, a female. At this time, into a Rue world. All the powerful beings felt the world stopped for a second. They didn't understand why, but all the rules and laws were frozen. However, this was only because the world was excited. Hashtag 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 hashtag. To a Rue world will YEAHHHHHH. Hashtag 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 hashtag. DXD world will NO. At this moment, an angel of doom and a psychopath world will agree to do their helpful plan in the face of a sad world will. As he couldn't do anything to stop them because they are actually helping, but his mental health can't support this. Chapter 61, The Bad News. After all those events, Leo quit the chat group and went on his way to make the plan, which took a long time to get its basics. Now, he's in the dimensional gap, writing runes and planning his next move while a loli was eating sweets next to him. It has been 5 days since the great meeting between Leo and the world wills as the plan is being revised by Leo. Everything was going as planned as it was confirmed by Tuaru world that the plan is foolproof and it'll definitely help as DXD gave up. In the end, Leo had to promise at least 13 times that he won't destroy the world and he'll only fix the plot in his own way before DXD left the chat room. Both of them left because DXD had enough and he doesn't care anymore as long as the world won't explode, and Tuaru left because they'll put him in house confinement if they found him here. It has something to do with him telling all the world to go explode or something like that. Leo didn't have a lot of problems with the plan as it was going smoothly. He made his first big boss beast and wrote his villain script. However, he still has a problem with what he should choose as the protagonist and what he'll do with him as the big boss. This is a very delicate process and nothing can go wrong, reversing time or something won't help either, so it has to be perfect. The plan is very complicated as Leo wanted to get Tellus Karma to understand its power, but DXD came out of nowhere in the chat and made him stop. He said that the fixing needed 11 days to be stable and almost begged him to stop, which made him put this plan on hold. However, he felt something weird in this specific time, but he also felt DXD maybe took a very heavy blow as it was mostly his fault. After stopping the second arrival of Joker, Leo went and studied the so-called balance that Toru spoke of. He feels this thing is very important because he mentioned the real battlefield. All the research with his power and beasts didn't help as Leo was still clueless about the balance, but it seems this thing is rare and it won't come up anytime soon. However, the true battlefield still linger in Leo's mind as he felt the battle in the multiverse isn't simple as just hunting some people. After sorting those things out, Leo proceeded to learn about his powers and the new balance breaker. At first, Leo and Drake agreed on the name. They called it the Domination Heart. Obliteration Star. Both of them found they have a shitty naming taste, but they decided to keep it. The new balance breaker is still the same as the old one, but Leo discovered that his ascending has more effect on his Longinus. The regular boost won't work on his angel form or his alter telesma because of how high level those things are, but Drake also became stronger as he learned a new boost. This boost called Conceptual Boost, this boost can only be used once every 2 minutes, but it can even double the power of an angel so it isn't bad. Drake flames are included in the necklace as Leo can use it with his light and flames element to inflict more damage. However, Leo felt this Longinus still has more powers, but because it was included with his spell, he can't see or know about it instantly. In the end, Leo focused on the runes with Venom and stopped thinking about problems that he doesn't have a clue about, even with his clairvoyant. The runes are a very amazing thing as everything can be done with them. Blessing, cursing, attack, and defense. Leo even felt that these runes are a whole magic power system on their own. So, as the great villain, he went for the fire and power spells first, so he can bomb everything. Venom chooses power and blessing spells to aid in combat because even with Venom and a full magical energy body, Leo's body isn't all that strong. Of course, he can concentrate magical energy on his fist and punch a mountain into dust or become an angel and slap a planet, but he needs to consider some situations. So, did you have enough? Leo asked the lowly dragon in front of him as she was devouring the 23rd bag of sweets. Ophis raised her head to look at Leo before she ate the sweets again. The scene was almost like she was releasing her frustration on the cookies. Leo passed most of his time in the dimensional gap when he's free as it's an almost perfect place to plan without anyone bothering you, but Ophis somehow found his base. Great Red and Ophis had a legendary battle for 4 days and nights as it ended as the moment when Great Red recovered a little and blasted Ophis from the dimensional gap. Ophis was in shock because she didn't defeat Great Red when he was weak and he only needed a little recovery before defeating her. So, in the end, Leo was busy with his plan and magic as he gave Ophis cookies before they sat down at Leo's mansion in the dimensional gap. He was drawing runes on papers and Ophis eating sweets. What are you doing? Foolish silence. Ophis ate the 24th bag of sweets before she saw the colorful runes on the papers. Trying to figure out how to fix something's in my way, Leo was putting the runes with different effects as he studied their way of working. Fix. Ophis tilted her head as she didn't understand what was broken and what should be fixed. Yeah, but I'm waiting for those devils to start and it seems that they'll come back very soon. The world is really trying to fix the plot, Leo said as he wrote another rune as cold wind was blowing from it. The world already started the repairing process as the devils will magically come back to the school. Do you want me to bring them? Ophis said calmly, but Leo only looked at her with a blank look before he said, how are you planning to do that exactly? Beat them up, Ophis said instantly before Leo was considering it, but he shook his head and said, no, the plot is already broken and it doesn't need more bombing. Ophis didn't know what's the plot, but she doesn't care that much before she said, I want to ask. That thing again. Leo understood that Ophis is talking about the dimensional gap before he said, why do you always ask for help? Aren't you a dragon? Where's the pride and might of a 1-inch? Preach. I said nothing, Drake said from the Longinus before Ophis glared at him. Look here, you can't always go like this because you're the infinite dragon god. Maybe you should try or learn something new, Leo said as he wrote a combination of 4 runes and lightning was flashing on the papers. Ophis stopped for a moment as she looked at Leo's beasts in the dimensional gap before she stared at Leo. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Leo's eyebrow was twitching as Ophis was staring at his without blinking before he said, what? I observe. Foolish silence, Ophis said calmly with her deadpan voice while Leo's face became almost expressionless like her. I see, but if you're going to do that, then how about you become my helper? Leo wanted to include Ophis as his assistant in his ultimate plan. Ophis was confused by Leo's words, but he only sighed before he said, you can observe me and have as many cookies as you want. When those words fell, Ophis turned her head quickly as she stared at the octopus chef waving from a distance before she looked at Leo and nodded her head seriously. Now, another part of the plan is done, Leo's hands clasped as the light was reflecting from his glasses like a certain Evangelion guy. Everything is going according to the plan. Leo already put the magic library in the chat room store and Whitebeard saw this as he put the armament and observation hockey there. For the first time, the chat room store finally started to have a meaning and a use except for the basic functions. However, there wasn't a lot of interaction between members in this period. It seems everyone was busy with something. Misaka was the most clear as she is doing exams, and Saitama probably forgot about the chat room. Leo understood them as he was also very busy with his world remodeling plan, which is going great at the moment. The villain power, Beast, and the helper, Ophis, are available, which means the plan is almost starting, and he only needs to wait for the devil to kick the plot and start it all over again. He only needs a good plot and a protagonist candidate as he'll make the gear the fate turn before he does his dramatic entrance. Nothing can ruin my ultimate villain form, Leo grinned as the area around him was cracking slightly because of the new beast power. However, before Leo went back to his runes, a red screen flashed in front of him. You gotta be kidding me. Leo said as the screen was about something that all the members almost forgot about it. 2 tasks are available, all the members will log automatically into the chat room. A new journey in battle is about to start, but why is the timing so perfect that Leo felt this is delaying his plan? Something was trying to delay the inevitable, and an angle of doom isn't happy about it. Chapter 62, More Bad News. In a far, far place from anywhere in the world, 2 beings were talking to each other, or rather one listening and the other was crying. This place is an abyss. It was a dark place with nothing in it and no end as it stretched beyond the infinite. However, it also has everything and all that existed was coming from here. All that around was breaking the rules of existence, but it looked like everything was made to be like this, and balance was preserved even in this mess. All in all, this place where all the theories have been crumbled and logic has been smashed, it includes everything and nothing at the same time, beyond time and space, and outside the real world itself. However, in this place where nothing should be able to survive because of the harsh conditions, 2 beings were talking as a semi-physical orb was crying at a girl in a kimono. Why? Why? The orb was crying even if there was no facial expression to confirm that before it said, "What did I do? Why do I have to bear with this? Here. Everything will be okay." The girl in the kimono wasn't impatient by the orb cries and just patted it. She was comforting the orb as her peaceful voice made the orb calm a little. No, nothing will be okay. I was cornered by the 2 madmen and now. The orb calmed a little before it started to cry again and screamed, "I'll lose my identity again." The orb started crying again as the girl didn't know what to do to calm it down as she sighed at the fate of the orb, or rather say DXD's world will. I know, but please do your best. The girl, who's another world will, tried to cheer DXD up, but this backfired as it was crying again. They cornered me. I was like a sheep ready to be slaughtered. Oh. DXD was crying again before the girl patted it and waited for it to calm down. After a while, DXD released its frustration and wiped the non-existent tears before it said, "Why can't that psychopath, Tuaru, be like you? And I have another psychopath in my world now." The girl was surprised slightly before she smiled and said, "He's maybe slightly chaotic, but he knows what he's doing. And about the member in your world, maybe you shouldn't lie to him and tell him the truth," the girl said, but her words add more injuries for DXD. Okay, I agreed that maybe I should just tell him to give my original protagonist a mini drag like he said and call it a day, but never. And I say never. Try to say slightly chaotic about that psychopath. DXD was almost raging now before it said, "Don't tell me you don't know that even the outer gods stopped coming to his world because they were afraid and the loss was too much." The girl looked away as she really couldn't defend anyone about this situation because everything DXD said was correct. You both are similar, so why couldn't he be like you? DXD seemed to be calmed down, but the girl had a wry smile on her face. The girl and Tuaru can be similar because they are one of the few worlds that have a semi or complete avatar in their worlds. Worlds will can't affect itself from the inside and it's very limited if there was an outer god or something else, so the worlds with an avatar can do much more. Although they can't attack or affect the world directly, but creating some unfortunate events is completely possible. For example, Marvel Avatar is OAA, which is an almost complete avatar, or the girl is the avatar of another world will and can slightly affect its world. DXD doesn't have a permanent avatar, except it takes the form of the breast goddess sometimes, but that avatar isn't stable at all. However, what made DXD mad is Tuaru and his thousands of avatars from all the phases and mythologies. Tuaru has a fantastic record and achievement with the outer gods as he was one of the first worlds that taught them the feeling of fear. He showed them that some worlds shouldn't be messed up with and it isn't worth it. DXD still had shivers when it remembers what Tuaru did in those days, even if those actions helped a lot of other worlds, but they were scary. I know, but please cheer up. I feel that everything will be okay at the end. The girl did another attempt to calm DXD down. No, I need to fix this. I need your help. DXD flew around the girl before it said, "I need some time to save my world." Me. Don't tell me. The girl understood the DXD meaning, but she doesn't think this is a good time to bring that up. Yes, I want you to make a task and take the madman from my world until I fix it. DXD was burning with passion. I don't think it's a good time to interfere with my world. And you know my condition. The girl smiled slightly as it made DXD's world stop for a moment before she said, and there's another worlds will that found an anomaly in his world. You're one of the main creators of that solution, Chatroom, so why can't you use it? DXD said as the girl didn't have any comeback to that. She's one of the creators that made the chat room and responsible for a lot of its functions. Even the idea came from her. The chat room wasn't the only way the worlds chose to fight this war, but it appears that the cost will be much lower if you send people from your world to fight, and it's more effective. I know my world isn't in the best condition, but you know that I can't help a lot. The girl shook her head because she knows that this isn't the best at the moment. That guy is using the power system of the psychopath. To Aru, it's very compatible with your world way of working, even better than the other members. Also, he relates to you, isn't he? DXD gave it final words before it waited for the girl to decide. *I see. The girl opened her eyes before she said seriously, I will do my best to help him, but I'll stop the task immediately if the things went out of control. We can't afford another loss, and that guy is still obsessed with the great after all this time. The girl nodded before DXD went silent as it couldn't speak anymore. The great and that guy are two things that the worlds don't prefer to talk about because it reminds them of a lot of things. Anyway, I'll run back to my world to fix it and do some things, DXD said with a dark creepy tone as the girl sighed. Thank you for your help, Root, and it's better if you keep him longer in your world, DXD's world will said before it disappeared from this place. The girl named Root stared at DXD world leaving before she looked at the endless nothingness around her with her blue rainbow eyes and said, but I don't think he'll stop even if you fixed your world. Meanwhile, in the dimensional gap, Leo was staring at the chat screen while he was frowning. He doesn't like this. He doesn't like this at all. His plan, plot, and big boss acting will be delayed and maybe even wasted because this was clearly planned by someone. Do you think I'll stop? Never. Leo said before he looked at the chat and saw some interesting reactions. NEET Princess, Nuu. The horror. Advocate of gender equality, save me. I am still young to die. Big Sister Lion, you know. I'll not ask what's going on. Bree, that's for the best. A hero for fun, what's so scary about a moon? The strongest men in the world, it's a regular day in here. Huh. Leo stared at the moon world before he rushed and checked the two missions. After looking at the two missions, Leo took a deep breath before he went to the chat and typed something. Annihilation Maker, admin NOOOOOOOO. This is the source of evil. Big Sister Lion, yes. I was waiting for your useful comment. The first task. Task World, Konosuba. Number of participants, no limit. Description, there's an irregularity found in the world after a disturbance in the world barrier, but we can't locate it or identify its source. Objective 1, find the irregularity and identify it before deciding the best course of action. Rewards, according to the irregularity and how much of danger it makes against the world. You have 30 minutes to choose if you'll participate and prepare for the mission. Your world time will be stopped after the mission start. That was the first task and the reason Kazuma was screaming for his life, but the second mission was more terrifying. The second task. Task World, Type Moon. Number of participants, only one member is allowed because of the situation in the world. It preferred that the participant have a connection to mythology and legends. Description, most of the timelines about a part in the world were served, and there's only one timeline left before the world loses a lot of its original power. Objective 1, find most of the invaders in that timeline and kill them all or make them retreat. Objective 2, protect the last timeline and its last pillar. Objective 3, try to stop the anomaly in the world. Rewards, can't be calculated correctly until the task finishes. Except for the first and second objectives, the third one is optional. The world is in a bad condition and there will be a lot of inconvenience for the participant. If there's no one to pick this task, then the chat room will pick the best candidate on its own. You have 5 minutes to choose if you'll participate and prepare for the mission. Your world time will be stopped after the mission start. NEET Princess, I, the Princess of the Moon, with all my power, eternity, and fear. I will pick. The first task. The Princess of the Moon is running away from Type Moon as the group felt the strong irony in this situation. Advocate of gender equality, it's completely a mystery. I hate those type of missions. I'll die. Kazuma was having a mental breakdown because the problem was in his world. However, Leo didn't care a lot about that because he wasn't comfortable about the second task. Why do I feel this task is aimed at me? Leo's eyebrow was twitching before he picked the first task. Annihilation Maker, admin. I'm picking the first mission, there's no way I'll go to Type Moon, that thing scares me. The angel that almost chopped Mars in half was scared by a different world. This made the group interested in Type Moon. Bree, is it all that bad? NEET princess, maybe it sounds harmless, but that world is only a deep pit of sadness and fear that will consume your soul. Advocate of gender equality, believe me, don't go there before we figure the situation or something bad will happen. Annihilation Maker, admin. You just want some free bodyguards, right? Advocate of gender equality, and that too. The strongest men in the world, you should stop shaking like this and face your fear, but checking the situation isn't a bad decision at the moment. A hero for fun, I'm busy here, so I'll not go. Have fun. A hero for fun is offline. Advocate of gender equality, Nuu. Kazuma saw the bug level man, Saitama, leave the chat as his screams of fear made all the monsters around him and Aqua look at them. All the group chose the first task before Leo sat down again as he breathed a sigh of relief. Annihilation Maker, admin, it seems that he'll go to Type Moon. What a relief. Bree, you doesn't seem to be worried at all. Annihilation Maker, admin, the last person I should be worried about is Saitama. Bree. All the members choose their tasks except Saitama, so Leo is saved from the Type Moon madness. NEET princess, I don't know about that. Annihilation Maker, admin, what? Leo didn't like this message before he saw another one. Advocate of gender equality, 10 seconds before the second mission starts. We'll miss you, Leo. Bree, why are you afraid of this world? Annihilation Maker, admin, use the gacha that you have and you'll understand my feelings. And what do you mean you'll miss me? NEET princess, stop lying to yourself, Leo. Saitama didn't take part in anything. But you're the most suitable, isn't that right, Mr. Lucifer? No one picked the second task and the chat room will choose the participant. Annihilation Maker, admin, aren't we a team? Aren't we supposed to help each other? Advocate of gender equality, yes, you're helping us escape Type Moon. You're really a good friend. NEET princess, very good and brave friend. The chat room has chosen Annihilation Maker, admin. Prepare yourself for the teleportation. No. You didn't even say which Type Moon is this. Leo saw the white light appear on him before he tried to stop it with his power, but everything was useless as the world blurred around him. Even the dimensional gap was frozen as Ophis stopped with a cookie in her hand. Advocate of gender equality, bring us some souvenirs. NEET princess, yeah, and make it something good. Big sister lion, even I started to feel sad for you. Annihilation Maker, admin, I'll remember this. I'll be back. With those last words of a villain, Leo and his beasts were sucked from this world by the light as he wasn't able to feel anything around him. Somewhere in the world, a world will breathe a sigh of relief as it could finally work in peace. Chapter 63, Terrible News. Light flashed and the world was spinning around as a young man landed in a white space without any other color. The young man was lying on the ground because he fell directly on his face, however, no sound was produced from his actions. Is this a new way of delivery? Leo raised himself from the ground before he saw this place. This place is weird, even for Leo. He never saw a place like this even if he felt some familiarity from it. It's very similar to my inner world. Leo remembered the world where he preserved his last memories for his family. A place that even the curse of God wasn't able to breach through. Leo took a few steps forward as his steps didn't produce any sound or leave anything behind. Everything seems to be still and nothing was changing. The endless whiteness was spreading across everything, but Leo somehow knows that the color white doesn't exist here, so it doesn't make sense to give this place a color. To be honest, he doesn't know what he should say about this place. Is he even standing here? Is this place a dream or reality? Everything didn't make sense and it cannot be explained. Everything around gave him a feeling of familiarity that he can't explain. It was similar to his first time in the dimensional gap, but this feeling was much stronger and didn't vanish instantly. This must be the weirdest place I ever saw in my life. Leo walked more around this place as he was observing it. Honestly, he wants to teleport, but that doesn't seem to be possible in this place. All his beasts are in deep sleep, even Drake wasn't available. After a while, there was a change as a white petal fell from the sky exactly at Leo's location. Reaching with his hand, he caught the petal, however, the petal didn't last long in his hand before it passed it and landed on the ground. At that moment, the place changed as the golden color appeared all around, and more white petals started to fall from the sky. However, Leo saw something happening to the petal he dropped. A lot of colors appeared on the petal before it became golden and blended with the ground as all the other petals turned to gold when they touched the ground. However, before Leo could understand anything of what's going on, he heard a voice coming from behind him, "Welcome." The sound was peaceful and pleasing. Even Leo was a little relaxed before he snapped and looked behind him. Leo saw a girl wearing a white kimono. She had short black hair and katana as her waist, however, this didn't surprise him like the feeling coming from her. The girl was like a goddess, a real goddess who shouldn't appear in the world. Leo saw some goddesses like Aqua and Valkyries in Asgard, but he never saw someone like her. I'm deeply sorry about the bad journey, but my world, or at least this area, isn't very stable at the moment. The girl smiled slightly as Leo was staring at her without saying anything. The weird feeling increased a lot when the girl appeared. Leo can't see anything about her except the girl in front of him is emptiness, and the emptiness is her. The blue rainbow eyes that send chills to the souls as they were reflecting the death of everything, but strangely, Leo wasn't bothered by those eyes. That's fine, but what's this place? Leo asked before he stopped as he widened his eyes. What's happened? The girl was confused before she saw Leo looking at her with a wary gaze. Let me ask a better question. Who are you? Leo said the question that he should ask first even if he didn't know why he's so calm with this girl. For him to completely ignore her existence and ask about the place is very weird. Leo couldn't believe he instantly acted like he knew her and even trusted her. He even found that he can't be mad or even angry at her. What the hell is going on? Leo thought as the girl nodded as she understood what he meant. Ah, right. You can't know me in this form as I'm attached to this body. The girl smiled before she walked a few steps to the side and said, I'm the world will of Type Moon World, but I'm also Shiki Ryugi, or you can call me the Swirl of the Root, and the Akashic Records. But I prefer Root for short. And about this place. It's the boundary of emptiness. Root's smile didn't vanish as she was waiting for Leo's response. Root, huh, sigh. Leo sighed before he covered his face with his hand and said, less than a minute and I'm already meeting the biggest boss in the world. The Swirl of the Root, Heaven, or the Akashic Records is a location within Type Moon that exists at the top of all theories in every dimension, as well as the source of all events and phenomena in the universe. This place is an emptiness that holds nothing, but it stores and archives information of all possibilities and events, past, present, and future, of the world. This is an outside world that exists outside of time and space, the source of all souls, including those of heroic spirits recorded on the throne of heroes, originating from and to where they return after death. Root in front of Leo is one of the personalities of Shiki Ryugi, which process the connection to the Akashic because of her origin, emptiness. However, this doesn't seem to be only that personality. This is also the world will that controls the Swirl of the Root. Hee. Can you count this as an achievement? Root laughed a little before she looked at Leo removing his hand from his face. Yeah, I achieved the dream that all those magicians wanted without even trying. I'm going to rub it in their faces, Leo said before Root sighed before as she said, you're really a carefree person. Carefree? Maybe. Leo shrugged his shoulders before he looked at Root and said, so, what is the reason for meeting you here? Taking this detour from the task isn't a coincidence, especially if you met the world will and the Akashic face to face. Leo doesn't know the reason behind this meeting, but Type Moon doesn't seem to be normal, even if Root showed nothing weird. Root nodded at Leo before she said, yes, there is a reason for calling you here, but I want to know something first. Why? Root looked at Leo's eyes and said one word as the surrounding atmosphere changed slightly. Why, what? Leo looked at the eyes that can bring death for all, as he didn't understand the meaning behind Root's question. Why did you refuse it? Root walked forwards towards Leo before she said, he, to Aru, made a clear path for you, didn't he? In the end, why did you refuse it and took a different way? Root was standing in front of Leo as she looked straight into his eyes before she said, your eyes see the same world as me, right? Leo understood what Root was talking about as he didn't want to talk about this subject, but Root didn't give him any chance before she gently reached his cheek with her hand. When Root's hand touched Leo's cheek, he felt like something had connected with him and everything was clear for a moment as he didn't notice that the effect of darkness's power was gone. His dark blue and golden eyes are now flashing with rainbow colors. However, both eyes showed a different picture with the rainbow color. The dark blue eye was devouring the rainbow color in a spiral way while the golden eye was creating more in a spiral way. You're also an emptiness. Root looked at Leo's dark blue eye before she said, you should have led the world towards nothing, but you were able to find something in your emptiness. Root looked at Leo's golden eye before she said, I'm really curious. Why did you do it? However, Leo snapped from the feeling of connection with everything before he slapped Root's hand away. Slap. Leo closed his eyes for a moment before everything returned to normal as his connection with the Akashic was served. Don't you ever dare to do that again. Leo said with a slightly cold voice as he looked at Root that was staring at her hand. I deeply apologize for my actions now. Root smiled again as she lowered her hand before she said, curiosity got the best of me, I hope you can forgive me. Sigh. It doesn't matter, I can't even be angry at you, and it's very strange for an omnipotent being to ask something, Leo said with a sigh as a wry smile formed on Root's face. You saw it, huh? Root recovered her usual look of calmness before Leo said, yeah, at least in this place, you're the Almighty, right? Root in this area from the world is omnipotence and can do everything and everything will act according to her, but it seems this effect can't be carried for the outside. Maybe, but this is only in my world. I've observed a lot of things, even so. Something always gets my attention, Root smiled, but Leo didn't like that smile a lot as she could see through everything. So, did you finish with the questions? Leo wanted to finish this task as soon as possible and leave this world. Not yet. That was more like a personal question, and I hope we can start the main subject now, Root said as a black orb appeared in her hand. The orb seemed to be sealed with a white-green barrier as it was struggling inside. However, Root gazed at it as the orb stopped because of fear. Leo felt some connection with the orb before he looked at Root and said, personal, huh? Are you the world will or Shiki Ryugi? You can say. Root raised the orb and made it float next to her before she said, I'm both. I see, then what with these questions? Leo nodded his head before Root clapped her hands and said, you've read the task description. And about my world. Your world isn't in the best condition. Leo remembered the task before Root nodded and said, unfortunately, yes. I can't help you a lot during this mission, so we have to manage with what we have now. Help me. Did this happen before? Leo frowned while Root sighed slightly before she said, it's complicated, but I know you'll understand later. However, we need to focus now. Root walked away from Leo as the orb was following her around. Are these questions important? And do you even have time for questions? Leo looked at the dark orb floating next to Root as it struggled again. If the world was really in a bad condition, then Leo doesn't see a point in wasting time here and chatting. No, nothing is important, and it doesn't matter if you answer or not as it won't change anything. Root smiled with her carefree look before she said, the Akashic doesn't have the concept of time and it doesn't pass here. Then what the point of doing this? Leo's eyebrow was twitching as he felt this world was planning something. The outcome won't change, but how do you reach it, is also very important. Root's smile vanished before she said seriously, however, I hope you answer me honestly. Leo closed his eyes and thought about the situation before he opened them and said, very well, but I'll answer what I want. Thank you. Root smiled before she said the first question. What do you think about humanity? A species rotten to its core, even if it has moments to shine, but those moments will also turn for worse because humanity at its core is evil. Leo said his thoughts about humanity as the white light of the orb was flickering. I see. Root nodded before she said, then what do you think about the Earth? A rock floating in space, inhabited by a lot of species, but there'll be a day when it'll die and other species will follow it to death or find a way to survive like always. Leo said his thoughts as the green light on the orb was flickering. Then let me change the question a bit. Root nodded again before she said, you know. I always was observing different things, and I even observed the chat room. So? Leo said as he was waiting for Root to continue. I saw you with your friend and new members. I even saw you before you've died. Root's words made Leo raise his eyebrow, but he didn't say anything because this is an omnipotent being, even if she was weaker outside of her world. However, Leo confirmed that the worlds knew about him even before he was sent to DXD. I found something weird in your actions. At first, you didn't want to have a lot of ties with the members in the chat room, but that changed completely after a while. Root waved her hand as scenes from the past were playing in the void. I think it's really strange for you to want to help them suddenly without any gain. Root smiled as the atmosphere became slightly heavy before she said, does this have something to do with your old friend? Leo didn't say anything, but his eyes weren't all that friendly. Are you afraid of losing someone else? Or the guilt of not being able to help her was hunting you all this time? Even hating heroes, Root picked a petal from the air as the petals fell even more. And the way you help them. Are you afraid that you won't be able to help someone like your friend? Is this why you choose to let them rely on themselves? Root let go from the petal as it turned golden and flew past Leo. Root stared at the silence Leo as she wanted to ask again, but she was startled as Leo's shoulders were shaking. However, he was laughing. PFFFF. You're an omnipotent being and you can't even guess these things. This hilarious. Leo was trying to suppress his laughter as Root didn't understand what's so funny about her questions. Look here. I don't care what you think about me. Leo shook his head before he said, I always moved in the way of I don't need to justify my actions as it doesn't matter what the others think. However, as I said, I'll answer honestly. Leo looked at the petals floating in the sky before he said, of course, I'm afraid of losing someone close to me. I mean, who doesn't want their close people to stay safe? Guilty about that moment. A little. I hope that I would have found sooner and maybe saved her, but this won't change anything now, Leo said as he felt the power to control the flaws of the world in his eyes. And about my way of helping. I just do it because I want to do it. Listen, I believe that people should rely on themselves, not waiting to be saved by a hero. Leo sighed slightly before he said, I choose to help them in this way so they could rely on themselves and not wait for another help. After all, nothing lasts forever. You. Why? Root widened her eyes slightly before she said, why are you speaking like you're going to die? Everything has an end, even worlds like you. Leo shrugged his shoulders before he said, you know that at some point even this Akashic will vanish, so why am I an exception? For the first time in this conversation, Root was surprised as she was silent for a while before she said, you really accepted your death. Yeah, it has been a while, but I still remember it. Leo looked at Root's blue rainbow eyes before he said, it was dark and everything was vanishing. Screaming or pleading won't help you there. You'll lose everything and slowly accept it. Leo grinned as he looked at Root's eyes before he said, honestly, I prefer to look at your death's eyes all day and not experience something like that again. This is why those mystic eyes of death perception won't affect Leo or intimidate him. So, I choose to help them in this way. I'll be that annoying asshole that bothered you more than helping. Then you'll say something like, I bet I'll do it better if he stopped bothering me, and, can't he just help normally? In the end, it'll become something like, he only wanted to irritate me. I'll show him what I can do. Leo said with a helpless smile as it made Root stop in her place. Then you'll find yourself able to stand completely on your own, and this bastard doesn't have a lot of credit in that. Leo laughed slightly, but Root wasn't calm as usual as she was staring at him. You really only want that? Root took a deep breath before she asked. Of course not. I'm a person who doesn't care a lot about opinions, okay? If I want to be lazy then I'll be lazy, and I'm a greedy bastard who wants to make everyone he cares about happy, even if that is almost impossible. Leo closed his eyes as he was able to remember some things. However, from my last life, I learned something. There's always that possibility of everything ending in a blink of an eye, so even in the end. Leo was able to see something from his memory. A girl with short blonde hair waving from afar with a bright smile on her face as he was waving at her for the last time. Leo smiled slightly before saying, in the end, I don't want anyone I care about to be sad about a bastard like me. Even in my last moments, I want them to remember that I was happy with a smile and they don't have to be sad about me. Silence. Root stared at Leo that he finished his words as she couldn't say anything about what she just heard. The black orb next to her stopped struggling after hearing Leo's words. The white light separated from the barrier and left, but the green light stayed for a moment before it vanished. However, Leo didn't pay attention to the lights as he looked at Root's eyes before saying, Oi. What with that look on your face? I answered honestly, even if that was my vision to the end, but as a reincarnate, I should know that death can happen at any time. Nothing. Just you're really an idiot. Root glared at Leo before she said, you're absolutely an embodiment of a fool. Ha. Leo snapped as he wanted to say something, but Root walked a few steps forward before she said, in the overall point of view of Alea, humanity, and Gaia, Earth, you're a danger that should be obliterated immediately. With those words, Leo found that the two colors on the orb were representing Alea and Gaia. However, Root reached in front of Leo as she reached to his chest with a white card that appeared in her hand. Leo didn't feel any malice and he wasn't able to stop this omnipotent being, so he waited to see what happened before Root put the card on his chest. The card sank into Leo's chest before he received a message from the chat room. You received Type Moon Power Compatibility Card. In the individual point of view of both sides, your wings should be white, Root said as she was able to see Leo's wings even if he wasn't able to summon them without the spell. Root words meant that this color that represents the falling shouldn't appear on Leo's wings, but he only shrugged his shoulders. Nah, I like this color because it's cooler than white wings, Leo said with a grin as he didn't care that much. Asterisk sigh asterisk. Root glared as she was slightly angry at Leo's reaction before she said, you should be more honest, many people will understand you better if you do. I really don't care if they understood or not, Leo's answer made Root glare at him again before she sighed and picked the black orb that stopped struggling as it was moving toward Leo. Final question. Root looked at Leo's eyes before she raised the orb in her hand. Leo doesn't know much about the orb except it has a familiar feeling and something was calling him from it. Do you wish to bear this crown? Root was more serious than ever before. Leo frowned and said, I really don't want to become a king or something because that sounds troublesome. This isn't the crown of a king or an emperor. This isn't even a power. Root shook her head before she said, this is just an evil. That doesn't help me in accepting it. Leo said his true thoughts before Root smiled and said, then don't, but it'll be always waiting for you here because only you are worthy of bearing this crown. Leo looked at the black orb and Root's eyes before he sighed and said, well, why not? This is a free gift from the world will. Because it's free, or are you trusting me now? Root smiled before Leo said, well, I respect you for not using mind reading shit on me, so I shouldn't be all that wary. Root blinked her eyes before she laughed a little and reached with the black orb to Leo's head and said, I, the Akashic, in the name of the earth, Gaia, and the humanity, Alea, the evil and good, the cursed desire and regrets, here crowning, Leo Arisaltek. Root put the black orb on Leo's head as it disappeared instantly without leaving a trace, but Leo closed his eyes as he was receiving some sort of information. Even the book of the law in Leo's soul was flashing slightly. It seems my answers were more important that you said. Leo opened his eyes as a blank look formed on his face while staring at Root. I said the outcome will be the same because this your prize for reaching the Akashic, but I didn't say how you'll receive it. Root blinked at Leo as she seemed to succeed in doing a prank. How many people suffered to reach the Akashic, but the world will, GM, was helping Leo, the player, to cheat and she was proud of it. However, Leo kept staring at her with a blank look as it made Root slightly nervous. Ahem very well, it's almost time to start. Root cleared her throat, but Leo interpreted her and said, it seems that time is also very important. Our guests also don't have the concept of time. Root avoided Leo's eyes as she said, is there something you want to know about this task? Who's the enemy? Leo asked before Root said, a system user and reincarnations from multiverse spaces. How many reincarnations? Leo asked, but Root turned her head away and said, I don't know. Leo took a deep breath before he said, which place from Type Moon is this? Is it FGO with all those timelines? Leo-chan, you shouldn't think that way about the tasks. Root shook her head, but Leo was focusing on something else before he said, what did you just call me? The tasks are only about irregular changes and not about the original history of the world, even if all the timelines were burned in that history. Root avoided Leo's question as she gave him a new look about the chat room missions. The place is Fuyuki and the Holy Grail War that took place in 2004, Root said as Leo nodded and made a quick plan in his head. Okay, it's Fate's Day night. Quick plan, teleport everyone and nuke the entire city before fixing it and teleporting everyone in. Then leave this world as fast as possible. Leo felt his plan is flawless, but Root observed Leo enough to know what he's thinking before she said, I'm afraid it isn't that simple, Leo-chan. Are you a stalker? And what the hell with the chan? Leo snapped at Root while she just smiled and ignored his question again. However, this isn't Fate's Day night. Root words made Leo stop before she said, this is the 2004 Holy Grail War that started the Grand Order. Not Fate's Day night. 2004 Holy Grail War. The start of the Grand Order. Hold on, isn't this the war where Solomon? Those ideas moved in Leo's head before he stopped and looked at Root with an even more blank look. I finally understood why you gave me this crown and asked for a member with legends, Leo said as his words were bland and cold. At this moment, Leo started to become transparent as his time here is almost over. Root wasn't able to withstand Leo's eyes before she said, I'm sorry, however, you can't exist normally in the world. But don't worry, no one will be able to control you, so please don't be angry. I'm not angry because I can't be mad about you for some reason, but I'm just disappointed. Leo didn't care about Root's words as he stared at her with a blank look while disappearing bit by bit. I'm sorry. Root apologized again, but Leo was about to disappear. No, you aren't sorry. Leo left those words before he disappeared and went to the Holy Grail War. But I'm really sorry. Root said, but there was no one to hear her words. After a while, Root sighed and looked at the void before she said, it started, huh? I wish you the best, the beast who's the closest to a human. With those words, the grand battle that will determine the fate of the whole world is about to start. Chapter 64, Very Terrible News. The pale moon shone like a sliver sun in the night sky. The stars were flashing in the sky, drawing a blanket that stretched to the unknown. The night fell on a city called Fuyuki, a place located on the island of Kyushu, somewhere in the Kumamoto prefecture in Japan. Unlike the regular cities, this whole city is a place chosen by magi to perform a ritual. A secret and violent war among competing magi. For the past 2 centuries, 7 magi were gathered and engaged in a war, each gambling his or her own life to obtain the Holy Grail, a legendary chalice capable of granting wishes. However, this moonlit night was strangely quiet. No sound from insects or small animals was heard, even the occasional barking of faraway dogs didn't exist in this night. Different magi across the city felt that the magical energy around was dull, even moving slower than usual. Despite that, the magi didn't care a lot because they came here for the Holy Grail War, and maybe this one of the effects when the war started. 7 mages from different forces and organizations came to this town to participate in the Holy Grail War. Each one of them with a wish for the Grail or just to participate, and even because they were dragged into this mess. However, all of them now are players in a cold war that involves mystery beyond this era. A cruel war that took a turn for the worst because this world is walking step by step towards the end. In the underground of Fuyuki City, which is the Ryuta Temple's cavern. The space twisted as a portal appeared. A woman appeared from the portal as she rushed towards the closest wall and put some sort of a device on it. Despite the calm and professional movement of the woman, the sweat on her forehead and worried expression on her face told something else. Hurry up. Hurry up, the woman was nervous as she was staring at the device, taking something from the cave wall. Rumble. The cave wall started to shake without a warning as the woman became more nervous before her face became pale and took the device back, but a black mud appeared on the wall. The device only had 5 red capsules inside of it, but the woman didn't care as she rushed back to the portal. However, flames appeared on her body. The woman screamed as the flesh was melting from her body. She has dealt with flames before, but these were 1,000,000 times more painful than the regular flames. When the woman left, the black mud that was coming from the wall disappeared without a trace, but the magical energy in the air became duller. In Fuyuki Church, a man in a priest outside was looking at his hand filled with command seals that allow him to command servants. This man is the impartial mediator of this Holy Grail war, Kirai Kotomine. Despite his job being the supervisor of the war, the bleeding corpse under his feet says something else. Another war. I wonder what this war will bring me from enjoyment, the man smiled as he felt the magical energy in the air. But he didn't care about a small thing like that. For him, enjoying this war pain and suffering is the best because it's the only thing that makes him less empty and hollow. The man looked at the moon in the sky as its light shined on him in the dark. However, such a scene only brought discomfort to others. TCH. Disgusting guy, a man with a red spear said as his annoyance and disgust wasn't hidden in his voice. He was holding a red spear as it matched his red eyes and blue hair. This man is Lancer, Kuchulin. He's one of the 7 servants that has been summoned to this world to fight. However, his original master now is lying on the ground, dying slowly, and he can't do anything about it because Kirai took control of him with the command seals. Kuchulin can't count how many times he wanted to kill this man in front of him, but these damn command seals rendered him useless. When Kirai was enjoying the moon and Kuchulin was thinking of how to kill him, a strange wave hit all Fuyuki City as a small earthquake appeared. The wave was quick and very light, but Kirai and Kuchulin felt it and knew its source. Something happened to the Holy Grail. 1, 2, 3. Kiri raised his command seals as he closed his eyes and counted something before he said. 7 new servants. How is this possible? The Holy Grail doesn't have enough magical energy to summon 14 servants. The shock wasn't hidden in Kirai's voice as he checked the number of participants. Kuchulin didn't care as he looked out of the window before he said, this turned into a 14 servants battle, huh? Interesting. This event caused different reactions across the whole city. In a mansion located on the southern end where the Western-style houses are. A girl with a twin tails hairstyle felt the wave as she stood up from the couch she was sitting on. This can't be. The girl said as the shock was much larger than Kirai. She didn't even cover her mouth as she felt the burning command seal on her hand. This is impossible. The Holy Grail mechanism shouldn't allow such a thing. The girl started walking left and right as she was thinking about what to do now. The girl was wearing a red turtleneck, a black skirt, and long black socks under brown leather flats. After a while, the girl bites her lower lip before she rushes into the basement where she prepared the summoning ritual, even if this isn't the best time for her to summon a servant. Events like this were happening with all masters. A young man with gray-blue eyes and curly blue hair that looked like a seaweed felt the magical energy in the air. The boy had the same shocked expression on his face before he looked at the woman that was wearing a hooded bluish-purple robe. The woman was slightly shocked because of the magical energy in the air before she nodded at the young man. At this moment, a man wearing a black jacket and driving a golden motorcycle stared at the direction of the cave where the woman was. He only stared at it for a second before he drove away, however, his face had a disgusted expression. A small girl with white hair and red eyes also stared at the cave before she closed her eyes. Meanwhile, at the airport, a man wearing a coat was walking normally. The man also felt the magical energy in the air, but he didn't care or show any other expression. However, he only stared at the old ring hanging from his chest as he thought that his preparation need to be done faster. Despite all the changes and turns, all the sides were preparing for the Holy Grail War. However, little they know, all these signs mean the ending is coming and this timeline or even world, parallel world, is about to end. Though all the strange events tonight, the forest in Mount Enza next to Ryuta Temple, was calm. At least for now. Crack. Footsteps and the sound of twigs getting crushed were heard inside of the forest. This didn't startle anyone because no one was here except a girl walking alone. Insects or small animals seemed to have disappeared as the girl was getting slightly nervous, but not afraid. Her calm was very unusual for a normal girl like her, or so it seems. Is it here? The girl arrived at an empty spot in the forest as the moonlight was falling on the place. The voice said something will be here or I'm just crazy for following a voice inside my head. The girl sighed as she lowered her head a little before walking forward. The girl didn't seem to have arrived at this place by coincidence, but she knows the location beforehand. However, there was a strange feeling about the girl. She was normal, but her tone and actions carried a feeling of exhausting as she walked step by step toward the center of the field. Nothing. I figure it'll be like this. The girl waited for over 10 minutes as she was staring at a command seal on her right hand. These command seals were wiped off as they were almost vanishing. However, suddenly, a wave of magical energy hit this place. An enormous amount of magical energy was blowing everything around as it alarmed the magi in the town. In the surprised eyes of the girl, a red magical circle appeared in the ground before the magical energy increased. The girl was more surprised as new command seals appeared on her right hand, but unlike the shield ones, these command seals were in the shape of 3 pairs of wings. Struggling to stand up, the girl stared at the magic circle as the magical energy gathered at the center of the circle. Boom. A large explosion hit the place and knocked the girl away slightly, but this didn't stop her from looking at the person that appeared from the summoning circle. Seriously, Root. What is the point of having an independent manifestation if someone will summon me anyway? Well, at least I changed my clothes in time. A young man appeared from the smoke as the girl widened her eyes. The young man was wearing black dress pants, a white dress shirt with a dark blue tie, a dark blue vest, and a red necklace. He had two different color eyes, one dark blue and a golden one, as he was wearing a monocle on the golden eye. Although he came from a magical circle, the young man looked normal. Well, if you ignore the horns on his head. He had a pair of black horns that were pointing at the sky. Each one of the horns had a line like a computer circuit on their sides. One is dark blue, and the other is gold, like his eyes. The girl didn't know what to say to the young man because she was afraid. The young man was releasing an aura that made her scared, like a predator looking at a prey. Noble phantasm. No, that's too much and the timeline won't handle it. The young man seemed to think about something before he raised his hand to the sky. His actions were normal, but the girl had a bad feeling when he raised his hand. Sorry, unknown master, but I don't have time to play these games. Goodbye. The young man closed his eyes before he said, Nigamesi dash. However, the young man didn't finish his words before he stopped as everything was shaking. The girl felt her entire body was hit by something as she was dizzy and held her head, but the young man had an annoyed expression on his face before he said, Really? Is this a timeline or a snowflake? You can't even handle this. The girl breathed a sigh of relief as she saw whatever the young man was doing has failed before she said, excuse me. WH-. Leo, that saw his power was beyond this timeline durability, was slightly annoyed before he looked at the girl. The girl has shoulder-length red hair tied in a side ponytail on the left side with a yellow hairband and a cowlick, and light orange eyes. She was wearing a white shirt and a black skirt, which looked like a school uniform. PLE-. The girl had a look of hope in her eyes as she wanted to ask something, but everything changed at this moment. Everything suddenly happened. Some leaves that were falling reached the ground instantly. A bird in the sky crossed the distance in a moment. The young man also appeared far away from the girl as she seemed to have finished her question and said, Are you? Huh? What happened? The girl saw herself in a position where she was looking at her command seals, but she doesn't remember doing this. What is going on? The girl said before she saw the young man grabbing the necklace on his chest that became a cross and pointed it at her. Stay away from me, you embodiment of chaos. The young man was pointing at the girl with the cross as it completely confused her. Lucifer was pointing a cross at a human as this Holy Grail war is staring. And this was the first meeting between Leo and the last person you wanted to meet from this world. Chapter 65, The War Begins. In Fuyuki City, the moon was shining brightly as it made this night brighter. However, the silence and the strangeness of this night didn't get less as the magical energy in the air became duller and slower. Magi and servants around felt the magical energy as they finally took this change seriously. The magic energy in the air is the vitality of the planet itself. Getting dull may sound normal, but not to the degree it started to slow down. This can only mean that the planet is dying, but that's also impossible, so this is only the effect of something else. The Holy Grail. A servant. A disturbance in the magical energy from the ground. The cause of this war to become a 14-servant battle royal. A lot of questions were on the Magi minds, but they didn't have to wait long before they got the first clue. Light and darkness, or rather say stars and shadows. All the servants and Magi saw the sky lit up for a moment as a huge magical energy appeared far away in the mountain. The magical energy was far higher than anything they saw in their lives. Even the servants were surprised. However, the shadows around also made them uneasy for a moment. The shadows acted strangely as Magi and servants felt their magical energy slowed down and drained a little. The effects didn't last for long before everything returned to normal. This might be a very strange event for Magi and servants, but some particular servants understood what happened. Oh. Ku Chulin raised his voice as it carried an interesting tone before he said, An authority. I never thought the Holy Grail can summon something like this. Ku Chulin knows this ability to change the terrain as they please is the ability of gods or a very strong divine spirit, but he never thought he'd see one in the Holy Grail war. Ah, it's gone. Looking at the sky returning to normal, Ku Chulin rotated his spear as he lost interest. He already hates his war with having this kind of master, but at least, he might have a good fight. What happened, Lancer? Kirai asked Ku Chulin as he was trying to find the reason behind the Holy Grail change. Oh, this. A big guy was summoned, Ku Chulin said before he switched into the spiritual body and left this place. Big guy. Kirai nodded as he looked at the starry sky. Meanwhile, in the forest inside Mount Enzu, a mountain near Fuyuki City. The moonlight was falling on an empty spot in the forest. There was northwest one in this place at night, except a young man and a girl were staring at each other from a far distance. Nothing was strange about this scene except the young man having horns and pointing across at a normal girl. This also wasn't strange if you ignore the fact that the young man may be the most devilish thing on this planet's surface and the girl is a normal human being. Leo was pointing the cross at the young girl while thinking if he should use his noble Fatsum now. This is code red and the highest level of danger. He knows the girl, she's the protagonist of FGO, Ritsuka Fujimaru, or Gudako as a nickname. However, Leo doesn't want to have anything related to her at the slightest. Ritsuka wanted to say something as she took a step forward, but Leo raised the cross before he said, "Take one step forward and I'll blow up this timeline with no regrets." Ritsuka never heard this kind of threat, but she chose not to risk it as she stopped. The scene was back to silent as Leo was cursing Root in his head and thinking of how to make a huge damage in the swirl of the Root. Hey, is this fear really necessary? Drake's voice appeared from Leo's necklace as he was wondering why Leo is so afraid of a human girl. "Don't let her trick you, Drake," Leo said as Drake and Ritsuka were taken aback. "She might look normal and like a cute girl, but she's the embodiment of chaos from head to toe," Leo said as Ritsuka was more confused and Drake felt he should stop before listening to something that'll make him doubt life. "She's a being that choked Solomon and Beast One to death. She even turned the poor Goetia into a fucking Gundam." A fucking Gundam. Leo was freaking out as his power was leaking. He doesn't want to become a Gundam. Who's Goetia? And what did I do to him? Ritsuka never felt more confused than this while Drake was facepalming himself in the Longinus space. "Anyway, calm down, think more logically, and put the cross down." Drake already had enough from this. "Yeah, I shouldn't act like this." Leo closed his eyes for a moment as he recovered his calm and looked at Ritsu, however. He didn't put the cross away. Drake stared blankly at the scene before he left and chose to ignore it. "I'm sorry if I surprise you, but are you my servant?" Ritsuka took a step forward and asked while Leo took a step back. "Something like that." Leo nodded as he looked at Ritsuka and though nothing weird, she's just a weak magi with a pitiful amount of mana. "Maybe I'm just nervous," Leo shook his head, but then he remembered the choked Solomon as he looked at Ritsuka with wariness. "No. Never let your guard down, Leo. This must be her plan, what an evil mind. So, your caster." Ritsuka used the command seals to see Leo parameters. These states are far stronger than, Ritsuka thought as she looked at her other command seals before she clenched her fist. "No, I'm not caster." "Forget it," Leo tilted his head and said as he used clairvoyance and saw something interesting. "Huh." Ritsuka checked the parameters again, but they only showed caster class. "Well, it was interesting, but I'm going now." Later, Leo waved his hand before he walked away. "What? Aren't you my servant?" Ritsuka saw Leo leaving as she didn't know what to do. This day showed her a lot of new things. "Not exactly," Leo said as a skill description appeared on Ritsuka's command seals. "Independent manifestation." "No way." Ritsuka said as she felt that her last chance to actually change the situation was leaving her. Some memories and scenes flashed in Ritsuka's eyes as she raised her command seals and pointed at Leo. Leo saw her actions, but he didn't care as he continued walking away. However, the chat screen appeared in front of him. The screen was, conveniently, placed in front of Leo's face as he could only see one line from his task. Objective 2, protect the last timeline and its last pillar. Leo saw the last pillar was written in red as he turned his head and looked at Ritsuka. The screen also followed Leo's vision, but it stopped at Ritsuka. "You gotta be kidding me," Leo said as he looked at the last pillar, Ritsuka, that supported this timeline in front of him. Feeling the terrifying aura from Leo, Ritsuka bit her lips as her eyes were firm, but, at last second, she lowered her hand and looked at the ground. Leo was waiting for the classing forcing servants by the command seals before he saw Ritsuka lower her hand and look at the ground. Her eyes were empty and exhausted as she wanted to give up. He finally realized why she was dizzy when he almost hurt the timeline. That's because she's the last support of this timeline. However, he also looked at her actions and saw her eyes as Leo was slightly surprised. "I didn't think she'd choose this. Especially for someone like her," Leo said as he looked at her for a while, but Ritsuka didn't raise her head or even move. *sigh*. Leo looked at Ritsuka that was looking at the ground before he face-palmed himself while sighing. "I really hate this world," Leo said before he walked toward Ritsuka. Ritsuka was clenching her fist with the old command seals as she was biting her lips before she heard a voice in front of her. "Humans when they're pushed to the edge will do a lot of things to save themselves." Leo saw Ritsuka raise her head and looked at him before he said, "Lying, stealing, or even killing. Anything can happen when you push them too far. For someone on the edge like you, why didn't you use those command seals?" Leo tilted his head as he saw the command seals in the shape of 3 pairs of wings. As a beast, and as the evil of humanity, Leo can know the evil thoughts inside humans' minds. This is like instinct. However, he can swear that this girl was going to use command seals, but somehow she stopped. Ritsuka stared at Leo's eyes as she felt her legs were soft because of fear before her eyes became firm and said, "No, I won't do that. At least. Not in this way, Ritsuka said as she subconsciously looked at her old command seals. Although those are just a decoration for me, but you pass. Leo nodded before he said, servant, caster, is here because the world is forcing him to work. At this moment, Leo stopped his mana as the glowing lines on his horns became dim and his aura vanished. Ritsuka stopped shaking as she felt Leo's aura vanished. However, she was surprised by Leo's words. Thank you, Ritsuka said with a small voice as she started shaking again. What with that look? Leo saw Ritsuka's eyes getting wet before he said, don't waste it, I'm just forced to work here. No, I'm just a weak magi that doesn't even have enough mana to keep a servant summoned. Ritsuka wiped her eyes before she smiled and said, really, thank you. Thank you. Leo's eyebrow was twitching as he looked at Ritsuka's smile. He couldn't believe this is the embodiment of chaos. Despite that, he was wondering what happened to this girl that made her wish death, but he doesn't care because this isn't his problem. Ritsuka. Ritsuka Fujimaru. Ritsuka raised her hand as she offered a handshake to Leo. Leo looked at Ritsuka and her hand before he shook her hand and said, caster. Actual real Satan. Ritsuka didn't want to question the weird name except if this was his name. Then why is he holding a cross against her? By the way, if this neutral good alignment of yours became chaotic at some point. Leo said as his horns started glowing again and his aura increased. I'll not hesitate to advent as a beast. Do you hear that, Root? In Ritsuka's eyes, Leo was screaming at the sky as he said, you want this timeline safe, right? I'll just make it a fucking singularity if this girl became the embodiment of chaos. Facing Gaia and Alea is easier than her. Leo let go of the hand of the confused Ritsuka that was wondering what's a beast. This seems to be more complicated than I thought. Leo raised his head as he looked at the sky before he looked at his hand. To think this is my true power and self. Leo closed his eyes for a moment before he put his necklace back and looked at Ritsuka. Let's go, or maybe shouldn't you make decisions as a master? Leo said as he didn't care because as long as he's a beast and Ritsuka with him then all the trouble will come to them. We should make a secure base and have some defenses against other servants before doing anything else. Ritsuka put her hand on her chin before she looked at Leo and said, your class caster is very suitable to get an advantage in the war and it'll be easier to know the true name of the other servants. Leo stared at Ritsuka blankly before he said, you seem very familiar with these types of battles. No, it was just a guess. Yes, a guess. Ritsuka panicked suddenly as she saw Leo's eyes. Oh, it was a very good guess, Leo nodded, but Ritsuka felt she did something wrong. She had never met a servant like Leo and she doesn't know what to do as she panicked. However, when she panicked, her hand touched Leo's necklace because they were close to each other. Spark. Some sparks appeared when Ritsuka touched Leo's cross as they fell on the ground and ignited the grass. Leo stared at the fire under him then looked at Ritsuka. He kept doing this multiple times before he moved 3 steps away from Ritsuka. This was the effect of an unstable timeline touching something that can blow up the timeline, but for Leo, it was more like he as the devil wasn't affected by the cross and this girl ignited fire. I'm sorry. Ritsuka saw this and all she could do was apologize. Nah, it's okay, but keep a distance away from me. Please, Leo said as Ritsuka didn't know how to clean her impression in Leo's eyes. When the master and servant were having their first meeting, which was a train wreck, something interesting was happening with someone. In Miyama Town, a suburban area of Fuyuki. A man with golden hair and red eyes looked at the sky as a clear anger was showing on his face. To think one of those mongrels was summoned and actually dared to tarnish the land of the king, the man grinned as he looked at the sky and felt the authority. Very well. This king will judge these crimes personally, the oldest king, Gilgamesh said before he stopped and looked at the side. Nothing was in that direction, but Gilgamesh didn't care as 2 golden portals appeared behind him before shooting 2 spears. Crash, crash. The 2 spears hit the ground as the dust raised, but there was something more. Bleeding was flying in the sky as an invisible arm fell to the ground. You mongrels keep appearing like rats. Die. Gilgamesh's anger increased suddenly when he saw the attacker before portals appeared around him and attacked everything. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Swords, axes, spears, all kinds of weapons were flying as they destroyed everything around. Oh. Screaming sounds in the calm night as blood was flying like fountains. Different people appeared around as they were either killed by the weapons or injured. Where are the shields? Heals. Where are the healers? How is this possible? Didn't the information say he's arrogant and his guard is always down? Different screams sounded as Gilgamesh grinned before he said, you mongrels always keep coming and coming. Do you think this king is a target? Gilgamesh's anger was very high today before he raised his hand and said, make up for your crimes with death. Portals appeared around Gilgamesh before weapons were shot and killed everyone around. 64 mongrels. Gilgamesh counted the total number of people that tried to attack him during this period as he felt this is the biggest insult for him. Walking in the darkness, Gilgamesh looked at the starry sky before he walked away, leaving a bloodbath with 12 corpses. The Holy Grail didn't even officially begin and the fight has already started, a battle from this world and beyond it. P.S. The true title was Dangerous News. Chapter 66, First Confrontation. In the middle of the night, a young man and a girl were walking in the forest. Leo and Ritsuka were walking in the forest as they were looking for a base, however, it's mostly Ritsuka's goal while Leo was only looking at things with his clairvoyance. Nothing, Leo thought as he wanted to look at different changes in this timeline, but he couldn't spot them. He was able to see the walking treasure, Gilgamesh, kill some guys with a weird aura around them, but he couldn't detect them on his own. Those guys were playing an MMO and the king of mongrels was the boss, however, why did he take them seriously? Leo heard those guys' words before he came to the only conclusion that they are also one of his targets. I really want to thank him for helping me in my job, as I expected from the mongrel king. Leo nodded in Gilgamesh's direction as the latter felt something weird. But the number is too much even for a multiversal space. How can Root allow this number to enter the world? Leo was lost in his thoughts as he looked at Ritsuka that was walking behind him. Leo noticed that Ritsuka breathing didn't change and she's keeping a great rhythm to conserve her energy and mana while checking the surroundings. This wasn't deliberate, but it was almost engraved into her instincts. These actions made him wonder what happened to this girl. The last timeline, There's no helping it. Leo looked at the sky as his necklace turned into a cross and glowed before a faint halo appeared on his head. Using his full clairvoyance, Leo was able to access more things about the timeline as he widened his eyes at the scene in the sky. Light, a ring of light was circling the planet. Humanity was turned into energy and heat as hundreds of millions of light belts were scorching space and time. Each light band carries the heat of a star and all of them can even penetrate through the planet. Even if a planet destruction isn't a large feat in different worlds, don't forget this is Type Moon. Planets here aren't rocks floating in space, they are real celestial beings in these forms that have wills and actual powers. Leo found this world has a unique form of power in the air almost like a buffer which is Gaia, Alea, and Root. Any large damage will get nullified and become smaller after contacting these three different forces. Gaia stops attacks that'll threaten the planet, Alea protects humanity from extinction, and Root detects the mystery behind the attack. There are beings in Type Moon that can create and destroy universes with just their concept, but the actual damage isn't all that high because of these three factors. So the feat of burning humanity, traveling back in time, and penetrating the core of the planet is a huge deal in Type Moon. Even Leo can't do it if he didn't go all out or launched his noble phantasm. This shows how firm the rules of this world are compared to DXD. However, the thing that surprised Leo is why this thing isn't here. Solomon didn't make his wish yet and Goetia still hadn't existed or had a reason to burn humanity. Or did it already happened? Leo stopped his spell as the halo disappeared before he saw Ritsuka staring at his head. What's wrong? Leo said before Ritsuka shook her head, indicating that everything is okay. Leo looked at one of the things that he couldn't see in this timeline before he walked forward. Caster. Ritsuka followed Leo before as she was hesitant to talk before she gathered some courage. Yes. Leo was still thinking about the nuke above his head as he answered Ritsuka. What kind of servant are you? Ritsuka asked before Leo glanced at her and said, the worst kind possible. Leo's answer made Ritsuka speechless again before she said, I didn't mean it like that. I was wondering what's your legend like, what your real name? Ritsuka was trying to know Leo's true name to make strategies in this war because knowing the legend means knowing the servant weakness and powers which can help make better tactics. And she doesn't want to sit down and let everything repeat itself. Leo can feel the true thoughts of this girl, but he only tilted his head before he said actual. Real. Satan. Is this hard to understand? Yes, it's hard to understand. Ritsuka almost facepalmed herself before she noticed that her collar was caught by something before her vision shifted to a far place from her original position. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A large explosion appeared in the distance as Ritsuka saw that was her original position and Leo was holding her from the back of her collar. I was wondering when you'll appear, but it seems that is something I don't know, Leo said as he spotted a lot of people with his clairvoyance. All of these people are using some sort of technology to make themselves stealthy. Leo has to admit that's a smart way to pass Gaia and Alea buffer for mystery. Caster, let's retreat, we are very disadvantageous in this situation. Ritsuka was the pattern of attack before she said immediately, but Leo noticed that she was shaking. Fear, anger, and hatred. Those emotions were boiling in her, but she was able to keep calm. Honestly, this became more complicated for Leo, however, he only put Ritsuka down before walking forward. What are you doing, Caster? We can't afford frontal combat with these guys, Ritsuka said before Leo put his hand in front of her. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Clenching his fist, Leo destroyed a laser blast from a hidden sniper with his bar hand before he said, "How naive, little girl, let me teach you something about the true caster class. Spells are a waste of time," Leo said before he blasted from his position and rushed to the sniper. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Leo's action created a dust cloud as Ritsuka blocked the wind with her hands before taking a cover. Arriving in front of the sniper in less than a moment, Leo can see that he's shocked before he activated some sort of a shield. However, Leo hand glowed with golden mana before he punched the shield. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Aura. Leo's punches crushed the barrier as it lasted for a second before intense heat arrived at the sniper and burned him to ashes. Looking at the ashes in front of him, Leo frowned because that shield was able to block his fist with the heat of a star for a moment. It seems that I need to study this, and these guys are the perfect specimens, Leo thought before he jumped to the sky and looked at Ritsuka location. Leo noticed her behavior and the fact she didn't run after him or question his action now. She knows how to survive, huh? With that though, Leo stared at the ground before he blasted from the air towards a location. Above. A man screamed as he raised his shield and met a burning fist from above. His two other teammates tried to attack Leo, but he was so fast as fist touched the shield. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The area was nuked as the heat burned most of the trees around, but Leo raised his eyebrow as he saw that the shield devoured his flames and saved the guy behind it. However, before the shield guy took another action, Leo put his foot on the ground before using his other leg to kick him at the side of his head. Flames appeared in the neck position as the blood evaporated. Asterisk torn. Asterisk. The man's head was separated from his body as it was launched into his teammate and hit him in the head. When they both collided, the flames rushed from the head and burned the other guy. WH-. The last guy didn't even have a chance to scream before his shadow expanded and the darkness ate him. Covering his legs with mana, Leo rushed to the other targets as they all launched different attacks at him. Meanwhile, Ritsuka was keeping a distance from the battlefield while staying close. She knows that running away is a suicide and the best action is to keep a close distance with Leo. However, she felt a chill behind her before she moved away. In the shadows, a man wearing a black bodysuit was sneaking toward Ritsuka. The man seems to be blended with the darkness before he throws a dagger towards her, but she manages to dodge. Using what she has of mana, she activated her Mystic Coat of Chaldea and increased her power before grabbing the dagger and throwing it back. She didn't wait to see the result before running behind trees as an attempt to avoid the attacker. The attacker caught the dagger as he wanted to rush behind her, but he felt something on his shoulder. An invisible small tank was moving on his shoulder before he heard, "Look this way." And that was the last thing before the sheer heart attack exploded. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Killer Queen was floating behind Ritsuka as sheer heart attack went back to its hand before he planted some bombs here and there. Leo felt that Killer Queen took action before he raised his hand as Ki Balg appeared and waved forward. A wave of heat rushed to the front as it burned all kinds of weapons or magics before it was blocked by some shield-holding people. Keep the formation stable. Do we have any information about this servant? Leo raised his eyebrow at these words before he felt that space was twisted as a man with a bored sword appeared behind him. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. Rotating the spear in his hand, Leo blocked the bored sword with the end of the spear before pushing the attacker back. Leo wanted to attack, but then he saw that his spear, which is a beast with the concept of separation and god-killing attribute, had a small bend where it blocked the sword. The swordsman was happy when he saw the ability of his sword worked, however, that didn't last long before he saw Leo's spear was back to normal. Hee, is this why the golden guy didn't want to waste any time with you? Leo said before he slashed with his spear as a huge wave of flames devoured the swordsman in front of him and rushed to the others. UGH, the shielders were able to block the flames before one of them shouted, "Now." Reflection. A woman with a mage robe from the back took her wand as a pall light appeared on the shields before they directed the flames to the sky. So, this is why you're called players, because you're really playing a game. Leo saw his flames fly in the night sky as he stopped them before this city become a burning hell. Fixed damage, fixed defense, durability state, weapons breaking, spells that even work for the flames of the stars. Leo can only say these guys are half-game characters. Their skills and weapons follow the game system, but their bodies are normal. Multiverse space can do this, huh? I was wondering what'll make these guys in the same danger level like system users accept the number. Leo rotated the spear in his hand while Ritsuka and Killer Queen arrived at the scene. Killer Queen already killed 3 guys in the way by turning them into bombs as they couldn't block it. The Reincarnators were surprised by Leo saying the word player, but they became more aggressive when they had the idea that he's maybe one of them in this mission world. All the mages in the back took some scrolls before a golden light shined on their team. Oh. Invincible for 1 turn. Or 1 attack. Leo saw all the players rushing towards him before he sighed and said, "To be honest, this is the first time and you all became irritating." Very well. Let's see this invincibility of yours. Leo's dark blue eye and horn were glowing as a dreadful atmosphere filled the place. Sink and disappear within this abandoned time, Leo said as a dark wave passed. All the colors of the world vanished before the attackers stopped while the golden glow of their bodies disappeared. Leo looked at the frozen players before he turned around and said, "Oh. Did you arrive, little girl?" However, Ritsuka didn't answer as she saw all those players, and some trees next to them become ashes and fly away. Nice job staying alive, even Killer Queen didn't have to kill all those guys, Leo said as Ritsuka didn't know what Killer Queen was, but she thought that Leo had something to protect her during the fight. I have a name and thank you, Ritsuka said as she saw that her age and Leo aren't all that different, but then, she remembered that aging doesn't work with servants. Sure, Gudako, Leo said as Ritsuka clenched her fist for this new nickname while thinking, is this guy a caster or a berserker? Was that your noble phantasm? Ritsuka looked at the ashes around as she thought this is the noble phantasm. Maybe. But this is just a questionable end, Leo said as he looked at the ashes flying in the sky. Ritsuka looked at those guys dying as she didn't know what to feel about this, but then she felt something tapping her on the head. Hey, what are you doing? Don't worry about this, they'll just say it's a gas leak or something. Leo tapped Ritsuka's head with the spear back and said, didn't you want to find a base or you want to sleep outside? Ah. Wait for me. Ritsuka woke up before she followed Leo. He only sighed at her actions before he looked at a certain place with his clairvoyance. Nothing, huh? With some disappointment, Leo walked forward to find a place to put his mansion and make it a workshop. Meanwhile, in a hotel far away from the battlefield, a woman was looking at the reflection in the water as she was sweating slightly. He almost found me, the woman said before she calmed herself and said, Team B was destroyed without any resistance. I never thought the target will summon such a servant. TCH. Favored by the world, the woman clicked her tongue before she wanted to leave this place, however, she found herself unable to move or to speak. All that the woman could do was to open her eyes wide as the shadows in the room gathered together before raising in front of her. Dark blue flames started to burn in different places in the shadows before tens of dark blue burning eyes opened and looked at the woman. However, this didn't end as several giant mouths opened. Completely helpless, the woman sank into the shadows as she disappeared from this world and the room returned into normal, like nothing happened. At the hotel front desk, the receptionist was talking to new guests that wanted a room, but he told them there were no empty rooms. However, that didn't last long before he saw an empty room available, even if he almost remembered that he gave it to someone. Chapter 67, Konosuba Side Part 1. This is Konosuba side of the story. The sun was shining on a simple town as wagons and carriages were passing on the roads. Merchants and shops already started their business, warriors and mages had begun their work for today, even kids were playing here and there. Unlike Tight Moon where the atmosphere is dull and gloomy because of the world's condition, this town was peaceful and calm because this is not the same world. This is Axel, a town in the kingdom of Belzerg, in the Konosuba world. Usually, this town mostly consists of beginner adventurers. However, this town was able to keep it calm only because the monsters avoided a certain lich that has a store here. But that calm is about to be broken today. Hey, Kazuma, how long do we have to walk to reach the guild? A girl with a black long hair asked a boy with brown hair. I'd answer, but you have no right to ask the question. Kazuma had a disgusted look on his face while looking at Kagaya floating. This world is magical, right? Are there dragons and monsters? Misaka was looking at the different scenery as she asked the guide, Kazuma. Don't your world have the same? Or even more dangerous? And scarier? Kazuma held his forehead before he heard a voice behind him. Monsters. Like danger beasts. But I heard this world has magic, can I learn it? Leone had her hand behind her head as she was walking casually. Your world had monsters and superpowers like magic too. Kazuma's head was hurting before he was tapped from behind and almost fell. Don't worry about it, kid. Now. Lead the way. Whitebeard tapped Kazuma with his hand before he walked forward. How do you want me to lead the way if you're walking in front of me? Kazuma said as he looked at the people around looking at Whitebeard who's almost a giant. After choosing their tasks and looking at Leo's selfless sacrifice, selling him out. The group reached the Konosuba world 25 minutes after Leo was sent, kidnapped, by the world. Everything was normal. Except for a giant man and a floating girl, however, Kazuma was able to talk his way out of it, mostly Kagaya using spells. In the end, after meeting with Leone face to face and having a greeting, everything worked out and the group headed towards the guild after they learned about it from Kagaya, who wanted to have explosion magic at all costs. So here they are, walking towards the guild and giving Kazuma a headache for all that's happening. And what about the task? They don't know what they are looking for in the first place. Hi D-. A man sitting in the shop spotted Kazuma before he waved at him and wanted to say something, however, Kazuma took a sharp turn and left the place. Who's that Kazuma-san? Misaka asked, but Kazuma didn't look as he said, nothing. He's just a scammer, don't get tricked by him. Really? Kagaya raised her eyebrow as she didn't believe in any word from Kazuma. Leon only had a smirk of her face as Kazuma turned around and accelerated his footsteps towards the guild. After a walk in the town, the group finally reached the guild. Everyone noticed some people trying to greet Kazuma in the way, but he kept running away. However, they didn't go deep into it before looking at the guild building in front of them. Kagaya didn't say anything before rushing inside and Leon followed behind here. I just noticed, but... How can you enter? Kazuma looked at the guild door and Whitebeard before he wondered how this giant could enter here. I'll be here if you need me, but... Whitebeard looked at Kazuma with the corner of his eyes before he said, don't make me wait. Scary. Kazuma was worried about the condition of his world before remembering Kagaya and Leon that entered the guild. No. Kazuma screamed before rushing behind them while Misaka stared at these actions with a blank expression. Goodbye Grandpa, Whitebeard, Misaka said before she went behind while Whitebeard looked at them before looking at Axel's scenery. He'll punch someone if he keeps waiting for too long. Where are they? Kazuma kicked the door open before looking around for Kagaya and Leon. Kazuma. Suddenly, Kazuma heard a voice behind him as he saw Aqua running with a paper in her hand. Look. Look. This is my great recruiting plan for our new me. However, before Aqua finished her words, Kazuma grabbed her shoulders. Nice timing, Aqua. Did you see two women running this way? Kazuma was shaking Aqua left and right before she pointed toward the guild receptionist. No. Kazuma screamed again before he activated one of his skills and rushed toward the guild receptionist. Ah. What about my genius plan that this goddess thought about? Aqua woke up from dizziness before she screamed at Kazuma, but he didn't care because this is a matter of his dignity and more potential debt. All the adventurers in the guild were looking at these actions, but they didn't care as they were used to these things happening. In the guild registration desk, Kagaya and Leon were magically able to convince the guild lady to allow them to register as adventurers. It was actually Kagaya who used her magic sleeve and pulled some gold. Here. The guild lady took a glowing sphere and said, put your hand on th-. But at this moment, Kazuma came rushing as he stood between Kagaya and the sphere. Stop. Don't you know what you're doing? Kazuma pointed at Kagaya and Leon before he got closer and said in a quiet voice, you don't even have power compatibility cards. How do you plan to become an adventurer? Ah. Right, I forgot about that. Kagaya said as she wanted to pull the store and buy a compatibility card. Leon looked at her points and saw the 1500 points for the compatibility card before she realized that she doesn't have money. Kazuma breathed a sigh of relief as he managed to stop them before getting in some unnecessary troubles. However, he heard a voice and some words that made him freeze in his place. Dio-san, are those your friends? That voice and words made Kazuma turn around like rusted gears and look at the smiling guild lady. Wait, what? Kagaya stopped in her place as she stared at Kazuma with her eyes wide open. No, you heard it wrong. Kazuma looked at the frozen Kagaya before he turned and said to the guild lady, sorry, but I think you mistook me for someone, my name is Kazuma. But aren't your real name is Dio, Kazuma-san? The guild lady tilted her head as she was slightly confused. No. My name is Kazuma. Kazuma. Kazuma spelled his name as he saw Kagaya shivering slightly. PFFF. Kagaya was losing it as Kazuma was panicking to clear his name. I never thought it'll be you doing this. Suddenly, Kazuma heard a voice behind him to see an adventurer with a rough-looking face and a tall mohawk hairstyle, leaning his back against the wall. Listen here. We adventurers always believe in our partners. Ruffian said as he pointed at Dio's sword on Kazuma's waist, sending a faint cry when he was mentioned. Wryyyyyy. You need to believe in your partner, so if your partner said it. Ruffian pointed at Kazuma before he said, then it was you, Dio. All along. Yeah, it's Dio, one of the strongest adventurers in Axel. A man in the back said. I heard he wields a demonic sword that sends cries which can even put chills in the souls of monsters. To be able to keep his mind with such a dangerous weapon, as I expect from Dio, a guild staff said as he remembered the unholy screeches. You all may say Dio is a scum, but I believe that's only because of the demonic sword. Hooray for Dio. An adventurer raised his cup as the guild started cheering. Dio. Noo. Kazuma screamed while Kagaya exploded with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Misaka arrived at the scene to see the confused Leon joined the fun anyway and was cheering for Dio, Kagaya falling to the ground from laughter, and Kazuma giving up. After a while, the cheers went down and everyone moved to do their jobs as Kazuma was sitting on one of the tables while doubting life. Why? I'm not a buff vampire that can stop time, so why do they keep doing this? Kazuma put his head on the table while Aqua, who was looking at her paper, said, yeah, I agree. You're not cool like Dio as a character. You. Forget it. Kazuma didn't even have the energy to argue with Aqua while Kagaya, Misaka, and Leon were registering as adventurers. Misaka and Kagaya paid for the power cards, but Leon had to ask for some money from Misaka. She will never ask from Kagaya because that's a suicidal act. Misaka was looking at the adventurer card and the red message that told her not to learn any magic before she bought some sort of compatibility with shitty marketing ads. Is there something wrong? Kagaya asked before Misaka said, yeah, I can't learn magic. This is a disappointment. Why don't you fix it like, Leo? Kagaya said as she was looking at her adventurer card. She made her class as Archwizard. I don't have enough money to do so. Misaka showed Kagaya how much you need to get the magic compatibility. Hiss. I just realized something. Kagaya covered her sleeve before she said, Leo just turned a 100,000 power up into millions one with just one journey. Is it possible to learn such a power? Kagaya almost dropped her card when she realized the sad truth. The adventurer around looked at them before they put them in the same place as Kazuma and Aqua as they couldn't understand anything. But I also wonder what happened to him. That world doesn't seem to be good. Misaka looked at the adventurer card as she was thinking about her job before she heard Kazuma's voice. Don't worry about him too much. He's an angel and he'll manage. But maybe there will be some PTSD in the process. Nah, he'll be totally fine. Because that world is made for people like him. Kagaya had a serious look on her face. What do you mean? Kazuma stood up from the table and asked Kagaya while Aqua stared at Kagaya and Misaka as she felt something weird from them. His type is very loved in that world. Kagaya said something that made Kazuma freeze before he screamed, damn it. What do you mean? Misaka felt this is very wrong before Kagaya said, with Leo's attitude in that world, you can say he has a type moon protagonist aura EX. So. Misaka was still clueless before Kagaya said, type moon protagonists are usually equipped with Eroge protagonist EX just in case. What? Misaka grabbed Kagaya's collar as she was shaking her while saying, what do you mean by that? Damn it all. Kazuma was screaming at the sky as some adventurers looked at this way before trying their best to ignore them. Everyone, could you be a little quiet in the guild? The guild lady said as Misaka realized her action and apologized, I'm sorry. Just make sure it doesn't happen again. The guild lady smiled before leaving. Don't worry about it, Misaka, even if I don't know why you are so worried. Kagaya had a grin on her face before she saw Misaka flashing with lightning. Okay, don't worry, you know Leo's personality, right? It'll push away anyone who tried to do anything if they don't know him very well. It's like a balancer. Kagaya waved her hand while Misaka stopped her power as she felt that Kagaya's words were correct. However, type moon people see through people very well. Kagaya said those words as Misaka darkened again and lightning was flashing around. The whole guild was stuck with lightning as another debt was put on Kazuma and all the people with him. However, Whitebeard was sitting outside the guild before he said, I'll punch someone after this. Another peaceful day in Axel went passing with thunder and slight earthquakes here and there. Chapter 68, An Unexpected Meeting. A clear sky was above the ground. This sky was soft and clear as some white clouds were here and there. Green fields were extending to the distance as they were following the clear sky. A light breeze blew in the green field, moving several flowers and arriving at a certain place. At this moment, a girl sleeping on a bed of flowers opened her eyes slowly. Ugh. What happened? Ritsuka woke up as she tried to remember what happened to her, but then she saw the scenery in front of her. A magnificent field filled with flowers of every imaginable color. The sun was shining down on those flowers as they were reflecting their colors like crystals. The place is filled with the spring sunlight and the scent of summer as Ritsuka felt relaxed in such a place before she looked at her side to see forests and lakes extending towards the distance. Each one of them was filled with different kinds of creatures that she never saw in her life. This place can't exist in the human world or any time in the current era. A paradise, as you may call it. Everything about this place was breathtaking as Ritsuka wasn't able to stop looking at it before shaking her head and clearing her thoughts. Where is this place? I was just with Castor. Ritsuka said as she noticed a tower at the distance. The giant tower in the distance was floating above a sea of flowers as petals were flying around it and the light broke with contact. It's a beautiful view, right? Suddenly, Ritsuka heard a voice behind her as she turned around and saw a man with a long staff. He wore a robe woven with the finest fabrics, a hood on his head, and his long white hair appearing with the colors of the rainbow under sunlight. Ritsuka looked at the men before she clenched her command seals as she was going to use them immediately. However, the men saw this and he did nothing except smiling and saying, now, there's no reason to get aggressive, right? Sigh all the people are on their nerves these days. The man sighed when he saw Ritsuka didn't listen to his words before he said, you don't have to fear me or use those command seals because this place is just a dream. Dream. Ritsuka frowned at the man's words before she looked around, but she couldn't spot any difference. Excuse my rudeness, it seems I forgot to introduce myself. The man looked at Ritsuka's actions before several flowers appeared around him and said, I'm just a magus of flowers, you can call me Merlin. Merlin. Ritsuka widened her eyes as the men in front of her as she couldn't believe what she just heard. Anyone who has heard of the Arthurian legends will surely know about Merlin. He was the court magus, he would at times guide, at times torment, and at times help King Arthur as a king. He's also inhuman because he was born of mixed blood from the union of an incubus and a human. Yes, and even if this is a dream, but... Welcome to the forever sealed utopia, Avalon. Merlin waved with his staff as flower petals were flying everywhere. Avalon is the paradise in the Arthurian legends, existing in the reverse side of the world at the same coordinates as Britain. It is a utopia that may not be granted to beasts that possess wisdom, one that may never be reached. It is a world cut off from the constant decay and destruction of the surface of the planet. This information gave Ritsuka another surprise before Merlin cleared his throat and said, it's not a good habit to be lost in thoughts. Ritsuka Fujimaru. How? No, you should be able to know if you're able to bring me here. Ritsuka lowered her hand before she looked at Merlin, smiling slightly. It seems that this journey changed you a lot. Merlin's smile didn't vanish as he saw through Ritsuka instantly. You. No. Ritsuka widened her eyes before she wanted to reach out to Merlin, but her hand passed through him. This is just a dream, Ritsuka Fujimaru. However, can we talk about more important things? Merlin looked at Ritsuka as he felt that this dream won't last for long. No, you must know what happened to them and dash. Ritsuka almost screamed, but Merlin put his finger on Ritsuka's mouth. I know you have a lot of questions, but I don't really have the time to answer them all because the situation isn't even about humanity now. Merlin looked at the silent Ritsuka before he said, this involves the fate of a world now. You have to keep yourself alive at all costs. Ritsuka Fujimura. For the first time, Merlin's expression became serious as he looked at the world condition with his clairvoyance. Fate of the world, but what does that have to do with my life? Ritsuka looked at Merlin's eyes before she screamed, if it wasn't for me they. I know, and I won't say it wasn't your fault either, but for them. You've to stay alive. Merlin sighed before he removed a flower petal from Ritsuka's head and said, and you aren't alone in this fight. You've the support of the world itself, even if that support was special. Merlin's expression became strange before he said, very special and unexpected. Who in his right mind sends a goddamn beast to help the world? Who was the genius that thought of this suicidal plan? Merlin looked at Ritsuka's new command seals as his smile was twitching. He knew there were a lot of madmen in the world, but he never thought that the big guys also share the madness. You mean Caster? Ritsuka saw Merlin looking at her command seals before she also looked at them. To be honest, she doesn't know anything about this Caster that was summoned. She knows that she didn't summon him, but apparently, like Merlin said, he was summoned by the world, and this also explains why he said that he's doing a job. Caster? Geez, did he just take that class casually? Merlin waved with his hand before he said, well, at least he didn't manifest with his original one. These made Ritsuka frown even more before Merlin waved with his staff and said, you better not rely on Caster a lot because for humans, he's just an evil and a threat. Ritsuka frowned at Merlin's words as she didn't want to believe in something she just heard suddenly without understanding with her own eyes. This was something she learned in this period. Now, you don't have to think about it a lot. Evil isn't a clear concept, you know. After all, I'm also evil for humanity and a threat. Merlin smiled again as he put his finger on his lips before he said, but it's very complicated, so let's not think about it for now. Ritsuka stared at Merlin with an expressionless face as she felt this guy isn't serious at all. Our time is almost over, but hear this advice. The Holy Grail is the center of the trouble. Merlin saw Ritsuka getting transparent before he gave the last advice, but then, he saw Ritsuka staring at the sky for some reason. The area temperature increased suddenly as Merlin felt the brightness around also increased and Ritsuka was sweating. Raising his head towards the sky, Merlin saw a star appear in the sky before he thought, a star in this time and place. Hold on. Why, it's coming here. The temperature increased as the star was rushing towards Ritsuka and Merlin with an imaginable speed before it revealed its true form. Aura. Leo with his foot covered with a flaming star hit Merlin to the face. Ritsuka saw Merlin's face deform in front of her before light swept everything. Asterisk boom. A nuke has hit Avalon on that day while Ritsuka vanished before scattering into petals. Meanwhile, in Leo's mansion somewhere at Mount Enzo. Kaya. Ritsuka woke up suddenly inside one of the rooms as she was screaming. What the hell just happened? Ritsuka put her hand on her chest as she didn't understand what the hell just happened. Back to Avalon, Leo landed on the ground as he looked at Merlin that was sent flying across the distance before he turned into petals. What's wrong with you? Merlin said as he appeared in a place far away from Leo. Do you only know how to run? Leo frowned as Merlin appeared in another place in front of him. I'm just a poor and small flowers magus, why do you want me to eat a kick with the heat of a star? Merlin said as he pointed at the huge crater that is getting fixed by Avalon's magic. Oh, I don't know, maybe it was you who suddenly took an unstable pillar into another world, even if it is a dream, Leo said as he pointed at Avalon around. In defense for myself, her condition is the best to enter such a place, Merlin said with a righteous face before he saw Leo cracking his knuckles. Now, we don't have to get that angry with each other, Beast of Babylon. Merlin took a few steps back as he saw Leo didn't charge with another attack. I just realized that my titles increased. Leo looked at Merlin keeping a distance as he wondered how many titles he had in this world. But I have to say that this is a surprise, for the Beast of Babylon to appear in this form. This makes me wonder what Arthur, Proto-Arthur, was hunting all those years. Merlin put his hand on his chin while Leo's eyebrow was twitching as he remembered something. I should take care of that problem after I get out of here. Leo remembered a certain signal he was getting in this morning as he wasn't happy about it. However, for the beast that represents the sins of humanity to help here. I don't know if I should feel good or bad. Merlin held his head like he has a headache now, but Leo knew that this guy was just acting. Helping what? Humanity. Don't make me laugh. Leo raised his eyebrow before he said, why should I help something that walks to the end with their own feet? Don't you agree? The magus who was watching the world from the farthest tower until the end. Merlin always observed the world from Avalon as he looked at humanity from the tower in Avalon, a prison he made for himself. He isn't an ally for humanity, but his curiosity made him love the human world, so he's here, just helping because he can. I can't say for others, but it was indeed a great experience. Merlin smiled brightly as there was nothing that could make this magus take things seriously. And it seems you, the Beast of Babylon, know even more than me. After all, you were watching from the beginning, Merlin said as he was observing Leo's expression, but he didn't get any reaction. Oh. Do I know better than you? I honestly don't think that has a lot of meaning now. Leo turned around as he wanted to leave this dream connected to Avalon before he said, you can keep watching until the end, I don't care. What a shame, I can't watch beyond the farthest end like someone. Merlin looked around as he didn't want to meet Leo's eyes that were giving him death stares. I really hate you. Can I punch you in dreams? Leo raised his fist as Merlin raised his hands, announcing his surrender. But honestly, I'm really curious. For a beast, why don't you just use this opportunity to finish everything? Merlin's curiosity is something that'll make him jump into a beast fight just to satisfy it, so here he's telling a beast to destroy humanity. I'm forced to work here, okay. And humanity is the last of my worries, Leo said as Merlin was totally confused. However, Leo looked at a tower in Avalon, a tower glowing in the end before he sighed. They are an ignorant bunch that walk in a progress filled with sins and mistakes. Leo had a disgusted expression on his face before he said, then when things go wrong and bite them, they rise some flags of justice or whatsoever. After witnessing the end they'll just regret the beginning even if they're who started it. Leo turned away as he walked before he said, however, there's some beauty in it because this is humanity. A thing that almost reaches the point of no redemption, but they have those moments that make them shine. Honestly, those moments make me question the end myself, even if it was just an empty future. A grin was on Leo's face before he said, a lotus grows in mud. I think this is the most fitting for them. I see. Merlin stared at Leo's back for a moment before he said, I apologize for my previous rudeness. However, Leo stopped him as he said, save it, it doesn't matter, and I'm not like that. Just don't mess with that girl again. Really? For me, a crown value is only determined by the one wearing it. Merlin looked at Leo's becoming transparent as he looked at some stars in the sky. I said save it for yourself. Leo waved his hand before he said, for me, this is just an if scenario, you may say. With those words, Leo vanished from Avalon as Merlin sighed before he scattered into petals and appeared inside his tower, or rather say prison. A questionable end, huh? This is really interesting, Merlin said as he was looking at the world with his clairvoyance. Was it the new change that made the Beast of Babylon like this or something else? Even his crown has more meaning than a disgusting mess. Merlin tapped the ground his staff before he said, this might be even more interesting than the time with Artoria. The Magus of Flowers had a new plan to help this world as he rushed to prepare in his tower. Meanwhile, in the real world, Leo was sitting on a table drinking coffee that was made by his beast before he opened his eyes. It seems that almost everyone was summoned. Leo looked out of the window to see the snow falling without any warning before he said, maybe this will make them go out from their hiding spots. Just how far this if will go, I wonder, Leo said as he took a sip from his coffee. Most of the servants are summoned at this moment, as the vitality and the mana in the air are getting weaker and weaker. Chapter 69, A Surprising Truth. Clouds filled the sky as the temperatures in Fuyuki City dropped down very fast during the past day. Even the snow started to fall and cover the city with a white blanket. However, this wasn't weird for people because it's close to winter. On the other hand, magi from different forces finally felt the mana reaching very worrying degrees in the air. This means something wrong is happening behind their backs, and this wasn't welcomed by anyone. The summoned servants were the first to know about these things as they warned their masters, or some didn't care at all, like a certain golden guy that knew about this world's condition from the start. All in all, the forces started moving as some servants and masters started to gather information. Meanwhile, in Leo's mansion, Ritsuka was already up after getting a nuke in her face from Leo's spectacular entrance. She felt that wasn't a dream, but it was a nightmare as a maniac dropped like a star and kicked Merlin's face. Did that really happen? No, it must happen. Ritsuka went with the logic of don't question the supernatural things about mysterious guys like Merlin. Getting up from the bed and looking at the clothes she was wearing, Ritsuka felt strange before she said, "Why does Castor have woman clothes in his workshop?" Yesterday, Ritsuka didn't have any energy to even ask Castor about preparation or something, especially after he said, "You're tired and in this state you'll also make me tired, go to sleep." With those words, he teleported her instantly to this room. When she arrived at the room, she wanted to sleep immediately, but then, she saw her slightly dirty Chaldea's mystic code. This mystic code is the basic equipment for the masters from Chaldea, as it includes healing, strengthening, and covering magecraft that can even be used by the lowest rank of magi. Ritsuka didn't have any trouble sleeping with it, but then she saw a full wardrobe filled with different clothes, and strangely each one of them was perfectly in her size. Even the wardrobe gave her pajamas automatically. This gave her a creepy feeling that the mansion or the workshop is actually alive, or Castor is playing tricks on her. Wearing her mystic code and fixing her hair, Ritsuka left the room as she walked in the large corridors of the mansion. "This place is very modern," Ritsuka said as she saw the mansion interior design, even if she saw it yesterday, "but this is strange if you remember the owner of this place. Castor should be a servant from the age of gods, then why is his workshop so modern?" Ritsuka said before looking at the big corridor as she felt small here. "That's because this place was built to even allow people like Whitebeard, who is more than 6 meters tall, to live in." "Then how do I find Castor here?" Ritsuka said as she was planning to ask Castor some questions. She doesn't have high hopes of getting any information from Leo because he'll most likely choose not to answer to give her a riddle to solve. Wasn't it slightly hot yesterday? Ritsuka saw the snow falling outside the window as she felt something was wrong, but she can't confirm it because she isn't a true magi even if she knows some spells. Pika. Suddenly, Ritsuka startled from a sound behind her before she jumped back and looked around to see a yellow creature in a strange outfit. What is this? Castor's familiar. Ritsuka observed the creature for a while as she didn't lower her guard. However, the creature saw Ritsuka as it waved at her. "Are you Castor's familiar?" Ritsuka asked before Daiachu tilted his head and nodded. Of course, Castor is a servant from the age of gods, he won't just let something sneak into his workshop. Ritsuka breathed a sigh of relief before she felt that she has been on her nerves a lot these days. Pika, Pika. Daiachu looked at Ritsuka breathing a sigh of relief as he didn't know who she was. "Ah. Sorry, if I scared you." Ritsuka smiled while Daiachu shook his head, indicating that everything is okay. To think this Castor has such a cute familiar, Ritsuka would be lying if she didn't expect something like a fire monster or something terrifying because of all Leo's actions until now. Looking at Daiachu, Ritsuka felt he's very friendly as she wanted to pet him, but at that moment, when she took one step towards him, it was her biggest mistake. Pika, Pika, Pika. Oh. You're approaching me. Daiachu's face changed before it made a face that brought nightmares to Ritsuka. Huh. Ritsuka saw a cute creature become a nightmare fuel as she didn't know how to react. Pika, Pika. Instead of running away, you're coming right to me. Daiachu raised his hands as electricity was flashing, but at this moment Ritsuka turned back before running away, leaving him in the empty corridor. I knew it. There's no way Castor's workshop would be normal. Ritsuka was wondering what kind of evil spirit was that before she took another turn and met her second opponent. Elated gurgles ***, an orange slime was sticking to the mansion's wall as he was defying gravity before he turned his head towards Ritsuka. SCP-999 looked at Ritsuka up and down before he took a step forward. Ritsuka saw this and took a step back. Step forward, step backward, both of them continue doing this before SCP-999 determines his new target. ***Elated gurgles ***. SCP-999 went on a rampage as he jumped towards Ritsuka. Kagaya. Ritsuka didn't even hesitate before using her mystic code and running away as her screams filled the mansion while SCP-999 was running after her. Woo. Kuribo was flying around before he saw Ritsuka getting chased by SCP-999 as he tapped the mansion's wall. At that moment, a hole opened under Ritsuka as she saw the dark hole. I hate this place. Ritsuka's voice died down as she fell in the hole and SCP-999 lost his target. Meanwhile, Leo was sitting on a table in the main room and drinking coffee while his horns were glowing slightly before a hole appeared in the ceiling and Ritsuka dropped into a chair in front of him. Looks like someone had a good morning, huh? Leo said he saw Ritsuka put her head on the table before she said, I hate this place. Ha 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 ha. I made it for that purpose. Leo laughed at Ritsuka's actions before he took a sip from his coffee. Are you a devil? Ritsuka glared at Leo as she didn't understand these mysterious casters' minds. Merlin, who speaks about the fate of the world, doesn't seem to care at all and completely relaxed, or Leo, who turns his workshop, which is one of the most important things for the Magi, into a trick house. Sigh. Ritsuka sighed before she found a plate of breakfast in front of her and it was served by an cartoon-looking octopus. This place is beyond weird. Ritsuka was already exhausted. You should eat, that little amount of mana of yours won't recover on his own, Leo said as he looked outside the window while his horns were glowing now and then. Ritsuka didn't know what to feel about the food that was made by an octopus before she looked at Leo's horns moving slightly. They can move. Ritsuka felt this place would only bring her into the domain of madness before Leo saw her and said, "What's wrong?" "Your horns," Ritsuka said as she saw the horns flashing now and then. "Oh. This." Leo had a disgusted expression on his face before he said, "It's just a crazy woman trying to summon me. A completely lost and disgusting case from the start, but now, she's actually trying to use my power." "Summon you?" Ritsuka didn't know how someone could summon an already existing servant, but this increased the mystery of Leo in her mind. "Yeah, it's a very annoying woman, but I made sure that my message is clear." Leo took a sip from his coffee before he severed the link with another world, parallel world, and his horns stopped glowing. Meanwhile, in Fate/Prototype Parallel World, Monica Sagiu, who was preparing for another try for her wish, frowned because she felt that Beast 6 didn't exist in the Holy Grail. She tried to use her link with the roots and the beast to summon him, but everything was useless. Just what happened? Monica's face twisted from anger because this is her only way to grant Arthur's wish in her corrupted mind before something appeared in front of her. A message written by fire appeared on the ground as Monica blinked at it. "Sorry, but the number you're calling is unavailable. You have one unread message." "Okay. This is getting ridiculous and I don't want any relation with those satanic bullshits of yours. Go and worship or simp your Arthur for all I care, but don't involve me in this." "Ha." Monica took a while to recover before she saw that the Holy Grail became a normal one with no connection to Beast 6 at all. Back to Leo as he took a sip from his coffee before he cut all his connections with the person named Monica Sagiu. "Can someone use your power from here?" Ritsuka hesitated before she took a bite from the breakfast as her eyes shone because it was delicious. "Yeah, I mean there are some people that are using my power around the world." Sigh. Leo looked at the sky from the window before he said, "I hate to say it, but I think I can understand Gilgamesh, feelings now. All those fakers running around with my powers and trying to act all that mighty, like that AI from the moon cell, she's truly proud by copying my powers. What kind of joke is this?" Leo was complaining as Ritsuka listened to him while eating. "However, that's okay, but there are limits. Like this crazy woman." Leo's expression became angry before he said, "She actually wanted to use me to simp for Arthur. There are limits even for me." Ritsuka had a wry smile on her face when she was listening to Leo's complaints about people using his powers like they own them. Listening to him about how dare that crazy woman using him to simp for another man, Ritsuka couldn't help but laugh slightly. She felt more relaxed like this than the first time she met Leo, even if she knew that Leo won't hurt her, but his actions and the feelings he gave her were very weird. Like someone completely detached from the world, knowing a lot, and the dreadful aura he released. But now, looking at him complaining gave her another look at him. "Hey, Caster, was that really you in my dreams?" Ritsuka said as Leo stopped his complaint and said, "Maybe, but it was just a dream." "So, did you miss that much to dream about me?" Ritsuka found that her thoughts were true and this guy won't say anything before she cleared her throat and said, "Caster, do you know the condition of the war?" She was quite sure Leo won't tell her anything. Well, she also didn't tell him everything and everyone has their secrets. However, Leo just smiled. "Of course I know, and I'll tell you because you listened to me complaining." Leo can't remember when the last time he complained with someone listening to him. It must have been a while for him, so he doesn't mind telling this information in exchange for this. Ritsuka never dreamed that just listening to Leo complaining can have these effects. "However, it seems that your target has changed if you had won at first." Of course, Leo put his coffee on the table before he looked at Ritsuka. "Yes, I'll aim at the Holy Grail and Merlin also said that the trouble lies in it." Ritsuka's words made Leo nod. "I can confirm that 80% of this world trouble has a relation with the Holy Grail," Leo said as he felt something approaching the mansion. "Then I want to fix this by getting the Holy Grail." Ritsuka is aware that the Holy Grail in Fuyuki is different from the one she knows and maybe it can help her. Assuming you got the Holy Grail, then what do you do? Trying to fix your mistakes or try for another start? Leo won't tell Ritsuka about the Grail's condition in this world before he hears the answer to this question. "I don't know if you know this, but because I was weak and hopeless I failed everyone, again and again." Ritsuka looked at Leo with determined eyes as he sighed before saying, "Then try to fix everything and everyone lives happily. What happened has happened, trying to put a cover on it and start again won't solve anything." But Ritsuka wanted to say something but Leo said, don't waste your time, this holy grail doesn't help in solving anything, but it'll only bring more pain as everyone already fighting for it. Ritsuka stopped and sighed as she felt that Leo doesn't have any reason to lie to her, even if this was very bitter for her. However, I won't stop you if you want, but a world where everyone lives happily is beautiful, right? Leo clasped his hands as he looked at Ritsuka before he said, a world where everyone wishes and desires are fulfilled. A world where everyone will be happy, even if they stayed in ignorance. Yeah, Ritsuka absent-mindedly said without noticing Leo's glowing eyes and terrifying aura appeared again. A very beautiful world indeed, but is such a world a blessing or a curse? I wonder. Leo grinned before he noticed Ritsuka's expression and he said, sorry, my other side came out a little out. Huh. Ritsuka finally woke up before she apologized, sorry. I wasn't listening. Don't worry about it, it wasn't important, but it seems that the guest has arrived, Leo said as he looked at the window and saw a white creature looking at him and Ritsuka. Foe. Ritsuka widened her eyes at the creature in the window. Welcome my comrade, do you need something? Leo said as he looked at Foe standing at the window. Beast 6 and Beast 4 were looking at each other as Ritsuka felt these secrets were getting out of hand. She even felt a very scary aura from both of them and it was awfully similar. Comrade. No, this isn't important for now. Ritsuka jumped from her chair in Foe's direction before she said, Foe. Do you know what happened to Mashu? Please tell me she's okay. However, Foe was still looking at Leo without caring about Ritsuka's words. Are you worried? Don't worry, I don't plan to launch it now. The world isn't ready for the sealed garden and I don't think it'll ever be. Leo shrugged his shoulder before Foe said, Foe. Oh. Then why don't you join us here? It's not like there's something important happening, Leo said before Foe jumped on Ritsuka's head and from it, he jumped to the table. Foe said as the octopus chef put some desserts in front of him. I know and I'm trying to fix it, but I hope you tell me more about the situation because I don't want to ask the annoying Merlin. Leo took a dessert and ate it while signaling Ritsuka to sit down. Foe nodded like he's proud that his comrade knew about the annoying flower's brain, Merlin, before he told him some information. I see, multiple attacks, huh? But why does the light band still exist in the sky? Leo nodded at Foe telling him about the situation right now. Apparently, there were a lot of weird people entering a timeline to another and doing something that made them crumble. Even Foe wasn't able to know a lot about it before it was too late because they were able to kick him outside the timelines. What the hell I'm looking at? And how can he understand? Is he like Mashu? Ritsuka widened her eyes at Leo and Foe having a casual conversation. She even forgot about the comrade thing. Foe said as he looked at the sky from the window before Leo exploded with laughter. Ha 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 ha. I can't believe it. All his work was stolen like this. He must be very mad. I even feel slightly sorry for him. Leo was laughing at Goishia's situation as he couldn't believe that something like this happened to him, especially because this is the worst thing that could happen to him. Foe also shook his head as he sympathized with Goishia's terrible fate. Two beasts were pitying Beast 1 and if he knew about this then he'll probably go on a rampage. I don't understand anything from what they're saying. Who's Goishia that caster keeps talking about? And now even Foe know him. Ritsuka gave up, she doesn't know Foe's language and Leo won't tell her anything. Well, she also didn't tell him everything. Then Ritsuka took one of the sweets and ate it while looking at Foe and Leo making fun of this Goishia for more than 10 minutes. This was refreshing, but he'll probably try to kill us if he knows about this, Leo said as Foe wiggled his tail and didn't care that much. Well, it's his problem. Leo shrugged his shoulders before he turned towards Ritsuka and said, let's get back to the subject. Do you really wish to go for the Holy Grail? Yes, even if it was as bad as you said, but this is my last chance, Ritsuka said as her expression became firm again. Very well, then let's start this Holy Grail war, Leo said before Foe jumped on his shoulder. First, you need to know that this war is about 14 servants having a battle royal, which means there are 28 participants including us, Leo said as Ritsuka was surprised before calming down. This is a huge disadvantage, a lot of enemies means a lot of unexpected situations, and with those guys, players, involved, Ritsuka looked at Leo before she said, but I have to say that Holy Grail of this world is amazing to be able to summon all these servants just with this limited mana supplies. Amazing. 2 sabers and 1 caster still didn't get summoned and the conditions are very bad, Leo pointed at the snow falling before he said, that Holy Grail turned into a black hole of mana and it's drawing it from the surrounding, even the vitality as this spring became a winter. Spring means life and vitality and now when those 2 were missing because of the mana, the winter that represents the death arrived in Fuyuki. Then what should we do? We don't have any allies in a 14 servants battle, this is a suicidal act if they decided to attack us, Ritsuka touched her hair while she was thinking about the battle. 14 servants aren't a big deal anyway, except for some special ones, Leo said before Ritsuka replied, I know your power as a caster from the Age of Gods, but we shouldn't get arrogant against the enemy. Not like that, but 14 servants summoned isn't something big. I can even summon 10 on my own, especially if I'm not allowed to use my full power because of this timeline, so I can save more mana. Leo waved with his hand before he saw both Ritsuka and Foe staring at him. Silence filled the place as everyone was staring at each other before Leo said one single line, "I'll never go to that hell again." So the epic battle of Ritsuka and Foe to convince Leo of summoning servants has began in this place. Chapter 70, Summoning. The snow around Fuyuki City stabilized slightly as the Holy Grail stopped sucking the mana like a black hole, even if this was temporary before the fighting started. However, this period of calm was more like the tranquil before the storm. The masters received that all the servants except 2 sabers and 1 caster has been summoned, which is good news. To be chosen as a master and not summon your servants is basically telling the other magi to come and kill you before taking your command seals. This is a classic tactic in the Holy Grail War, but no master was dumb enough to not summon his servant. Well, everything has an exception. When everyone was thinking about the next moves and assassins running around Fuyuki City as they attracted some hatred from some servants. Something was happening at Mount Enzo, which is the closest to the Holy Grail core. Why? Why am I here? And why do I have to do this? Leo said while his eyebrow was twitching. He really didn't want to do this. In the basement of the mansion, Leo was standing in front of an empty as Ritsuka and Foe were staring at him. "Come on, caster, it's just summoning servants, you should be more worried about which servant will be summoned," Ritsuka said as this took her more than an hour to convince Leo to come to this place. "Shut up. You don't know the horrors that I've seen. I've stared at the abyss and he threw me with black keys." Leo snapped as he said while his horns and eyes were glowing, which means he isn't calm at all now. "I can even make thousands of phantasmal species or even tens of divine beasts, so why do I need servants?" Leo said as his necklace was glowing and he was ready to throw a god beast or something at these 2. But phantasmal species are still monsters and don't have enough wisdom to help in battle. Without a commander they'll become useless against strong enemies, Ritsuka said as she believed that servants that have fought in the past are better helpers than some monsters and beasts. "My beasts can be smarter than all of you humans combined." Leo dropped the hard truth as Foe was getting bored by the situation. Foe was on Ritsuka's shoulder as he waved with his paw. "Don't you dare to call me a coward, you don't understand what I know." Leo pointed at Foe that didn't care about him before he said, Foe. You." Leo squeezed his fist as he was burning with anger before he turned and said, "Do you think as a beast I'll be afraid of some servants?" Foe turned his head away while Leo was fighting for his dignity as a beast. Sigh. Ritsuka held her forehead as she remembered the whole situation before they managed to get here. The epic battle between these 3 ended with a draw as they weren't able to convince Leo of summoning servants, but they were able to bring him here. It was mostly Foe credits as he kept taunting Leo about his fear from servants, but for Ritsuka, Leo was more like that he didn't want to touch the summoning ritual than the actual servants. "Caster, I know this might be something from your past, but please, summoning a servant isn't that hard," Ritsuka said as she made another attempt. "Not that hard. Summoning ghosts from the past to fight to the death in a battle royal isn't hard. And especially by this cursed mechanism of summoning." Leo looked at Ritsuka with blank eyes before he said, "Did you summon servants before?" "Eh? No, I didn't summon any servant before, it was always me and Mashu." Ritsuka said in panic before she stopped as she realized what she just said. Foe tapped Ritsuka's face with his paw as he realized a quiet cry like he was comforting her. "No, I'm okay, thank you, Foe," Ritsuka said as she patted Foe's head. "TCH. Give me a break." Leo looked at the scene in front of him before he sighed and said, "Fine, I'll summon, but I'll do it just one time." "Ah. Thank you, caster." Ritsuka smiled at Leo before she said, "And please don't think about this so grimly, maybe you also want to meet one of those servants." Ritsuka remembered what happened with Merlin and she felt from this period that Leo might know some servants or some are related to his past, so he might also want to meet them again. Even if 10 servants summoning is slightly ridiculous. This also made her suspicious of Leo's identity if he's maybe a divine spirit and not just a servant from the age of gods. As for Satan thing. Who'd believe that Satan can sit next to you and have breakfast while complaining? "Someone I want to meet." Leo looked at the empty spot in the basement as he was thinking about this. "I think there's someone that I want to meet," Leo said as his eyes were lost in thoughts. Ritsuka and Foe stared at him as they felt this is very important, but then he grinned. "I want to summon Dio, Ozymandias," Leo declared loudly while Ritsuka and Foe had just one question. A/N, Ozymandias and Dio share the same voice actor. "Who's Dio?" "God." "Why do you want to summon God?" Ritsuka was panicking, but Leo already walked towards the empty spot and put his hand on his necklace. He didn't hear Ritsuka's words because he was already detached from the world and entered a realm no human shall touch or gaze upon. His brain was rushing with calculations as his necklace was glowing green and all the data was circling in his brain like a spiral. The order has begun, judgment in process. Boom. A gust of wind appeared around Leo as it made Ritsuka startled before she moved back. Analyzing the timeline. Determining the output. Locating the target. Caster. Ritsuka opened her eyes with difficulty to see Leo's eyes became blank like a machine and mana was flying around him as his necklace was glowing green. Target. Throne of Heroes. Desire is clear. Summoning. Sequence 1 has started. Boom. Another storm hit the place as the mana around Leo moved around to make a summoning circle in front of him. Finding the progress. Mistakes, sins, and flaws. Found. The beginning. Already existed. Apart from human history. The hidden link is established. The end. Not needed. In Leo's brain, a spiral of data manifested about summoning servants before it was linked with something. The light went back to Leo's eyes before he raised his hand and said, "For I, who witnessed this spiral of mistakes." Second noble phantasm, partial deploy. With those words, Leo's necklace shone with green light before the summoning circle stabilized and was waiting for the command to summon servants. Done, and the summoning ritual is connected to the Throne of Heroes, Leo said as he wiped the non-existing sweat from his forehead. Making sure his noble phantasm doesn't affect Ritsuka or the timeline was very hard because he usually only destroys things. He felt that he was holding a thin line and his noble phantasm wasn't even allowed to reveal itself or its concept. Well, it was worth it to make a summoning ritual completely separated from the Holy Grail system, especially with his low knowledge about magecraft from this world. Ritsuka was speechless as she saw something that touched the level of true magic. Leo was able to do what Chaldea was struggling to achieve all those years in mere seconds. Don't be surprised, this is just me taking the achievements of others and nothing more. Leo waved his hand before he said, "Now, let's get done with this. I just want Dio, I don't care if it's Egyptian Dio, Ozymandias, or small Dio, Hans Christian Andersen. Just give me something good. Please," Leo said as Ritsuka saw his words change from confident into suspicious, then into almost crying like he gave up in less than a second. The summoning circle was glowing as its light increased more and more before light blinded everyone. This is indeed an expected way to be summoned, having a personal ritual. A voice appeared from the light before a person appeared in front of Leo, Ritsuka, and Foe. What? Ritsuka pointed at the new guest as the expression of shock was clear on her face. Foe. Foe was having an identity crisis as he was looking at the newcomer. Huh. Leo widened his eyes at the servant he summoned as his brain wasn't able to function probably for a second. "It is a pleasure to meet you, my new master." A woman with white hair and a long staff looked at Leo before she said, "My name is Merlin." Merlin, the magus of flowers. No, this is fishy. This was the thought in both Leo and Foe heads before they looked at this servant closely. "As you can see, I'm a gorgeous big SI dash." However, before she completed her words, Leo and Foe jumped and punched her to the face. "Die, Merlin." Leo and Foe screamed as Merlin was punched to the face and a curtain of flowers petals appeared before her shape changed. Ritsuka almost fell on the ground while watching this scene. First, Foe can talk and she just witnessed a punch that changed the gender of someone. Ha 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 ha. "Hello, it's your favorite friend, Merlin." Merlin revealed his true form as he smiled at everyone in the room, but two weren't happy at all. "Do you have any last words?" Leo said as he grabbed his spear and pointed it to Merlin. Now, let's not rush in our judgment, Leo, isn't that right, Cath Palag?" Merlin said to Foe, but he only received a growl for him. Leo stared at Merlin with blank eyes as his spear was flashing with mana before he said, "I don't care how you're able to access my summoning, but how dare you trick me? Especially in that way." "That was because Avalon is closer to this place than the Throne of Heroes," Merlin said proudly, but then he saw Leo walking towards him before he said in panic, "Trick you? That's a false accusation. How do you know that I'm a man or a woman?" Leo stopped before he looked at Foe that tilted his head before he said, Foe. Foe said that Merlin's true form is one of this world's biggest secrets and no one knows his true form, so there's a possibility that he isn't lying. "See? Then you should accept the fact that I'm a gorgeous big sister," Merlin said as his form became his proto-shape. "I'll kill you." Leo's eyes darkened again while Foe was already showing his fangs and Merlin was feeling that her life was in a big crisis even if this wasn't her true body. Ritsuka already gave up on this summoning ritual and felt that Leo was right about this. She really doesn't understand the horrors in the summoning servants. However, then the ritual flashed again because Leo didn't stop the link with his mana as another servant was summoned. And because Leo wasn't looking, this summon was the closest thing to him. A private summoning ritual. Momo. "I accept this wonderful greeting," the new servant said before she looked around to see Leo and Foe attacking Merlin while Ritsuka standing there. "Ah. Another servant, welcome." Ritsuka saw the woman with blonde hair and red dress before apologize, "I'm sorry for what's happening now, but as you see." However, Ritsuka stopped as she saw the new servant staring at Leo with turning her eyes away. Fufufu, to think this is happening. Momo. This emperor with join, the servant had a wide and bright smile on her face before Leo felt a chill down his spine and a familiar aura, but he didn't care because Merlin ran away. The Roman emperor found her target as she joined the chase with the trio. Just what's going on? Ritsuka screamed as the whole mansion was in a state of chaos. Leo and Foe were still chasing after Merlin and the new servant joined them, but she was chasing after Leo. Ritsuka decided to go back to her room to rest a little while the whole mansion was shaking. Like usual. Meanwhile, Amun was staring at his summoning ritual as he put one golden ring on it as fate was repeating itself again.